There's a big universe out there. You've got to keep an open mind and a watchful eye if you're going to explore it. Captain Starblade, The Tentacular Tales of Captain Starblade, Chapter 1, River. I'm about 98% sure my new neighbor is an alien. That's why I'm following him super covert Mission Impossible style down a deserted highway at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday night, as one naturally does if one's a believer in all things extraterrestrial. "Don't you have work in a few hours?" Uncle Benji asks from the passenger seat as he pops a cannabis edible gummy into his mouth, chewing on it with an air of nonchalance. Benji, like me, is still wearing his pajamas since we had to vamoose to follow our new neighbor's secret alien in our midst tonight. I'm styling in my super sexy TARDIS PJs, while Benji's sporting his favorite ratty orange cardigan over a faded Beavis and Butthead t-shirt and striped cotton pants. Like all of his well-worn clothing, they're liberally flecked with a rainbow array of paint from past and present paintings he's been working on. His long, lustrous brown hair, tinged with gray, is pulled up in a messy man bun, looking like something that took hours to perfect but only took him 10 seconds to create. It's like he's a freaking runway model or the lead in a sexy shampoo commercial. Even though he's in his early 40s, his mane of hair, turning a stunning silvery gray, brings out his pale green eyes and makes him appear mysterious. In contrast, my hair is a wild nest of crazy blonde curls with a mind of their own. I'm lucky if I can get a comb through my mop of hair most days. It's so cosmically unfair. The truth is, Benji doesn't care about things like his appearance. He's a total Gen X hippie pothead. A lot of people dismiss him as too quirky, but he's an incredibly successful artist and the best partner in crime, especially when it comes to stalking possible aliens. I hunch my shoulders at his question about work. No, they didn't renew my contract. Benji hums thoughtfully. Why not? I thought it was a done deal after the probationary period. I sink down into my seat, keeping my eyes fixed on the taillights I'm following. Apparently, I don't fit into their cohort dynamic or some corporate buzzword nonsense. What my now former boss had added off the record was that my coworkers thought I was super really weird. I never should have talked about my alien neighbor at work, and that my technical writing veered into unnecessary flamboyant embellishment or poetic whimsy. Sue me for trying to make technical writing more interesting. I know I would enjoy a bit of whimsy the next time I have to put a stupidly complicated desk together. They didn't even give me the chance to change or improve anything. I scowl. Nope, just let me go instead. Benji clucks. They sound like a bunch of jerks. I can always rely on him not to judge. His solidarity is touching, and I feel momentarily better. We're totally one another's kind of weird. Even if stupid, boring coworkers don't get me, Benji does. Maybe this is a good thing. I was so really bored there. Technical writing seemed like a smart way to make money until my fiction career took off, but it's utterly mind-numbing. Benji strokes his short beard and yawns. It'll be okay, Tigger. I make more than enough money from my art. I can help you out for a while until you find something better. It's all good. I give a resigned sigh. Benji has called me Tigger since I was a toddler. I've always had a lot of excess energy, but as a child, it was even more over the top. According to Benji, the mix of my enthusiastic talking a mile a minute personality and my tendency to bounce all over the place with an unmatched level of boisterousness solidified the dreaded nickname that will not die. Even my parents had started using it before I lost them. I have some savings. Until I find something else, I'll be able to get by on that for a while. I already get to live with you rent-free. That's more than enough. As they say, mi casa es tu casa. Benji shrugs. The house is paid off anyway. It was your parents', and now it belongs to both of us. Thanks, man. I dart a glance at him, a familiar warmth blooming in my chest as I watch him pop another edible with a contented expression on his face. I always marvel at how chill he is about so many things in life. Granted, I'm sure being semi-stoned most of the time helps, but still. He has the looks of a scruffy Keanu Reeves a la Ronin in John Wick, but the utterly laid-back personality of the dude in The Big Lebowski. More than a few of my friends have had the hots for him over the years. I'm not surprised, but it's always weird as anything. Tonight, as usual, Benji seems entirely at ease, even though we're on the trail of a bona fide extraterrestrial, a brother from another planet, hiding among us. For Benji, it's apparently just another night. He pops a third gummy in his mouth and chews it with a mellow smile. Looks like he's trying to taste the entire rainbow this evening, so I'll need to keep him on task. "Did you bring your Polaroid?" I ask for the umpteenth time. I don't want to leave anything to chance. Of course, I have my cell phone, but I sure as gosh don't trust capturing evidence of alien life on digital technology alone. Too many ways for stuff to get wiped or altered. Polaroid pictures are a pretty good, if hella ancient, backup option on the fly, and, well, we really didn't have time to grab anything else on the way out of the house. Hate to admit it, but this tailing adventure was a wee bit rushed. Benji gestures toward the rucksack at his feet. "The Polaroid's ready to rock and roll, kiddo." I nod, feeling a bit more reassured. "Good. You need to be ready to use it once you can get a clear shot," I remind him. He gives me a slow thumbs up and a hazy smile. "I got you covered on the photography front tonight. Don't worry." I mostly believe him. My uncle isn't exactly the most reliable guy in the world, especially now it looks like the edibles are kicking in, but at least he's also a believer. In aliens, I mean. He leans back in his seat with a slightly fuzzy gaze, the picture of serenity. "It's like we're on our very own X-Files adventure," he giggles. "I still remember when I introduced you to that show. You immediately had the hots for Fox Mulder." My nostrils flare. "Excuse me, but you also thought he was hot like fire." "Nah, Krychek was more my type. Dark, suave, and dangerous." Benji gives a lazy shrug. "But I wouldn't have minded a romantic encounter with Mulder." I snicker and nod at that undeniable truth. It was seriously amazing being raised by my gay uncle after my parents died. Coming out was not even a thing at home. We had a lot of shared interests, including the mega-hot men of sci-fi movies and television. I roll my eyes and unleash the snark. "Seriously, please, you'd be lucky to bag Skinner." Benji arches an eyebrow at my teasing tone, a glint in his eyes, an even paler shade of green than my own. Hey, I'm down for that. Now that I've hit my 40s, I can totally appreciate the understated sexiness of Skinner. He was actually very attractive, and most definitely rockin' a fit bod under those suits. I shake my head as I ponder this revelation. Maybe. I still say my #1 bald heartthrob will always be Captain Jean-Luc Picard. We immediately high-five in agreement. Classy. "Can't disagree with you there," Benji murmurs, then snorts. "Dude, I still remember when you wanted to create your own queer X-Files fan convention. You took your love of the show to a whole new level with that one." He muffles another giggle snort behind his hand. I sniff and straighten in my seat. Okay, sure, maybe I had a slight obsession with the X-Files and Fox Mulder in my middle school years, but that's neither here nor there. Also, I still stand by my plan for Rainbow FoxyCon 2013. It would have brought together all the queer fans and celebrated our respective loves for Scully and Mulder, or both. No bi-erasure permitted. Benji slowly shakes his head in what I like to think of as complete awe of my ingenuity and brilliance. It would have been amazing to witness, that's for sure. No shade, honey. But who needs Rainbow FoxyCon when we have a real-life alien in our very backyard? I wiggle in my seat and grin. It'll be the story of a lifetime if we can prove Neighborman is an extraterrestrial. It'll change everything, kiddo. Exactly. We may not have any actual evidence of alien life yet, but that's all gonna change tonight. As if to prove my point, I hit the accelerator of my old hatchback and doggedly follow our sketchy new neighbor's trail as we move deeper into the desert, leaving the bright lights of Vegas far behind. Thankfully, our quarry doesn't seem to notice he's being followed. Mr. Tom Jones, as my neighbor introduced himself, an obviously fake name if I've ever heard one, moved into the beige stucco two-story house right next to us 3 months ago and pinged our radars from the get-go. Ever since then, we've been covertly observing him. We're not creepers, we're astute detectors of anomalies that could be extraterrestrial in nature. Sure, on the surface, Mr. Jones appears human, but that doesn't mean squat. We've watched enough sci-fi movies and TV series between the two of us to know plenty of aliens look just like us. Hello? Time Lords? Anyone? But I digress. Mr. Jones, I'm sad to say, is not as sexy as really Time Lord. Why does reality never live up to my fantasies? He's actually a rather ordinary-looking guy with a bad penchant for dressing like his namesake. You wouldn't immediately see him and think, boom, proof of alien existence on Earth right here, folks. But his behavior is really, really bizarre. At first, it was little things that seemed out of the ordinary, like the strange-looking satellite Mr. Jones mounted on his roof shortly after moving in. The thing is massive. Look, I'm not a nerd for nothing. I know a thing or two about satellite dishes, and I've never seen one like this before. When I tried to ask him about it, he laughed and told me he had insider connections with a friend in Japan who hooked him up with the latest satellite technology that hadn't even made it over here yet. I don't think so, Mr. Alien Neighborman. Benji suspects the device is actually a beacon to our neighbor's comrades in space. I'm inclined to agree. But what made us most suspicious of Mr. Jones was the fact he never turns his AC on. In Vegas, in the middle of summer? I like it hot, he told me with awkward finger guns and a chuckle one day. I like it hot? Seriously? I do not exaggerate when I say Sin City turns hotter than Satan's rear from May to November. In high summer, no one, and I mean no one, can live without AC. It's a legitimate health hazard. Buffy the Vampire Slayer got it wrong. If a hellmouth were ever to open here on Earth, it would happen in Vegas. Temperatures regularly stay in the 110s here, the sun beating down with scorching ferocity. You can cook eggs on the freaking sidewalk, for goodness sake. There are plenty of YouTube videos to prove it. Despite all this, Mr. Jones not only doesn't turn on the AC in his house, he also spends all day outside in his backyard without seeming to break a sweat. Meanwhile, the rest of us melt just walking from our homes to our cars. Super. Really. Sus. I'm ashamed to admit I didn't connect the dots at first, until one night when I was talking with Benji about all the oddities we'd observed with our new neighbor. Tom Jones was out for the evening doing who the hell knows what, and we were outside on our patio watching the night sky together when Benji took a hit off his favorite bong and then said, out of the blue, "Dude, maybe he's an alien?" And that was the eureka moment. My jaw dropped open in amazement, and everything started to click. A light bulb turned on in my brain, burning bright enough to rival the neon lights of Vegas. Quite frankly, I was amazed I hadn't thought of it first. That was when our covert alien investigation was born. We're doing this in the name of science, and for all our fellow conspiracy-loving alien believers, of course. We've been observing Mr. Jones for weeks now, watching for anything unusual or any noticeable disruptions to his schedule. And tonight, it finally happened. I'll admit I didn't expect the perfect opportunity to materialize quite so soon. Shortly before 3 a.m., I was jolted out of sleep when I heard the unmistakable sound of Mr. Jones's garage door opening. It's been in need of some WD-40 for a while, producing a horrible, cringe-worthy screech every time it opens and closes. I practically levitated out of bed, shoved my glasses on my face, and raced downstairs. After all, there are only so many opportunities in one's lifetime to find evidence of alien life on Earth. "Benji!" I shrieked as I flew into the living room. "He's going somewhere!"
My uncle's a bit of an insomniac, so he was actually awake on the couch drinking a beer and watching old reruns of some weird animated show from his teenage years called Daria. He blinked at me. "Dude, are you sleepwalking?" I hopped from foot to foot. "He's getting away!" "Who?" "Mr. Jones. Didn't you hear his garage opening just now?" He took a slow sip of beer. My bad, I was totally absorbed in my show. We both heard the car start next door and the loud notes of a Tom Jones song, the irony, blasting from the stereo. We were in luck. Our unusual neighbor hadn't left yet. I tapped my foot. No time to waste. We have to tail him. Benji blinked at me owlishly and belched. "I'll explain in the car," I said, yanking him up off the couch and dragging him toward our garage. I turned to my dog, a bizarre-looking mutt of advanced years who can best be described as a cross between a miniature hairy Wookiee and a feisty terrier. He lay comfortably stretched out on the couch. Amidst all the commotion, he had deigned to crack one eye open to observe us. "You stay here and guard the house, Chewie." He let out a chuffing noise in what sounded like annoyed agreement before closing his eye. Poor little guy doesn't enjoy having his sleep disrupted at his advanced age. Once Benji and I got in my car, I hightailed it out of our sleepy suburban housing complex, barely managing to catch our quarry's trail as he exited the neighborhood and turned onto the main road. Tonight, we get definitive proof. Aliens do exist. Really, yeah. Right on, man. Benji reached into the rucksack he'd brought along and pulled out a battered CD case. I got some perfect tunes for us. He slid the disc into my CD player, the relic of a bygone era, and a testament to the fact my poor car is older than I am. The familiar opening chords of the Beastie Boys' Sabotage started playing, and I grinned back at him. Oh yeah. Our heads nodding along to the unstoppable beat, we bombed along the highway, high on the thrill of the chase and our quest for truth. We've been following Mr. Jones for a good while now, though, and some of my initial excitement has waned, especially as we're getting farther and farther away from civilization. Living in Las Vegas is a surreal experience on an almost daily basis, but it's also easy to forget the city is basically out in the middle of nowhere in the desert. Hop on the freeway, and it's not too long before you leave the bright lights of civilization far behind and find yourself alone in the desert, dusty vastness with nothing more than rocks, dirt, and cacti to keep you company. I glance at the busted-up digital clock on my dashboard, the numbers hard to read without squinting. We've been following Mr. Jones on the I-15N for 40 minutes or so, but my heart starts pounding like the bass in a Britney band song when I see his blinker signaling his intent to get off on exit 75. Oh my God, he's going to the Valley of Fire! I'm barely able to contain my renewed excitement. Benji whistles, his pupils huge as he gives me a dopey grin.
What do you want to bet we're heading to the freaking mothership? The very idea sends prickles of exhilaration through me, and I bounce a little in my seat. You think? Holy gosh, mess! That would be epic! I pause for a moment, considering. But how do you suppose he's hiding it out here? Benji ponders this, but then shrugs. Aliens got their very cloaking devices, and gosh, right? According to Star Trek at least, and Star Wars. I nod to myself. So, basically sci-fi gospel. Exactamundo. It doesn't take long before we leave the interstate and merge onto the more remote highway leading to the Valley of Fire. But after about 10 minutes, Mr. Jones pulls off onto a dirt road heading to who the hell knows where. I glance over at Benji. We give each other a silent nod of agreement, and I prepare to follow. Turn off the headlights, we gotta be stealthy and all. Good call, Obenji-Wan Kenobi. I flip off the lights, allowing darkness to further engulf the world around us as we bump down the road. The shocks on my poor car squeaking in protest with every dip and pothole. The farther we drive, the creepier things get. Out here, far from the bright lights of Vegas, it feels as if we're being swallowed up by the blackness of the night. As my eyes adjust, the moon casts enough of a pale glimmer I can sorta see where we're going. Barely. Mr. Jones' taillights are a faint red homing beacon in the distance, leading us toward whatever we're going to discover. Possibly something no human has ever witnessed before. A thrill courses through my body as I whisper, "I want to believe." Benji pops one last gummy in his mouth, presumably for good luck, before putting the packet in his cardigan pocket for later. I guess he's finally starting to get serious. Now we're closing in on our target. I gently tap my cell phone screen on the mounted dashboard holder, only to have my worst suspicions confirmed. No signal. We're in a dead zone. This can often happen in parts of the desert, but considering what we're doing, it gives me the willies. A thought enters my brain unbidden, and it's one I realize really should have occurred to me much sooner. Nervous sweat forms between my shoulder blades, and I shiver as a drop trickles down my back. Benji? My voice didn't just squeak, did it? Yeah? You don't think Mr. Jones is a dangerous alien, right? I clear my throat, my mouth dry. He's not, like, bent on replacing us with pod people? He stares at me, eyes widening. No idea. Let's hope not. I let out an awkward chuckle that catches in my throat. Maybe following Mr. Jones on our own was a bad idea? It's an inconvenient moment to realize we aren't equipped to handle potential alien invaders. And haven't I seen enough movies to know this could be an actual possibility? But before I can worry about this startling prospect any further, Mr. Jones' taillights disappear around a rocky outcropping ahead, and my attention returns to the task at hand. We hold our breath as we continue to follow at a safe distance. When we reach the rocky outcropping, I gulp. I'm going to slow down. We don't know what's around this bend, so let's be cautious. Smart thinking, Tigger. I slow my hatchback to a crawl. As we creep closer, we spy a target a short distance down the road, stopped at a metal gate. Squinting in the dark, I watch from the faint illumination of his headlights as he unlocks the gate before hopping back into his car and driving through. I inch forward in pursuit. Then, as Mr. Jones's car passes beyond the gate, it seems to disappear into thin air. I slam on the brakes. What the? Really? Whoa, careful, man. Benji rubs at his eyes and stares at the empty desert before us. What the? We turn and mirror each other's slack-jawed looks of confusion. I blink. What the gosh happened? Benji shakes his head. No idea. That was some trippy gosh, though. Pulling my glasses off, I rub my eyes before putting the frames back on and squinting at the spot where our neighbor disappeared. I wasn't hallucinating. That was for real. Alien technology. It's gotta be. I tell Benji this with growing conviction. Some kind of cloaking mechanism, like we thought. There must be something awesome past that gate. Most likely, Benji agrees. He leans over, plucking his Polaroid camera out of his bag. I'm ready, young Padawan. I nod with the appropriate solemnity for this once-in-a-lifetime event. Let's do this, O Benji-wan. With my heart hammering, I pat my steering wheel. Come on, Serenity, don't fail me now. I nose her forward and turn onto the dirt path where we saw Mr. Jones disappear. Upon closer investigation, the gate only extends over the dirt trail, and Mr. Jones left it open in his haste. Score! From our vantage point, though, there's a whole lot of nothing beyond the gate. Just desert rocks, dirt, and scrub brush. At least that's all I can see in the faint light of the moon. Taking a deep breath, my hands gripping the wheel until my knuckles whiten, I tap the gas. I resist the urge to squeeze my eyes shut as we cross the boundary. And that's all it takes. One moment we're surrounded by the arid desert landscape with nothing around for miles, and the next we're looking up at an imposing concrete edifice I can only hypothesize is a covert alien base. Armed men and women in strange uniforms patrol the perimeter of the building and staff the checkpoint entrance several hundred yards ahead of us. And there, beyond the base, looming impossibly large in the background, is a freaking spaceship. It looks like something out of my Star Trek and Star Wars fantasies.
Only cooler, if that's even possible. I can't help the loud gasp that escapes my mouth. Even after all these years, a tiny part of me never thought this moment was possible. Tonight, we've hit the mother gosh jackpot. Wicked. Benji's whisper drifts off as he lifts his Polaroid and snaps a picture. My hands are shaking as I raise my cell phone and capture half a dozen digital pictures of my own. We just hit the very motherlode. Benji snorts. Mothership more like. We immediately high-five one another in solidarity. I'm gonna start recording this mother gosh moment of a lifetime. I turn the video recording function on as I direct my phone back at the checkpoint, in time to see a guard wave Mr. Jones forward in his vehicle before glancing in our direction. Abort! Abort! My mind screams at me. Of course, my brain's a few milliseconds too late because that's when a blaring siren starts going off. Benji and I turn to one another with matching expressions of dawning horror. Gosh. A loud rapping at my driver's side window has me jumping and shrieking like a 3-year-old in Target. An armed guard in a blue and gray uniform materializes out of nowhere, pointing his big, that's no euphemism, deadly-looking weapon at me. Out of the vehicle, hands in the air. I gulp and let out another strange yet totally manly squeak. I sure hope these aliens are friendly, or I'm afraid our luck may have run out. The Iranian Mating Courtship Ritual. Step 1. Kai, sir, we have a bit of a situation. I glance up from my computer's hollow screen. The young guard in front of me drops his gaze and shifts uncertainly from foot to foot. Looks as though he drew the short straw to come and bother me with some new catastrophe. It's been a long day, and I'm operating on next to no sleep. I'm so not in the mood for whatever fresh gosh he's brought me to deal with. I scowl. What is it now? He swallows audibly. It seems 2 human civilians managed to follow someone onto base. We have them detained in one of the interplanetary immigration interview rooms. Son of a snot-nosed Selenian snake. Rising, I straighten my tie and tug my suit jacket on before donning a pair of specially tinted glasses. Take me to them. The guard nods with obvious relief, leading the way through the facility at a brisk pace. It's easy to see staff are on edge due to the sudden appearance of human civilians without clearance.
Such problems occur every so many years, but I can't even remember the last time I dealt with this particular nuisance. It's very inconvenient to happen on a night when we have a ship landing. Just what I don't need right now. Not when I have much more pressing matters to deal with. I shouldn't even be here tonight. Normally, I don't have to deal with processing new immigrant arrivals. I'd been called in at the last minute to fill in for the base commander, whose wife had gone into labor sooner than expected. The whole situation has put me in a bad mood, and that was before this mess. The other staff at the base give me a wide berth as I make my way to the trespassing humans. I keep my face blank while heaving a big internal sigh. As the eldest son of the admiral of the Alliance outpost on Earth and captain of my own team, I'm both respected and feared. Some colleagues undoubtedly hate me and question whether I got my position because of my father, even though I've worked very hard to get where I am today. I didn't become one of the youngest captains in the Alliance without working very hard for it. But it also hasn't won me a lot of friends outside my own team. Even those who respect me are still reluctant to talk to me precisely because of my relationship to the Admiral. I'm used to it, even if it grates. Hiding my irritation, I stride past everyone, only pausing once I'm outside the interview room so I can observe the human interlopers through the one-way window. One of them is clearly older and quite attractive. He keeps blinking a lot and staring at things with glazed, bloodshot eyes. I've seen this before. We get a handful of zealous UFO enthusiasts each year who go searching for evidence of alien life in the desert while indulging in recreational mind-altering substances. It certainly makes it easier for us to invalidate their wild tales whenever they do happen to stumble upon something they shouldn't. Probably inebriated or high, I mentally note, but he appears to be calm. Thank the galactic gods. The other intruder is the one that interests me, drawing my gaze against my will. He looks rather young, early 20s at most. He's wearing a ridiculous-looking pair of pajamas with blue phone booths printed all over them and rainbow flip-flops. His dirty blonde mop of curls is wild and untamed. I want to touch them. I bet they're so soft. That sudden thought startles me. Almost as if he realizes he's being watched, the younger man turns toward the window, and I inhale sharply. For a human, he's quite beautiful, despite his unconventional attire and unkempt appearance. Dark rectangular glasses frame bright green eyes, and he bites a plump bottom lip in concentration as he regards the window. I jolt as my body reacts to a sudden and irresistible urge. At the same time, for some inexplicable reason, my tentacles become restless inside me. I have a strange yearning desire to protect this young man, and I don't know why. Something about him calls to me, and in that instant, I feel a strong, unsettling attraction, and horrified. Granted, it's been a while since I last pursued a romantic connection with another person, but I'd sworn off humans years ago. No matter how pleasing to the senses they might be, it isn't worth the pain to get involved with them. I'd learned my lesson well. Looking away, I force myself to ruthlessly quell the intense attraction springing to my mind when I see that mouth and those beautiful green eyes. I scowl again. "Do you want anyone to go in with you, sir?" the guard asks, his eyes darting away from me nervously. I can't remember his name. I rarely work on this base, instead tending to spend more time at our downtown offices or out in the field. Casting a covert glance at his uniform name tag, I shake my head. "That won't be necessary, Adams. I'll take it from here." He nods with relief and hands me a holoscreen tablet. We took their IDs and ran them through the Alliance system and human databases. This is the preliminary background report Data Control sent down. I take the tablet and Adams scurries off, leaving me to my own devices. Being a captain can be a lonely job, but, as I learned from Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. Too very true. With a sigh, I use my fingerprint to activate the device, which immediately projects a holographic screen in the air in front of me. With a swipe of my fingers, I begin scrolling through the information. To my consternation, the report doesn't tell me much. The two men in our custody are clearly related or married because they have the same last name and live at the same address. The older one has had a few minor scuffles with law enforcement, mostly due to marijuana and unpaid parking tickets. Meanwhile, his younger companion's record is squeaky clean. Our unsanctioned guests are probably an anomalous blip and pose no serious threat, but I need to make certain, especially after some of the recent drug-related incidents I've been tracking. I move closer to the one-way window to study the men. The room is wired so I can hear them as well. I take a moment to listen in. "Who do you suppose these aliens are?" the older one asks. The blonde, I glance down at the holoscreen, River Sullivan, has a dreamy expression on his face. Wouldn't it be amazing if it was a Time Lord who wanted to take me with him on super cool adventures through time and space? The other man snorts. "Keep on dreaming, kid. Whatever. Time Lords could be real, and the Doctor is totally my type. His David Tennant version especially. Tall, lean, and intelligent, with rakish good looks. Yum." He shivers. "Oh, and when he gets really commanding and serious, it's a major moment of attraction. I've watched and rewatched those seasons more times than I can count. He trails off with a shimmer of sultry promise in his eyes that makes my tentacles twitch with interest. Believe me, I know. Your intense reactions every time we finished watching an episode together were a pretty telltale sign of your teenage infatuation. River flushes in a manner I find surprisingly charming. So, probably family and not a married couple. That's a relief. Wait, what the gosh is wrong with me? An image of Jonathan's face contorted with disgust materializes in my mind, and his words, "really freak," echo in my head. It's like a bucket of ice water flung in my face and goes a long way toward extinguishing my stupid attraction. At least I wasn't engaging in private acts into dirty socks and leaving them all over my room like a straight cisgendered dude bro, River sniffs. I may have been a very attracted teenager, but I was a fastidious one. The older man giggles. Way to set the bar really high, man. Deciding to put an end to this foolishness, I turn from the window and make my way to the door, opening it with a bit more force than is necessary. I stride into the room with my professional persona firmly in place and glare at the humans who've made my already long day even longer. "Benjamin and River Sullivan?" I ask, my tone brooking no nonsense. It usually instills fear in those who make it to this room. The younger man jumps up from his seat, almost knocking it over in the process. He's on the petite side, no more than 5'6", and slim. Just my type, gosh. My attraction rears its foolish head again, and I feel the familiar writhing interest of my tentacles, accompanied by a rush of warmth. I practically growl as I force the feelings down. Holy sexy aliens in black, Batman! He stares at me with wide eyes. "Excuse me?" He shakes himself, as if from a daze. "Sorry, I'm River." Then he adds in a breathy whisper, "Or Mr. Sullivan, if you're nasty." It's my turn to gape at him. What? The man is distractingly gorgeous, but not making a lot of sense. He flushes and clears his throat. "Oh, nothing." He gestures wildly toward his companion. "This is my uncle, Benji." "Oh, uncle, good." No, gosh. River reins in his gesticulating arms and sticks out a soft-looking hand, smiling at me with unnerving enthusiasm. "Am so excited to meet a real-life alien." "It's nice to meet you, Rue Alien. Not sure what I should call you." He trails off as I stare at the offered hand for a moment before ignoring it. Touching him would be a bad idea. Being this close, I'm already disconcertingly aware of his faint woodsy scent, which isn't helping with my unexpected attraction, let alone my inconvenient bodily reactions. I cross my arms, giving him my best intimidating glare instead. "Please be seated, Mr. Sullivan." He smiles again, completely unaffected. "Oh, please call me River." My eyes narrow, but I remain firm. In more ways than one, unfortunately. I will my burgeoning physical reaction to stand down. River slowly lets his outstretched hand fall, and I experience a twinge of regret, a part of me wondering what his hand would feel like in mine. Is his skin as soft as it looks? River's smile falters for an instant before returning with renewed brightness as he takes his seat at the interrogation table. Practically bouncing in it, the gleam in his eyes is simultaneously curious and eager. Is shaking hands taboo for aliens? I blank as I sit down across from him. Excuse me? I'm not normally so befuddled, but this human is knocking me off my game. River Sullivan thoroughly discombobulates me for some reason. He leans forward, his tone far too earnest, his gorgeous eyes flashing with interest. "Well, I know it's something humans do, but I'm sure alien species have their own social customs and habits." He nods to himself before giving me an apologetic frown. "I'm sorry if I offended you. This is all new to me, but I shouldn't be a jerk and assume my culture and your culture are the same. I mean, I took Intro to Anthropology in undergrad, but I'm no expert when it comes to other cultures, especially aliens. Then again, who is? Still, this is all so fascinating." "I see. I have no idea how to respond to the circuitous ramblings of this human's brain, which continue to spill from his mouth the instant he thinks of them." River leans forward again with an already familiar twinkle in those come-hither eyes, sending a jolt of electric desire zinging straight through me. Son of a boneless Beridian creature, how is this place invisible to the outside world? Do you use some kind of alien cloaking technology? I mean, I know ships on Star Trek use that all the time, but it's a fictional series. Unless maybe Gene Roddenberry actually knew about aliens? He gasps, his voice rising several octaves. Oh my gosh, was he an alien too? I hold up a hand to stop his rapid-fire string of questions. Good galactic gods, the man can talk. I don't have time for this. I don't care how attractive River Sullivan is. "Mr. Sullivan," I say in my sternest, no-nonsense voice, "I'm the one asking the questions here. You're not authorized to be on this base. We want to know how you came to be here. The sooner you answer my questions, the sooner you can go home." "River," he says, his voice going husky and far too sexy for my sanity. I need to regain control of this interrogation. Gosh, I make a concerted effort to shake it off. What the gosh is wrong with me tonight? I've never responded to a human like this before. Not even Jonathan. I frown at the thought. River blushes and practically flutters his stupidly long eyelashes at me. "I'm so sorry. I know I can be a little bit extra." He looks down and winces. "Probably why I'm single. Some of the guys I've dated have told me I'm too much to handle when I get excited. I'll try to tone it down some." My gut clenches at his words. For some reason, hearing this vibrant man criticizing himself irritates me even more than his incessant questions. Benji reaches over and cups the back of River's neck. "Don't worry about those idiots. If they can't appreciate your awesomeness, then they don't deserve you." He turns his gaze to me. "Same goes for you, pal." I arch an eyebrow, but hold my tongue. River brightens. "Thanks, Benji." He darts a glance back at me. Can I just say, I had no idea aliens could be so handsome. I don't know what I was expecting him to say, but it wasn't that. Part of me wants to believe him, but I've been burned before. If he knew all of the real me, he probably wouldn't be saying this. Not surprisingly, though, River continues talking. Well, no, that's a lie. I suppose I fantasized about it. I mean, some aliens in films are like super-duper fine for sure. Hello, Henry Cavill as Superman. Holy hotness. And Keanu Reeves as Klaatu in The Day the Earth Stood Still? Of course, the original is so much better, but I was a kid when I saw the remake with him, and even then I knew I was looking at a total alien heartthrob on screen. He waves a hand dismissively. But that's the movies. They're always exaggerated. Although, now I think about it, even Klingons are pretty sexy. Especially Worf, am I right? He nods to himself as if in agreement, then pauses, brow furrowing. Mr. Jones is really ordinary looking, though. He blends in when it comes to looks. But you... His breath hitch. River flushes an even more vibrant shade of red. No idea why I find it charming, but I do. At the same time, my tentacles bristle, even though I can tell Benji's teasing was not intentionally malicious. It's odd, but I feel protective toward his nephew and want to shield him from any embarrassment. No, I can't afford to be distracted just because I find this human more compelling than anyone I've met in a long time. I need to get this interrogation over with and send these humans on their way. Yet, the next words out of my mouth contradict my sensible plan. "And what makes you think I'm an alien?" I could kick myself. I don't initiate conversation, ever. I interrogate, make problems go away. I don't open myself to new ones. River taps his nose and smirks. "Intuition, my good sir." Benji shrugs. "The kid's got good instincts." River pats his uncle on the shoulder and thanks. I ignore them and attempt to steer away from this line of conversation. I've got to get back on track. "So, Mr. Sullivan, it appears you work from home as a technical writer and your uncle is an artist?" "Call me River. And yeah, technical writing isn't exactly glamorous, but it helps pay the bills." His shoulders slump. "Well, usually it does. I'm sort of between contracts right now." He glances at his uncle and puffs up his chest. "Benji is super talented, though. People all over the world commission work from him. His paintings and pottery are amazing." Benji smiles at his nephew. "Aw, thanks, Tigger. I think you're very special, too. Your writing is awesome. You should tell him about your Boring technical writing isn't anything to brag about," River interrupts in a loud, exaggerated voice. He waves his hand across his throat in a cutting motion while glaring at his uncle before turning his attention back to me with a smile. Yeah, I suppose manuals can be pretty important, especially for certain industries. I'm contributing something in my own small way." Benji shakes his head slowly, a fond smile on his face. Such a shy little dude sometimes. River pointedly ignores him and keeps his gaze focused on me. I'm not sure what River's so reluctant to talk about,
but it makes me want to cuddle him. Shoving that foolish thought aside, I clear my throat. Interrogation. Right. Can you both tell me how you ended up at a restricted military base without authorization? Benji crosses his arms. That's like what you're calling it, man? But we know this ain't no ordinary military operation. My uncle's right. We aren't idiots. We know this is some kind of secret alien base. I arch an eyebrow. You know a lot about aliens, do you? His eyes narrow. More than most people. Right, he huffs. Whatever. We saw the big ship outside. He grins. The jig's up, man. Yoop, Benji drawls, giving a loud pop to the P. River, adds, pointing his finger at me. Of course, tonight, with the first ship arrival in months, had to be precisely when two humans would bumble their way into things. Just my luck.
You mean the Polaroid and cell phones we confiscated? River's shoulders slump. Oh, crap. Benji pats him on the back. Tough break, Tigger. River blushes and whispers, You know how I feel about that nickname. I'm not 5 years old anymore. Sorry, dude. It just slips out sometimes. River brightens, raising a finger at me in triumph. Aha! Why would you take our phones and camera if you didn't have anything to hide, huh? Score 1 for River. Under the table, my hands clenched together tightly. Why do I keep losing control over this interrogation? Time to switch tactics. Again. Why don't you tell me how you ended up out here in the first place? River pushes his glasses up his nose more firmly as he launches into a rapid-fire account. OMG! Okay, so this guy calling himself Tom Jones moved in a few months ago, and even though he tried to act normal, I knew right off the bat something was strange about him. I mean, who doesn't turn on their AC during the summer? In Vegas? Plus, the dude never even sweats. It's not normal. I keep my expression bland, but mentally cringe. Very cruelties. Their home planet has a very hot and arid natural climate, with temperatures well above 100 degrees Fahrenheit all year round. This part of Nevada is a perfect location for them when emigrating to Earth, but they should know how to blend in better than Thorgold Kutsunsaka Tom Jones has been doing. I'll sit him down for a serious talk after dealing with this cosmic mess. I tune back in, realizing I've missed some of the rambling narrative Rivers kept up the whole time. And so we decided to follow him. I mean, where could he be going at that time of night? We figured he had to be visiting his spaceship or his people, so we tailed him. Everything was going fine until, poof, he disappeared out of thin air when he went through the gate. It was wild. Benji chimes in, seriously trippy. It's clear River tends to talk in a hyper stream of consciousness mode, barely coming up for air, while his uncle is a man of far fewer words. For this and so many other reasons, I shouldn't find River so compelling, but I do. Again, Jonathan's face flashes in my mind, and I know I need to strengthen my resolve, even though my tentacles make it evident to me they disagree. River nods, his wild golden curls bouncing around with every movement of his head. And when we got through the gate, alakazam, super secret alien base, and that ship, talk about every nerd's ultimate fantasy right there. So freaking cool. He leans forward again, eyes sparkling and body vibrating with barely contained energy. I don't know how you made all of that invisible. Seriously, your cloaking technology is cool as anything. Better than anything I've seen on Star Trek and Star Wars combined. And that's really saying something. He sits back and beams at me. Everything about this man is mystifying and distracting. I want to keep looking at him, even though I know I need to get what's left of this interrogation over with. Looks like the fastest way to wrap things up is to go with the truth. After all, once I'm finished with them, they won't remember anything from tonight anyway. All right, I say, let's drop the pretense. You've illegally entered a private alien alliance base without clearance. Aha, River crows. Why are you here? He gapes at me like I'm a moron. To prove aliens exist, duh. Right on, Benji agrees. I narrow my eyes. We found marijuana in your vehicle.
Do the two of you deal drugs? Both men stare at me wide-eyed. Really? River says. Benji blinks. You think we're drug dealers? Dude, you probably found a grand total of 1 or 2 joints in my car. And Benji has a prescription for them. Surely you saw his medical card when you rifled through our things. My report indicated as much, but I'm not going to tell him that. Doesn't mean you couldn't be dealing drugs. Benji scratches his beard, considering. I only use marijuana and CBD these days. May have dabbled with other recreational substances in my youth, but I was never a dealer. Too much work and way too much math keeping the money straight, man. River scoffs and crosses his arms again. I'm no criminal. Ask anyone. I'm a sci-fi geek who plays board games and D&D in my spare time, for goodness sake. I don't even like Benji's weed. He smokes outside just for me. River pauses, and then his eyes widen and flash with anger. Did Mr. Jones say we were trying to sell him drugs? That shady jerk. I rub the back of my neck, exhaustion weighing on me. Someone is trafficking drugs to aliens on this planet, and I haven't had a solid lead in weeks. Unfortunately, it's very unlikely these men have anything to do with the string of incidents I've been investigating. Criminal masterminds they are not. To be on the safe side, I'll have them monitored for a few weeks after we send them on their way. Of their own accord, my traitorous eyes wander back to River's bizarre pajamas, and my curiosity once more gets the better of me. I clear my throat. Why do your pajamas have telephone booths on them? River jolts in his chair like I've used a cattle prod on him. I don't think it's possible, but his eyes get even bigger, and his mouth drops open. Dude, this isn't an ordinary phone booth. It's the freaking TARDIS. The what? Uh-oh. Benji shakes his head. Now you've done it. River's nostrils flare. First you think we're freaking drug dealers, and now you're telling me you don't know what the TARDIS is? Don't tell me you've never seen Doctor Who? Ah, now I think I know what he's talking about. I've heard of the show, but never watched it. As a captain of the Alliance, I really don't have time for such things. Something makes me want to keep messing with him, though. He's too adorable in his outrage. What's that? I ask, feigning ignorance. River puts the back of his hand to his forehead and slides out of his chair to collapse on the floor. I have to bite back a laugh. This guy should have done theater, or maybe daytime soap operas. River's theatrics continue as he raises his fist so it can be seen above the top of the table and performs an over-the-top soliloquy of his own creation. Oh, cruel universe! How could you bring me a hot-as-anything alien Time Lord-looking wannabe, but he has no idea who the Doctor is? Why? How can he not know about the TARDIS? Why is he channeling Agent K when all I want is a dashing David Tennant? Too cruel. He fake sobs. Against my better intentions, I can't help but smile. This man is utterly ridiculous, but in a way that is somehow charming. He's like a bright sun sucking me into his orbit, so vibrant and warm I can't look away from him. His eyes peek up at me from above the lip of the metal table, and he grins while flashing lovely straight teeth at me. I knew I could make you smile. He pumps both fists in the air. Yes! His words are startling because I realize I haven't felt this alive in ages. But on the heels of that revelation, I'm weighed down by a sudden, profound sadness. After all, I still have a job to do, unpleasant though it may be. Even more so, given how drawn I am to River Sullivan. From what I can tell, he and his uncle were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. And believe me, Tom Jones will be getting an earful about his role in this from me. With a resigned sigh, I reach up and take off my tinted glasses. River continues to peek up at me from the floor, his breath catching for a moment before he shoots to his feet again in a sudden burst of energy. Benji blinks at me slowly and whispers, "Wicked." Quit stalling. Do this and get it over with, I tell myself. Taking a deep, fortifying breath, I begin. Look at me, Benji. I direct my gaze at the older man until he's watching me with hazy-eyed focus. Sleep and forget this whole evening. Remember, Your neighbor, Mr. Jones, is nothing more than a boring, ordinary man. You are no longer concerned about him." He gives me a serene smile and mutters, "Whoa," before his eyes roll back in his head and he slumps forward on the table, fast asleep.
River's eyes dart back and forth between us, his mouth hanging open. "What? Really? How did you?" He glances at his uncle, his brow furrowing. "What did you do to Benji? Is he okay?" River reaches out and gently shakes him, but Benji remains fast asleep. "You can do this." I repeat the mental mantra as I turn the brunt of my power on River. "Your uncle is fine. He's sleeping and will wake up later with no recollection of this evening's events." I focus my eyes and my voice on him, ignoring the sudden anxious movements of my hidden tentacles. "Now it's time for you to sleep and forget this whole evening. Remember, your neighbor, Mr. Jones, is a boring, ordinary man. You are no longer concerned about him." There, it's done. The thought leaves me with a sour feeling in my stomach. To my utter shock, River tilts his head to the side and looks at me like I'm a few solar panels short of a spaceship. "What the gosh are you talking about? He's totally an alien. That's why we followed him here." He stares at his uncle, who lets out a soft snore. River's gaze goes sharp. "Did you hypnotize Benji? OMG, you totally did." He gawks at me, curiosity getting the better of him. "Do all aliens have the ability to hypnotize humans? I wouldn't make that fact widely known, FYI. Could be dicey. I mean, you seem like an okay guy, even though you just gave my uncle a total mind whammy." He purses his lips. "You also took away our proof of alien life on Earth, which was not cool. You're lucky you're hot like fire and will definitely star in my future private thoughts. Otherwise, I'd be royally very annoyed at you." I stare at him, once again flummoxed. My powers don't seem to be working on him. This has never happened to me before. I'm disturbed, but a small part of me is secretly relieved. My tentacles do a happy dance. River shuffles his feet and tugs on a random curl. "Yeah, so I'm hoping this isn't some kind of aliens taking over Earth with mind control situation." His accompanying laugh is high-pitched and tense. None of those sci-fi stories turn out well. I have to wipe his memory. There's no other choice. I brace myself and increase my power to maximum capacity. I'm not part of some alien invasion. There's nothing to worry about. You will sleep and forget this whole evening. You will forget you ever thought Mr. Jones was an alien. I command. That should do it. My tentacles shrink back in dismay. "Quit moping," I tell them, even though I'm not exactly happy about any of this either. River sneezes twice and then yawns loudly. "Sorry, that was super rude. But seriously, I can't be hypnotized even by your beautiful alien eyes. For reals. We had a hypnotist come to one of our student events when I was in college, and I got pulled up on stage, which was way cool. But then nothing happened. Talk about disappointing. But what can you do? I guess my brain is unhypnotizable." He tilts his head, considering. Is that even a word? What in the planetary mess is going on? My powers have never failed when I've had to use them on humans before. Never. And I've been doing this for years. River flutters his stupidly long eyelashes at me once again. I know, this is kinda awkward given our current situation, but I feel like we're totally vibing. You want to go out with me sometime? My tentacles wriggle eagerly at the suggestion, but I grit my teeth. I have a duty and a responsibility here. There's no helping it. I'm going to have to bring out the big guns, as the Earthlings like to say. Standing, I carefully untuck my dress shirt from my pants. River blinks rapidly, an adorable blush creeping back into his cheeks. Hold up, I was talking about a date. I don't think we know each other well enough to be intimate quite yet, Mr. Alien. Legit, I'm totally flattered and all, but I barely know you. You haven't even told me your name. And it's not because you're an alien, don't get me wrong. I'm not a bigot or anything. I'm not opposed to interspecies dating, far from it actually. But I do like to get to know someone first, you know what I'm saying?
I'm not really much of a casual kind of guy. A little old-fashioned dating and getting to know each other before intimacy is more my speed. I unbutton my shirt, then free the top button of my pants so I can pull them down partway. Is it wrong I rather enjoy how flustered I'm making him at this moment? Whoa, okay. This is escalating fast, River says, before letting out a breathy little noise. Also, you have a really nice body. Like, seriously, is that an alien thing, or do you work out, or... Oh my gosh, what the gosh is that? The hidden protective pouch in my abdomen opens, allowing me to extend 2 of my other appendages. Holy shocking sight, Batman, he whispers. Lightning fast, my 2 purple limbs reach out and grab him, lifting him in the air above me with ease. Although my tentacles are keeping him restrained, they hold him gently. They're very nearly quivering with excitement to be touching him. River squeaks. This isn't the part where you decide to explore me intimately, is it? I stare in shock as one of my tentacles, of its own accord, pets River's hair. What the gosh is happening to me? River tries to peer up at it from the corner of his eye, but without a whole lot of success. He turns his gaze back to me and licks his lips. I could be open to that possibility later. Heck yeah. As long as it's part of consensual intimate moments and not some kind of weird medical experiment. He lets out a high-pitched laugh. Maybe after we get to know each other better, yeah? And preferably somewhere private. It's super awkward having Uncle Benji here in the room with us, even if he is out for the count. He frowns down at the snoring man, who's now drooling on the interrogation room table. By the way, he's going to be okay, right? Because I'll be royally very annoyed if he's not. I will take action against some aliens if I have to. I don't care how hot you are. Foolish human. He couldn't attack me even if he wanted to. I have him under my complete control. Except for his mouth, evidently. He's a fascinating challenge, and I like it far too much for my own sanity. I give the mental order, and one of my reluctant tentacles wraps around River's neck, bringing a firm but gentle halt to his ceaseless prattling. Deep down, a part of me is sad about this, but I push the sentiment aside. Shifting my focus, I concentrate on raising one of the pointed tips sheathed within a small nub on the underside of my appendage. River jerks as it pricks his neck, eyes widening, while I inject the sedative that enhances susceptibility to my mental powers. I've never had to do this to a human before, but it's time to end this farce so we can all move on and forget one another. Alas, it will be easier for him to forget than it will be for me. With ruthless determination, I push away the thought with a sharp pang. Sleep now, River, and forget tonight ever happened. Ignore Mr. Jones from now on. Stop searching for aliens and enjoy your human life. My command is far more tender than I intended, but it doesn't matter. He won't remember it. He reaches a hand to the tentacle around his throat, and I shiver at the contact with my sensitive flesh. I think he's trying to pull it away from his neck, but go utterly still when I feel him gently stroking it instead. My tentacle shudders and practically purrs in response. So pretty, he slurs on an exhalation before his eyes slip closed. In seconds, he's asleep and breathing soft, shallow puffs of air. With a gentleness that surprises even me, I lay him down, rebutton my clothes, and leave the room as if my life depends on it. I need to get away from this gorgeous man, and the inexplicable regret I already have over manipulating his memory, even if it is part of my job. Another unbidden vision of Jonathan's face twisted in revulsion flashes in my mind, and I hold on to my resolve to never see River Sullivan again.
You may hate me now, Starblade, but before long you'll be dreaming of me and the intense pleasure only I can give you. My tentacles were made for challenging you in delightful ways. Lord Vardox, the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade. Ciao. Live long and prosper, my dude. His words make me all warm and happy inside. Most people don't get me, but Benji does. I return the ultimate sci-fi salute and make my way toward the cave. I take a quick detour when I hear a familiar scratching at the patio door and let a disgruntled Chewy back inside. Sorry, buddy. Me and Benji had important things to discuss. Chewy practically glares at me before giving a deep stretch and ripping a huge fart, furry butt high in the air and facing right in my direction. Then he toddles off for his mid-morning nap without a backward glance. I sigh and head to my lair. Okay, so the cave is basically my private writing nook. A few years ago, I repurposed a closet we weren't using and turned it into my lair. I painted the walls black, stuck up glow-in-the-dark stars, moved in a small desk and office chair, and that's about it. Immersing myself in the confined, dim place helps me get into the mental zone to work on my guilty pleasure, an ongoing sci-fi romantic space opera, or rather soap opera of sorts. It's a serialized project I post on my blog weekly. It's mostly for fun and a very passionate creative outlet I need to escape my life sometimes, especially since my technical writing jobs are often mind-numbing. The story's not fanfic, but I'm posting it for free for the time being. Someday I'll collect the episodes and self-publish them. Probably, once I build up my nerve. My previous novel-writing aspirations were a bit of a crash-and-burn disaster, and there are only so many rejections even I can handle before I want to throw in the towel. Today, I'm not posting a new installment of the story, though. Nope, I need to chronicle the events of last night for my readers. If anyone out there will understand, it's going to be them. Our wannabe alien overlords, or whoever they are, will never see this. I have a scant few dozen readers on an obscure blog in the nether regions of the interwebs. Plus, I simply cannot keep this to myself. So, once I sit down at my computer and settle into my comfy chair, I begin to type. Aliens are real and they are among us. Dear devoted readers, now that I have your attention, let me begin by saying this is not a gimmick. What I'm about to relate to you are a strange series of events that were many months in the making, but culminated last night in me and my uncle stumbling upon a secret alien base right here in Nevada. Now, gentle reader, I'm sure my story might sound rather outlandish and downright unbelievable, but I swear to you all on the legacy of Captain Jean-Luc Picard, everything I'm about to tell you is the complete and honest truth. For reals, people, I am shook. It all started with my new neighbor. I ran Mating Courtship Ritual, advice for wooing a mate. Mutual attraction is essential in any union, but there is more to a successful relationship than physical chemistry. Do you and your partner have a shared interest? Consider finding a hobby or non-sexual activity you both can enjoy together. How about roasting octobeef sausages on the grill? Or perhaps using only your tentacles to catch three-headed fish in Lake Ardzak? The activity is not as important as is using it to help deepen your growing bond. K. Taking a much-needed moment for myself, I sip my triple pump caramel latte with relish and use my holoscreen to video call my assistant. Her serious face pops up on my floating screen. Yes, sir? Angela, please hold my calls for the next half hour. I don't wish to be disturbed unless there's an emergency. Of course, sir. I sigh in satisfaction as I sit back in my chair and savor my daily indulgence. Even though I've had a solid 5 hours of sleep, which is usually all my people need, I'm sluggish this afternoon. My dreams were peppered with images of the captivating young man I'd had to deal with shortly before dawn. Realizing my thoughts are once again turning in a direction I've labeled forbidden, I find myself in need of a distraction. It doesn't take much to convince my brain I deserve a brief break from work while I drink my coffee. After all, I basically did unpaid overtime last night. Private mode, activate, I command. My holoscreen flips to my preset privacy settings. Select favorites. Open TTC. My holoscreen displays the bookmarked site, and I shiver in anticipation as the splash page opens to a dark background with the title, The Tentacular Tales of Captain Starblade, in large neon green font. With a flick of my wrist, I make my way to the entries page and find the latest post, the newest installment of the ongoing serial I, like just about every other alien in the galaxy, am addicted to, although I'll never admit it to another person. Ever. My palms are sweaty. The last chapter ended on a spectacular cliffhanger, and I haven't had time to read the latest one since it was released nearly a week ago. Usually, I tune in for the latest chapter as soon as it comes out, but work's been crazy lately. Bouncing my foot with excitement, I begin to read. Very you, Vardox. Release me, you swine. The evil Lord Vardox, ruler of the Masnox, smirked with far too much pleasure as he watched Starblade struggle against the zenithium-plated restraints holding him firmly in place. The notorious human captain was once more in his clutches and at his mercy. There was no escape for him this time. Oh, I think not, my dear captain. I have not chased you halfway across the galaxy to let you go now. I plan to savor this exquisite delight. Starblade glared at him, blue eyes blazing and expression defiant. I will escape, Vardox, and I shall have my revenge. Vardox grinned. Brave words, my foolish captain. Starblade continued to hold Vardox's gaze, not even a quiver of fear evident. It instantly heightened Vardox's desire. His delectable captain was such a strong-willed and defiant man. He looked forward to breaking him. I will not give you the coordinates to the Beninu ship's location, Starblade declared, his expression steely. They are beyond your nefarious reach now. Vardox leaned forward and ran a claw-tipped finger down the handsome captain's ruddy cheek. So stubborn, my sweet. It is a human trait I find oddly tantalizing. Starblade's breath hitched, just barely, and Vardox felt a thrill race through his tentacles. And why's that? Vardox licked his lips and leaned closer. Because it makes me want to bend you to my will, among other things. Fire kindled in Starblade's eyes. You underestimate humans at your own peril. I think not, Captain. Vardox ran his hand down the man's heaving chest, slowly unbuttoning his shirt to reveal the gloriously bronzed skin beneath it. Soon, you won't be thinking about defiance. You won't be thinking of escape. You will be too overwhelmed by his influence. Starblade's confident expression began to waver. Vardox stepped back, opening his crimson cloak to reveal the many red-hued tentacles lying hidden behind it. They undulated with obvious excitement. My dear Captain, you will become a slave to my will as I teach you the ways of Masnoch dominance. Starblade paled before his face grew purple with fury. How dare you, you son of a Zephyrian difficult person! I will never submit to you. Now, Captain, name-calling is decidedly beneath you. A blaring alarm sounds throughout the building and startles me out of the story. I jump up guiltily from my seat before bolting out of the office and making my way to the emergency response conference room. In no time, my colleagues crowd the small space, all looking worried but focused. My father and leader of the Alliance on Earth, Admiral Maddox Gennaro, strides to the front of the room and activates the red flashing holoscreen. My two hearts lurch when I see the website he's pulled up.
The tentacular tales of Captain Starblade is displayed there in all its embarrassing glory for everyone to see. Excited murmurs ripple through the assemblage of people. Staff around headquarters frequently talk about the ongoing serial during their breaks in the lounges. I covertly listen in on some of those conversations, but never join any of them. I know the story is ridiculous, but it's nonetheless sucked me in, and now I can't stop following along exactly like every other extraterrestrial, avidly waiting for each new installment in the exciting adventures of Captain Starblade and his nemesis, Lord Vardox. "Quiet," my father orders, and the room falls silent. Maddox Gennaro is usually a very capable and calm man, a leader everyone respects and likes, but when he means business, he makes it clear. With one word, he immediately has everyone's attention. It's a gift he possesses that I truly admire. He clicks on the link for a new entry I hadn't seen when I'd visited the site earlier, and my pulse begins to race. 5 minutes ago, at 2:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, the author of this blog posted a new entry. He directs his laser-focused gaze straight at me as he brings up the post. I swallow and turn my attention to the projected words. "Aliens are real and they are among us." I quickly scan the lengthy post, my incredulity growing with every single word. Two things run through my mind on a loop as I stare in a mix of horror and disbelief. First, the mysterious author of my secret obsession, Kirk loves Spock forever, and the object of fan crushes throughout half the galaxy, is, in fact, River Sullivan. And second, my strongest mind manipulation technique didn't work on him. Ugh, a diseased warp weevil, I curse. My father arches an eyebrow at me, his expression grim, before turning to the rest of the group. It seems Captain Kai Gennaro's mind manipulation technique did not work on River Sullivan when he stumbled upon our intergalactic customs and immigration base in the early hours of the morning. I don't think I need to stress this is now a Level 3 security clearance matter. We need a retrieval squad to collect Mr. Sullivan and bring him to headquarters. Tests will have to be run. Captain Gennaro is one of our strongest memory alteration specialists. If his talents had no effect, we need to find out why. Immediately. In the meantime, we'll be taking down this blog post ASAP to ensure it disappears permanently from the human World Wide Web. Unfortunately, it has already no doubt reached some of Mr. Sullivan's readers. Given the nature of his fictional series, most humans are unlikely to give credence to his fantastical story about an alien encounter on Earth. Nevertheless, we need to tread carefully. Don't forget our purpose here at the Alliance of Neutral Alien Life Forms. Preserving our secret habitation on this planet is paramount to the safety and well-being of all extraterrestrial peoples. He turns to me again. "Captain Gennaro, are you willing and able to lead the retrieval team?" While a big part of me wants to say no, a very niggling voice inside me is thrilled beyond belief. My tentacles do their version of a happy dance inside me. "Yes, sir." "Good. I want River Sullivan at headquarters within the hour." With that, he turns and stalks out of the room. The moment he's out of earshot, the conference room erupts in excited murmurs. "Oh my gosh, can you believe it? We're going to meet the human who writes the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade. I wonder if he's handsome. I hope he's single." I tune out the chatter around me and make a beeline for my office, where I prepare to assemble a retrieval team. After all, I have a pesky human to collect. I refuse to acknowledge my hearts are thrumming with anticipation at the prospect of seeing River Sullivan once again. Lord Vardox is a vile piece of space garbage. It's quite vexing he happens to be so very handsome. Captain Starblade, The Tentacular Tales of Captain Starblade, Chapter 27. Oh my gosh, they've hacked my blog and erased my post. I shove my phone into my pocket with an indignant huff. The aliens left it with me, minus my pictures and footage from the base, when they somehow returned me and Benji to our house last night while we were out cold. Very uncool and really sus. Then, when I went to check how my blog post was doing, I found it gone and my access to the account blocked. Difficult people. I'm also more than a little annoyed Mr. Purple-Eyed Hottie, who revealed his tentacles during our encounter, didn't even put his number in my phone so I could contact him directly. Of course, he thought he'd erased my memory and would never see me again. Lee sigh. Trying to work off my agitation, I pace the living room. Ours is colorful. The walls are covered with an array of Benji's psychedelic sci-fi inspired paintings in a rainbow of abstract colors and shapes. People often spend a lot of time staring at the paintings when they first visit, and Benji's always more than happy to tell folks about them. More than anyone might want to know, in fact. Our sofa is a deep burgundy color Benji picked years ago, and the love seat is a vibrant orange, a gift from one of Benji's patrons. The two armchairs are at least a more neutral gray color, but there's a lot to process when someone first steps foot in the room. Benji leans back on the couch, munching slowly on one of his homemade edibles. Cookies this time. Well, they probably monitor that kind of gosh, and they've got to have more advanced technology than us. He shrugs. Tough break, man. I run a hand through my disheveled curls. That's it. We have to go back to that secret base. This time we'll be prepared. We can get more pictures, definitive proof of aliens here on Earth, and publish them. The world needs to know aliens are among us, especially if they're wiping the minds of humans who discover them. It's so frustrating Benji can't remember last night. Talk about adding insult to injury. I can't truly share the awesome magnitude of what happened with the one other human being who was there. Sounds hella dicey, bro. I don't really want to get my brain messed with again. I'd prefer to destroy my own brain cells. Thanks, Benji says, nibbling on his cookie and chewing with a lazy smile. Okay, fair point. What they did was definitely whack. Sure, we might have been trespassing, but that's no excuse for messing with people's minds. All we need is to get some photographic proof and get out of there. I grin. Piece of cake. Benji looks at me, skepticism rolling off him in waves. Yeah, I've been told that worked out so well for us last time. I throw my arms in the air. But this time we'll be better prepared. I know where we need to go. We just have to be stealthier. Like gay ninjas. Benji strokes his short beard. I hear the track you're laying down, but these intergalactic hombres might not be so cool about us showing up a second time. They might decide to disappear us, dude. I hesitate at this thought. Benji could have a point. The amethyst-eyed hottie of my dreams flashes in my mind. He was grumpy and serious in a way I wanted to completely unravel, but he didn't scream bad guy to me. I don't think they're evil or anything. All things considered, they were actually pretty lenient with us, considering we broke into their secret base. I bite my lip. But they might be willing to go to extremes to protect their secret if we keep meddling. Maybe you're right, and I should just let it go. I slump down onto the couch, losing steam. Do you really need proof? Isn't knowing the truth enough? Benji pats me on the back, his touch gentle and warm. After what happened last time, it seems to me there's too much at risk to go back again. He pauses, his voice softening. Why is this so important to you, Tigger? I mean, really? My shoulders hunch, and I stare down at my lap. I know it probably sounds silly, but Mom and Dad first taught me to believe there are other species out there in the universe. Melody was super cool like that.
Your dad wasn't a believer until he met her, Benji says, his eyes going hazy in recollection. He always thought I was bonkers for believing in extraterrestrials before he met your kick-ass mama. I smile. They'd take me out to the desert to go stargazing and tell me about all the worlds with beings we know nothing about yet out there somewhere. Mom would tell me stories about people from some planet she called Quintharia. I suppose it was all make-believe. I was so young I don't really remember her stories very well, but I always felt so close to her when she'd tell me them. She and Dad really believed, you know? It's one of my only connections to them now they're gone. Benji leans over and wraps me in a warm hug. I miss them too. It's been so long since we lost them, but I still think of them every day. It's not something you ever get over. A traitorous tear slides down my cheek, and I sniffle before wiping it away.
I pull back and give Benji a smile. Thanks. He grins, his own eyes misty. Hugs are always available for you. I chuckle and take a shaky breath. Likewise. And don't worry, I'm not going to rush out and do anything stupid. Not yet, anyway. Good deal. Chewie trots over with his leash in his mouth, an expectant expression on his furry face. Glancing at my phone, I realize it's nearly 10 o'clock and time for our pre-bed evening walk, so I grab the leash and attach it to Chewie's rainbow collar. Okay, buddy, let's go get our nighttime walk on. I turn to Benji. We won't be gone long. No worries, Tigger. I'll be right here. He clicks on the TV and quickly finds old episodes of Star Trek: The Next Generation. I'll watch an episode with you when we get back. It's kind of our thing when we're feeling down. Sure thing. I'll be here. I don't doubt that. From the mellow cast spreading over Benji's face, I can tell his pot cookie is starting to take effect, so he's likely to chill out for quite a while. Chewie drags me to the front door. He's surprisingly strong for such a small guy, especially considering his age. I chuckle. Cool your jets, Chewie. Leaving the air-conditioned house and stepping outside, even this late at night in September, feels a bit like walking face-first into an industrial hairdryer going full blast. Thankfully, it's nothing like during summer daylight hours. Chewie only gets a walk very early in the morning and late at night when the concrete's had enough time to cool down, so he doesn't burn his poor feet. I tried those cute little dog booties to protect his paws, but he refused to wear them. After numerous failed attempts to get and keep them on his feet, I gave up. Now they've mysteriously disappeared, and I suspect Chewie might have buried them in the backyard. He can be wily like that, and far too smart for his own good. With a sigh, I glance over at Mr. Jones's house, but all the windows are dark. So far, I haven't seen any evidence he came home from the alien base today. I'm not even sure what I'm going to do when I see him again. Am I supposed to pretend I don't know he's an alien now? Let's be real, I'm not much of an actor, so I don't know how well this will go. Mr. Damien, my old high school drama teacher, basically relegated me to set design after several script read-throughs. He said it was where my true talents could shine. Such a shame. I'm still convinced I could have given Liza Minnelli a run for her money with my version of Sally Bowles. Turning right, I lead Chewie away from our house as we begin our leisurely nighttime stroll. Our little neighborhood here in Henderson, outside the Vegas city limits and far more affordable, is pretty quiet at this time of night. Most people are getting ready for bed and the workday grind in the morning. A warm desert breeze ruffles my hair as we amble down the sidewalk, passing red-roofed stucco houses that all mirror one another. Our planned community basically had 4 models repeated in endless variation down the streets of tract housing. Not terribly original, but we call it home. It was the house my parents bought to start a family. Since the house was in my dad's name, Benji and I inherited it when my parents died, but Benji's the one who paid off the mortgage, so I consider the house to be more his than mine. Benji's adamant, of course, that the house is half mine, and I'll always have a place to stay there. Someday, if we ever decide to sell it, we'll split the money. Tilting my head back, I take in the evening sky. It's a bit better out here in Henderson than downtown Vegas, but the city's light pollution dulls the view of the stars for miles. These days, the only relatively clear perspective is out much deeper in the desert, far away from everything. Out where sexy, grumpy aliens are hiding in their super cool secret bases. Grr. My phone chimes in my pocket, and I pull it out to see a text message from my BFF, Evan. I grin. It's only been 2 days since he took his youth team out of town for the regional dance competition, but I already miss him terribly. Evan, yo, really? Me, hey ho, how's the dance competition going? Evan, the kids are doing great and taking names, but I'm tired very. Can't wait to come home. Me, what? You haven't found some hot cowboy to spend time with down there in Dallas? Evan, too little free time. I've got to keep an eye on the kids 24/7. It's an endless sea of ridiculous questions and minor problems they treat like life-altering emergencies. It's exhausting. Me, ha 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 ha, better you than me. Evan, enough of my nonsense. What the heck is going on with you? I saw your post earlier, but now it's gone. Did you really find a secret alien base in the desert? Spill the tea, girl. Me. Yes, the truth is out there. Alien emoji, head exploding emoji. Evan. Only you, my friend. Me. I suspect that's a slight of some kind. Evan. No shade. Smiley face with sunglasses. Why did you take your blog post down, though? Me. It wasn't me. The aliens somehow found out about it and must have shut it down. I am so, pissed right now. Angry face emoji. Me. Do I detect a hint of skepticism? How dare you? Evan. Well, me. Come on, you believe me, right? I wouldn't make this up. Evan. Are you sure you weren't tripping with Benji the other night? You know how you get when you indulge in weed. Marijuana leaf emoji. Me. Forget you. I was not tripping with Benji. Okay, he was eating edibles, but I was totally sober. Wide eyes emoji. Me. I will revoke your BFF card if you continue to doubt me. Evan. As if. You'd die of a broken heart without me around. Me. Sigh. Probably. Evan. Okay, let's say this is all real. It is real. Okay, I believe you. But doesn't that mean you're in danger now? What do you mean? Don't they know where you live? Now they know you tried to tell the world about them. What if they're coming after you next? OMG, I hadn't thought about that. Chewie and I pass under a street lamp that flickers and then goes dark. I come to a halt. That's strange. Chewie begins to growl, and I turn in time to see a dark van glide to a silent and sudden stop beside us on the sidewalk. Before I have a chance to process what's going on, 3 guys in SWAT-like uniforms jump out of the vehicle and grab me. I manage to hold on to Chewie as we're hustled inside the van before it speeds off down the road, utterly quiet in the dark night. We meet again, Mr. Sullivan. I jerk around and come face to face with the super hot extraterrestrial of my dreams. A very manly eep is all I manage before I have my phone taken away. Again. Gosh. Mr. Hottie of the purple eyes and secret tentacles doesn't appear pleased. Uh-oh. I think I might be in serious trouble this time. The Iranian Mating Courtship Ritual. Advice on reciprocal romance. Are you being wooed and want to show your enthusiastic interest? Of course you do. Don't be a lump on a log and let your partner do all the work. Take initiative. Show the one courting you that you care. Make sure your partner knows you welcome their overtures.
As they say, sometimes actions speak louder than tentacles. I march River Sullivan and his odd-looking dog into our downtown headquarters. The furry creature gives me a glower that sets my tentacles on edge. All the while, I'm trying to ignore River's non-stop chatter, which has been going on since the moment we picked him up in the retrieval van. Wow, you have more than one secret base? This is so very cool. Who would have thunk aliens were setting up shop in the city center building? It does sort of look like an alien spaceship. I've always thought so. Wait, he grabs my arm, and an electric zing races all the way up my limb. OMG, is it an alien spaceship? How epic would that be? He barely draws breath before continuing, rattling on and not even giving me time to answer if I wanted to. I should hate it. In fact, I should find him downright annoying. I've never liked overly chatty people, and River takes that to a whole new level. He was right when he told me he's a bit extra, and yet I'm strangely drawn to him. I yearn to hear every bizarre thing that comes out of his appealing pink mouth. My tentacles agree. They've been eager to emerge since the moment we picked River up tonight. Get it together, I mentally berate myself. I'm at work now. I have to be professional. An oddly enticing human can't lure me away from my purpose. The minute I enter central headquarters, virtually every single staff member stops what they're doing to gawk at River Sullivan. Gosh, on a space cracker. In my haste to collect River, I hadn't really considered what a ruckus his presence would cause back at headquarters. Looking around, I see far too many appreciative eyes focused on him. Agitated, my tentacles stir uncomfortably, expressing their displeasure. Noticing everyone's gaze on him, River smiles brightly and gives the entire office a wave. "Hi, folks. Nice to meet you all. I'm totally cool with aliens, by the way. Huge Star Trek and Star Wars fan, right here. Thanks for bringing me in tonight to get to know more about you all." Several women squeal, giggling together in a cluster. One of our interns rushes up to offer River a bottle of water. "You must be thirsty after your journey here. Please have some water to refresh yourself, sir." The intern's blushing all the way to the pointed antennae on the top of his head. I give him a scowl. "You know Alliance policy. You need to keep your hat on even inside the office." His antennae droop and he shuffles his feet. "I forgot, sir. I was just so excited to meet Mr. Sullivan." River gapes at him in awe. "Your antennae are amazing. How do they work? Is it like an insect's antennae? I want to know everything. Also, you totally resemble an Andorian from Star Trek. Anyone ever tell you that?" River's dog lets out what I swear sounds like an amused snort before dozing off in River's arms again. The intern lets out a breathy noise and practically bats his eyelashes at River. "My antennae, you say?" "I'd be happy to," River interrupts him, talking a mile a minute. "All the aliens I've met so far look like ordinary humans. Well, until they bust out some hidden tentacles." He jerks his thumb at me. That one threw me for a loop. But I suppose it would be easier for aliens to blend in on Earth if they have a humanoid appearance. The room goes silent. This is going to be an asteroid mess of epic proportions. The intern presses a hand to his cheek, obviously scandalized. "Captain Gennaro showed you his tentacles?" The high-pitched squeak at the end of his question makes me cringe. People around us begin to murmur among themselves. I suppress a groan. Really hadn't wanted that to be public knowledge. Now I have no doubt the news will spread through the office grapevine like wildfire. River nods proudly. "Totally. It was amazing. Sure, I was a little freaked at first, but they're pretty attractive, am I right?" I take the bottle of water and shove it at River. We need to keep moving. I glare at the intern, who immediately backs up and rushes away. I'm secretly pleased he's no longer so close to River. "So, this is something I've totally been wondering about. Do most aliens resemble humans?" River regards me, expression thoughtful. He pauses his seemingly endless string of questions after that, so I decide to respond. "Those who are most adaptable to the atmosphere and gravity of Earth are typically humanoid species from planets with similar makeups to this one. There are exceptions, of course, but those species aren't typically allowed on Earth unless they can maintain a convincing human facade." River's eyes sparkle behind his glasses. "Like wearing a fake human suit or something? Ooh, kinda like those aliens in Men in Black? Or maybe some kind of holographic projection like the Thermians in Galaxy Quest?" I'm afraid I can't go into those details. It's classified information. He pushes his bottom lip out in an adorable pout, and I find myself tempted to tell him more. I grimace at my own weakness and pull River along with me. He turns back to the intern. "Thanks for the water, buddy. And seriously, your antennae are awesome. I'd love to learn more about where you're from and—" "Enough chit-chat," I say, guiding him to the conference room. When we enter, the room is empty except for my father, 2 sentries standing guard at the door, and Aiden Clark. I frown, a bad feeling in my gut. What's he doing here? Aiden smirks at me with far too much smugness. Jerk. My father shoots me a warning glance before regarding River with a speculative glint in his eyes. River's bouncing on his toes, unable to keep still. Do all aliens have such beautiful purple eyes? What makes them purple exactly? Is it genetic? Is it environmental? I have so many questions. I'm surprised to see my father give River an amused, albeit brief smile. "Why don't you have a seat, Mr. Sullivan? We do have some things to discuss."
River sits down, but my dad is watching River's dog, his forehead wrinkling in thought. "Oh, please call me River." My dad seems to abandon his reverie. "Very well, River. I'm Admiral Maddox Gennaro. You can call me Maddox." He glances at me before focusing back on River. "I'm also Kai's father." "So that's your name." River rolls his eyes at me and throws his hands up in the air before turning back to my father with a dramatic groan. He wouldn't tell me last night. He was too busy being all scowly and "you will forget what you saw." River shakes his head, blonde curls bouncing. It was kinda hot, but still. He really needs to work on his people skills. I will admit I was totally into the sexy tentacle interrogation, but it wasn't cool he gave my Uncle Benji a mind whammy. I was worried poor Benji's brain might be messed up afterward, but thankfully he's okay, even though he can't remember last night. He points a finger at me and deepens his voice. "If any harm had come to him, you would have had to deal with me, bruh." The very idea is ludicrous. This pint-sized human is dreaming if he thinks he could ever get the drop on me. Nevertheless, I find myself smiling despite my best intentions otherwise. He freezes, staring at me, before he breaks into a blinding grin. "Aha! I made you smile again!" He does a little happy dance. My father startles, gaping at me in evident surprise. I feel my cheeks flush under his scrutiny. River addresses my dad in a confiding tone. "Your son definitely needs to smile more. He has a beautiful smile." He turns his attention back to me. "Being so serious all the time leads to grumbitis. That path won't bring you joy, only wrinkles." My father's gaze keeps darting back and forth between me and River. He looks somewhere between amused and flabbergasted by this odd human and the effect he clearly has on me. I can relate. "I see. An astute observation. Thank you for that." He clears his throat. "Well, River, it's come to our attention Kai's mind whammy, as you call it, didn't work on you. That's why we've brought you here." River shrugs. "I told him I can't be hypnotized. Been there, tried that. No dice." He pauses, clearly thinking.
What I want to know is how you found my blog in the first place. I never thought you'd see my post. It's pretty obscure. That'll teach me to underestimate extraterrestrials." He shakes his head. My father gives me a covert side eye before saying, "Your blog entry came to my attention very shortly after it was posted, actually." Aiden takes that moment to interrupt, a smarmy smirk on his handsome face. Many staff in the office admire his wavy auburn hair, high cheekbones, chiseled jawline, and full lips. Too bad his personality leaves much to be desired. "You're a bit of a celebrity among alien kind, Mr. Sullivan." I bristle. I don't like Aiden being here, and I don't want him talking to River. My tentacles squirm in agreement. River gawks at him. "What do you mean?" "Oh, and call me River. All this Mr. Sullivan stuff is weirding me out a bit." Aiden leans forward, a sultry gleam in his eyes as he rumbles, "River, then. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Aiden." "Good to meet you too, Aiden." River's bottom lip pooches out in obvious disappointment. "You don't have purple eyes. They're regular old blue. Are you human or some other kind of alien? You've got a bit of a ginger Chris Evans vibe to you." He turns to me and winks. "Don't worry, Kai. I'm way more into dudes that resemble the Doctor." He whips his head back to my dad. "Wait, back up. What did Aiden mean? I'm a celebrity? What the what?" "A visitor to Earth stumbled across your online story a year ago and immediately shared it on the intergalactic web. It went viral, as you humans like to say, and before we knew it, practically every sentient being between here and the Anadea star system was reading the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade." River's mouth drops open. For once, he's been shocked into total silence. Aiden gives him a flirtatious wink. Ugh, Aiden's such a skeevy little snot weasel. I glare at him, and my tentacles clench with the urge to wipe that smirk off his stupid face. Unfortunately, I have a sinking feeling about why he's here. OMG! River covers his now fiery face with his hands. I can't believe actual extraterrestrials are reading my alien story. That is hardcore embarrassing. Totally awkward, really. The story is actually rather entertaining, my father admits, and I gape at him in astonishment. You read it, Dad? Since when? River's pretty pink mouth hangs open again, and I have a maddening urge to connect with him intimately. You read my story? Oh my God. My dad clears his throat again and looks away from me, a faint blush tinging his cheeks. Your mother loves it and makes us read it together each week, right before bed. Please say no more. Major TMI, Dad. I really didn't need to know that. River seems absolutely tickled by this news as he quickly gets over his embarrassment and regards my father with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. Is it wrong I find that kind of attractive? I have to say, Maddox, you're very attractive, and I mean that in the best way possible. My tentacles squirm, displeased, and I barely hold back a jealous growl. What's wrong with me? I've never acted this way before. My instincts are entirely focused on River Sullivan and completely disregard logic and reasoning. Thank you, I think. I'm relieved to see my dad take a step back from him. River holds up his hands. Don't worry, I won't make any moves on you. The truth is, I only have eyes for your son. He flutters his eyelashes at me. I struggle to keep my face blank, but my traitorous heart speeds up in response to those words. My tentacles do a satisfied wiggle inside me. Well, my dad continues, awkwardly, I like to keep up on what the current fads are among the various peoples of the universe, so naturally, I had to find out more about your story. He glances in my direction. Ahem. Isn't that why you read it, son? What? Aiden snorts. Yeah, right. River is staring at me with a mix of intrigue and amazement. You've read my story? And all of a sudden, I'm stupidly tongue-tied. Do you like it? He asks, peeking up at me from beneath his long lashes. Aiden sneers. Sir, shouldn't we cut the chit-chat and get down to business? My father nods quickly, looking relieved to change the subject. River, as I'm sure you might imagine, it's critical aliens keep a low profile here on Earth. We don't want human civilians aware of our presence. It would undoubtedly lead to mass hysteria. River pushes his glasses up his nose and nods slowly. I hadn't really considered that, but I see what you're saying. We have entirely too many sci-fi movies about alien invasions creating a similar scenario, and humans have this unfortunate tendency to assume anyone who's different is dangerous and needs to be destroyed. It's definitely a failing of our species. Legit, you guys seem cool, apart from the memory manipulation. Still, it's not like you're evil pod people trying to take over the planet and eradicate humans. He pauses and shoots my father a probing look. Right? Dad is trying hard to fight a smile, I can tell. What is this magic River somehow works on everyone? No, we're not pod people. We have no ill will toward humans. Many of those living here on Earth are actually intergalactic refugees. River clutches a hand to his chest, immediately concerned. I had no idea. That's terrible. He turns to me with a scowl. Someone wouldn't give me answers before. My father's features soften. It is terrible. That's why my wife and I came here years ago. We wanted to help. As a result, we have a duty to protect the intergalactic peoples seeking refuge and safety on this planet. Staying hidden from humanity is essential for us at this stage in your species' evolution. You're not ready yet to deal with other sentient species sharing this planet with you. Until such a time as humanity is prepared to accept us, we simply want to coexist here. It's our home now. I see. River taps his fingers on the table rapidly. So, in other words, I pose quite the conundrum since your alien memory-altering mojo didn't work on me. In a nutshell, yes. That's why I'm here, Aiden chimes in. The sickly feeling inside me blossoms into an asteroid storm of worry.
One glance at my father, and I know my suspicion is correct. "Dad, you can't be serious?" I protest. His face goes hard, and I flinch. "We have to try this option. You know it's protocol." River's gaze darts between us. What are you talking about? I'm here to succeed where Kai failed." Aiden radiates smug superiority. I detest the very idea of this jerk using his powers on River. He may be part of the alliance, but he's an utter jerk. My tentacles agree, clenching as if imagining themselves around Aiden's neck. "Too bad your mojo wasn't up to snuff, Kai. I'm confident mine will be." I grit my teeth. Don't punch him. But I want to, badly. "I'm still confused," River interjects. My father, to his credit, squarely meets his gaze. "In the event our typical memory alteration method doesn't work, we're required to attempt our only other hypnosis method." River bites his lip, his body tensing. "What exactly does that entail?" "Nothing painful," I hasten to assure him, taking a step closer. River smiles at me, his shoulders relaxing. Then he focuses on Aiden, and his smile slips. "And what if your hypnosis powers don't work either?" "Oh, I've never failed to perform before," Aiden purrs. Trust me, I take inordinate delight in River's unimpressed expression. But the moment is fleeting since I know what's about to happen. Aiden's people can manipulate memory via a form of hypnosis that's induced from sexual pheromones. My father comes over and places a hand on River's shoulder and squeezes. "I'm sorry we have to take this step, but I'm responsible for keeping the alien peoples on Earth safe." I suppose I can't really say no, can I? After all, you guys basically kidnapped me. My father cringes and shakes his head with regret. I'm afraid not. "But I love knowing aliens exist for real. Can't we let bygones be bygones? You took down my blog post anyway."
I see now why my desire to expose the truth was short-sighted, dangerous even. What if I promise never to write about aliens on Earth again? River looks so hopeful it produces a sympathetic ache in my gut, and my tentacles want to pet him. Our people took the post down, but our protocol only allows for humans with appropriate clearance to know about alien life on Earth. Those are primarily top security clearance personnel in government and the military. River's eyes widen. Our government knows? Roswell was real? Dad raises a hand to stop this line of thought. I can't go into specifics. Let's just say a select few government officials know the truth and work with us when necessary to maintain our secrets in exchange for technologies we share with them. River's shoulders slump and his expectant smile disappears. It creates an unpleasant pang in both my hearts. I rub at my chest, trying to eliminate the discomfort. I'm feeling some sinister, smoking man X-Files vibes right now. He sighs. I guess I don't qualify for special clearance." Dad shakes his head. "I'm afraid not." River inhales and lets out a shaky breath. "You swear this won't hurt, right?" He audibly swallows. "You won't mess up my brain or anything?" "It's perfectly safe," my father assures him. "Aiden's people have a special ability to hypnotize other species using their pheromones." River wrinkles his nose. "Pheromones? Sounds kinda sketchy and more than a little date-rapey to me." I can't stop a snort of amusement. River grins back at me. "I'm not using my pheromones to seduce you." Avon sneers. "I'm merely drawing on your sensual receptiveness to make your mind more open to my hypnosis technique." Still sounds shady as hell to me. But whatever. I trust Kai to protect my virtue. Let's get this over with. River blows out a heavy sigh. "I need to get home soon. My uncle's probably wondering where I'm at. I don't want him to worry." "Of course," Dad agrees. "We'll get you back to him safely. And I promise Aiden will do nothing untoward to your person." River gazes at me one last time, his green eyes sadder than I've ever seen them. "I wish I could have gotten to know you better, Kai." His whisper is full of regret. And his words are like lightsabers in my stupid hearts. "Me too," I blurt out, even more startled than River is by my own words.
He grins at me, and my tentacles threaten to break free and embrace him. I know we need to wipe his memory, but why is every tentacle inside me screaming, "This is so very wrong"? River joins Aiden at the table, clutching his dog to his chest, his movements reluctant. I have to hold myself back from pulling him away and slapping Aiden with one of my tentacles. The temptation is palpable. Aiden leans toward River, adopting a smarmy expression once again. Give me your hand. Skin-to-skin contact works best. After a beat of hesitation, River extends a trembling hand. Before Aiden can take it, a small furry head rises from River's lap and snarls. Aiden freezes in place. What is that thing? He blanches, pulling his hand back. River clutches his furry companion to his chest in a protective gesture. This is Chewy. He's my dog. Aiden's voice rises an octave. I'm not sure I can work with that creature. River sits up straight, holding Chewy close. Don't call him a creature. Chewy's a sweet boy, and he's just being protective of me. River turns the dog to face him and looks into his eyes. Okay, buddy, this weird alien gigolo guy is going to try to hypnotize me so I forget he and his friends exist. I don't think it's going to work, but he isn't going to hurt me. He stares at me. Right? A growl rumbles up my throat. Not unless Aiden wants me to unman him. My dad coughs, fighting back a smile. You won't be hurt, River. I give you my word. River turns back to Chewy and pets him on the head. There you go. It's all okay. Gigolo? Aiden sputters in delayed outrage. I snicker, and he casts an evil glare in my direction. Come on, that was funny. River's sense of humor is definitely growing on me. A heavy, sinking sensation descends on me. I won't be able to enjoy River's funny, if somewhat infuriating company for much longer. Chewy huffs a dog-like noise of acceptance, and River scratches him behind his ear, causing the little furball to groan in pleasure. Good boy. May we commence? Aiden's tone could freeze liquid magma. River gives his dog one last loving scritch before settling him in his lap and extending a reluctant hand. Have at. Aiden immediately resumes his cheesy, seductive expression, and a thrill of amusement zings through me when River yawns loudly. Aiden grits his teeth and continues. As Admiral Gennaro mentioned, my people have an ability similar to his own, but it relies on natural pheromones we release from our bodies to influence our subjects. So, like, your body farts out weird smells to hypnotize people? That's majorly weird and kinda nasty. Aiden's left eyelid twitches. We do not fart out pheromones. They emanate from us naturally. Oh, like B.O.? Aiden's eyes bulge. Pardon me? River holds up his hands in a conciliatory gesture. Hey man, I'm not here to judge if you have body funk issues, but I can recommend a good deodorant if you want. Or maybe aliens can't use deodorant? He tilts his head, considering. That must make it really hard for you. Humans tend to be put off by B.O., but it sounds like you can't control it. He reaches out and pats Aiden on the arm. Don't worry, I won't say anything about your B.O. to anyone else, I promise. My father coughs to conceal a bark of laughter. Not very well, I might add. Aiden is turning a dark shade of reddish purple. I do not have B.O. River shoots me a conspiratorial wink before focusing back on Aiden. That adorably cheeky little jerk. It's okay, man, River says in a soothing voice. Some of my uncle's friends like to go unnatural too. I don't judge. They don't believe in using deodorant. They think there are too many toxins they don't want to put in their body. I mean, I can see their point. The aluminum is a bit worrying, but I still want to smell fresh, you know? That's why I switched to a safer, natural deodorant when I was a teenager. I can totally recommend a brand if you want. His attempt at wide-eyed innocence falls short of the mark, and I can't contain my hoot of laughter. River flashes me a gosh-eating grin, and all I can think about is the sudden desire to kiss him like there's no tomorrow. From his furious countenance, I can tell Aiden's about ready to blow like a volcano. He practically snarls when he grabs River's hand, dispensing with his cheesy seductive act.
Let's get this over with. I tense, taking a protective step forward before my father places a hand on my arm. Almost immediately, I can sense Aiden releasing the pheromones that wrap around River like a blanket, the cloying aroma permeating the room and threatening to choke me. You are feeling very relaxed and safe. Your mind is open to me, Aiden intones. River tilts his head, pursing his lips. Aiden's confidence wavers. He amps up the pheromones with a determined glint in his blue eyes. You will open your mind to me. The note of demand in his voice, combined with the pheromones, is powerful. Even I can feel it. Uh-oh, River manages to say, before letting out an almighty sneeze. Right in Aiden's face. Sorry about that, he sniffles, wiping at his nose with his free hand. With quick, precise movements, Aiden pulls a handkerchief out of his pocket with his free hand and wipes at his face before amping up his pheromone output to maximum capacity. I'm almost gagging on it, even Chewy squirming in River's lap. But River responds with a wide yawn again, not bothering to cover his mouth. Are we almost done? I really do need to get back home so Uncle Benji doesn't worry about me. Aiden finally drops River's hand like it's a plutonium rod and cuts off his pheromone output. I'm secretly gloating about his failure. At least I'm not the only one who couldn't manipulate River's memories.
The room goes utterly quiet for a moment as the reality of the situation settles over us. My dad breaks the silence. It looks like we need to formulate a plan C. Let me try again, sir. I'm sure I can make him succumb. I've never failed before. Aiden's expression is filled with stubborn determination. There's a first time for everything, I mutter. Aiden stands so fast he almost knocks his chair over, looking ready to throw down with me. My tentacles wriggle, clearly liking the idea of kicking his ass. Enough, Kai, Dad admonishes before shaking his head at Aiden. It was a valiant effort. You gave him a full blast. Even Kai and I could feel it. It didn't affect River in the slightest. This is bigger than either of you. He strokes his chin in thought. River Sullivan, you are clearly more than you appear to be. A most unusual and delectable human, to be sure. My tentacles sway with joy as the realization River still remembers me settles inside me with a sense of rightness. Oh shucks, guys, I'm just your average gay sci-fi nerd. Chewy harumphs. My father is on my wavelength when he arches an eyebrow at me. We need to get samples for the lab right away. I pull out my phone and text our lab techs to send a collection unit to the conference room stat. What does that mean? River asks, clutching Chewy closer. My dad softens his voice. We need to collect a blood and tissue sample from you to run a few tests in order to find out why our usual methods aren't working. I promise it won't be anything invasive. River puts a hand to his forehead and squeezes his eyes shut. Oh, he moans ridiculously and way too over the top. I'm suddenly feeling woozy. There must have been a delay with those BO pheromones. Everything's getting hazy. Where am I? His eyes pop open and he attempts to stare at us in confusion. Who are you people? I try, I really do, but I can't help myself. I burst into peals of laughter. My father studies me like he's never seen me before, and I realize I haven't laughed so hard in longer than I can remember. In response to my gales of laughter, River drops the act immediately and slouches in his seat. I knew I should have joined the drama club in high school. I could have honed my acting skills. He shakes his fist toward the sky and then sighs. But I got lured in by the wily D&D group instead. He glances up at me, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Made you laugh, though. That was worth the personal humiliation. For an instant, I stop breathing. A pulsing sense of awareness throbs throughout my body. There's something about this man I've never felt with anyone else before. It frightens and excites me in equal measure. My father's next words are like a bucket of ice water in my face.
Our lab techs will be here momentarily to draw those samples. In the meantime, we'll have some food and water brought to you while you wait. Aiden, Kai, and I will leave the room for a few moments to talk about our next step. We still have a job to do, even though that's the last thing I was thinking about. River is far from enthusiastic about this development, but eventually nods. Okay, so long as the next step doesn't mean having me sleep with the fishes. I promise we aren't going to kill you. It's against our laws. Don't worry, you're safe with us. I have to force myself to move, to exit the room. My tentacles are not happy about leaving River behind, and make sure I know, from the way they're trying to pummel me internally. They want to stay by River's side. I dart a quick glance back as we leave the room, the sentry guards remaining behind with River and his dog. He looks uncertain and more than a tad lost. Every fiber of my being yearns to comfort him, but I can't. He's human, I remind myself. It never worked between us. Jonathan made the differences between our species abundantly clear to me years ago. Nonetheless, a huge part of me is deeply relieved Aiden's abilities didn't work. I try not to think about that too much, especially now I have no idea what's going to happen next. All I do know is I don't want River Sullivan to forget who we are, and more particularly, I don't want him. Captain Starblade, you son of a motherless mudbat, I'll skin you alive. Lord Vardox, you say the sweetest things, my darling Captain. The Tentacular Tales of Captain Starblade, Chapter 33. River. Alien Headquarters is a lot less exciting on the surface than I'd hoped or imagined. It's basically an open-floor office layout with cubicles spread throughout, a couple of conference rooms along one wall, and private offices with closed doors along the other side. A bank of elevators are situated at one end and a restricted area at the other, with sentries posted outside the entrance checking badges before letting anyone pass beyond them. Even Chewie's gotten bored and moves restlessly in my arms. I let him down so he can go explore while I twiddle my thumbs waiting for lab techs to come poke and prod me. I turn my attention to the guards at the conference room door. They're big guys, but probably some other alien species, as they don't have purple eyes like Kai or his dad. They appear human for the most part, but upon closer inspection, I see the pointed tips of their ears poking through their hair. So, what kind of extraterrestrials are you guys? They look at each other and back at me, but remain silent, so I keep talking. You're built like Klingons, but resemble Vulcans a lot more. That's pretty dope, actually. Are you like warriors or something? How do you find living on Earth? Have you been here long? I've lived in Vegas my whole life, so I could show you around the city sometime if you want. There's a lot of awesome stuff off the Strip most tourists who only visit here don't really know about. Klingons and Vulcans are fictional alien species, guard number 1 says in a flat voice. I can't contain my glee. OMG, do you guys watch Star Trek? Is it popular with aliens? Which version do you like? I'm pretty partial to STNG. Jean-Luc Picard could woo me any day. And Worf? Grr. Likewise, even though Riker's a bit of a womanizer, I'd be interested in a romantic evening with him. That man is fire, especially in the early seasons. I fan myself in appreciation. How accurate was the show? Is the universe anything like Roddenberry imagined? Are there lots of alien species out there? How many are actually here on Earth? Guard number 1 quirks an eyebrow before resuming his stoic expression. There's no way I can even try to answer all that. Besides, I'm afraid most of it is classified. I give him my most powerful pout, known to be highly effective on stern teachers in my past. But he remains unmoved, so I slump in my seat, not bothering to hide my disappointment. No fair, I grumble. Guard number 2 clears his throat and shuffles his feet. I've seen some of Star Trek: The Next Generation. It's amusing and occasionally accurate. We are neither Klingons nor Vulcans. We are known as the Azud people. Guard 1 grunts at his companion, while I give them my biggest, brightest smile. Love it. Tell me more. Guard 2 shifts from foot to foot before asking in a shy voice, Do you really write the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade? Yeah, I do. You read it? Pretty crazy that aliens of all people happened to find it. What a small universe. He takes a slow, hesitant step forward before handing me a pen and a little notepad from his pocket. I'm a really big fan, he stutters, blushing all the way to the tips of his pointy ears. Would you give me your autograph? I place a hand on my chest, absolutely delighted. Wow, thank you. No one's ever asked for my autograph before. I'd be totally honored to give you one. I take his pen and notepad, but pause for a moment considering. I write under a pen name online. Should I sign it that way or use my real name? Guard number 1 snorts. Your cover is pretty much blown, pal. Every alien in the universe knows who you are now. Right, real deal it is then. I turn to guard number 2.
What's your name, sweetie? Who should I make this out to? He gives me another shy smile, and I want to pinch his pink cheeks. He's a big, cute teddy bear of an alien. I'm Tavin, T-A-V-N. Please make it out to me. I grin. Oh, honey, you are just the cutest. I quickly scribble a brief note. Dear Tavin, thanks for being a fan of Starblade and the recipient of my very first autograph. I love your pointy ears and adorable smile. Keep reading, and as Spock always says, live long and prosper. Big squishy hugs, River Sullivan. I hand it back to him with a flourish, and he smiles from pointy ear to pointy ear while his buddy gives him a congratulatory slap on the back. A brisk knock at the door has them returning to attention as they admit a lab tech. The woman is older with graying hair held back in a braid. She regards me with a kind expression, and I relax. Hi, River. I'm Adeline, and I'm here to take a few samples from you. As she sets out her equipment on the conference table, I crack open my water bottle, taking a few big gulps. My stomach grumbles in noisy outrage like some kind of beast, and I realize I forgot to eat dinner. Sorry, I offer with a wince. Adeline smiles. We have some food on the way. Oh, that's not necessary. It's my bad. I forgot to eat dinner tonight. As you might imagine, my mind's been on other things. Her mouth twitches in amusement. No doubt. She gets to work quickly, searching for a vein. Once she finds one, she swabs the skin on my arm with disinfectant and begins to prime a needle. This won't hurt, right? She glances at me in surprise. Haven't you had your blood drawn before? I shift in my seat and shrug. Nah, we didn't have insurance when I was younger, so we tried to avoid the doctor's office whenever possible. I've always been healthy as a horse. I've done urine tests for STI screenings, but they've always been negative, so I haven't needed blood testing. Are your vaccines up to date at least? Oh yeah, Benji and I have always been vigilant on that front. We believe in science and make sure to take the necessary preventative measures to stay healthy. She nods with satisfaction. Good, but I understand. Healthcare in this country is stupidly expensive. I brace myself, but right before she jabs me, a blaring alarm sounds throughout the room. She startles and drops the syringe while I rear back and clap my hands over my ears. Chewie comes racing over to me and jumps up into my lap, growling. A feminine computerized voice echoes throughout the building in a calm but official tone. Code red. Repeat, code red. All non-security personnel evacuate the building. Oh dear, Adeline murmurs, safely setting aside the needle she dropped. What's happening? Tavin and his buddy have weapons out and serious expressions on their faces. No time to explain. We'll escort you both to the exit so you can evacuate, but we need to hurry. Adeline abandons her equipment and we follow them. I hold Chewie close as we exit the conference room, only to find the main office floor in chaos. Staff are running for stairwell exits behind me. Up ahead, by the restricted area, I see more people in security uniforms with weapons drawn, facing off against someone or something.
They're too far away from me to tell what is going on, but it seems a number of the uniformed security staff are standing unmoving, as if they're frozen in fear. It's bizarre. Tavin points us toward the exit signs in the opposite direction. "Go that way and follow the signs out," he orders before rushing toward the commotion with guard number 1 in the lead. "Come on," Adeline says, gesturing for me to follow her. I take a few steps in that direction, but glance back in time to witness Kai rush into the fray and get hit with something that causes him to reel back before freezing in place. Oh, hells to the no! Fueled by instinct rather than rational thought, I shove Chewie into Adeline's arms. "Take Chewie with you and keep him safe." I don't miss a beat before I rush toward the code red situation. Behind me, I can hear Chewie barking his disagreement over my plan, but I don't have time to worry about him or what I'm going to do next. All I know is Kai's in trouble, and if I can help, I will. He may be a sexy grump, but I want him to be my sexy grump. I flatter myself that I have a special talent for making him smile and laugh. I want more of that. And I think he needs someone like me who can help him enjoy life more and have fun. With that conviction guiding me, I'm on a mission to save my alien boo-to-be. However, I've only made it halfway to Kai when I screech to a halt. I almost forgot something absolutely critical. I shoot a glance down my chest to be sure. Phew, I'm not wearing a red shirt today. Blue for the win, baby. I may be a bit impetuous, but I'm no fool. Star Trek has taught me many lessons to live by. Now that everything's all good, I keep going. When I reach Kai, I'm panting, running is stupid, and I find him standing as motionless as a statue, a phaser-like device in his grip. The front of his shirt is covered in a gross-looking, gooey, gelatinous substance. "Kai, are you okay? Blink if you can hear me." He doesn't move or even react to my presence. A quick glance around confirms the rest of the security team are in the exact same predicament and covered in the same strange-looking goop. I reach out and feel for a pulse at Kai's throat, instantly reassured when I'm certain he's at least still alive. But I notice something that makes me gasp. Ignoring the nasty goo, I stick my ear closer to his chest, listening intently. "Holy gosh, I'm not dreaming. You have 2 freaking hearts," I whisper. "This is totally destiny. You're practically a really Time Lord, but with tentacles instead of a TARDIS." Swoon. Sadly, he doesn't react. I give his immobile arm a gentle pat. "Don't worry, babe. I've got you covered, but we are so talking about this later." Gingerly, I pry the phaser thingy from his hand. Best to have something I can use to defend myself and my future lover. I'm totally going to make his sexy self mine from danger. I turn the device around in my hand. This sure doesn't look like a sonic screwdriver, which would be very handy right about now. Let's hope it works like a phaser from Star Trek, I mutter. Moving in front of Kai to shield him, I turn my attention toward the threat and immediately pause. Everyone around us now appears to be frozen in place, except for the evident source of all the chaos, an oddly cute-looking alien reminiscent of a Teletubby? You've got to be kidding me! The creature, which is only about 4 feet tall, turns to me with a cherubic, childlike visage. Its body is covered in bright green fur, but its face is not. Chubby cheeks and big black eyes with no irises regard me with interest. A small stubby horn of some kind sticks up from the top of its head, and its oversized round ears wiggle as it looks at me. It's actually kind of cute. Aw. Out of the corner of my eye, I spot a second security team approaching with speed and stealth. They come to a halt when they get a gander at the situation going down. A gorgeous but imposing woman with long dark hair pulled up in a high ponytail stands at the front of the team. She's rocking a butch Linda Hamilton a la Terminator 2 Judgment Day vibe, and from the expression on her face, she may as well think I'm the liquid metal man trying to kill John Connor. "Get out of the way," she barks at me, clearly used to giving orders. The little Teletubby alien starts making a weird chirping noise, and I focus back on it. "Look, little dude or dudette," I say, "how does one even begin to know the gender of such a creature? Maybe they don't even have genders. I'm not sure why you're being so aggro, but hurting people isn't cool. Why don't we all sit down and talk about things like chill folks? I pause. And aliens, of course. Little Teletubby smiles, and I smile back. Diplomacy for the win.
Then it opens its mouth to reveal an enormous maw lined with really big, razor-sharp teeth the size of my fingers, each of which appears to be dripping a viscous saliva. "Oh my goodness," I whisper, scurrying backward before stumbling into poor Kai, who remains rooted to the spot. That's some straight-up xenomorph nonsense. Nope, no way in hell. I ain't no very Ellen Ripley. The cuteness was totally an act. It's official. I'm a sucker. My new arch-nemesis, a clearly evil Teletubby alien, lets out a god-awful screech that feels like it shatters my right eardrum. Before I can even react, it hawks an epic loogie at me, hitting me straight in the face in one big, gooey, gross splat. The accompanying screech I let out hits a decibel level that actually rivals the evil little creature's own, managing to startle it. With a wary expression, it retreats a step. "Ew, yuck, hella really nasty," I sputter, wiping my face with my free hand. The goo is thick and utterly revolting. I fling globs of it off my hand in disgust before turning back to that freak show of a Teletubby nightmare, blinking remnants of its snot goop out of my eyes. "You really slimed me, you little mess. What a total jerk move." Evil Teletubby alien cocks its head in surprise as it stares at me, looking, dare I say, hesitant? "That's right, fool. You messed with the wrong guy." The approaching security team halts their cautious movements forward as well. Trying not to hurl, I wipe my face again with my shirt sleeve and grimace at the gross gunk still clinging to my hand before I rub it on my pants with a shudder. I can feel remnants of the stuff sticking in my hair and my eyebrows. A shower is definitely in my immediate future. With newfound resolve, I turn back to my rude and disgusting adversary, who I've decided to call Slimer. "That was seriously uncool, Slimer. Did your mama raise you to be a jerk? I don't think so. Shame on you. Bad, Slimer." Slimer bristles and makes a weird hissing noise, fangs gnashing. I point the phaser device at it. "You only get to slime me once, jerk. Time to surrender and talk like civilized folks, or I'm going to tase your furry self." It clearly prefers the latter option because it catapults itself at me, mouth wide open and fangs heading straight for my face. Without hesitation, I press the button on my scavenged weapon, praying they've set phasers to stun per Star Trek Enterprise regulations. My hypothesis is thankfully confirmed when it immediately zaps Slimer and the evil little creep crumples to the floor in a twitching, unconscious ball of green fur. The waiting security team now rushes forward to restrain the creature, attaching some kind of special mouth guard, presumably so it can't slime anyone else. Thank goodness. Ugh, that stuff is seriously nasty. I leave them to do their job and turn back to Kai. I'm worried he still hasn't moved. "Are you okay?" My heart speeds up with worry when Kai remains eerily still. He barely seems to be breathing, and my anxiety spikes. The woman who'd been leading the second security team strides over and puts a hand on my shoulder, giving me a firm but reassuring squeeze. "Don't worry, he'll be okay." I search her face. "You're sure?" "Yes." She extends her hand. "You must be River. I'm Ellie, head of Alliance Security." We shake. "Good to meet you." I turn my worried gaze back to Kai. What's wrong with him? Groxel slime has a temporary paralytic effect on its victims, hence why they seem like part of a freaky wax museum exhibit. We simply need to administer the anti-paralytic and everyone will be fine. I press a relieved but sticky hand to my chest. Oh, thank freaking heavens! I was worried this might be a Han Solo frozen in carbonite kind of moment. Don't get me wrong, I was totally prepared to take one for the team and channel my inner Princess Leia to save him if need be. She blinks at me for a moment before letting out a loud guffaw. Not necessary, although I wouldn't have minded witnessing that. Our med team will have this under control momentarily. Even as she utters the words, I see said medical team rushing our way, and in moments they're treating all the frozen personnel. I realize it's a dozen security team members, including Kai, Aiden, and even Kai's dad. A med tech reaches us and starts treating Kai, while another arrives and turns to me. "Oh, I'm fine," I say, waving him off. "Help the others."
He jolts in shock and stares at Ellie. "Captain, be sure to clean any of the slime off his skin just to be safe, but it doesn't appear he needs the antiparalytic." She crosses her arms as she looks at me like I'm a mysterious bug under a microscope. Interesting. Awkward. I let out a nervous chuckle. I'm apparently a bit of an anomaly when it comes to all things alien. Can't be hypnotized either. The med tech studies me speculatively, but says nothing as he dons special gloves to clean my face. His slime removal wipes miraculously seem to get rid of the worst of the gunk. Sadly, my hair's sorta really messed up. It's going to be a difficult task to wash out later. Oh, the woes only my fellow curly-haired brethren can understand. I take another wipe from the medic to clean my hands, already feeling better now I'm less gooey. My clothes are ruined, and I'll still want to shower later, but at least I'm not quite so icky anymore. Let's just say I have a lot more sympathy for Venkman and Ghostbusters now. Slowly, the frozen figures around me begin to come out of their paralyzed states. I let out an enormous sigh of relief when Kai slumps into Ellie's arms. Then I immediately bristle at the way she's holding him so tenderly. Who the hell is this woman to Kai? "I've got you," she says gruffly, but her expression reveals obvious concern and affection for my boo-to-be. She better not be his girlfriend. No, she seems a bit too old for that. Regardless, I've staked my claim tonight. I battled a freaking Groxel thingy to save Kai. In the famous words of 90s R&B queens Brandy and Monica, the boy is mine. I rein in my inner jealous, difficult person when I see Kai's eyes searching the room before falling on me, his shoulders slumping in relief. Someone was worried about little old me? My heart flutters in happiness. Kai's father strides in our direction, looking mostly back to normal, and announces in a loud voice, "All Tier 3 personnel, please report to Conference Room B for a debriefing. Security Team Alpha will notify evacuees it's safe to return to the building. The threat has been contained. Please resume normal routines. A cleanup crew will be along shortly to remove any last traces of the slime, but please report if you think they've missed any." Ellie steers me and Kai toward what I assume is Conference Room B, as I watch Maddox disappear inside. I'm not sure I should be in this meeting." "Of course you need to be there. You saved the day, kid," she says in a loud and now jovial voice before giving me a hearty slap on the back, nearly sending me reeling into the wall. Oops, sorry about that. Sometimes I forget my own strength, especially around humans. I give Ellie a doubtful look, but pause when I finally notice her amethyst eyes. "Hey, you have the same eyes as Kai and his dad." She gives me a toothy grin and a wink. Yep, I want to ask her more, but the moment we enter the conference room, all talking comes to a halt. Realizing everyone is staring at me like I'm an alien in their midst, I start to sweat. To them, I suppose I sort of am. I give an awkward little wave. "Hi," again. Kai's father motions me inside. "Please join us, River. Let's all be seated so we can begin this meeting." I peer at Kai, but he's still looking a little pale, slowly sipping from a bottle of water. His hand trembles as he drinks, and my stomach tightens with concern. "I'm still not really sure I should be here," I protest. "I already told you, kid. You're the hero of the day. Of course you need to be here," Ellie interrupts me as she takes a seat.
Propping her combat-booted feet up on the conference table, she slouches back with a relaxed mien to her dazzling Hollywood actress face. Seriously, she looks like the imaginary love child of Charlize Theron and Megan Fox. To say she's aging well is an understatement. If I were into women, she might be just my type. She has muscles enough she could probably fling me around, in a sexy way, as well as, if not better than some of the men I've gone to bed with. I cast one last worried glance at Kai before sitting down next to Ellie. "Can someone check on my dog? I gave Chewy to the lab tech when I went to help Kai." The man himself finally looks at me with an inscrutable expression. "Chewy is fine," Maddox assures me. "One of our techs will return him to you shortly. Adeline is busy in the med lab helping out with a few staff injuries from the Groxel attack." Phew, okay, that's a relief. I'd sort of abandoned the poor little guy in the chaos, and I was starting to feel guilty. Maddox focuses his piercing gaze on Ellie. Situation report. She straightens in her chair, feet hitting the floor with a bang. "My team discovered a Groxel near the Strip. He had no clearance to be here on Earth, so we brought him in for questioning, and this was our closest facility." Maddox frowns. "That's worrying." "Agreed. Thankfully, he was wearing camouflaged armor, so the humans couldn't see him, but our sensors detected his movements. We brought him in, and he'd been processed and was restrained in one of our holding cells. Before we could interview him, he somehow managed to escape. Any idea how that happened? Kai has that no-nonsense look on his face, and his voice sounds stronger. I relax. He's okay, I mentally reassure myself. Even if he does seem to be ignoring me for some reason. Ellie shakes her head, her long, dark ponytail slithering over her shoulder. Not yet. We're looking into it. Maddox begins to pace. It's all very strange. Groxels know they aren't allowed on this planet. We need to find out why it's here. Since it turned hostile so quickly, I can't imagine it's for any good purpose. We'll keep looking into it, but it's been pretty tight-lipped ever since we captured it, Ellie says. So, Slimer isn't allowed here on Earth? I ask. They stare at me in momentary confusion. You know, Slimer? From Ghostbusters? Kai sighs, even as I detect a faint glimmer of a smile on his face. Of course you'd name it that. I grin, filled with relief he's back to his usual self. Hey, if the shoe fits. Did it or did it not slime us? Ellie snorts. I like the way you think, River. We exchange mutual looks of understanding. This is definitely someone on my wavelength. There's an awkward silence before Maddox focuses his intense gaze on me. What you did back there was incredibly reckless, River. You could have been seriously hurt or compromised the efforts of our security team. But, as it stands, your actions paid off. You really did save the day. On behalf of everyone here at the Alliance of Neutral Alien Life Forms, I wish to give my deepest gratitude and thanks. His voice softens. And, on a personal note, thank you for protecting my son. Kai clears his throat and looks all kinds of awkward. As Dad said, it was incredibly foolish, but also very brave. So, thanks for saving me. For some reason, he flushes and looks uncharacteristically shy when he says this, and it warms me inside with all the happy feels. I squirm in my seat, more than a little uncomfortable with all the unexpected praise. Oh, well, I didn't really do anything but tase that creepy little Teletubby Slimer. You're right, it was probably pretty stupid of me, but when I saw what was going on, my body reacted before my brain, you know? Usually it's my mouth reacting before my brain has time to filter my thoughts. But I jump up out of my seat. Wait, what is it? Is something wrong? Maddox asks, his hand already on the weapon at his side. Did you say this place is the Alliance of Neutral Alien Life Forms? He blinks in confusion. Yes? I collapse back in my seat and start laughing hysterically, unable to stop my words coming out in great wheezing gasps. Oh, my God, you guys do realize what your acronym is, right? No one shouts out the punchline. I can't contain myself anymore and burst out, "Come on, people, it's really quite something. It's really quite something." Their mouths drop open in unison. Is it juvenile? Sure, but it's also really freaking funny. With a strangled gasp, I wrap my arms around my waist, unable to stop laughing as tears stream down my cheeks. Oh man, it hurts. It hurts so bad. This is so freaking epic. I finally managed to dope in some air to ask, I mean, come on, why did no one vet that name before you went ahead with it? Sweet Saint Brittany, I bet your business cards use the acronym too. This is the absolute best thing ever. The room is utterly silent for a moment. I swear I hear Kai mutter, "Jerk," under his breath. That makes me start laughing all over again. Priceless. I can't even, I wheeze as I slap the table with my hand. Ellie lets out a sharp bark of laughter I'm starting to recognize. Maddox, I love this guy. Don't get started, Ellie. Kai's dad groans and covers his face with his hand. What? I say. Let's cut the nonsense. This kid is... Excuse me, I protest, standing up to assert myself. But I'm 22. Thank you very much. Who are you calling a kid? Ellie flashes her pearly whites. You were able to take a face full of Groxel slime and remain completely unaffected. That's impressive. I cock my hip and place my hand on it. Girl, that's not even the most unpleasant thing I've encountered, if you know what I mean. She explodes into gales of laughter, and Kai bristles.
Ellie finally gets herself under control again and turns to Maddox before leaning back in her chair with a challenging glint in her eyes. "I think we should hire him." "Say what now?" I blurt out. Kai jumps out of his chair, still a bit pale, but more like his usual self. "Mom, you can't be serious." Aiden looks affronted. "You can't possibly be considering such a foolish course of action, Captain." I stare at Ellie, my humor finally dying down. "You're Kai's mom? Hallelujah! Not his girlfriend." The smirk she gives me is entirely too knowing. "That's right, and you're the man better known as Kirk loves Spock forever." She winks at me. I'm a huge fan, by the way. I flap a hand at her. "Stop, you're going to make me blush." "Call me River." "Sure thing, River, so long as you call me Ellie." She extends her hand to me, and I shake it enthusiastically. "Oh my God, just so you know, I have so many questions to ask you about Kai." She throws her head back and lets out another loud laugh. "This is going to be the most fun I've had in ages." "Mom," Kai whines, a pained look on his face. "Teasing him is going to be one of my new favorite things." "Actually," Maddox says, interrupting him, "Ellie makes a good point. We've been unable to use our mind alteration techniques on River, and now he's proven immune to one of the most dangerous paralytic substances in the universe. It would be advantageous to us all if we hire him. That way we can ensure he's keeping the classified nature of alien existence on Earth secret while also using his unusual talents to our advantage." I gape at them. "You want me to work for your super secret Alien Alliance?" Everyone but Aiden and Kai nod their heads in agreement. I try to rein in my excitement. "Don't seem too overeager, Chirk." "Really? And what exactly would I get out of this?" I ask in my best serious voice. Of course I'm going to say yes, but I know how to negotiate a job offer. Very. Maddox gives an appreciative nod. "We offer a competitive starting salary and excellent benefits. You'd get to learn more about aliens and assist with our ongoing efforts to help extraterrestrials who are here on vacation or immigrating to Earth permanently adapt and integrate into human society successfully."
You'd have to keep this information secret since it's classified, but you'd be part of our organization. Everything they're saying sounds all kinds of cool, but I continue to hedge. I'm not so sure. Kai's mother turns to me with a wicked glint in her eye, and I know I'm sunk. You'd get to be on Kai's team and work with him every day. "Mom," Kai yells in protest. "Deal," I say, grabbing Ellie's hand and pumping it furiously. "Excellent," Maddox chimes in, ignoring his son's protests. "We'll have HR get the paperwork ready." He steps forward and shakes my hand. "Welcome on board, River." I can't help but sit down and twirl in my chair like a little kid. OMG, I'm going to get to work with cool aliens in their super secret organization. Booyah! Go Team Anal! Kai and Aiden groan in unison. I don't even bother trying to hold back my cackle of laughter. I seriously can't wait to see my future business cards. River. The first day of any new job is always unpredictable, especially when your job involves extraterrestrials. Even more so when you're hoping to make one of your new and not exactly human coworkers your boo. I stroll into Anal HQ and try not to laugh when I flash my brand new, shiny employee badge on a lanyard at the security guard. They do use the acronym. This will never get old for me. After filling out a mountain of paperwork in HR, I'm directed to one of the conference rooms. As I make my way there, I wave at folks I see. Everyone is so friendly. I can't wait to learn more about different alien species and technology. It's like a sci-fi nerd's ultimate fantasy. I enter the conference room all sunshine and rainbows, only to discover Kai sitting at the table looking sexy and brooding. Gosh, he's hot, but he clearly isn't thrilled to see me. Okay, maybe not everyone is super happy I've joined the team. I know I can win Kai over, though. I've broken through the chinks in his armor a few times already. Patience, I tell myself. It's only a matter of time. Mwahaha. After all, as my BFF Evan always tells me, few are able to resist the awesomeness that is River Sullivan. Kai's dad comes over and gives me a hearty pat on the back. Glad to have you on board, River. Thanks, Maddox. I'm super excited to be part of Team Anal. Kai winces, and his mom, who's lounging in a chair with her booted feet propped on the table, lets out a loud guffaw. I wink at her. She's freaking cool. I'm pretty sure we're going to be total BFFs before long, which is good since I need her intel on how to woo her stoic but sexy son ASA. I don't know why we're allowing this foolish human to join our organization, Aiden grumbles from his place at the conference table. His arms are crossed and he's looking at me like I pissed in his Wheaties this morning. I'm so glad I came prepared. Hey, Aiden, I say with extra cheer before reaching into my pocket and pulling out my fake peace offering. I got you some of that natural deodorant I told you about. Hope you like it. He stares in horror at the stick of deodorant I set down in front of him, as though I've offered him a fresh dog turd instead. Kai unclenches, and the ghost of a smirk crosses his face. I flutter my eyelashes at him. I do not need human deodorant, Aiden sputters. I sit down across from him, not done messing with this tool yet. Adopting an air of concern, I ask, do you use an alien deodorant instead? How's it different from human deodorant? Do you use it on your armpits or somewhere else on your body? I gasp. Or maybe you can't use deodorant? Is it something to do with your alien biology? I shake my head in exaggerated sympathy. That sucks, bro. Sir, I must once again voice my strong disagreement about hiring this human, Aiden says through gritted teeth, glaring at Maddox. Kai coughs to hide a very clear laugh this time. Huh. I hold up my hands in mock defeat. Sorry if I'm being culturally insensitive. My bad. I promise I won't say anything else about your alien BO anymore. Consider my lips permanently sealed on this topic. Let's let bygones be bygones. We can totally be friends. Not. This dude has an obvious bias toward humans, and I'm not going to take any nonsense from him. Before Aiden can respond, the conference room door slams open, and another super sexy purple-eyed alien I've never met before swaggers in. Sorry I'm late, folks, he says in a deep and slightly rough voice, before clapping Maddox on the back and then leaning down to kiss Ellie on the cheek. What in the Han Solo hotness? Kai frowns. Oops, looks like I said that out loud. Mystery Man turns to me, flashing a very nice set of white teeth. And you must be our new celebrity hire? Celebrity? He arches a far too handsome eyebrow. You are River Sullivan, author of the notorious Captain Starblade series, are you not? Oh, that. Yup, the one and only. He leans closer and whispers in my ear. Your story is seriously hot. I get really into it every time I read a new chapter. Holy mama chair, I whisper, fanning myself. This is one naughty, naughty man. I'm a weird mixture of flattered, embarrassed, and attracted to him. Definitely not workplace-appropriate feelings, that's for sure. Malik, stop being a jerk, Kai practically growls, his gorgeous face pinched with irritation. My chest swells with a flutter of renewed confidence. Could Kai be a teensy-weensy bit jealous of Mr. Hottie Boombody flirting with me? I have to fight hard to hold back a joyous squee. Said Hottie smirks at Kai before turning his attention back to me, extending a large and masculine hand. I'm Malik, but I go by Mal. He jerks a thumb back toward Kai, and that moody grouch over there is my older brother. I jump to my feet and begin pumping his hand with enthusiasm. Wow, I didn't know Kai has a brother. Great to meet you. Are you also part of Team Anal? I suppose you must be if you're here. You have the same beautiful eyes as the rest of your family. Does that mean you have tentacles too? Is that characteristic of your species? What are they for? You don't have to show me or anything. I mean, I've seen Kai's, but maybe it's not socially acceptable to show them in public? There's still so much I need to learn. I come to a panting halt, realizing my excitement has gotten the better of me once again, and my extra side is coming out in full force. Gotta rein that stuff in. Don't want to get fired on day one. Mal's roguish smile widens, revealing a deadly dimple. His stunning eyes, so like his brother's, twinkle as he observes me for a moment before saying, "You're going to be a lot of fun, I can tell. Welcome to the team." I let out a breathy sigh. Dimples, a major weakness of mine. But fine as Mal is, Kai's still the extraterrestrial of my super crush dreams. The fact he's glaring daggers at his brother right now is making me far happier than it probably should. I regard this family of unfairly gorgeous people, and my mouth can't hold back the tide of thoughts that come rushing out. My brain-to-mouth pipeline is flowing at maximum capacity. Mal, you know, your name is kinda perfect, right? Have you ever seen Firefly? You are majorly rocking a Captain Mal Nathan Fillion vibe with a dash of Han Solo in the mix. And Kai has this whole Doctor Who Time Lord sexiness, a la David Tennant with a hint of Zachary Quinto a Spock thing going on, which totally does it for me, by the way. Your family has been blessed in the looks department. I mean, I'm 100 gay, but even I can tell Ellie is like a super hot cougar. She chuckles, "Thanks, kid." And Maddox has that whole stern daddy persona down pat. He'd be very protective and caring. I give Ellie a knowing wink. He could totally charm anyone at the clubs if he wanted. Kill me now. Kai covers his face with his hand. The younger crowd would eat him alive. Ellie's grin is full of pride. Maddox clears his throat, a faint flush to his rugged cheeks. I think it would be best to get back to business. Agreed, Kai says. I practically get frostbite from the iciness in his tone. Ellie sticks her lip out. Party poopers. I gesture between Kai and his dad.
They're so much alike. It's actually very cute. Mal grins. True, they're both way too serious sometimes. I grin back, and Mal waggles his eyebrows at me, a wicked gleam in his eyes. He's got a more playful vibe to him, much like his mom. I turn in time to see Kai shoot a death ray glare at his brother. My heart flutters again at the prospect he might actually be jealous. Maddox clears his throat. To bring everyone up to speed, River is joining our ranks as of today. His paperwork has already been cleared through HR. He gestures at Aiden. River, you already met Commander Aiden Clark. He's in charge of our PR and media relations team. They make sure information about aliens on Earth doesn't get leaked to the press or online, and if it does, it's easily made to appear fake. He points at Ellie. You know my lovely wife. She's the head of Alliance Security on Earth, which deals with any and all violent threats from humans or aliens who attempt to expose us. I stare at her in amazement. Wowza! You're practically a dark-haired alien version of Sarah Connor in Terminator 2, Judgment Day. So badass. My words come out on a breathy exhale. Ellie raises her arm and flexes her impressive bicep before kissing it. Who do you think inspired these guns? I can barely contain my squeal of fanboy excitement. Shut the front door. No kidding? That was one of the first human movies I ever saw after we immigrated to Earth. Her gaze turns hazy with fond recollection. I had the biggest crush on Linda Hamilton. A sexy woman kicking ass always turns me on. She was hot as hell in that movie. She totally was, I agree. Then I hesitate before whispering, Can I ask, are you bi? She thinks about it for a moment. In human terms, I guess I'm pansexual. Many extraterrestrials are, actually. Humans are so much more strangely singular in their attractions. That gives me a lot of hope when it comes to her recalcitrant son. His preferences probably aren't off-putting to him. I do an internal victory dance. That's so fascinating. I wonder why. Not sure. Her mouth twitches, and she gives me a wink. But it makes interspecies dating so much easier. I dart a covert glance at Kai, then back to Ellie. She clearly notices, though, and gives me a hearty thumbs up that makes me giggle. Maddox clears his throat again, casting a stern glower in our direction that reminds me of the way many a teacher looked at me in the past, right before I got in trouble for talking too much during class. If I may continue? We all nod. River, you know Kai already. He heads up our integration and assimilation team that deals with extraterrestrials who are having difficulty adjusting to life on Earth and blending into human society. Sometimes they also deal with those who pose a risk of exposure due to inappropriate or illegal behaviors while on Earth. You're going to be working on his team. Woohoo! I do a little dance in my chair. Dare I say the smile Maddox gives me is almost fond? I think he's already starting to like me too. Winning over the parents is important, and it looks like I'm making progress. Operation Seduce Their Very Hot Oldest Son is a go. And this is my youngest son, Malik. He works on Kai's team as well, but has recently been involved in some undercover work for us that's part of a larger investigation. He's going to be reporting on his findings today. Mal assumes a more serious expression as he stands and goes to the wall to turn on a device. Almost instantly, it projects a screen into thin air. I inhale sharply, trying not to hyperventilate with giddiness. What in the secret alien technology? Warning, sci-fi nerd excitement alert. Is this some kind of holographic screen? Maddox nods. It's a holo screen. We do have a number of more advanced technologies developed by non-terrestrial species that are invaluable to our work, but we limit how often such technology can be taken out into the field. We wouldn't want it to get into the wrong hands. That makes complete sense, but I still can't wait to get my grubby hands on some of this tech. Trying to maintain my chill, I aim for professional when I say, absolutely. You'll learn more about our technologies here in the office over time. Essentially, the Alliance is a regulatory entity here on Earth. We primarily process extraterrestrial visitors and immigrants, ensuring they know the rules for their stay on the planet. We also enforce those rules and ensure aliens who don't adhere to them are appropriately dealt with. Protecting our secret presence on this world is of the utmost importance. Of course, you're like Men in Black, only it's the aliens regulating each other. So cool. It's shocking how fast I've shifted my mentality. A few days ago, I wanted nothing more than to expose the truth about extraterrestrials, but now I want to help protect them. Or rather, protect one of them in particular. Day one with the Alliance is already shaping up to be the stuff of my childhood dreams. That fast, my sad attempt at boring office professionalism goes out the window as I give my chair a spin, whirling in a circle. Crap, I didn't even manage a whole day, let alone a whole hour. Oh well, they're going to have to get used to my eccentricities if they want me to work with them. I'm entirely too thrilled about all of this and can't hide it. Hello, I'm working with kick-ass aliens, and I'll get to play with their ultra-secret technology too? Hell to the really yeah! Mal clears his throat, amusement written all over his face. Let me recap, since River's new to the team. He pulls up a map of the Strip with several of the major casinos marked. We have reports of an unknown narcotic being sold to visiting aliens at the casinos on the Strip. Whatever the drug is, it seems to loosen inhibitions and causes victims to engage in risky or dangerous behaviors. Thus far, we haven't had any overdose cases I'm aware of, but we're continuing to monitor the situation. We're warning all new incoming extraplanetary visitors and advising them to report any attempts made to sell them narcotics. I have a couple of agents posing as alien tourists in hopes of acquiring a sample of the drug soon. Good work, Mal, his father says. I don't think I need to explain how serious this situation is. Once we get a lead on what the drug is and who's selling us, I expect an all-hands-on-deck situation. My mind is racing over what I've learned, while Maddox follows up with Ellie on the victims of the Groxel attack and the mystery as to how it got out of its cell in the first place. Still no answers there, but Ellie and her team are working on it. Unfortunately, Aiden's up next as head of PR, and I start to zone out when he gives his weekly report. I'm almost nodding off by the time he finishes, and I jolt back to reality. Maddox stands. That's all for today. Kai and Mal, please show River around and help him get acclimated. Meeting adjourned. I follow my two favorite alien brothers out of the conference room and turn my attention to Kai.
So, this whole drug situation, is that what you were asking me about when you interrogated me the first time we met? You wanted to know if Benji and I were somehow involved? I take it this isn't a common occurrence for the Alliance. Kai shakes his head. No, it's the first time we've had a problem of this nature. A string of strange narcotics incidents have been cropping up in Vegas over the last couple of weeks, and it's clear they're escalating. We don't know how people are getting the drug, but it's causing them to act in ways threatening to expose us all. It's our job to ensure that doesn't happen. We need to safeguard our kind by remaining incognito on Earth. Human governments have determined the populations of the planet's nations are not yet prepared to deal with the reality of alien existence, let alone aliens already living in their own backyards. We respect that directive and maintain protocols to keep our true identities hidden. That makes sense. Kinda like Starfleet's Prime Directive on Star Trek.
But I've got to admit, there are a fair number of people like myself who firmly believe aliens already exist and could be among us. We'd be cool with you guys sharing the planet with us. I'm not even joking when I say it would be the highlight of many fellow geeks' lives to realize extraterrestrials are actually here already. I'm sure that's true, River, Kai interjects. Unfortunately, their hopes will have to remain unfulfilled until such a time as humanity evolves enough to be able to cope with the reality of cohabiting on Earth with other sentient species. My shoulders sag. So, basically, not in this lifetime. Mal shrugs, and Kai shakes his head again. I perk up, however, when I realize I'll at least be one of the special chosen few who knows the truth. I beam at them. Clearly, I won the super-secret Alien 411 lottery. Something like that, Mal agrees. Kai gets that grumpy but stern look on his face again. It gets me all hot and bothered. I know this must be very exciting to you, River, but you also need to take the situation and your position with us seriously. What we do is no joke. I try very hard not to laugh as the unfortunate acronym for our organization flashes in neon lights in my brain. Kai must be able to see my mouth is twitching because he crosses his arms. I mean it, River. We can't have you become a burden to the organization. My father went out on a limb to get permission for you to join us, and if you screw things up, that's going to reflect badly on him. Believe me when I say I won't be happy if that happens. I shiver. When Kai gets all bossy and growly like this, it totally excites me. Knowing I need to treat this matter seriously, I reach out and touch Kai's arm. Once again, an amazing jolt of electricity that seems to happen every time we touch one another zaps me. His nostrils flare and his eyes darken. Did he feel it too? Thank you for explaining that to me, I say in a slightly breathy voice. I'm sorry if I was acting as though I wasn't taking this as seriously as I should have. But I want to assure you I do realize how critical it is we keep everyone safe. I know I can be a bit of an overly excitable fool, but I can be counted on when it comes to things that really matter. Promise. I give him a lopsided smile. And if you don't believe me, you can ask my Uncle Benji. Kai relaxes, seeming appeased. It takes me a moment to realize my hand is still on his arm, and I let go with a twinge of sadness. Ahem, Mal pipes up. Why don't we give you a tour of the office, and then we can show you to your desk and introduce you to everyone? Alliance HQ is a bit of a trip. Everyone, and I mean everyone, seems to want to meet and greet me as I'm shepherded around the building. It's a smidge embarrassing, to be honest, but also super flattering. I end up signing a countless number of autographs along the way. Mal finds the situation amusing, but Kai's expression becomes darker and darker as we go, so I hurry things along and promise a few fans I'll get to them over the next few days. I'm pretty excited to learn more about cool alien technology, especially after I got to use that nifty phaser on the evil Teletubby alien, aka Slimer. But for now, it seems as if they aren't inclined to give me any weapons. I'm guessing I'll have to undergo some kind of training eventually. Maybe Ellie can teach me. Kai's mom is such a badass. I'm eager to get to know her better.
I don't have as many memories of my own mother as I'd like, but I'm certain she was just as cool. Eventually, we make our way to a series of cubicles on the far end of the floor. With a flourish and a small bow, Mal gestures toward a fairly nondescript desk with a set of 3 drawers surrounded by gray cubicle walls. A phone sits on the desk, as well as a terminal that appears to be for some kind of computer. This will be your office space. It's certainly not the worst workspace I've ever had, but it's not particularly exciting. The look on my face must express some of my limited enthusiasm because Mal chuckles and puts a warm hand on the back of my neck. Don't worry, River. You won't spend a lot of time at your desk. Our team tends to work out in the field most days. Kai's the only one stuck in his office after missions writing up boring reports. He glances at Kai, who's looking at Mal's hand on my neck with a dangerous expression that gives me the shivers. Mal seems to realize touching me is irritating his brother, but rather than stopping, he continues massaging my neck in a far from workplace-appropriate manner. I'm totally down for it, though, because Kai's seething countenance is sending my libido into overdrive. Kneading my neck with far too much skill, Mal ignores Kai's death glare while I try not to melt into a puddle of relaxed goo. Sometimes we get assignments at the Valley of Fire base. It's our main immigration and visitor travel checkpoint. I perk up. I totally want to go back there. Benji and I saw the coolest spaceship last time. I want to meet the folks working there and some of the aliens coming to Earth. Ooh, I bet I could help a lot with those new arrivals. Some of you guys need to learn a thing or two about blending in here, even in a place as wild as Vegas. Kai glowers at me and his brother. That's our highest security clearance base. No humans, apart from government officials, are allowed entrance. Except me now? Mal nods. Yep. Kai scowls. Perhaps. Less humanoid-looking personnel tend to stay confined to the Valley of Fire base because of the cloaking technology. Here at City Center headquarters, we have to be more discreet and blend in with the other human businesses. The whole time he says this, his eyes remain glued to Mal's hand on my neck, a discernible vein in his forehead throbbing. Deciding to give him a break from his brother's harmless but highly effective flirtations, which are clearly designed to bother him more than anything, I move away from Mal. Earthlings? That's adorable. Mal snickers. Kai grunts in response. But now that his brother isn't touching me anymore, he steps closer to block Mal from laying a finger on me again. Butterflies start doing somersaults in my stomach. Play it cool, River. So, who are the other members of our team? Am I going to meet them today? Roxy and Zamir are off on other assignments related to this string of narcotics incidents, but we have a team meeting first thing on Monday. The cute intern with the antennae I met the other day rushes over to us. Sorry to interrupt, Captain. We have a situation at the casino hotel. I'm immediately excited at the prospect of being able to get out into the field. So long, boring cubicle. Which casino? The Aria. It's connected to this building. What happened? Kai asks, his tone steely and no nonsense. Hello, Captain. Oh boy, I'm belatedly realizing I have a thing for captains. Captain Picard, Captain Malcolm Reynolds from Firefly, even my own creation, Captain Starblade. Now Captain Sexy Pants Kai. It's also hella cool the Alliance seems to use rankings similar to those on Star Trek The Next Generation. I need to learn more about that one day. The intern gulps. It seems an extraplanetary bachelorette party got a little out of control with the male strippers they invited. Kai curses under his breath. Mal perks up, his deadly dimple peeking out again. Oh yeah, this should be good. Kai rubs his temple. What species are we dealing with? The intern winces, and his antennae droke a little. Bellazoids. Mal cackles with laughter, and Kai gives him a stormy glare. Cool name. What are they like? Mal pats me on the shoulder. Beautiful women, my friend. Very beautiful women. But let's just say they have a little something extra special to them. Like what? I think you're going to find out very soon.
Iran Mating Courtship Ritual. Step 2. When you have received initial support of your suit from your intended, you will want to work toward the second step of the ritual. The first kiss between prospective mates is a critical moment. It's a major test of both physical and emotional chemistry. Never lead with your tongue. Enthusiastic mouth-on-mouth action from both parties is required to complete this step of the ritual before moving forward. However, keep it classy and make it count. Kai. We arrive at the Aria Sky Suites to find a very agitated personal concierge assigned to the Bellazoid's room waiting for us. I breathe a sigh of relief when I realize he's one of ours. Striding forward, I flash my badge and he visibly relaxes. Thank goodness you got here so quickly. He uses his keycard to unlock the main door to the suite, and we enter the luxurious space with stunning floor-to-ceiling views of the downtown Vegas skyline. Immediately, I spot 4 human men on the lounge couch, restrained and looking terrified. Jupiter's hairy gosh, I mutter under my breath. River's eyes bulge as he pushes his glasses higher on the bridge of his nose to ogle the men in front of him. Oh, sweet gay Jesus, that art in heaven! Gritting my teeth, I fight back another sudden and illogical surge of jealousy. I've had entirely too many of these unwanted feelings today. Nonetheless, the idea of River staring at these restrained men and thinking lusty thoughts has me on edge. My tentacles make their shared discontent known as they writhe irritably within me. Let's go talk to the bachelorette party. I drag a dazed River into the dining room of the suite, where 4 Bellazoids sit at the table looking anywhere but at me. With quick precision, I flash my badge again. I'm Captain Kai Gennaro from the Alliance of Neutral Alien Life Forms. You are in violation of Earth Conduct Code 1.6b. Who wants to explain what happened? The bachelorette, wearing a crown and sash identifying her as such, looks up at me with a dark flush on her cheeks. We came to Vegas for a pre-wedding party weekend. I'm getting married back home in a week. She peeks at me and gulps, looking away nervously. It was supposed to be one last fun adventure together before I settled down. River pulls out a chair from the table and joins her, a naturally inquisitive and non-threatening air about him. What made you want to come to Vegas? Have you been here before? How do you like Earth? Is it very different from your home planet? And where might that be? He reaches out a hand. I'm River, by the way. Oh, and congratulations on getting married soon. You must be excited. She hesitates for a moment, then takes his hand, looking a little bewildered by his barrage of questions. Thanks. I'm Toralena. She sniffs back tears, her mascara already smudged around her dark eyes. Vegas is pretty cool, or at least it was until everything went wrong. River places his hand gently over hers on the table. So, what happened here? Why are those restrained men on the couch? He frowns in concern. Did they do something inappropriate? She seems to relax, her shoulders slumping at River's sympathetic tone. She shakes her head. No, I don't really know what happened. We were partying and having a good time. We really were. One of her friends with short blue hair says. Toralena takes a shuddery breath. Yeah, so then the entertainers arrived and performed a private show. She smiles in recollection. It was pretty liberating and quite exciting, you know. Are you kidding, honey? River grins. Those men out there are really fine. I bristle and then check myself. Why do I care who River finds attractive? I don't date humans, not anymore. We're work colleagues, that's it. Toralena giggles and nods in agreement. So what happened next? River prods. We were drinking. We didn't even have very much, but we got a little carried away. Joined them dancing, and then, I guess, yeah? She scrunches her eyes closed, wincing in embarrassment. We started to reveal ourselves. I sigh, somehow knowing it had to be something along these lines. River looks confused. Okay. Marla winces. The guys immediately freaked out. We don't have a lot of experience with human men. When we realized what we'd done, it was too late. We had to call in the Alliance. You did the right thing, I assure them. River bites his lip. I still don't understand. How did this become a matter for our team? Can someone clue me in? My brother coughs to cover an obvious chuckle of amusement. One of the other Bellazoids, a woman with fiery red hair, regards River with obvious interest. "You're River Sullivan, aren't you?" He jerks in surprise. "I am. Do I know you?" Her voice goes husky, setting me on edge. "I'm Amberella. You don't know me, but I know you. Every extraterrestrial for several solar systems knows who you are. The elusive and mysterious author of the infamous Starblade serial. I'm a big fan, by the way." She follows that up with a seductive lick of her lips. I cross my arms and bite the inside of my cheek as I fight to restrain myself from pulling River to my side. This tarted-up Bellazoid is clearly hitting on him, and it's rubbing me the wrong way. River brings his hands up to cover his flushed cheeks. Oh wow, I'm still trying to wrap my head around discovering half the universe has read my popular series, but, thanks? She laughs, her voice going sultry again. "Well, you've never met a Bellazoid before, have you?" "Not that I'm aware of." She gives him a slow, calculating grin. "Our species is very similar to humans in terms of our physiology, but with one major difference for our women." River stills, a curious gleam in his eyes. "Really? What's that?" Before I can intervene, she leans back and lifts up her top, revealing a unique aspect of her physiology. All three of them. River goggles at her, his mouth dropping open in amazement. "Wowza! You can examine them if you want to, for research purposes." Amberella's practically purring with pleasure. "That's quite enough." My words come out much louder and more forceful than I planned. Mal's mouth twitches. He's clearly fighting back a grin at my expense. The Bellazoidian Jezebel smirks at me before pulling down her shirt again. "Sir," the concierge says, drawing my attention. "What?" He wrings his hands. I don't have any record of this room receiving complimentary champagne." I'm immediately on alert and turn to Mal. "We need to bag the champagne bottle and glasses for testing." Mal's humor evaporates, and with a flip of the metaphorical switch, he's in his highly capable professional mode. He gives me a curt nod, now all business, and disappears to take care of my request. I turn back to the concierge. "Check with room service to see if an order was placed, and if so, by whom. We're also going to need security footage of the time window when the champagne was delivered." The concierge scurries off to do my bidding. Now I have to deal with the other issue, these hapless human men. "Ladies, please stay in here while River and I deal with the strippers." River coughs loudly and gestures toward the bound men. Ahem. "They may prefer the term exotic dancers. Sure, they take their clothes off, but they're also talented dancers." Several of the men nod their heads in agreement and offer muffled confirmation of River's suggestion. I stare at him. "I'll take that under advisement." He beams back at me, but then his expression falls. "Are you about to do what I think you are?" I sigh, the regret I always feel when I must perform this duty heavy in my chest. It's a necessary part of the job. It won't hurt them. They simply won't remember this portion of the evening. River's sympathetic eyes see far more than I want him to. The men on the couch appear simultaneously terrified and angry. I don't blame them. To my surprise, River jumps in to help me out. "Hey guys," he says brightly, "we're very sorry you saw something you weren't supposed to today, and through no fault of your own."
My colleague here is going to do a little gentle hypnosis on you so you forget the super-secret alien stuff, but don't worry, it won't mess up your brains or anything. He's also going to make sure you each leave here with a very handsome tip for your time and patience, he concludes, giving them, and then me, a radiant smile. I can't help thinking that look of his could get me to do almost anything. Something strangely fluttery starts dancing around in my stomach, and it isn't my tentacles. I nip that ludicrous idea in the bud and mentally berate myself. I cannot fall under the spell of some bizarrely charming human who'll cause me nothing but trouble and heartache. Jonathan's look of disgust is burned in my memory. Idiot. Do your job, I berate myself. Shifting my attention back to the task at hand, I don't waste time. Within moments, I'm able to have the men under my hypnotic influence. It's strangely reassuring to have it work so quickly and easily after my failure with River.
When I have them docile and relaxed, River removes their restraints while I finish the procedure without any problems. The strippers exotic dancers, receive very generous tips, as promised, courtesy of my wallet, with extra thrown in from the apologetic Bellazoids. Then they're all sent on their way, happy but a bit hazy on everything that transpired. All they remember was a fun and easy evening providing entertainment to a rowdy bachelorette party. Once I've shepherded them out the door, I reassess the situation. Mal already went back to headquarters with the samples for testing, but I find River in the living room with the Bellazoids. They're all cuddled up on the couch watching a movie on the television. Since he seemingly has the situation under control, I leave him to deal with them while I meet up with the concierge in the head of security's office. The anxious man is once again wringing his hands in obvious distress. "I've double-checked, sir. We have no record of any order for champagne coming through room service. We're missing a bottle of champagne from our inventory, though. Let's see what the security footage shows us." I give the head of security my fake badge for human officials, and he glances at it briefly before pulling up about a dozen camera feeds on several monitors queued up to the time window I'd estimated. It's slow going, but after about 40 minutes, we hit pay dirt. "There," I point, at one of the camera feeds leading from the kitchen to the elevator. The concierge frowns. I've never seen that person before. I study the man on the screen. The black and white footage isn't great, but he seems fairly innocuous. A young man of average height and build, probably mid-20s with light-colored hair cut short. Nothing really stands out about him, especially as he manages to keep his face turned away from the camera enough to make it difficult to get a good glimpse of his facial features. He appears to be wearing the staff uniform and has on an employee lanyard, I point out. Once again, the concierge frowns, worry evident on his face. I have a growing suspicion. Have you had any employees not show up today or who haven't been seen in a few hours? He pales, pulling out his cell phone to check in with a manager. It only takes us about 20 minutes to find a member of the kitchen staff knocked out and tied up in a custodial closet, minus his uniform and lanyard. Son of a three-headed Xyrillian rat monkey. I retrieve copies of the necessary footage on a thumb drive to take back to headquarters with me, and have a private chat with the concierge to be on the lookout for any other suspicious activity. When I get back to the Bellazoid suite nearly an hour and a half later, I pause in the doorway to watch River gesticulating wildly at the television screen, all three women listening with rapt attention. See, Total Recall is a very informative movie. Honestly, extraterrestrial visitors need to watch more movies to learn about this world. Humans, especially certain men, hello, toxic masculinity, are pretty terrible when it comes to people who are different. He shakes his head sorrowfully. It's a sad failing of our species. Marala huffs in outrage. I can't believe they made the three-breasted alien a stigmatized prostitute. The contempt for sex workers on this planet is truly appalling. River nods sagely. Most movies in Hollywood are still made by white, cisgender, straight dudes with bigoted views, and it shows. Toralena is sniffling, wiping at tears. I can't believe she gets killed. She was so brave trying to help all her friends. Such a beautiful, powerful, triple-breasted woman shouldn't die like that. She begins to sob, and Amberella pulls her into a hug. It's only a movie, sweetie. No need to make yourself so upset. River pats her knee. Amberella's right. He reaches his arms wide. Come on, let's hug it out, ladies. They swarm him and practically plaster themselves to him in a giant multi-mammary poppy pile. I have to restrain myself from pulling them off him. Mine, my tentacles whisper to me, but I desperately strive to ignore them. Eventually, River extricates himself from the group hug. Now, I didn't mean to upset you with this movie, but I thought it was a good way to teach you something important. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to oppress your breasts. For real, I totally took Gender and Sexuality Studies 101 in college, and I learned a lot. Therefore, I want to make it clear I'm not using my phallocentric privilege to infringe on your freedom of expression as bold, beautiful women who just so happen to have 3 breasts. Really, the heterosexist patriarchy, it's totally your body, your choice.
But while you're on Earth, it might be best not to flash your amazing bosoms at unsuspecting humans who are likely to react badly. It's not about gender, it's a matter of national security. Chastened, they all nod in agreement and end up in yet another group hug with River in the middle, grinning like an adorable fool. I clear my throat, loudly. River, it's time to return to headquarters. He smiles at me, oblivious to my irritation, and frees himself from the gaggle of Bellazoids who are clinging to him as if they don't want to let go. Sure thing, Kai. He bounds over like an eager puppy, and my hearts flutter while my tentacles practically vibrate with pleasure. Get it together. After several final admonitions to the women, making sure they don't accept unsolicited beverages or food during the remainder of their stay here on Earth, we finally leave the Aria Hotel and make our way back to headquarters. What did you find out from the security staff? I glance over as we walk. It looks like we have an unknown individual who managed to knock out one of the kitchen staff, steal his uniform, and then take the unrequested champagne up to the suite. I believe that's when the champagne was likely dosed with whatever this drug is. Are you certain it's the person Mal was telling us about? I shake my head. No, we can't be certain, but it seems likely at this point. Or someone who's working very closely with our culprit. Mal's already taken the evidence back to headquarters to get it tested to determine the nature of the substance. How quickly will we find out? It should take our lab technicians about an hour to determine if there's a foreign substance or obvious narcotic laced in the champagne. They might have the preliminary results once we arrive. His nose wrinkles in a manner I find far too cute. Who would want to do something so mean to such awesome ladies, especially when it's seriously dangerous to all aliens on Earth? That's an excellent question, and one I intend to answer. When we arrive back at the office, my father is waiting for us, a grim expression on his face. Early tests from the lab indicate the substance is indeed a narcotic. We're not sure what kind, but it's of extraterrestrial origin. They're doing more testing to determine its chemical composition. Like we thought then. Yes, my father agrees.
He looks us over carefully. It's already late. You and River should head home for the evening and get some rest. I'll expect to see you back here in the office again tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp. My immediate inclination is to reject the suggestion. There's so much we still need to do. We must catch whoever is behind all this and stop any more extraterrestrials from being put in danger. I begin to object, but my father cuts me off. You haven't had a good night's sleep in the last 2 weeks, Kai. Go home and get some rest. I'll see you in the morning. There's nothing more we can do tonight. Let the lab technicians do their work. River gently takes hold of my hand, and I shudder with pleasure at the familiar electric tingle traveling up my arm at his touch. The logical part of my brain is all flashing red lights and warning signals, but I can't seem to move away from his tantalizing warmth. Your father's right. We both need to get a good night's rest. We'll be fresher in the morning and can come at this with clear eyes. Realizing I don't have a hope in hell of convincing my father to let me stay and work, I accede to his demands and turn toward the elevators, trying to escape temptation, only to find River hot on my heels. "So, where do you live?" he asks, feigning an innocence I don't buy one bit. I arch an eyebrow. That's not really any of your business. It's personal information. Maybe, but you happen to know where I live, so I say fair's fair. I grunt in response. Where did you park your car? I tell him the level in the garage, and he does a little dance on the spot. My car's on the same level. What a coincidence. Before I can think better of it, I say, I take it you want to walk there together? Well, it would be sort of stupid for me to wait for you to go first, just so we don't walk together. I can't deny the logic in what he's saying, so I nod my head in reluctant agreement. We make our way to the parking garage in a strangely amicable silence. I'm a little surprised, as River rarely seems to shut his mouth whenever he's around me. But a quick glance tells me even he appears to be losing some of his endless energy. His clothes are rumpled, his usually vibrant eyes are unfocused, and he keeps yawning. I try to repress the concern bubbling up inside me. He's not my responsibility. I didn't hire him. He's my coworker now,
And that's all he's ever going to be, no matter how attracted to him I am. I keep telling myself that with growing desperation. My tentacles twist and turn in restless agitation. They don't like that one bit. We come around the corner, and I spy his dilapidated little hatchback listing slightly to one side in its parking space. My tentacles start roiling like the sea in a storm. "Are you sure your vehicle is safe to drive?" Serenity is my occasionally trusty steed. My baby's gotten me many places over the years, but she's getting old. She's not the most reliable these days, but she's all I've got. For an electrifying moment we stand there, our gazes locked on one another. The look he gives me is warm and mesmerizing. I'm drawn into his orbit, not thinking about work, not thinking about anything except River. He's bewitched me somehow. All my logical ideas about keeping my distance from him seem muddled and out of reach. "Well," he says, breaking the tension, "I guess this is good night." His smile turns wicked. If this were a date, I'd be expecting a kiss right about now. That snaps me out of my stupor. "Excuse me?" He giggles in a way that threatens to break my resolve. "Just teasing you. Don't worry." He lowers his voice and gives me a confident smirk. "You'll know when I ask you out on a proper date." And with that, he turns around and saunters toward his car. I stand there dumbstruck and frozen in indecision. I should really say something to him. Tell him we're never going to go on a date. That I want to keep everything professional between us. That I don't date humans and don't need to tell him why. I can make it very clear his attempts to sway me won't work. Instead, I stand there like a tool while my body reacts at the thought of him and his soft, pouty lips on mine. Our tongues tangling and tasting one another. Does he taste as sweet as he looks? I'm about to turn around before my traitorous thoughts get me into trouble when I hear River attempt to start his car. The ignition gives a horrible shudder, a click, and then goes dead. He tries again several times, but nothing happens. After a few seconds, he steps out of the vehicle again, giving me a sheepish smile. Looks like poor Serenity's finally given up the ghost. I'll have to call AAA. Go on and head home. I'll be okay here by myself. The idea of him waiting here alone for help doesn't sit well with me at all. I don't want to explore why. "Come on," I say, seeming to have no control over the foolish words coming out of my mouth. "I can give you a ride home." His expression turns hopeful, and once again, I'm struck by how earnest, how truthful the emotions on his face always seem to be. River Sullivan isn't the kind of person who can dissemble and deceive when it comes to his feelings. It's a rare quality in a human. Really? Come on, before I change my mind. Grab your bag and let's go. He hastens to do as I say and locks the useless hunk of junk he calls a car behind him. There's no way he's going to use that vehicle again. I'll make sure we arrange to get you a company car tomorrow. We need you to have reliable transportation. And I need him to be safe. I just do. Wow, I had no idea that was even an option. I guess I didn't read all the fine print in my HR paperwork yesterday. I have more knowledge about these kinds of things than most members of the Alliance. Mal says I'm a bit anal retentive about it, but I happen to like knowing pertinent information. It helps me with my job. River waggles his eyebrows at me. It's all good. I happen to like things that are thorough. My body reacts, and my tentacles undulate with pleasure. Down, boys, that's not what I meant. We reach my SUV, and I unlock it with a familiar chirp. River climbs up into the passenger seat and buckles in, practically blinding me with his smile. "So, what do you say about going and grabbing some dinner together first?" I pause, giving him a wary glance. "Dinner? Yeah, food people eat for their evening meal." I huff in irritation, and he lifts his hands in a placating gesture. "It's like 7 o'clock, and I haven't eaten anything since lunchtime. I'm starving. How about you?" Of course, right then, my stomach decides it's an opportune time to let out a very audible cry for sustenance. "See," River says far too cheerfully, "you're hungry too. I'm sure there's no rule against taking out the newbie for a meal. We can even put it on the company tab if it makes you feel better." My relief is palpable, and my racing hearts return to a normal rhythm. "So, we're talking about a working dinner?" "Sure," River shrugs. "We can talk about the case and run through some theories. Then we'll have plenty to process while we sleep tonight. Hopefully, we'll come back in the morning with fresh ideas." I relax in my seat. "Okay, this isn't a date. It's a working dinner. I've had plenty of those. I can do that, even with someone as very attractive as River Sullivan." "Sounds like a good idea. I am hungry," I admit. "Anywhere in particular you want to go? Do you like spicy food?" My stomach emits a loud roar in the affirmative. His answering laughter is entrancing. I'll take that as a yes. I know a great little Indian restaurant away from a lot of the touristy hubbub. It's only about a 20-minute drive, and it's on the way to my house. I assent to his choice, eagerly anticipating a spicy curry in my belly. By this time of night, the worst of rush hour gridlock on the Strip has abated. It's still busy, but traffic is flowing smoothly, and we manage to make it to our destination in good time. The little hole-in-the-wall Indian restaurant is in a strip mall that's seen better days.
However, when we open the door, a panoply of aromas from the spicy tang and sweetness of curry spices tantalizes my nose. My stomach rumbles again, and I realize I can't recall when I last ate. I have an unfortunate tendency to inadvertently skip meals when I'm deep in my work. If my mind is too focused on things, I don't tend to take care of my body the way I should. We're shown to a cozy booth with faded brown faux leather seats that squeak when we sit down. The hostess hands us laminated menus and disappears. Sitting across from River, I'm suddenly self-conscious and aware of the fact we're alone together. It's a weeknight, and the restaurant isn't terribly busy at this hour. Unsure of how to deal with this sudden sense of intimacy, I opt to hide behind my menu, perusing my curry options while River hums to himself happily. I covertly glance over my menu, unable to keep my eyes off him. A moment later, I'm pulled out of my reverie when the server arrives and takes our order. River chooses the chicken tikka masala, and I opt for the saag paneer. We also decide to split an order of garlic naan. Then, it's only the two of us, nary a menu to hide behind. I nervously arrange my silverware on the table, avoiding his penetrating gaze. "So, tell me more about yourself, Kai." My tentacles shimmy inside me, liking the raspiness they hear in his voice. "Down, boys," I cast a stern glare at River. "Aren't we going to talk about the case?" He waves a hand airily. "Oh, we can get back to that later. Right now, I want to learn more about you. After all, we're going to be working together. Don't you think it's a good idea we get to know one another better?" I hesitate, getting a sinking suspicion I've somehow been had. "I told you this isn't a date. Unfortunately, I sound more confident about this than I am." He blinks at me, the picture of dove-like innocence. "Yes, you told me that." Good. His acknowledgement should reassure me, but I still can't help feeling I'm somehow being played. "Tell me what makes you so awesome, Kai." Evidently, he's undeterred in his mission to get to know one another. My plan is to answer a few questions to satisfy him and then get us back to the topic at hand. "What exactly do you want to know?" I realize I'm scowling, but I don't try to hide it. "Well," he says, drawing it out, "for starters, why don't you tell me about when you first came to Earth?" I dart a nervous glance around the nearly empty restaurant and whisper a brusque warning. "Keep your voice down." River leans closer, his words quieter. Yeah, so tell me." I pinch the bridge of my nose and let out a weary exhale. This isn't the first thing I anticipated he might ask me, but given his fascination with all things extraterrestrial, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Fine. My family immigrated here when I was about 5, so we've been here nearly 30 years. I don't remember much of my homeworld. My parents were part of the Intergalactic Alliance when they were offered big promotions to come to Earth and run the Alliance outpost here. At the time, there was a growing influx of political refugees from other planets looking for a neutral world that would be hospitable to them. My parents wanted to help. They were willing to leave everyone and everything they knew behind to come to the aid of others. I admire them for that. It must have been hard as a kid, though. I'm assuming acclimating to life on Earth took time. He doesn't know the half of it. It was a difficult transition, but eventually we all found our footing. We now consider this our home. River seems to sense from my tone I don't really want to talk about this subject any further. Remarkably, he lets it pass, a wave of compassionate understanding passing over his face that's like a sucker punch to the gut. Why does he have to affect me so much? Our server brings our drinks, and I hurry to take a sip of my Coke, but I nearly spit it out when he asks far too innocently, "Are you single?" I take a deep breath and regain my composure. I don't think that's any of your business. Leaning his elbows on the table and holding his face in his hands, he gives me a come-hither look that makes me feel a strong pull of anticipation. Behind my abdominal pouch, I feel my tentacles begin to stir again. Goodness. Aw, come on, Kai, we're just making small talk. Why don't I start? I'm single and totally available. Wink wink, nudge nudge. I'm 22 years old, and I went to UNLV for my bachelor's. I live at home with my uncle still because, oh my gosh, housing costs are insane in Vegas. As you know, I have a dog named Chewy, who you met already. He's been with me since I can remember. My favorite color is... He pretends to think about this for a moment before giving me a knowing leer. Purple. I grunt, feeling an answering sensation, while my tentacles press against my abdominal pouch, wanting to be let out. I ruthlessly force them to remain where they are. Unaware of my struggles, River continues. My favorite dessert is brownies. At the mention of brownies, I inadvertently lick my lips. His eyes widen. You like them too? My cheeks redden. Who doesn't like brownies? He leans back in his seat, clearly plotting something. I see. You have a bit of a sweet tooth, huh? Good to know. I shift in my seat, the faux leather of the booth squeaking. Everyone needs to have a vice or two. Amen to that. I have a lot more than two. He winks at me. I'll have to tell you more about mine sometime when we can be a little more private. He trails off and mumbles what sounds like, and intimate. I narrow my eyes at him. What did you say? He ignores me and carries on, stirring the ice in his drink with his straw. How do you like working with your family? I shrug. It has its pros and cons. My dad and I tend to see eye to eye on most things. Meanwhile, Mal and my mother create a lot of chaos for us, but we love them. They have good instincts and keep things interesting. You're very lucky to be able to work with the people you love. River's expression is so sincere and almost wistful. I have nothing to say in response. After an awkward moment of silence, I decide it's my turn to interrogate him instead. How did you end up living with your uncle? I immediately wish I hadn't asked. River's expression turns unexpectedly sad, and my gut gives a painful twinge at the sight of it. My tentacles don't like it either, if their restless squirming is any indication. Tone serious, he meets my gaze without flinching. My parents were killed in an accident when I was 10. They named my uncle as my legal guardian in their wills, and I've been with him ever since. For all intents and purposes, Benji is pretty much like a parent to me, albeit a bit of a stoner one at that, but he's been incredibly supportive and nurturing to me all these years. He didn't have to take me in when my parents died, but he did it, without complaint. My mom didn't have any living relatives, and my dad's parents were elderly and in poor health. Benji could have opted to put me in the foster care system, but he's told me he never even considered it. I swallow a hard lump in my throat, thinking about River losing his parents at such a young age, with only his uncle to protect him. I can never really repay Uncle Benji for all he's done for me. He still struggles a lot with the loss of my dad. River's shoulders slump. I could probably afford to get my own place, but I prefer to stay with him. He needs me. He can be a bit of a hermit when left to his own devices, and he's not getting any younger. Plus, if he's in one of his creative periods, he'll immerse himself in his work for days and weeks on end. If I'm not there, then he forgets to eat, take showers, let alone sleep for more than a few minutes here and there. He took care of me for so many years. I like being able to return the favor now I'm older.
"I'm sorry about your parents," I manage to say, my voice hoarse. He gives me a tremulous, watery smile, and it's like a knife to both my hearts.
What I'm starting to feel for this man is terrifying. It was a long time ago. I wasn't even there when it happened. I learned about it afterward. It was really hard to comprehend at the time. When you're 10 years old, you can't easily grasp the fact your parents aren't ever coming back. I know I made things hard on Benji for a while. I acted out a lot, had mood swings, and got in trouble at school. Fortunately, he got me in with a good counselor, and I had therapy for a few years. Over time, I was able to deal with the grief and move on with my life. I don't have a lot of memories of my parents, though. That's weirdly the hardest part. At this point, it's difficult for me to remember their faces in my mind. Instead, I have a better recollection of what my mom smelled like. His smile is bittersweet. She always smelled like strawberries. I think it was her shampoo, but I'm not sure. And my dad, I remember his laugh. He laughed a lot. We were always happy together. I remember that. He adds in a whisper, "I miss it." I now wish I hadn't asked him about his family, but at the same time, I'm humbled he was willing to be so vulnerable and open with me. It makes me ashamed I've been so resistant about sharing anything personal with him in return. I have no idea what to say in response to all of this, so I'm grateful when our food arrives at the table, steaming hot and wafting the delicious aromas of tomato, onion, garlic, ginger, and curry spice. Our focus shifts to our food, and we fall on the meal in ravenous abandon. We both picked well. The dishes are delicious and wonderfully spicy. After we've managed to calm the demands of our stomachs, we slow down and resume our conversation. "I guess we should talk about the case," River finally acknowledges, and I grasp at this like the conversational life raft it is. "Yes, I agree firmly," nodding my head. "It is why we're having dinner together after all." River pastes on an innocent expression. "Of course it is." I narrow my eyes at him before continuing. "What we need to figure out is what the drug is, who's supplying it, and why." River wipes his mouth with his napkin and leans back in his seat. "Maybe we should think more about the Bellazoids who were targeted today. I mean, that's basically what happened, right? So it would seem. The very thought is deeply troubling. Why do you think our mysterious drug dealer laced their champagne? A typical person would be looking to sell drugs to make money, not give them away. In this instance, the perpetrator covertly drugged innocent people. But to what end, if money isn't their goal? What's their real purpose?" I'm silent for a moment, impressed with how insightful River's observations are. He might be a bit of a chatterbox who's entirely too cheerful all the very time, but he has a sharp mind underneath it all. I begrudgingly admit to myself my parents were right about hiring him for the alliance. Neither of us has any answers to these questions, and eventually resume eating our meals in contemplative but companionable silence. When River's not turning me on at the most inappropriate times, I find myself rather comfortable and strangely calm in his presence. I like it more than I should. Before long, we've cleared our plates, and River's eyes are drooping with fatigue. It's barely 9 o'clock in the evening, but we've both had a long day. I quickly ask for the check and pay with my company card. The smile River gives me is grateful. "Thanks, I appreciate you picking up the tab. I'm embarrassed to admit I can't really afford to eat out until I get my first paycheck." Against my better judgment, I'm immediately concerned. "You don't have enough money for food?" I don't like the thought of him going hungry or struggling to make ends meet. My tentacles writhe in agitation. He waves his hands. No, nothing like that. I mean, even if I found myself in truly dire financial straits, Uncle Benji has plenty of money and would be happy to help me out. His art sells for crazy high prices. I just don't like having him support me. He's had some people who've abused his kindness and generosity in the past. He frowns in seeming recollection. Anyway, the contract for my last technical writing job wasn't renewed, and I've been living on my savings for a while, so I'm trying to be careful with my limited budget. He grins at me. "It's sort of like the universe knew I needed Team Anil and dropped me in your lap. Or you in mine. I go both ways," he concludes with a wink. I wince.
please stop it with the team you-know-what." He lets out a dismissive hoot of laughter. I can tell this is going to be a thing with him for quite some time. Also, I don't believe in fate or a higher power, as you might understand it. Us meeting was merely a coincidence. River shrugs. I'm not sure if I believe either, but I certainly like the idea of destiny, especially if it involves a sexy extraterrestrial like you. I find myself blushing against my will and hurriedly shepherd him out the door of the restaurant. The car ride to River's house is a blessedly short one. He'd been right. The restaurant is only about a 10-minute drive away. Finally, I turn into the residential cul-de-sac and pull up in front of his house before putting my SUV in park. Good first day's work. Make sure you get a solid night's sleep. I'll be by to pick you up at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning to take you to the office. I'll have a company car arranged for you to drive home tomorrow night. River unbuckles his seatbelt and turns to face me, a soft and almost tender expression on his face that immediately disarms me. "Thank you, Kai," he murmurs softly. "It means a lot to know you care about my well-being." I'm flustered as I mutter, "It's my job." He leans forward, moving his lithe body over the console and into my space. Suddenly, the temperature in the car seems to have risen about 20 degrees. "Is that all it is?" he asks, far too close to me for his own good. "No, really," but I'm not willing to admit it. He presses in closer, and I get a delicious whiff of his masculine scent tinged with a hint of something sweet. "What are you doing?" I ask, feeling my restraint begin to crumble. He flutters his eyelashes at me, and his warm breath on my skin makes me shudder with desire. I'm saying thank you for a wonderful first date. Tension broke. We gave in to desire, connecting deeply. After their intimate moment, River pulled away with obvious reluctance. We stared at one another, panting. His lips were swollen and slick, and the pupils of his eyes were dilated with pleasure. Mine, my tentacles urged me, stroking against each other eagerly. Before I could manage to come up with something to say, he swooped back in and gives me a quick but gentle peck on the lips before pulling back. "Thanks again for a great first date. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, sweet dreams, Kai." He touches his lips gently with his fingertips. I know mine will be. I barely register when he exits the vehicle and shuts the door before skipping up to the front stoop of his house. After the front door has closed behind him, I sit there for several moments before I'm able to collect myself enough to drive home with an intense arousal and a frustrated libido. It's not until I pull into my own driveway, barely remembering the drive there, that I realized I never did manage to tell him tonight wasn't a date. Son of a phaser frickin' jerk. River. After our sexy kiss and intimate moment in Kai's car, I should have known I'd have a wicked hot intimate dream later that night. Now that I have you in my clutches, Captain Starblade, I'm going to do whatever I want with you. And believe me, I have no shortage of ideas to keep you captivated all night long, threatens in a seductive, growly voice that makes my body tingle with enthusiasm. "Me likey," I purr, then pause. Wait, I'm Captain Starblade?" He breaks character for a moment and rolls his gorgeous eyes. "We're role-playing, River. Get with the program." I brighten.
"Oh, I can totally do that. You want to play evil Lord Vardox? No problemo. I can absolutely be poor Captain Starblade, prisoner to each of your wicked romantic whims. The leer he sends in my direction is deliciously dirty." "Exactly. I'm totally down for this, as my growing arousal can attest. Admittedly, it is a little awkward role-playing a character in my alien fantasy story, but if that's what floats Kai's romantic fantasy boat, then I'm on board. Whatever gets my very own captain attracted to me. I immediately switch into character and adopt a defiant expression. "You'll never make me submit, Lord Vardox." He steps forward, ripping open his shirt in a sexy maneuver that sends buttons flying. I'm impressed. I thought that only happened in the movies. His chiseled abdomen is as hot as I remember.
This time, I feel a sense of anticipation when I see the familiar pouch in his abdomen open to reveal several eager tentacles. No one can resist the lure of my captivating tentacles. I cringe. Where is this bad dialogue coming from? Surely my story isn't riddled with that level of purple prose, right? I will make you delusional with pleasure, he continues. You won't be able to think of anything but me and the ecstasy I bring to your body. I struggle, pretending as though I'm tied up. How dare you, I demand, you release me at once. I will never be your captive. He arches an eyebrow. I never said anything about you being my slave. Oh no, my dear Captain, you will be a willing and enthusiastic participant. I promise you, once you have experienced the delight of my tentacles, you'll never crave the touch of anyone but me. I shiver. He's really getting into this. Who knew my sexy, grumpy alien boo-to-be is so intense? I decide to ham it up. Do your worst, Lord Vardox, but I will never give in to any temptation you present to me against my will. He gives a husky chuckle, making my body respond. Oh, there will definitely be passion, all right, but you'll be begging me for it. As if to illustrate his point, he moved his hips suggestively at me, and I lick my lips at the sight of his form in his wonderfully tight leather pants. Oh, yeah, I whisper, then shake my head. I mean, never. I will resist you. He moves forward, and a clever tentacle whips out to wrap itself around me, giving an intense squeeze and nearly making my eyes roll back in my head. Sweet Saint Brittany! I whimper in ecstasy. My peak is almost there already. I teeter on the cusp of intense pleasure. The annoying sound of Katy Perry singing about an extraterrestrial blares from my phone, causing the dream to vanish into the ether. I blink, fully awake, irritable, and very aroused. Gosh, another intense dream ending before we get to the good stuff. You're being a total tease, universe, I mutter. Grabbing my phone, I sit up and swallow before reluctantly answering. Hello? I cringe, knowing that didn't come out naturally at all. My BFF has a far too adept nonsense detector to let that fly. Evan's lilting voice comes through loud enough I have to pull the phone away from my ear. What in the world is going on? Whatever do you mean? I ask, feigning innocence. He scoffs. Hermano, don't try to deceive me. Did you forget your encounter with freaking aliens? I struggle to think of a reply. Right now, I'm feeling extra guilty because Evan's like a brother from another mother to me, and vice versa. Gosh. He had to call while I was still half asleep, sporting a very annoyed and unfulfilled arousal, and before I've had any coffee to fortify myself. Well, wait, don't tell me. They got a hold of you, and you were thoroughly examined? He bursts into peals of laughter. My mind replays the events that unfolded in Kai's SUV last night. I wish. I tune back in, but Evan's still laughing like a loon. Hardy har, I mutter. Aw, don't be a difficult person. Also, I'm sort of jealous. I haven't had anyone exciting me in far too long. I scoff. Oh, you mean since 2 weeks ago, when you dragged me out to that club and then bailed on me to run off with one of the bouncers? Buff Brad. Evan sighs fondly. He was fun. Not too bright, but he had a killer bod. He lost his job after sneaking out with me. Apparently, the lure of my luscious dancer form was too much to resist. I snort. Evan's a feisty and confident person in the body of a tiny dancer. He loves nothing better than taking charge with a big, burly man and making him respond in all the best ways possible.
But seriously, what the heck happened to you? I've been worried. His voice is determined now, and I swallow nervously. It's not really something I can discuss over the phone. The line might not be secure. I can practically hear him frowning through the phone. Gosh, I'm a terrible liar, and Evan always knows when I'm trying to deceive him. I decide to head him off at the pass, as it were. "Oh no!" I cry dramatically. "Look at the time! I've got to get ready for work." "Difficult person, didn't you just get fired?" Of course he'd bring that up, jerk. "I got a new job," I say brightly. It's true after all. His whole demeanor shifts from suspicious to excited. "What? That's awesome! Tell me all about it." "I totally will as soon as you get home. But gotta run or I'll be late. See you on Saturday." I hang up the phone and breathe a sigh of relief when he doesn't call me right back. My relief is short-lived, though, when my phone chimes with an incoming text instead. "Evan, you suck. I will find out everything you're hiding from me. You're being a shady and difficult person. Enjoy this brief moment of freedom until I get back and no one expects the Spanish Inquisition." I toss my phone aside and let out a long, loud groan. No idea what I'm going to do when Evan gets back. How on earth am I going to lie to him about my alien encounter, let alone the fact I now work for the top-secret alien alliance on Earth? He's relentless when he's trying to ferret something out of me. My stomach churns just thinking about lying to my BFF. Surely there must be a way to share the truth with Evan without upsetting my new employer. I push the thought to the back of my mind, not wanting to worry about it right now. Instead, my brain focuses on the much more pleasing fact Kai is coming to pick me up this morning. After our date and car makeout session the night before, I have high hopes for what this day will bring. My still hopeful morning thoughts liked recalling our makeout session too. Thankfully, Chewie appears to have slept with Uncle Benji last night, so I took a few enjoyable minutes to myself. Feeling instantly better, I sigh with satisfaction. Sometimes a moment of personal reflection first thing in the morning is exactly what I need to start my day off right and put some pep in my step. I bound out of bed, brimming with energy and enthusiasm for what lies ahead. I'm going to spend all day with Kai again. As much as he likes to feign disinterest, I can tell I'm slowly but steadily wearing down his defenses. My grumpy alien Buddha-bee is legit attracted to me. That interlude in his car last night proved it. After all, he kissed me first. Score 1 for River. Grinning like a fool, I take a quick shower, whistling while I wash. I go through the rest of my limited grooming routine in no time flat. I make sure to run some gel through my wet curls to ensure they don't become a huge frizzy halo around my head later. Then I don a pair of black slacks and a bright pink short-sleeve button-down shirt, adding my TARDIS bow tie for funsies. With my dark rectangular framed glasses, I'm channeling Geek Boy cheek today. By the time I barrel down the stairs, I find Uncle Benji sitting on the couch, bright-eyed and watching the morning news on the television. I come to a near screeching halt. "Uncle Benji, what in the world are you doing up at this hour?" I can't remember the last time I saw him awake before noon, unless he'd stayed up the whole night. But I don't think that's the case. He looks well rested for a change.
Benji turns to me with his usual slow, mellow smile. "I fell asleep very early last night. Slept a good 9 hours. I even woke up on my own this morning. It's the best night's sleep I've had in ages." I pause, thinking about this. "Yeah, it seems you've been sleeping better. Ever since—" I trail off in realization. "He's been sleeping better ever since Kai hypnotized him." As if reading my mind, he offers, "Ever since the alien encounter. I forgot, huh? Yeah. I wonder if the hypnosis helped with your insomnia somehow." Benji strokes his beard thoughtfully. "I've got no idea. But hey, I'll take it if that's a side benefit. I actually think I might be able to do some painting today." I rush forward and give him a big hug. That's great news. I'm beyond thrilled by this development. Poor Benji's been in a bit of a slump lately. When his insomnia gets really bad, he often can't create because his mind is too exhausted. He needs to be well rested and fresh before he can get in tune with his artistic vibe. Now, I say, putting on my very stern voice, if you're going to be working in your studio, don't forget to set an alarm for noon to stop and make yourself some lunch. Be sure to drink plenty of fluids and take a few walking breaks if you can. When I get home tonight, you better not still be in your studio, and you better have eaten both lunch and dinner. Benji smiles and ruffles my hair, which sort of ruins the stern, paternal vibe I was going for. I promise I'll try to take good care of myself. But you know how it is, man. When the inspiration strikes, you have to follow the muse. And the muse can be a demanding, self-centered, difficult person. Sometimes things like food and drinks don't matter to her. It's all about getting the creative juices onto the canvas, or on the page in your case. I sigh in acknowledgement. He's right. Sometimes my own story tends to demand my attention at the most inconvenient times and won't stop pestering my brain until I get the necessary words out. It may be an alien romance story, but by gosh, it's my alien romance story. It's my baby out there in the world, and I'm a proud papa. Now that I know I have an audience of alien fans spanning the universe, eagerly waiting for each new episode, I'm feeling some serious pressure about the next chapter. With everything that's happened lately, I haven't even had time to think about writing. I mentally put Starblade on my agenda for the weekend. Unless I have a date with Kai, or maybe even a weekend-long intimate time together. A boy can dream, right? I make a pot of coffee. Benji and I share in large mugs as we sit together on the couch, while I also scarf down a bowl of oatmeal and some scrambled eggs. The doorbell rings just as I'm rinsing out my dishes. Perfect timing! I'll get it, I yell, running to the door like an eager teenager on prom night. Okay, I know Kai isn't exactly my boyfriend. Yet, but I'm pretty sure he will be before long. 'Tis but a matter of time. Like Lord Vardox, I always get my man. I open the door with so much enthusiasm it slams into the wall. You're here. I'm totally rocking my breathy ingenue voice, but I don't care. Kai eyes the fresh dent the door handle left in the wall before looking at me warily. I told you I'd pick you up and take you with me to work this morning. My cheeks hurt from smiling so wide. I know, I'm so excited. Thanks for coming. He looks like he regrets offering to do this, but it's too freaking late. My uncle wanders into the foyer, slurping cereal and milk from a bowl he's carrying. I gesture at him. You remember Benji, right? Hello, Benjamin. Kai's tone is serious, his expression guarded. Benji gives him a little mellow wave. Hey, alien dude. I don't remember. Don't worry, River told me all about you. I facepalm and moan. Way to go, Benji. Kai turns to me with a stormy expression on his sexy, grumpy face. Uh-oh. River, you know this information is confidential. His annoyance is radiating off him in waves. I cross my arms, giving him my best difficult person, please face. Come on, Kai. I told Benji everything that happened after my blog post got deleted. If you guys really wanted to wipe his memory afterward, then you should have nabbed him when you grabbed me the other night. I put my hands on my hips, determined to stand my ground. But let me tell you right now, if you want me to keep working for the Alliance, you're not going to do anything to really mess with Uncle Benji anymore. One hypnosis episode was plenty. No more messing around with his brain. Benji nods in agreement. The acid I tried when I was younger already killed enough brain cells. I don't need you destroying what I've got left, spaceman. Kai cringes, his expression turning sour. Spaceman? Really? Benji shrugs. If the ship fits, my friend. Plus, I add, who's Benji going to tell about aliens anyway? He's not agoraphobic exactly, but he's pretty much a hermit and spends most of his time in the house. Benji slurps up more of his cereal. Truer words were never spoken, Tigger. Besides, who's going to believe some Gen X hippie dude in his 40s telling them aliens exist in Vegas? No one. They'll think he's a complete crackpot. Benji nods in affable agreement, clearly not offended in the least.
which I knew he wouldn't be. Yeah, man, a lot of people already think I'm a kook because I make some pretty wild and crazy art. Kai sighs in resignation. Fine, I'll work on getting proper clearance. Don't make me regret this, though. I beam at him and cross my fingers over my heart. I promise you, we won't. Benji gives him a thumbs up before slurping the last of his cereal milk and grinning, white droplets lingering in his beard. We need to get going, so I give Chewie a loving pat on his furry head and scratch behind his ear before heading out the door. He watches us leave and goes back to his morning nap as I shut the door behind me. It's obvious Kai's tense the moment we get in the SUV. His rigid posture and sharp movements as he puts the vehicle in drive and begins the journey to work practically scream it out loud. I decide to let him stew in his own anxious thoughts for the rest of the day and wait to bring up our passionate kiss from last night until the end of the workday. He's the one who's been harping on about professional boundaries, so I'll keep intimate talk for after we're off the clock. For most of the ride, I chatter on about nothing very important, acting as if I don't even remember last night. But I can tell Kai's thinking about it and avoiding the topic like the plague. I smile to myself when I notice him slowly start to relax, thinking he's home free. He has no idea I'm simply biding my time so I can torture him throughout the day in subtle ways that remind him of our very real and mutual attraction. When we arrive at the office, Kai's father and his brother Mal are waiting for us. We make our way to the conference room and take seats at the round table. Maddox wastes no time getting down to business. We've got more results from the lab, and it's not good. This particular narcotic comes from the planet Zelyatun. Kai frowns, switching to stern and serious work mode. It's hella sexy, but Zelyatides don't have clearance to even visit Earth. That's what we're worried about, Maddox agrees. Right now, we're doing some sweeps of the desert to make sure no unauthorized alien ships, particularly from Zelyatun, have somehow managed to make it Earthside without us knowing. Is that even likely? I ask. Mal shrugs. Our technology is impressive, but by no means perfect. There are very large swaths of empty space in the desert, which make it an ideal landing spot for ships without proper clearance. It's one of many reasons we have our immigration headquarters out in the Valley of Fire. But sometimes technologies of other alien species surpass the detection equipment we have here on Earth. My eyes widen in understanding, like cloaking devices? Most likely, Mal agrees. Some cloaking technologies are able to escape our sensors, Kai admits.
I hum, thinking, kinda like the little Teletubby that slimed me? They gaze at one another, expressions going steely. Probably not a coincidence it escaped our detection for quite some time, Maddox says. You think this Zelly whatever might be working with Slimer? I knew it was a sneaky little person. And yes, I might be holding a grudge after being slimed. I think I'm totally entitled to. Maddox nods. It's possible a Zealotide is working with the Groxel we captured, but it's too early to say. Can't you hypnotize Slimer and get it to tell you what you want to know? Even the Alliance has laws we have to abide by. Hypnosis can only be used in certain select cases, primarily to ensure humans don't discover our presence on this planet. Regardless, even if we got permission, it would be useless. Groxels are immune to hypnosis. The horn on their heads is linked to a psychic network on the home planet that protects them from outside mind manipulation. We'd be violating about a dozen treaties if we tried to break its mental shield. Yikes, there's a lot more to all of this than I imagined. Also, psychic horns are freaking awesome, and I'm sort of jealous. Day 2 on the job is off to an exciting start, but I'm worried I might not be able to get myself up to speed. There's still so much I don't know. You'll learn. Give it time. Kai folds his arms over his chest with a contemplative air. He's so sexy in work mode. We already have Roxy and Zamir assisting with the sweeps. If there's something out in the desert, they'll find it. Keep me posted, Maddox says. If it's not somebody from Zelyatun, then it's someone doing business with them. Agreed, Mal says. But what we need to figure out is why anyone from Zelatoon or an accomplice of theirs would want to be selling this drug to aliens on Earth. Of the cases you've seen so far, has it only been aliens who've bought and taken the drug willingly until yesterday? Or have others consumed it unknowingly, like the Bellazoids? I ask, a theory forming in my mind. Until yesterday, we were only aware of voluntary drug use, Maddox says, slowly, starting to follow my train of thought. I wiggle in my seat, trying hard to contain my excitement. The pattern changed yesterday. Have we thought about the fact maybe this guy or gal or non-binary pal might be trying to get aliens hopped up on drugs precisely so they get wild and crazy? Maybe someone wants them to reveal themselves to humans, thus exposing the reality of aliens operating incognito on Earth? I cap that with a mic drop gesture and lean back in my seat. It seems sort of obvious now I think about it. All three men freeze, staring at me in shock. Kai's father eventually gives me a slow, approving smile. An interesting theory, River, and one we haven't seriously considered. Are there any alien fringe groups advocating exposing your existence on Earth or any other planets? I don't really know what the situation is in those places, but if there are aliens going incognito on other worlds too, then maybe this extends beyond our planet. Neptune's heavens, Mal curses. I can't believe we never thought of this possibility. I grin at Kai. See, I'm proving useful already. Go Team Alliance. Kai winces. Please stop calling us that. Maybe someday, I promise. Yeah, right. This is comedy gold for life. Let's follow this line of inquiry. Nice work, River. Maddox pats my shoulder and gives me all the pleased paternal vibes. I like it more than I could have imagined. The rest of the morning goes by quickly as Kai, Mal, and I comb through the reports on each of the drug-related incidents. Before long, the obvious patterns emerging appear to give credence to my theory. Mal heads off to his own desk to make some calls and confirm certain details with the previous individuals who bought the drug, and if any were unknowingly given the substance instead. This leaves me and Kai alone together as he shows me the ropes and helps me learn how to navigate the Alliance's somewhat complicated computer system. I'm a quick study with most technology, so I'm able to pick up things faster than I think he expected. The holo screen is super freaking cool, too. Getting even small smiles and nods of approval from Kai during this entire process feels like I'm winning an Olympic gold medal. For all his sternness and taciturn demeanor at times, Kai's actually incredibly patient and kind when training me. I begin to see why he's the captain of this team. Even Mal, who enjoys teasing his older brother, deeply respects him and trusts his judgment. Despite all that, I'm not wasting this opportune moment to torture Kai just a smidge. I take every chance I can to lean closer or brush up against him accidentally as I ask questions and play the attentive pupil. It doesn't hurt he also happens to smell divine, woodsy with a faint hint of something citrus. I don't bother to be discreet in my overt sniffing of him. It's beyond fun to watch him sweat, trying to pretend we're nothing more than work colleagues. He's fighting his attraction to me so hard. It's kind of cute, actually. Stubborn can be sexy, especially if I know I can eventually win him over. We break for lunch around 1 o'clock, and before I can even get a chance to invite Kai to eat with me, he scurries off to his office like the hounds of hell are on his tail and locks himself inside. Mal finds me pouting at my desk, debating whether I should go and try to bust into Kai's office or not. "Why so glum, chum?" I give him my best forlorn look. "Your idiot brother is being a colossal pain, and not the fun, sexy kind. He totally wants me, but doesn't want to want me for some reason. He needs to get over whatever's holding him back, and he'll realize we're totally meant to be." I shake my head. I don't know what jerk must have done him dirty in the past, and believe me, the signs are all there. But I'm not like that. Seriously, I won't hurt him. Mal regards me thoughtfully for a moment. Maybe we can test out your theory? I perk up. What are you thinking? Why don't I take you out to lunch and see how he feels about it? If he's interested in you, he'll have something to say. I have no doubt. I flash him a delighted grin. Right on. I like how you think, future brother-in-law. The wicked gleam in his eyes boosts my confidence. I have a sneaking suspicion you're exactly what my far too serious older brother needs in his life, but he might need a little push, as it were. I jump out of my chair, ready to rock and roll. Let's go push, then. He grins and wraps an arm around my shoulders before leading me over to Kai's office. Try to play along with me, okay? Do or do not. There is no try. Ouch! Your Yoda voice needs work. I gasp in outrage. How dare you, sir? He snickers and then knocks twice on Kai's door before opening it. Kai glances around his hollow screen and scowls at us, his eyes immediately locking on Mal's arm around my shoulders. Hey bro, wanted to let you know I'm taking the newbie out to lunch, Mal explains in a cheerful tone. What time should we be back? Kai's countenance darkens. I think you should buy something from the vending machine and eat at your desk. Mal scoffs, still jovial as all get out. Come on, that's no way to treat our new colleague. It's not like we have any dire emergency happening right now. Plus, a man's gotta eat. We won't be gone long. He turns to me and gives me a sultry grin. At least I don't think it'll take too long. I'm impressed. Mal's really freaking good at this. Something about the expression on Mal's face clearly doesn't sit well with Kai, and before I realize it, he's jumped to his feet and put on his tinted glasses. Score. Fine, I'll come with you. Let's go and get this over with. Talk about rolling out the red carpet for our newbie. You could show more enthusiasm, bro. Mal goads. Kai glares at his brother, and I do a little skip as I follow them out of the office. We end up making our way to a cafe a few blocks from our building. It's only a short walk, but I'm already sweating from the heat by the time we arrive. Thankfully, the establishment is doing brisk service and has sweet, life-saving air conditioning. Since we only need to order at the counter before bringing our food back with us to the table, our wait isn't long. We grab a table in the corner by a window, looking out on the strip, and sit down with our salads and sandwiches. From his thunderous expression, Kai seems to be channeling his inner Klingon warrior, ready to go into battle. I'm not bothered, though, so I slurp loudly on my iced tea, earning me a glare. I try not to smile. Thanks so much for being a great Team Alpha welcome wagon, guys. I appreciate you taking me out to lunch. I'm looking forward to getting to know you both much better. Mal scoots his chair closer to mine, like the suave Casanova I'm coming to realize he is. Oh, the pleasure's all mine, River. I look forward to getting to know you better as well. I always thought the expression I found in some of my favorite romances was exaggerated, but if I had to describe the expression on Kai's face at this moment, I'd say it resembles a dark storm cloud. However, he remains silent as he chews angrily on his sandwich and shoves the occasional forkful of salad into his mouth, munching on the greens as if they've done something wrong to him. Tell me more about yourself, Mal prods with a lazy grin, activating his sexy dimple. I have no doubt it brings all the boys and possibly girls to his yard. I swallow a bite of my turkey sandwich and shrug. My life's a pretty open book. What do you want to know? He flutters his dark eyelashes at me, and again I'm struck by how handsome these two men are. Talk about winning the lottery with this job. Being surrounded by super sexy alien guys all day isn't exactly a hardship. My life definitely isn't boring anymore. My old tech writing job can be forgotten. Are you single? Mal asks, his expression far from innocent. Kai chokes on his lemonade. I turn to him, concerned. Are you okay? Did you forget how to use a straw? Fine, he wheezes, wiping his mouth with a napkin. I glance back at Mal. I'm single and ready to mingle, as they say. Mal's eyes widen, comically large. Really? It's hard to imagine someone as adorable as yourself being single. I lean closer to him.
Aw, shucks. Well, you see, I have standards, and I tend to be more old-fashioned than the average 20-something gay man. Don't get me wrong, I tried the club scene when I went to college, but I didn't really consider it my jam. Casual encounters and drunken one-night stands aren't very enjoyable for me. There's no emotional connection, no deeper spark. I'm looking for something more serious, committed, and monogamous. I know it's a tad passé to say as a gay man, especially at my age, but it's what I want. Now I need to find that special someone who wants the same thing. I give Kai a pointed stare, and he frowns at his uneaten sandwich half. Mal chews on a carrot in a strangely sexy way I have no hope of mimicking. Very, he's good. Well, I'm sure you won't have any trouble finding a partner, especially now you're a part of Team Alpha. Gods, don't you start calling us that too, Kai grumbles, followed by a loud huff. Mal grins at him before turning back to me. As I was trying to say before my brother so rudely interrupted me, you're a walking celebrity in the office. You could have your pick of just about anyone you might want to ask out. Really? I dart a glance at Kai. You think so? Most definitely. Kai pushes his plate away, lips pursed in displeasure. I return my focus to Mal. What about you? Are you single? Now he leans closer. Why, yes, I am. It's my turn to flutter my lashes at him, ignoring the fact I probably look like a confused, bespectacled owl in the process. I find it hard to believe you're single. I bet you break hearts wherever you go. Let me guess, you're a total player, right? He smirks, and that deadly dimple makes yet another appearance. This man is going to give someone a run for their money one day. I'm not sure I'd call myself a player, but I do like to have fun. Yes, I'm single at the moment, but I'm not opposed to finding the right person who can make me want to settle down and enjoy all the benefits of monogamous romance and partnership. How interesting! I prop my chin on my fist in what I hope is an alluring manner. Kai shoves his chair back and stands up, looming over us. Are you two done flirting with each other? We need to finish our lunch and get back to work. I repress a grin and swallow the last bite of my sandwich. Aye, aye, Captain. Kai scowls at me and storms out of the cafe. Mal and I toss our trash and follow him back to the office. Mal makes a show of walking me to my desk, and before he heads back to his own, he pulls out his phone. Let's exchange numbers. I want to be able to get a hold of you anytime I need to reach you. His voice is far louder than it needs to be. I paste on an innocent smile. Sure. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Kai watching us, his right eyelid twitching. Inside, I'm doing cartwheels. Clearly, our little act is having an impact on him. Mal and I exchange numbers, and he gives me a cocky salute. Catch you later, hot stuff. He struts back to his own desk, and I have to bite my lip to stop myself from cracking up. About 20 minutes later, my desk phone rings. That took longer than I thought. I decide to mess with Kai a little as I pick up the phone and answer in my chipper, really voice. Hello, thank you for calling Team Alpha. You've reached River Sullivan. How may I help you today? There's a deep silence on the other end of the line. I try again. Hello? If this is a telemarketer, I'm going to hang up in 3, 2, please come and see me in my office. Kai interrupts, his tone foreboding. Sure thing, Captain. I hang up the phone and stand. There's a small mirror on the wall of my cubicle, so I take a peek to make sure I'm presentable. I run a quick hand through my crazy curls, despite knowing there's not much I can do about them. I adjust my bow tie and verify I don't have any lettuce from lunch stuck in my teeth. All good on that front. I pop a mint in my mouth and crunch on it as I make my way to Kai's office. Gotta have a minty fresh mouth in case he wants to lock lips with me again. My jaunty knock on his door is met with him practically barking at me to come in. He's sitting behind his desk, back ramrod straight and expression turbulent. Is it wrong his grumpy stern act totally gets me hot? I give him my biggest, brightest smile and take a seat in front of his desk. You wanted to see me, Captain? He frowns. Why are you calling me that? Oh, I don't know. You're acting all bossy and domineering, so I thought it went with the territory. Should I stick to sir? He growls. I think you should call me Kai. I shrug my shoulders. As you wish. An awkward silence descends.
I arch an eyebrow at him and push my glasses up my nose. You wanted to see me? I remind him. He clears his throat, a faint flush on his cheeks. Yes, right. He coughs. I couldn't help noticing you and my brother flirting with one another at lunch. I feign ignorance. Flirting? What do you mean? He looks uncomfortable, and I'm secretly pleased. You know precisely what I mean. I'm afraid I haven't got a clue what you're talking about. Mel and I were making friendly chit-chat and getting to know one another. It's what new coworkers do, after all. His mouth twists as if he's sucking on sour lemons. Talking about your love lives goes a little beyond the typical get-to-know-you. Leaning back in my chair, I adopt a relaxed pose. Well, maybe it does for you, but not for me. Perhaps this is one of those differences between our species. Kai grunts. Be that as it may, I would like to remind you, office romances are not appropriate in the workplace. I put on my serious thinking face and tap a finger to my lips.
Is that so? How do you explain your parents then? Kai sputters. That's different. Really? How so? Well, you see, is there a policy against employees dating each other? I don't recall reading anything like that in my HR manual, and I read the whole very thing. Former tech writer, remember? Kai tugs at the collar of his dress shirt. Well, no. Then there's no policy or mandate indicating I can't date a coworker? He remains silent. I thought so. Anything else you wanted to say to me? Something pained flashes in his eyes. Well, we species, don't typically date humans. It always tends to end badly. I narrow my eyes. Why's that? Kai swallows. Differences between species can sometimes be insurmountable. I scoff. Whatever. But there's not an official policy against interspecies dating, right? He remains silent. That's what I thought. Kai looks bewildered now. Clearly this meeting is not going the way he planned. Time to lay my cards on the table. You wouldn't happen to be jealous, would you? He flushes crimson. Jackpot. Of course I'm not jealous. Could have fooled me. Now his eyes narrow. I continue, deciding to be brutally honest. So much for waiting to talk until after work. It's now or never. This meeting seems mega contrived if you ask me. And yes, perhaps your brother was flirting with me. There's no harm in flirting. Besides, I'm technically still single and unattached at the moment. Look, I've made my interest in you very evident from the start. I thought our intimate moments in your car last night were a pretty good indicator of my interest. I get up and saunter closer to his desk before leaning over, my hands firmly planted on the smooth wood surface. Looking down at him, I say, I'd be happy to give you a reminder if you need one. I lick my bottom lip to punctuate my point. Kai remains frozen as if I've doused him in Groxel slime. I lean in, getting all up in his business. I'll share a little secret with you. Last night, I had an intense dream about you, tentacles and all. We even role-played. I was a helpless Captain Starblade, and you were the evil Lord Vardox, holding me hostage to all your intense fantasies. Kai's eyes flash fire. He clearly likes the idea. I file that away for future reference. He swallows and shifts uncomfortably in his seat. I grab his tie and pull him closer to me as I whisper in my best alluring voice. When I woke up, I was overwhelmed with desire for you. I have a feeling the real thing will be even better. Letting the tie slip from my fingers, I pull back and straighten, hands on my hips. I'm not interested in playing games. You know I'm attracted to you. But more importantly, I like you. If you like me too, then step up and ask me out. Don't be a petty person and complain when someone else expresses interest. Until I let you or someone else stake a claim, I am still available and open for romantic business. I make my point before twirling around and sashaying out of his office and back to my desk. The image of a gobsmacked Kai firmly planted in my mind keeps me in a good mood for the rest of the day. Iyaran Mating Courtship Ritual. Advice after Step 2. You've kissed. Hopefully it went well. Perhaps you were even feeling inclined to do more. Take our advice, don't rush things. Falling headlong into passion can be enjoyable in the short term, but not necessarily conducive to the long term. Take time to get to know your partner. Make sure they know you like more about them than their delightful physical assets. A bit of unresolved sexual tension never hurt anyone much. Kai, hey bro, it's quitting time. I'm here to take your sorry self to dinner. I glance up from my hollow screen and regard Mal with suspicion. We had lunch together not too long ago. What's your angle? It's 7:30. You've been hiding in here for hours. I clear my throat. Oh, the time must have gotten away from me. Mal gives me a skeptical smirk, but says nothing. I cross my arms, regarding him with open distrust. Why do you want to take me to dinner? His far too innocent expression doesn't fool me. Can't a younger brother want to take his big brother out for a meal? I thought we could catch up. We've both been busy and haven't talked just the two of us in a while. I dart a glance out my office window, relieved to see River's desk is empty and his computer station dark. It's a bit cowardly, but I've been delaying leaving the office until I know for certain he's finally left and gone home. Hiding in my office might be veering toward pathetic, but I know if I give River even the smallest opening, he'll find a way to finagle another date out of me. I narrow my eyes at Mal. You're not secretly hiding River in the backseat of your car, ready to spring him on me if I agree, are you? He snickers. No, I got him set up with the company car you arranged for him. He was over the moon about that, by the way. I shuffle some items on my desk. Oh, good. Yes, well, he needed a reliable vehicle for work, that's all. Even to my ears, that last part sounded weak. Right, Mal drawls. A wave of irritation rises within me that's been looming for hours. Look, I'm not in the mood for any crap right now. Wasn't it enough you and River were flirting in front of me all day? Mal's smirk vanishes and he becomes serious. You know I'm not actually interested in him, especially if you are. I was merely making a point you've been stubbornly trying to ignore. River's a cutie, and if you keep angsting and don't make a move, someone else will snatch him up right in front of you. An afternoon of stewing in my office has made me begrudgingly admit Mal's probably right. If I wait too long, I'll lose my chance with River. He might like me, but he isn't going to wait around forever for me to figure out what the heck I want. But bad memories are holding me back. I can't go through what happened with Jonathan. Not again. Maybe talking to Mal can give me some fresh perspective on all this. The loud, insistent rumble of my belly decides things. All right, let's go eat. We leave work and head to one of our favorite Thai restaurants on the way home. We call ahead to do a takeout order, since I'm more comfortable discussing personal matters in private. Although we don't live with our parents anymore, we each have a house on the same street. It's a bit closer than most humans like to be to their relatives, but intergalactic immigrant families like mine tend to stick close together. It's past the usual dinner rush, so our food's ready and waiting when we arrive, and we take it back to Mal's house. Once we're seated at his breakfast nook, we dig into our favorite noodle dishes with gusto. Our species needs to consume a lot of calories to maintain our bodies. Having 2 hearts and internal tentacles requires more food than the average human needs to sustain themselves. When I've demolished my noodles and my hunger's been partially sated, I come up for air and sip my Thai iced tea with pleasure. Mal grins at me as he slurps down the last of his noodles. You still haven't conquered your sweet tooth, huh? I shrug, slightly self-conscious. Yeah, so what? Mal raises his hands in a placating gesture. Hey, no offense meant. I think it's kinda cute, actually. You and Dad definitely share that quirk in common. I glower at him. Younger brothers can be quite irksome. He smirks before eyeing me critically. You look a little tense, bro. This is how I always look, I grumble. Mal throws his head back and laughs. Maybe that's true. What I mean is, are you finding intimacy? When was the last time you shared intimacy with someone? I sputter. How is that any of your business? He arches an eyebrow. Kai, everyone needs to find intimacy. It might help loosen you up. You're wound way too tight as it is. You're letting the stress of the job get to you. Sometimes you need to let go so you can have a life outside of work. My job is very important. I'm not saying it isn't.
All I'm saying is there's more to life than work. Work is my top priority, he sighs, looking disappointed. You're too much like Dad sometimes.
And I don't mean it in a bad way, but you take everything far too seriously and don't know how to relax. At least Dad has Mom to force him to let go of work and take care of himself. She helps him find a balance. I fold my arms across my chest. Right. Well, on the flip side, you're exactly like Mom. You take foolish risks and don't think about the consequences. Both of you follow your every impulse, and it often gets you into trouble. That's when Dad and I have to bail you out. Mal grins again, the dimple in his cheek that always proves so irresistible to men and women alike on full display. I don't deny that, but at least we have a lot more fun in the process. I'll stick to my stoic, boring ways, thank you very much. He leans back in his seat and laces his hands behind his head. Tell me more about River. Of course he went there. I take a long sip of my tea, trying to stall. Finally, I say, I'm sure Mom and Dad can fill you in on all you want to know about River. Oh, Mom and I've talked about him already. I want to get your perspective. After all, I hear your hypnosis efforts on him were a bust. I scowl, my ego still stinging at that failure. I do have a reputation to uphold as the Alliance's strongest memory alteration expert after all. But somewhere deep inside, a soft, fluttery, and strangely happy feeling takes root. If my powers had worked, River would have forgotten all about me, and he wouldn't be working with us at the Alliance. As frustrating as I find my complicated attraction to him, I also don't want him to leave. It's an unsettling realization. You're correct. My hypnosis didn't work, but, I add defensively, neither did Aiden's. There's a lot more than meets the eye when it comes to River Sullivan. He's a wily one. Mal's cheeky grin widens. I bet that royally really annoyed Aiden. I wish I could have been there to witness it. He's such a tool sometimes. I can't contain a smirk of my own. I think River gave him a permanent eye twitch from the whole thing. Oh? Do tell. I relate the story of Aiden's encounter with River, and at the end, we're both laughing. Mal wipes tears from his eyes. Galactic gods, I'm so disappointed I missed that epic event. I can only imagine how Aiden reacted to being told his pheromones are like B.O. I slurp down the last of my sweet tea with relish and begin digging into the curry. River brought him a stick of deodorant the next day, and I nearly lost it. Mal guffaws wholeheartedly at this. I think I like this human already. Feeling a strange churning feeling in my gut, I frown. I'm not jealous, gosh. Mal's laughter fades, and his expression becomes contemplative. I hear you actually busted out the tentacles on River. You were very serious, weren't you? I sit up straight in my seat and set my spoon down. Yes, well, I had to use every weapon in my arsenal to follow procedure. Mal doesn't look convinced. I narrow my eyes at him. Where is this line of questioning, little brother? His smile widens. Did you touch him with your tentacles? I frown. I had to grab him to inject him with my serum to make him more susceptible to my will. Fat lot of good it did. Right, and did he touch them in return? I think back to that moment when River caressed the tender flesh of my tentacle with gentle reverence. I cough, feeling my cheeks warm. Briefly, I admit. Now it's Mal's turn to sit up straight in his seat and lean forward, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. You do know what this means, right? I blink. What are you talking about? This feels like a trap. Mal gives me the biggest mischievous grin I've ever seen. You've initiated the first step in the Mating Courtship Ritual. At those words, my two hearts thump loudly in my chest and begin racing. No, I didn't. Oh, yes, you did, he sing-songs back at me. No, I repeat firmly, it's not possible. His pitying headshake has me sweating with mounting worry. Sorry, I'm afraid you did, big bro.
I know you've never actually begun a formal courtship ritual before, but it's not like we haven't learned the basic steps from Mom and Dad our whole life. It's simply a coincidence, I say, trying to brush off his words, special circumstances and all. I have no intention of courting River Sullivan as a mate. The very idea is ludicrous. That's what I keep telling myself, and yet I now realize I also completed the second step in the ritual when I kissed River last night. Son of a phaser, really difficult person. None of this was conscious on my part, but now Mal's pointed it out to me, I can't deny the truth. I should be panicking at this revelation, but strangely I'm not. Instead, my tentacles are vibrating inside me, more content than usual. Gosh. Mal leans back in his seat again. Why not? River's ridiculously cute. He's also super into you, and he's fun to be around. Half the office has a crush on him already, and the fact he's totally oblivious and so focused on you says a lot. I fight back a growl. You're speaking awfully highly of him, even though you barely know him. Does that bother you? It does, but I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of saying so, even if I want to wipe the lazy grin off his face. When I remain silent, however, he smirks in triumph, already knowing what I refuse to say. Curse insightful younger brothers. Look, I finally say with a sigh. Yes, I'm attracted to River, I'll admit that. And I've been fighting it without much success. But you know how I feel about dating humans. It's never easy for our people. Few of us have had luck dating outside our species. Eventually, when it gets to the point of revealing our true identities, most Earthlings go running for the hills. I pause, before adding quietly. Then we have to erase their memories. Mal reaches across the table and takes hold of my hand, genuine understanding and sorrow in his eyes. I know what happened with Jonathan sucked. It wasn't fair. But he also wasn't meant for you if he couldn't handle who you really are. It's been years since that happened. You were both barely River's age then. Don't you think it's time to move on and maybe give it another try with somebody else? I shake my head. Humans are too fearful of difference. They cannot accept our biological and anatomical variances. Mal arches his eyebrows again in disbelief. You do realize River writes a popular series involving tentacles that has half the galaxy logging in for each new episode every week, right? I shift uncomfortably. There's a difference between fantasy in a story and tentacles in real life. Has he shown any fear since you revealed that part of yourself to him? I hesitate, thinking back on things. No. In fact, he told me he had a vivid dream involving me and my tentacles, but I don't share that with Mal. Even if he's okay with my extra appendages, and that's a big if, human lifespans are so short compared to our own. Getting attached to him isn't worth it if I'm only going to lose him in a handful of short decades. Possibly, Mal agrees. But you might also be missing out on many years of joy and happiness with someone you could love. Plus, he's already seen your tentacles, and he hasn't run away screaming. If anything, he's tried to get closer to you. He's even working with you now, for heaven's sake. Admit it, he's sticking to you like some kind of persistent human barnacle. My shoulders slump. But this is probably nothing more than a fleeting fixation. When we found River, he was following around an alien, trying to get proof of our existence on Earth. He's a hardcore sci-fi fan who's probably only interested in me because I represent something that has fascinated him his whole life. But what happens when the fascination wears off? Mal hums thoughtfully. Maybe you're right, and maybe you're not. From the little I know about River so far, he seems like a genuine guy. And I think if he's attracted to you and wants to get to know you better, those are honest feelings on his part. Only time will tell. When it comes to love, it's always a gamble.
We can never know if someone shares our feelings, let alone if those feelings will remain the same for us forever. Hell, we can't even know for sure if our own feelings will endure. You could be the one to break his heart. It's hard to say. But if you never take a chance, then you'll always end up being miserable and alone. Maybe that's the way I like it, I mutter. Mal shakes his head. That's a lie, and we both know it. He crosses his arms. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you want to debate this with yourself or not. Your body has already started a process that can't be halted or reversed until you or River put an end to it. The fact you've begun the mating courtship ritual and didn't realize it is telling enough. Some part of you recognizes something in River it wants, and no matter how much you try to fight it, you're going to find yourself completing the next steps. And if River accepts your overtures, then you're going to find yourself with a mate real very fast. River has already accepted my overtures, whether he knows it or not. That crystal-clear fact causes contradictory flashes of ice-cold fear and red-hot desire to course through me. I stare at my brother stunned, my mind swirling over the truths he's forced on me. Mal's a difficult person, but smarter than many give him credit for. Later, I lie alone in bed, our conversation echoing in my mind. My logical side wants to deny everything Mal said, but somewhere deep within, a more primitive part of me is roaring with satisfaction. Mal's right. The instinctual side of me senses a connection with River, continuing to draw me to him no matter how hard I try to resist. Protecting myself from heartbreak is futile when I yearn so strongly to make him mine. I'm drawn to River more than I have been to anyone before. I'm torn about what to do, though. On the one hand, River's made his own attraction to me abundantly clear, but I still have so many uncertainties and insecurities. What if his fascination with me really is only because I'm from another planet? What if the glamour fades away and he loses interest, only to toss me aside for some ordinary human lover instead? Even worse yet, now we work together. There's a reason humans say don't mess where you eat. It makes sense. Of course, my family's not the best example of this, since Mom and Dad work together, and Mal and I joined the alliance when we came of age. We're a family operation all the way, as is the case with many extraterrestrial immigrants of a certain generation. I twist and turn in the sheets, restless in the silence of my bedroom. Taking calming breaths, I close my eyes, and immediately my mind conjures the image of River, with his wild golden curls and mesmerizing green eyes always sparkling with excitement and enthusiasm. His body, smaller and leaner than my own, is tantalizing enough when clothed. Imagining what he looks like without clothes is far too tempting. I barely consider it before my mind decides to fill in the blanks. It takes no time at all for me to envision River without clothes, and a wave of desire washes over me. I give in to the rising tension, savoring the mental picture I've created. In my fantasy, River's plump lips part, and his tongue peeks out to moisten them. Moaning with pleasure, I allow several eager tentacles to emerge from the pouch in my abdomen. One versatile appendage produces a natural lubricant at the tip, creating a sensation of intense pleasure. A second tentacle moves down, making me groan with pleasure. It doesn't take long for me to reach a peak, and I cry out River's name. I lie there panting from the intense release. My tentacles retract into their abdominal pouch, strangely satisfied, and I have a moment of clarity. I need to take a chance and explore this connection between me and River, and I need to do it before it's too late. Mal's right. Far too many people in the alliance have shown an obvious interest in River. I need to be the one to court him first. With the decision finally made, I sigh with satisfaction before drifting into a deep and contented slumber. Tomorrow, I'm going to set aside my fears and begin my campaign to woo River Sullivan, making my intentions plainly known. He's been chasing me, but now I'm going to chase him. And I can only hope he's truly willing to be caught by an alien whose unique nature is all too ready to connect with him in intimate ways he's never experienced. Mating Courtship Ritual, Step 3. You're moving along quite well now, aren't you? The next step involves a different kind of intimacy, Sharing food with a prospective mate not only proves you care for their well-being, but it also shows you hope to share everything with them in this life. It's crucial you feed your partner food from your own hand and that they accept your offering. Take serious time to find a suitable morsel to tempt your intended's palate. After all, no one wants to be rejected as a potential mate for choosing a hated or allergy-inducing food item for this important step. Kai. After a night of tossing and turning while inundated with intensely frustrating dreams about River, I finally give up on sleep and get out of bed around 9 a.m. I do an hour-long workout in my home gym to try to burn off some of my nervous energy. Then I take a long hot shower and dress. Opting to go casual today, I don a pair of jeans and a tight-fitting black t-shirt I've been told looks good on me. I only manage a small bowl of oatmeal for breakfast, but end up drinking nearly half a pot of coffee as I psych myself up for what I need to do. When I pull up in front of River's house, I realize it's only 11 a.m. on a Saturday. This might be too early to be bothering him without any advance notice, but I muster my resolve and make my way to the front door. I know I'm being foolish, but I haven't been this nervous since I was a teenager asking out my first crush. Not a pleasant sensation, especially at 35. With my palms sweating, I ring the doorbell. It takes several moments before a bleary-eyed Benji Sullivan answers, wearing a paint-flecked t-shirt and loose pajama pants. Today, his hair is only half tied up, with silky chestnut tendrils trailing down his shoulders. "Hey, spaceman, how's it going?" I give him a tight smile. "Hi, Benji. Let's keep the spaceman thing on the down low, as River would say." "Oh, right. My bad, man." "No problem." I swallow the nervous lump in my throat. I'm actually looking for River. Is he home? I hope I'm not sweating as much as I think I am. Benji blinks at me, then yawns and scratches his beard. "Nah, man. He left around 9 this morning with a couple of his friends. They were going for early breakfast, and then I'm not sure what his plans are for today." My shoulders slump. "Oh, okay. I'm sorry I bothered you." I turn to leave, but Benji stops me. "It's all good. Why don't you come in for a little while? You can wait for him if you want. He might be back soon." I shuffle my feet, feeling uncertain. "Oh, I wouldn't want to impose." "It's not a problem." He gives me a beatific smile. "I finished off a painting I've been working on this morning, so I'm baking myself a little reward and planning to chill for the rest of the day. Want to stick around for a snack? We can chat and get to know each other better." I hesitate. Benji continues. "After all, you're involved in my nephew's life now. I think I should get to know more about who he's working with, especially since you're no ordinary boss." I'm not technically his boss, just captain of the team he works on. My father is his actual boss. Benji flaps his paint-streaked hand. "Whatever. Come on in." With some trepidation, I follow him inside. I've been here before, but never really had the chance to look around. Like most of the homes in the area, it's a tract house with neutral-colored walls, tile flooring in the kitchen and hallways, and beige carpet in the living room and bedrooms. What's really striking about the house is the vibrant and eclectic array of paintings on nearly every wall. The entryway leads to a hallway painted a cream color and featuring an array of framed pictures on the wall. I pause for a moment to inspect them, immediately zeroing in on a picture of a cherubic-looking River as a toddler, grinning up at the camera. His mop of gorgeous curls and bright-eyed smile haven't changed much. Benji shuffles over. "Ah, you found our family portrait wall of sorts. Do you mind if I look at the pictures?" "Not at all. We have lots of photos of River as a kid. He sure was a cute one. He still is, I think. His mom was obsessed with taking photos of him as a baby. River's a lot like her. Melody had the same kind of optimistic enthusiasm and radiant energy. No one could resist her. My brother used to say he was a goner the moment she smiled at him. I know the feeling." My eyes rove over the pictures, and I pause on an image of a young man and woman holding River's hands when he was a toddler. Is this his mother and father? Benji's eyes grow sad. "Yeah, that's Melody and my brother Chris. They died when River was 10. It was an accident on the interstate in the middle of the desert. They were driving back from one of my brother's work conferences when a truck driver fell asleep behind the wheel, hit them head on. The only saving grace was that River wasn't with them when it happened. River's grandparents had been watching him while Melody and Chris were out of town. I'm sorry. There are no adequate words to address such a loss. Benji sighs. Yeah, it was tough for me, but it was even harder for River to lose his parents so young. He didn't really understand it for the longest time. When I agreed to care for him and took him in, I didn't have the first clue how to raise a kid. I'd always been the wild, free-spirited uncle who popped in every now and then. So I hadn't spent a lot of one-on-one time with my nephew up to that point. I'd been a roadie on tour with different bands for about 5 years. Then I traveled around in an old beat-up van, getting inspiration for my art for several years. When I was contacted about the accident, I rushed back. That's when our lives changed forever. You took River in even though you didn't know him very well and hadn't spent a lot of time with him? Heck yeah. My parents weren't well and didn't have the ability to care for him, so it fell to me. Some people told me I should have let him go into foster care, but there was no way I was going to do that. I owed it to my brother to take care of his son. I couldn't live with myself if I hadn't done everything in my power to be there for River when my brother couldn't. Wasn't easy at first, for either of us. It took a while to find a rhythm, living together and navigating the boundaries of our new relationship dynamic. Things got better after River and I both went through some counseling to deal with our grief and loss. Benji regards me with serious eyes. He's a special kid and too smart for his own good sometimes, but he's also one of the most loyal and loving people I know. I swallow. Thank you for sharing that with me. A timer dings in the kitchen and Benji perks up. Gotta go check on the brownies. My stomach growls at those words. He chuckles. Come with me. We head to the kitchen and Benji puts on a pair of oven mitts before pulling out a tin-foil pan full of gooey, chocolatey brownie goodness. He sets them on a wire rack to cool. The smell of butter and cocoa powder wafting from the pan makes me salivate. I'll make a pot of coffee. By the time it's ready, the brownies should have cooled off enough for us to enjoy them. I wipe my mouth, making sure I'm not drooling. I love brownies. Anything chocolate, really. Benji nods. I feel you, man. My magic brownies are epic. I wonder what he means by magic. The smell is definitely magical. I can't wait to try them. An hour or two later, I've lost track of time, we're sitting on the couch in the living room and I've already eaten 2 brownies. Benji's still working on his first one, but I'm strangely calm and peaceful. I haven't been this relaxed in ages. These brownies are amazing, I say, unable to stop myself from drawing out the words. Benji gives me a high five I barely managed to return. Right on, my brother. I stare at my hands, which seem to be vibrating even though I'm not moving them. I feel floaty. Benji giggles. That's the magical part of the brownies. I blink at him in amazement. You can do magic? He snorts. Nah, man, the weed in them is what makes them magical. He waves his fingers at me like he's performing a magic trick. Weed? He nods his head. As in marijuana? He nods again, and I find myself strangely listing to the side as I tilt my head to gape at him in disbelief. You gave me drugs? Dude, I told you they were edibles, hence the magic brownies. Oh, I didn't know what you meant, I slur. I know I should care about this more, but for some reason I don't. All of my worries have floated away. Benji waves a hand dismissively. Don't worry about it, man. It's only some weed. Enjoy the ride and find your mellow. I stare at him stupidly. I've never been high before. He shoves the last bite of his brownie in his mouth and blinks at me in surprise. Really? Yeah. Well, dude, I'm here to watch over you and keep you out of trouble. It's all good. I gaze back at the brownie pan, still full of luscious, gooey goodness. I know I shouldn't, but I think I want to heat another one. Benji nods his head in time to some music I don't seem to hear. Cool beans. I'll have another too. It takes me a minute to figure out how to use the knife, but I manage to cut each of us another small piece of brownie and we start munching along happily. The chocolatey goodness is comforting. Man, am I relaxed. My eyes are drawn to one of the amazing paintings on the wall. The swirl of colors seem to be moving. I blink several times. Whoa,
Your art is incredible, Benji. The colors are moving. Righteous, man. They're best enjoyed when your mind is freed from the constraints of the day-to-day grind. As I stare at the rainbow vortex of moving colors, I blurt out, I'm going to ask your nephew out. Then I take another bite of brownie and smack my lips as I try to get all the delectable chocolate flavor on my tongue. Benji's answering smile is serene. Cool, dude. River seems really into you. As long as your intentions are noble, you've got my blessing. I straighten, but still seem to be listing sideways somehow. I'm very noble. Ask anyone. Then I lean closer and whisper far too loudly. I also have some rather passionate intentions when it comes to your nephew, if you know what I mean. My eyes widen. I didn't mean to say that out loud. Somehow the filter between my brain and mouth isn't working right now. Benji snorts and leans back into the couch pillows. It's the brownies, man. My eyes widen and I gasp. They have a truth serum in them too? Even the Alliance doesn't have a truth serum. Benji starts laughing hysterically. No, dude, the weed in them makes you more open and honest about gosh. I stare down at my hand and then hold it up to my face. That's so strange. It's like my hand is made of noodles and they're all dancing around. Am I giggling? You're trippin', man. Go with the flow. Everything will mellow out. But maybe ease back on the brownies. I think you've had more than enough for your first time. I whine, but I like brownies, and yours tastes so good. It's rude to not share with your guests. Benji considers this. True, man, but the more of those you eat, the more you're going to trip. Slow down your pace. I lick some chocolate crumbs off my fingers before asking, do you think I can trust your nephew? Benji rubs his eyes and stares at me, his gaze unfocused for a moment. What do you mean? I heave a sigh. I dated a human once before. When he found out about the real me, he couldn't handle it. Didn't want to have anything to do with me. Treated me like a freak. Broke my heart. I swallow back unexpected tears.
And then we had to modify his memory so he forgot he ever even knew me. Benji leans over and places a warm hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry that happened to you. It really, really sucks. A stray tear rolls down my cheek, and I blink in surprise. Sorry, I usually don't get emotional like this. It was a long time ago. Don't even worry about it. Benji pats my shoulder. Your secrets are safe with me. I slump in relief. Thanks. You're a good guy. Did you know that? Benji smiles before speaking his words of wisdom. But what all this means, in other words, is you're scared to love again. My mouth opens in amazement, and I see Benji in a new light. Yes, you totally get me. Basically, ever since what happened with Jonathan, I've steered clear of any romantic entanglements with humans. It's too hard, you know? They can't accept the differences between us. Let me tell you something. Benji gives me a fatherly look. River's one of the most open-hearted and understanding people I know. He gets being different. Hell, he's always been different. Kid knew he was gay from a very early age. Thankfully, as his gay uncle, I was able to help him with a lot of the challenges of coming out, but it was still hard for him at school. Kids can be really cruel. Growing up without parents also made him a bit of an outcast among his peers. Some of them were downright evil to him about not having a mom and dad anymore. Then, added to that, is the fact he's such a big sci-fi nerd who gets excited about stuff other people don't care about. Well, let's just say he knows a thing or two about being unusual. And he doesn't judge. If he tells you he's interested in you for who you are, differences and all, then he means what he says. I swallow, fighting back my fears. I'm worried about being hurt again. I don't know if I could handle it. Yet there's something about River I can't seem to shake. I've tried to resist my attraction to him, but I can't anymore. I'm still scared though, and I hate it. Falling in love is always hella scary, man. Benji pats my back again. When we make ourselves vulnerable to somebody else, it's always a leap of faith. When we give our heart, we don't know how it'll be treated.
It's a gamble, but if you don't take the risk in the first place, you might miss out on something great. Sure, sometimes love can hurt, and people can take advantage of our vulnerability, believe me, I know. But we also learn from those experiences, and sometimes they make us better prepared to meet the next love who comes our way. I gape at him. This man is a sage, a noble wise man, a veritable fountain of truth. He speaks in pearls of wisdom. How did I never see it before? You're like some kind of mystical shaman, or maybe an oracle. I shake my head in awe. Even as I behold him, I now see pink and gold lights surrounding his body. Whoa, you even have a magical aura around you. It's so beautiful. Benji snorts again and grins at me. I think that might be an effect of the magic brownies, but sure, man. His expression softens. What you need to do is have an honest conversation with my nephew. Explain your fears and concerns. He'll tell you what you want to know. You're right, I nod decisively. That's why I came here in the first place. I want to talk to him. I need to tell him how I feel. Okay, my brother, why don't you hang with me until he comes home? We can watch a movie together while you wait. Later, I'll order some pizza, and we can chill out for a bit while we ride the magic brownie wave. Sounds good, I agree. As he excuses himself to go to the bathroom, I stealthily cut myself another piece of brownie. I deserve a little extra indulgence, and hopefully some magic brownie courage to face River once he returns home. River. We need to get our spaceship out of this trap. Roll the very dice, River. I glance up, startled. My weekly board game group are watching me in exasperation. We're all crowded around the dining room table in our host's tiny apartment. The space is furnished with worn, second-hand furniture, but they've tried to brighten up the place with colorful accent pillows, plants, and a beautiful batik blanket covering one wall. Around our board game and playing pieces is an array of empty soda cans, a once full bowl of M&Ms, now down to the last handful, and a large, crumpled potato chip bag. Sorry, I blurt out. Where's your head tonight? Jay asks. You're not your usual exuberant self, Jay's boyfriend, Mark, agrees, wrapping his muscular arm around his smaller, blue-haired lover. I give them a weak smile. My bad, guys. I'm a little distracted by stuff going on at work. Carrie, one of our hosts for this evening, frowns. I thought you weren't working at the moment. Pizza should be here soon, Ginger says, bringing out a fresh round of root beer to our sober game night before sitting next to Carrie and giving her a quick kiss. I got one with half pineapple like you like, babe. Carrie grins and gives her another kiss. Thanks, love. So, what's the story? Do you have a new job or something? Carrie asks again. I freeze for a moment, uncertain about how to respond to this. Really, I didn't exactly rehearse what I was going to tell my friends, who aren't in the know about aliens on Earth. In retrospect, I realize I really should have. All eyes at the table turn to me, and I gulp, trying not to let my nervousness show. Oh, I say, with as much nonchalance as I can reasonably pull off. I forgot to tell you all I got a new job. It happened fast and rather unexpectedly. Ginger leans into Carrie's side and smiles encouragingly at me. Tell us all about it. Gotta keep this as simple and boring as possible. I'm working in the city center building, doing some administrative stuff, I shrug. Nothing too exciting, but at least it's bringing money in again each month, and I have good benefits. Everyone congratulates me, and I roll the dice, managing to get my team's spaceship out of the trap and distract them from asking me more questions about my new job. My teammates cheer, and we progress forward in the board game we're playing. Thankfully, the conversation moves in another direction after that. To my surprise, Evan arrives hot on the heels of the pizza delivery guy. I'm thrilled to see him, but my palms are sweating. What the hell am I going to tell him? Mark hugs Evan. Good timing, man. How did things go in Dallas? Great, actually. My team brought home a couple of awards, and the kids had the time of their lives. Evan continues to chit-chat with Mark for a few minutes before making a beeline for me with a determined glint in his eyes I recognize all too well. Gosh. He grabs my arm and pulls me into the empty hallway, his worried eyes searching mine. What the hell's been going on with you, hermano? I know you were lying to me when I called you yesterday. I wince. Yeah, about that. He interrupts me with a frown. You're lucky Benji responded to the text I sent him and told me you were okay. Otherwise, I would have been on the red-eye home last night and kicking down your door at 4 a.m. At 5 feet 2, Evan is even shorter than me. The idea of his pint-sized body banging down a door is too adorable for me not to grin. I can just picture it now. Hey, difficult person. I've been working out. I could totally kick your door down if I needed to. We've seen it done enough in telenovelas. It can't be that hard. I pat his arm. I definitely think the BFF gods and Mexican telenovelas would unite to lend you temporary superpowers to do it. He rolls his dark brown eyes and then gives me a serious look before lowering his voice. What happened after your alien encounter of the sexy kind? I feign confusion. My what? He narrows his eyes at me, and I gulp. Have you been replaced by a pod person, S.A.? No, I'm the one and only River Sullivan. No pod person could ever come close to copying the awesomeness that is me. I'm like that Taylor Swift song, You'll Never Find Another Like Me, period. The fierce expression on Evan's face relaxes, and so do I. Good.
So, salmon does have iron in it, but it's not a lot. There's better sources of iron. So, back to your real-life X-Files alien encounter. You told me the aliens took your blog post down? What the hell happened afterward? I have to do some quick thinking here. Very. I should have known Evan wouldn't let this go. I'm not sure what to do about the one human besides Benji who knows what happened. To be honest, I'd sort of forgotten to tell anyone at Anal HQ about it, or maybe I'd been trying to avoid it. A trickle of sweat makes its way down my back. Evan gives me his difficult person, better have my money face, and I know I'm never going to be able to concoct any kind of explanation to appease him unless it's the truth. I cringe and dart a quick glance around. We can't talk here. Come back to my house after all this, and I'll tell you everything you want to know. He holds out a hand, expression solemn. Pinky swear? Really, really, really? He knows all my weaknesses. I nod reluctantly and give him the requisite pinky shake, sacrosanct since childhood, and thus cement my doom. Mollified, Evan smiles. It'll be nice to see Benji again. It's been a while. How's he doing, by the way? I let out a sigh of relief, happy to change topics. He's doing great, actually. He was having some insomnia problems for a while, and you know how that really affects with his creative juices. Thankfully, it seems to have passed, and he's had several nights of good, solid rest, so he started creating again. I don't bother to add that alien hypnotism appears to have cured him. What's he working on? A painting this time. I'm not sure what exactly, but he seems super into it. He's spending most of the day out in the studio, but he promises me he's taking plenty of rest and looking after himself, at least as best as Benji can. I check in with him regularly to remind him to stop for lunch and take a break, but on the whole, he's doing better than he has in the past. That's good to hear. Evan's expression shifts from fond to serious. I know you feel responsible for Benji and want to take care of him, but I'm worried it might be coming at the expense of living your own life. Have you thought any more about getting a place of your own? This has always been a touchy subject between us, but I know Evan only has the best of intentions. He worries about me the way I worry about Benji. Since my technical writing gigs were inconsistent and I kept jumping from one temporary contract to the next, I haven't been financially secure enough to try it. I mean, now I'm working at the city center and on a more full-time basis with benefits, I might be able to start thinking about it again. But it's still early days yet. I want to get established in the job and make sure it's a good fit. Then I might come back and revisit the subject. Evan smiles. Great news about the new job. Felicidades. Benji confirmed you weren't misleading me when he answered my text. He narrows his eyes. I admit I was suspicious at first after you bailed on our phone call, but I guess you were pretty busy this week. You don't know the half of it, I agree, breathing a silent sigh of relief. I'm not sure how he'll react when I tell him the full truth, but I decide not to worry about that right now. After all, nothing I've told him was an outright lie. I'm just not sharing all the details. At least that's what I keep telling myself. Of course, I'm not trying to pressure you or anything, and you know I love Benji too.
but I think you need to have your own life without constantly feeling like you have to be a caretaker for your uncle. I sigh. I hear what you're saying. And believe me, I know the way I've been living has made it harder for me to enjoy a lot of the things other people my age do. Evan grins. At least you socialize with us every Saturday night. I mean, board game night is pretty freaking cool. Evan is as much of a sci-fi nerd as I am, but far more of a partier than me. He's happy to indulge my desire for a Star Trek The Next Generation marathon on a Friday after work, so long as he can sometimes drag me out dancing at a nightclub with him the next night. The one thing Evan loves most in the world is dancing. I'm not a terrible dancer, but I definitely don't have his superior moves. We head back to our other friends and grab some food. Sitting down, we begin to devour our pizza. Evan eventually takes a sip of his root beer and continues. Living on your own could make it easier for you to date. I know you want to have a boyfriend, but when you're still living with Benji, it makes things way awkward. I fidget in my seat, unable to deny the truth behind what he's saying, especially when I think about wanting to have some sexy alone time with my super hot alien boo-to-be. Yeah, that's definitely the top reason in favor of getting a place of my own. I clear my throat and dart a glance at him before whispering, I actually sort of met someone. Evan perks up. Really? How come you didn't tell me anything? Who is he? Where'd you meet him? Dish, girl. I want to know all the details. I shush Evan, and while the others are involved in a deep conversation about the latest Star Wars film, I stand up and drag him with me to the bathroom and shut the door behind us. He blinks at me. River, you know I love you, but what the real are we doing whispering like weirdos in our friend's bathroom? I roll my eyes. It's called privacy. His eyes narrow. Since when do you need privacy? We're in a little half bathroom with a pedestal sink and toilet, and not much else. Needless to say, it's a wee bit cramped with the two of us in here, but I stand by my decision to hide for our talk. I cross my arms over my chest. Since I don't want to let everyone know what's going on and get inundated with tons of questions, after all, it's still new. I met him at work. That's mostly truth, right? I don't know him very well yet, but there's something about him. Plus, he's very fine, which doesn't hurt. Evan's smile is devilish. Ooh, nice work. I hesitate, feeling my cheeks warm. Do you, believe in love at first sight? Evan stares at me gobsmacked. Dios mío, you're in love with this guy? Shh. I break up our huddle by the door and stalk over to the toilet, flip down the lid, and sit with a sigh. I'm not sure if it was love, but it was definitely lust at first sight. Evan leans against the door and leers at me. That's a really good start if you ask me. Thinking of Kai, I let out a dreamy sigh. I want to get to know him better. My desire for him was strong. Evan rubs his hands together gleefully. Sounds promising. Is he interested in you too? I can barely contain my smirk of satisfaction. We had a pretty hot makeout session in his car the other day when he took me home after our dinner date. Okay, I'm officially jealous. If things get real between you two, then I want to meet this guy. That's what worries me. I don't like the idea of having to lie to my best friend. I have a feeling when we get back to my house, I'm going to spill the beans right away. Keeping the fact Evan knows about aliens a secret from Kai is going to be another challenge. Gosh, this is getting more complicated by the minute. I nod. Sure, I'd love for you to meet him sometime. I just need to convince him he wants to be my boyfriend first. Evan laughs. Few people can resist your wiles, River. When you put your mind to something, you're rarely thwarted. I'd say it's only a matter of time before he succumbs. Exactly. My confidence is now supercharged to the max. The vote of support from Evan has reinvigorated me, and we return to the living room to finish the rest of our pizza before resuming board game night festivities. My team loses in the end, but we all have a good time as usual. I promise the other team a rematch next week, and we agree to meet up at Jay and Mark's apartment next time, as we're on a rotating schedule. It's only 8 o'clock on a Saturday night when Evan and I leave the party together. Part of me wishes I'd been able to make plans with Kai for tonight, but I'm also happy to spend the time with my bestie. I've missed him.
Follow me home? He regards me, his expression serious. Sure, and you promise you're going to tell me everything, right? My shoulders slump. Yes, but it's very complicated, just warning you. I can handle it. You're my ride or die, and I'm yours, always. He flashes me the Vulcan salute, and I return it, my heart full to bursting. Well, figure this sticky situation out. We always do. We get in our cars and head back to my place. Evan doesn't live far away and spends half his time at Casa Sullivan when he's off work anyway, so he knows the way as well as I do. 20 minutes later, we pull up in front of my house, and I notice a familiar SUV parked in the driveway. My heart begins doing the cha-cha in my chest. A knock on my driver's side window startles me out of my momentary daze. Evan's standing there, regarding me with a quizzical look. Are you getting out of the car, or are you planning to spend the rest of the night in there avoiding me? I open the door and get out, letting out a nervous laugh. You know the new guy I was telling you about? Mr. Lust at first sight? Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that's his SUV parked in my driveway. Evan's eyes widen. Oh, gosh, should I leave? I think about it for a minute, then shake my head, deciding I might need moral support. Why has Kai shown up at my house all of a sudden? I want to think on the positive side, but immediately I'm plagued with doubts. Is he here to tell me to leave him alone? If that's the case, I'll definitely need a friend's shoulder to cry on. Why don't you come in? This is an opportunity for you to meet him a bit earlier than planned. Like a loyal bestie, Evan says. Cool, but if he wants to take you out somewhere, then I can beat a hasty retreat. I wrap him in a fast but fierce hug. Thanks. With shaking hands, I unlock the front door and call out, "Hey, Benji, I'm home. Evan's with me, FYI." The sound of giggling floats toward us from the living room, before Benji finally calls out in a sing-song voice, "Hey, Tigger, you have a special guest." Evan turns to me and whispers, "He still calls you that?" Unfortunately, I groan. I don't think I'll ever be able to escape the childhood nickname of Disney Doom. Evan and I enter the living room and come to a screeching halt. Benji and Kai are sprawled out on the couch, and there's a mostly eaten tray of brownies on the coffee table in front of them. Chewy is curled up on his favorite pillow by Benji, snoring away. Kai turns to me, his dark hair mussed, and his casual t-shirt and jeans rumpled. I haven't seen him outside of the office, where he always wears his usual men in blacker, or I suppose it would be aliens in black suit and tie. Get it, girl, my mind tells me. Kai looks super fine right now. Casual clothes make him seem more approachable, even sensual. Also, his t-shirt hugs him in all the right places. Yummy. Now that I observe him more closely, though, I can tell there's something a little off about him. I frown and glance at the nearly empty brownie tray again, a horrible suspicion forming in my mind. It's confirmed when I take a few steps closer, and even from this distance, I can see Kai's beautiful eyes are dilated very wide. He's also giggling like a fool, and evidently high as a kite. Oh, holy gosh, I whisper. When he sees me, Kai smiles widely with a genuine grin of delight on his face, making my heart go pitter-patter. "River!" he exclaims with joy, and jumps up off the couch, nearly tripping over his feet in his haste to reach me. I'm almost knocked backwards when he crashes into my much smaller body and gathers me in a very firm, warm embrace. This is the kind of moment I've been waiting for. A real, genuine display of affection and interest from Kai. We are totally vibin'. In the meantime, I refuse to be embarrassed by the fact my feet are dangling above the floor a few inches. Unfortunately, I'm all too aware we still have an audience, so I pat him on the back and say slowly, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing here?" He leans back, still holding me in his arms, an adorably goofy grin on his face, and his pupils blown. "I came here to see you." There's a slightly dreamy note in his voice. "Really?" I'm unable to hide the hopefulness in mine. He nods vigorously. "Seriously?" He sets me down and clasps my hands in earnest. "I wanted to see you, to talk to you." That doesn't sound like a bad kind of talk either, based on his enthusiasm. I dart a glance toward the pan of brownies again. "I take it Uncle Benji offered you something to eat while you were waiting?" He sighs, a tranquil and slightly dopey smile on his face. "He made brownies. They're my favorite." Oh, God, you did mention a sweet tooth the other night. Gosh, gosh, gosh. With an unsteady hand, he puts his finger to his mouth and says in a far too loud attempt at a whisper, "Shh, don't tell anyone." Despite my concern, I try not to laugh. No problem. Your secret's safe with me and Benji. He grins, and I marvel at how relaxed he seems. So, I begin hesitantly, how many brownies did you eat exactly? He shrugs. Don't remember. Now it's my turn for my eyes to widen. I cast a quick glance at Benji, who's still reclined on the couch, hair down and falling around his shoulders like an actor in a Pantene commercial. There are more paint flecks than usual all over his hands and arms. He must have finished his latest painting and decided to celebrate. I pinch the bridge of my nose. How many brownies did he eat? Benji shrugs with a serene smile of his own. Almost the whole pan. I ate 2 or 3 over a few hours, but then he took the pan and wouldn't give it back. I had no idea he'd eat so many, but he seemed to really dig them. Hey, gosh, Evan says. Kai turns momentarily confused eyes on my best friend, as if noticing him for the first time. Who are you? He tries not so subtly to wrap a possessive arm around me as he stares down my bestie. Evan puts his hands on his hips, ready to throw down on my behalf. I'm Evan Hernandez, River's BFF. Who the really are you, jerk? Kai relaxes his hold on me ever so slightly, his expression mellowing once again. I'm Kai. I want to date River. Nice to meet you. He extends a hand, and after some fumbling on Kai's part, they manage to shake. Evan looks him up and down, assessing. I stand there frozen to the spot, Kai's casual words echoing on a loop in my head. He wants to date me? Hells yeah! Would it be wrong to bust out some of my TikTok-inspired dance moves to celebrate this moment? Kai turns to me, completely oblivious to how much his words have opened a whole big can of feels in me. You should try some of this brownie. It's delicious. Let's talk about what you just said. He isn't paying attention to a word I say as he pulls me over to the couch and picks up the nearly empty tray. There's one bite-sized chunk left. Carefully, he presents it to me. I saved this for you. The grave solemnness on his face is nearly my undoing. My lips twitch, but I valiantly work to maintain a serious expression. Oh, that's so thoughtful of you. He nods his head again, regarding me with serious eyes. I was very tempted to eat it, but I wanted to make sure I could give you the last piece, to make my intentions toward you clear. I pat him on the back. I appreciate the thought, but I don't really need any brownies tonight, I add under my breath. One of us needs to stay clear-headed around here. Ignoring me, Kai picks up the last remnant of brownie with great ceremony and holds it aloft. What are you? He shoves the piece of brownie into my mouth, and I have no choice but to chew and swallow. A glint of possessive pride enters his eyes. You accepted the food offering I fed you from my very own hand? You didn't exactly give me much choice there. His smile wavers, and he becomes suspiciously teary-eyed. Did you not want the food I fed you from my very own hand? Was the offering not to your liking? He asks in a strangely formal way, his lip trembling. I hasten to reassure him because I'm apparently a complete sucker for Kai's sad puppy dog face.
No, of course I'm happy to eat any food you want to give me. Well, almost any food. Some stuff is too gross even for me. But I like brownies as much as the next guy. Thankfully, the morsel of Benji's magical version was small enough I probably won't get much of a buzz off it. The worry clears from Kai's eyes, and he smiles with evident relief. I take his arm and lead him to the couch again. Why don't you lie back here for a moment and relax? But I want to talk to you. I have things to say. Important stuff. He punctuates that with a stupidly cute pout. I'm sure you do, but right now, I don't think you're going to be talking much sense after all those brownies you ate. We need to get you home so you can sleep it off. He protests, but I pull out my phone and quickly call Mal. He picks up on the third ring. Hey, sexy, have you realized I'm a better catch than my brother and you're dialing me for a booty call? I scoff, as if. No, we have a situation. He immediately becomes serious, his flirty voice dropping in an instant. What's wrong? I wince. "Your brother's at my house, and I think you might need to drive him home." The line is silent for a moment before he asks, "What happened?" "I'm not entirely sure, but I got back from my weekly Saturday night board game group, and Kai was here waiting for me with my uncle. Not sure how long he's been waiting for me to get back, but Benji fed him some brownies." I take a deep breath. "And I guess you could say they're the magical variety, if you catch my drift." Mal's uncharacteristically quiet, so I carry on. "Also, it seems like Kai may have eaten most of the pan all by himself, and now he's completely baked, no pun intended, absolutely stoned off his ass." The line remains dead silent for another moment before Mal bursts into gales of raucous laughter. "Oh my gods, I can't wait to see this. I might have to film it. This will be blackmail material for years to come. Forgive me, Kai. Get your ass over here. Your brother isn't in any condition to drive himself home, and I suspect he's on the brink of passing out." "I'll be there in 15, Mal says, almost giddily, and hangs up. The doorbell rings, and we all stare at it perplexed. Mal can't be here already, I mutter to myself and go to answer it. To my surprise, my neighbor, the mysterious Mr. Tom Jones, who got me into this whole situation to begin with, is standing in the doorway, a six-pack of beer in one hand and the handle of a wheeled case in the other. "Mr. Jones, what the hell are you doing here?" He flashes me a bright smile. "Hey, River, call me Tom. Your uncle and Kai invited me over earlier. I went out to do a beer run and bring back my portable karaoke machine." He breezes past me, and I stand there, unable to do much but watch the bizarre events unfolding in front of me. I close the door and hurry after Tom, finding him already ensconced in the living room, passing out beers and setting up his karaoke machine. "Uncle Benji, did you and Kai invite him over?" "Sure, he was hanging out with us earlier. Didn't want any brownies, though, so he went to get beer." He takes a can from Tom with a salute of thanks. "I don't really like sweet foods," Tom explains, pulling out two battery-operated microphones. "But your alcohol is very enjoyable, so I volunteered to do a beer run. Kai wanted music, so I was more than happy to bring my karaoke machine. It is a true marvel of human technology," he says proudly, before flicking on said machine. The disco ball attached to the top sends a multicolored strobe light all over the ceiling and walls of the living room. I begin, but Tom does something on his phone, and within seconds, music is thumping from the speaker system. "Are we ready to rock, gentlemen?" Benji gives Tom a lazy salute. "Right on, dude." Kai sits up on the couch, suddenly looking awake and excited. "What in the trailer park madness is even going on here?" Evan sounds as bewildered as I feel. I have no freaking idea. The familiar notes of "It's Not Unusual" start pumping out of the karaoke machine speaker system, and I finally know how my neighbor came up with his human name. Evan stares at me, his eyes wide. He said his name is Tom Jones, didn't he? I give him a weak smile and a nervous laugh. "Yeah, you know how kooky people in Vegas can be." "If you say so," Evan mutters, watching my neighbor shake his derriere and strut across the living room as he starts belting out a rather impressive, if I must admit, version of the Tom Jones classic. My amusement turns to alarm when Kai gets up and starts dancing to the music. I'm not sure if it's an alien thing or the pan of edible brownies he consumed, but tragically, he's seriously struggling to find his rhythm. Nevertheless, he's really giving it his all and getting into it. Tom becomes an even more enthusiastic performer when he has a rapt audience. Even Uncle Benji's sitting up now and getting into the groove in his own way, as he sips his beer and nods along to the music. Kai boogies his way over to me, a determined glint in his stunning eyes. He also has an open beer can in one hand now. "Hey, no alcohol. You need to sober up, mister." I grab for the can, and he clumsily pulls it toward his chest, only to end up spilling it all over the front of his t-shirt. He stops moving and stares dumbly down at his wet chest. "Oops, sorry about that. Kai, you okay?" Kai continues to stare at the shirt for a second, shrugs, then chugs the rest of the beer and tosses the can away.
Hey, I protest, but then I'm momentarily unable to breathe when he reaches down and pulls his wet t-shirt over his head before flinging it across the room. Holy magic Mike hotness Batman! Kai moves toward me, his movements captivating, accentuating those jeans clinging to him in all the right places. No wonder you like this guy. Look at those abs, Evan says, ogling Kai with approval. Están ardiente. I agree. He is totally hot. And boy howdy, do I look. Those abs are as gorgeous as I remember. I stare at all that toned muscle in a daze, captivating thoughts popping into my head a mile a minute. Believe me, I'm the 22-year-old writer of a fantasy story. I have a lot of ideas. Kai keeps moving his hips and swaying in my direction. He looks a teensy bit ridiculous, but also a whole lot sexy at the same time. I wipe my mouth, worried I might be drooling. You better work, difficult person, I whisper fiercely. Is he performing for us? Evan asks with far too much enthusiasm. No, I tell him. Kai's just tripping balls from too many of Benji's special brownies. He doesn't know what he's doing. Au contraire, I think he knows exactly what he's doing. I frown. I love my best friend, but I don't love him watching Kai dancing around half naked. For some reason, I want to be the only one to see it. That's a new feeling for me. I step forward. Kai, why don't I get you a clean shirt and... My words come to a stuttering halt when Kai trails a hand down his lightly furred abdomen. Evan and I gasp in unison. Kai leers at me, and with slow, deliberate movements, his gaze intense. Really? Yeah, oh, what are you doing? I squeak. You do realize there are other people here, right? I nod my head meaningfully at Evan. Kai directs a sultry smile at me, clearly only having eyes for yours truly, because his gaze never leaves my face. It's rather flattering, even though I'm starting to worry about where this is headed next. Hey, Evan says, what's that thing on his lower abdomen? Is it a scar? Kinda looks like a kangaroo pouch, actually. And, ay caramba, he has tentacles. And there it is. Kai has apparently lost his ever-loving mind. He's letting his tentacles go on walkabout in front of all of us, including my BFF, who didn't know he was an alien until this moment. I close my eyes in defeat. Crap.
Evan inhales loudly, and I can already hear the outrage brewing before he yells, "You lied to me!" Met him at work, eh? No mames. This is the alien hottie who interrogated you at the top-secret base? I shrink away from him. I was going to tell you, for reals, when the time was right. I didn't expect him to be here when we got home. He turns wounded brown eyes on me, and my heart twists at the sight. Why did you lie to me, hermano? Uh-oh. Evan only defaults to this much Spanish when he's excited or upset. From the scowl on his face, I can tell it's the latter. Meanwhile, 3 of Kai's tentacles are wiggling in the air, seemingly in time to the music, as he begins dancing in this strange little circle around me. I'm sorry, I was sworn to secrecy. Dios mío, Evan whispers in shock. It was all true. Kai does a little shimmy and a shake, his surprisingly graceful tentacles waving around him as he switches directions in his circle dance. Is this the alien Macarena? Evan crosses his arms and juts out his chin. You know I never would have told anyone. Best friend code, man. He shakes his head sadly. You didn't trust me. No, I plead with him. I wanted to tell you, but I was worried you might get in serious trouble if they found out. They're totally hardcore about ensuring human civilians never know aliens live among them. They would have altered your memory. I didn't want them messing with your brain. Evan narrows his eyes at me. So why did they let you know about them? I give a helpless little shrug. Seems I'm immune to their memory alteration techniques. They tried a couple of times with no success. That's why they hired me, to keep an eye on me and make use of my weird immunity to their hypnosis. Evan jerks back. Wait, Do you mean your new job at City Center is working for aliens? I nod, and he gapes at me. In a shaky voice, he asks, "Is that building a secret alien spaceship hidden in plain view?" It totally looks like a spaceship. I've always secretly wondered if it might be. I clasp his hand in mine. OMG, me too. They haven't confirmed it for me yet, but I think it's only a matter of time. That is so cool, Evan says with obvious envy. Kai ducks under our joined hands and keeps circling me in a bizarre clockwise and then counterclockwise direction, his tentacles dancing in the air around him. Evan releases me and steps back, regarding Kai with a bemused expression. I know, I can't believe I get to work there. It's only been a few days, but it's been awesome. They're introducing me to cool alien technology, and I get to meet extraterrestrials all the time. It's the dopest job ever. Evan's eyes are as huge as saucers, no pun intended. Do you think they might need any more human help? I can totally keep their secret, and I'm a hard worker. Surely I have talents they could use. I shake my head, hating to see his enthusiasm fade. Doubtful. Their usual policy is to alter the memory of human civilians who find out about them. I was some kind of weird anomaly since their techniques didn't work on me. Evan pales. Are they going to erase my memory? I cringe. Probably. I'll try to see if I can get them to make an exception for you. They sort of did for Benji. Evan stares at me aghast. I don't want some strange aliens messing around with my mind. I recognize the flash of anxiety that passes over his face. I totally understand where you're coming from. Don't worry, though. It's really more of a hypnosis to help you forget what happened. It doesn't permanently really mess with the rest of your mind. I point at Benji. They erased Benji's memory of the first night we met, and he's okay. Benji, who's now rubbing Chewy's belly, gives a thumbs up and a mellow grin. I totally don't remember meeting Kai, but it's all good. We became soul brothers over brownies tonight. Kai pauses in his dance to yell, "My sage soul brother!" Then he continues his circling motions, moving in closer to me, so the faintest whisper of his tentacles brush the air against me, just shy of caressing my skin. I shiver at the sensation. Evan crosses his arms over his chest. I don't like you having to keep such a huge part of your life secret from me. We've been BFFs forever. We know everything there is to know about each other. This could ruin our friendship if you constantly have to hide the truth from me. He regards me with sad, serious eyes. And you know you're a terrible liar, River. That won't go well. I twist the hem of my shirt, trying to let out some of my increasing anxiety. Evan's completely right. The doorbell rings again, but Kai continues to dance around me unperturbed, tentacles undulating with the music. I cover my face with my hand and groan. That's got to be Mal. Great frickin' timing. The guy you called before? He's Kai's brother. Brother? So he's an alien too? Evan gulps and adds in a higher-pitched voice, "With tentacles?" I can't tell if he sounds scared or excited. As far as I know, but I haven't seen his personally. Kai's the only one who likes to flash them at me all the time. I frown in contemplation. I don't even know what the protocol is with that. Like, is it polite to show your tentacles to people? Is it rude? Is it only for certain occasions? It seems kind of suggestive right now, but it was a bit more aggressive when he interrogated me. I'm sure there's got to be some type of etiquette associated with it. Evan cants his head in consideration. Makes sense. Other species are likely to have customs differing from those of humans. We've watched enough Star Trek and Next Generation to know that. Seriously, I agree. The doorbell rings again. Evan huffs in annoyance. I'll get it. You seem a little tied up right now. He hurries off to answer the front door. Meanwhile, Kai continues to dance around me, and I'm strangely mesmerized by his tentacles, which are far more graceful than his other limbs when it comes to dancing. My eyes widen in sudden recognition. Are you doing the movements to the Village People's YMCA? It sure looks like it.
I let out a startled giggle and can't help but join him, mimicking those iconic gestures with my own arms. This situation has gotten out of hand, but I've decided to roll with it. Now Kai and I are in this weird joint dance of tentacles and human arms, all set to the movements of YMCA. I laugh as I follow along, realizing this could be the most amazingly bizarre, yet super gay moment of my life. My attention is pulled away from the crazy dance when Mal appears and points at his brother triumphantly. Aha! Told you so! You didn't want to believe me, but you're already up to step number 4. Kai stops dancing and glares at Mal before moving in close and wrapping an arm around my waist. I tremble when I feel one of his tentacles join in and gently wrap around my shoulder, the tip stroking my neck tenderly and, dare I say, charmingly? I shiver as goosebumps rise all over my skin. Mal crosses his arms and stares down his brother. Don't you think it's rather inappropriate to be flapping your tentacles around in a place like this? Kai pouts and nuzzles my ear, making me shiver all over. River knows about me. It's fine. Mal rolls his eyes and jerks a thumb toward Evan. Didn't you notice the clueless human who also happens to be in the room with us? Evan puts his hands on his hips and huffs out an angry breath. Clueless human, huh? I don't know who you think you are, Mr. Hulking Purple-Eyed Weirdo, but I happen to be River's BFF, since first grade, I might add, so suck on that, cabron. Mal looks startled for a moment, and then blasts Evan with a sexy grin. Aren't you a feisty one? Both Evan and I gasp. So very unfair. Totally, Evan agrees. He has freaking dimples, just like Esteban on Las Lágrimas del Viento. I sigh in commiseration. Esteban is our mutual crush on the wild and crazy telenovela we're both addicted to. I feel your pain, my friend. These aliens are super hot, but their personalities could use some work. Kai frowns at me and pulls me closer, another tentacle coming to wrap around my arm.
Do you think my brother is more handsome than me? I pat him gently on his arm and then on one of his tentacles for good measure, and he makes a happy purring sound. No need to be jealous, Boo. Your brother's very good-looking, but you're the #1 alien hottie in my book. Kai's answering grin is full of relief. Good. Tom Jones's song draws to a close for what has to be the 5th time, and he pauses the machine for a moment and says into the mic, "Hey, Mal, good to see you, man. Want a beer and a turn on the old karaoke machine?" "Sorry, I'll have to take a rain check, Tom. I'm on chauffeuring duty for my brother tonight. How are you doing?" "Good, good. Working on practicing my routines. I've got an audition for a role as a Tom Jones impersonator next week." "Solid, man. Keep up the hard work." Tom salutes him. "Will do." He turns his machine back on and finally changes the song, only to launch into a rendition of his namesake's sex bomb. The music seems to revive Kai, who turns me in his arms and moves close to me like we're on the dance floor in a club. I groan in frustration. Why does he finally want to be getting all amorous and hot and heavy with me when there are all these other freaking people around? I flirt with the idea of dragging him to my bedroom and spending intimate time with him, but immediately nix the tantalizing notion. My shoulders slump in resignation. There's no way I'm having a romantic encounter when Kai's baked out of his mind. I can only pray his lustful advances and tentacles will come my way again when he's sober. He leans in and whispers in my ear, "I want to tangle tentacles with you." Is he reading my mind? Also, that shouldn't sound as freaking hot as it does. Does that mean what I think it means? I squeak like one of Chewy's dog toys as a tentacle slides down my back and creeps along the edge of my pants, moving intimately. I whirl around and grab the naughty tentacle. Whoa there, buddy. Not that I'm not into this super sexy, frisky side of you, but you can't give proper sexual consent when you're stoned. So as much as this pains me at the moment, I'm going to have to send you home unsatisfied tonight.
Kai pushes out his bottom lip and gives me the most adorable pout I've ever seen. Then he grins and leans in closer, a tentacle tapping me lightly. "Let's go to your room," he murmurs in my ear. "We can ditch these guys and be alone at last." I certainly like the idea, and though my resolve is being tested at this moment, my brain is too clear-headed to say yes under these circumstances. I turn to Mal with a pained groan. "I think that's your cue to take this Casanova home." "No problem, River. I'll see to it he gets there safe and sound." He yanks a resisting Kai away from me. "Come on, bro. Time to put those tentacles back where they belong." Kai protests, but Mal whispers something in his ear, and he droops before reluctantly nodding. Like magic, the tentacles retract into his strange abdominal pouch, disappearing from sight. Mal helps his brother zip up his pants again. Within moments, Kai's standing there swaying, his eyes drooping, as Mal endeavors to keep him steady on his feet. Looks like he's about to crash pretty hard. I can't help but be worried, though. Will he be all right? He's ingested a lot of weed. Mal glances at the empty brownie pan on the table. I take it he ate most of that? Dude, he was a monster when it came to those brownies. Totally didn't want to share with me, Benji chimes in, as he continues giving chewy belly rubs that leave the furball in a state of doggy rapture. Mal notices my uncle for the first time and freezes, staring at him with an odd expression. "Mal, you okay?" He blinks and shakes out of his reverie before asking Benji in a shaky voice, "Who are you?" WTF? Benji heaves himself up off the couch and ambles over to us. Chewy gives us all a disgruntled sneeze and a guttural huff before disappearing into a quieter part of the house now his belly rubs are over. Benji extends a paint-flecked hand to Mal with an open smile. "I'm River's uncle. You can call me Benji." Mal blinks at the hand before taking it and shaking. He holds it longer than necessary, staring intently at Benji, who gives him a serene smile. "You okay, Mal? I'm getting a little worried by this odd behavior." Mal swallows, looking unusually flustered. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Benji. I'm Mal, Kai's brother." Benji tilts his head. "Another spaceman? Wicked!" Of all things, Mal freaking blushes. I feel like I've stepped into some weird alternate universe. What the gosh is happening right now? Mal realizes he's still holding my uncle's hand and drops it, the flush on his cheeks darkening. Evan stage whispers, "I think Mal has the hots for your uncle." I do a double take. What the actual gosh? Mal casts Evan an evil glare. Benji chuckles. "Don't worry, dude. Evan's just messing with you. There's no way a young guy like you would be into an old crusty stoner like me. Your virtue, or whatever, is safe, man." Mal seems to want to say something to that, but I beat him to the punch. Is Kai going to be okay? My alien boo-to-be is practically passed out. "He'll be fine," Mal assures me. "Marijuana works a bit differently with our biology, but our metabolism is a lot faster than humans, so we can process it quicker. He'll be able to sleep the worst of this off in a few hours." I let out a relieved sigh. Kai suddenly opens his eyes and looks forlornly at the empty pan, mumbling, "They were so moist and delicious. I couldn't stop once I started." He loves sweet stuff, especially chocolate, Mal confides with a grin. "No kidding, I kind of figured that out already. Also, I'm totally planning to use it to my advantage one day." "I'm all floaty right now," Kai interjects, a dreamy note in his voice. "Do brownies make you floaty?" Too freaking cute. "The ones Uncle Benji makes do." He nods at me very seriously. I'd never had brownies like those before." "Well," Mal says, beginning to shepherd his wayward brother to the door, "I need to get this one home, pump some fluids into him, and let him sleep it off." At the doorway, he pauses, regarding Evan with an inscrutable expression. My best friend crowds in close to my side, holding on to my arm. His ordinarily bronze face is decidedly pale. What are we going to do about him? The stern glint in Mal's eyes communicates how serious this situation is. I straighten, prepared to stand my ground and protect my bestie.
This is Evan Hernandez. He's been my BFF since first grade, and he's one of the most trustworthy, reliable people I know. If you tell him he needs to keep what he knows about aliens on Earth a secret, he will. Evan crosses his fingers over his heart. I swear on my friendship with River and my entire Star Wars model collection. Your secret is safe with me. He adds in a rush, please don't mess with my brain. Mal lets out a tired sigh and glares at me. You do realize I could get in serious trouble over this? I hold my hands together in a prayer pose. Pretty please? He glances at Kai. I suppose it is my brother's fault. After all, he's the one who exposed himself to Evan. He'd get in trouble too. What do you think we should do? I ask, my anxiety spiking. Please don't say mess with Evan's brain. Mal hesitates for a moment. I honestly don't know. I like you, River, and more importantly, my big brother likes you. I want to trust you, but the safety and security of all extraterrestrials on Earth is also at stake here. He directs his gaze at Evan, expression fierce. You swear you'll keep what you've learned to yourself? Evan nods in fervent agreement. Seeming to come to some kind of internal decision, Mal sighs. Okay, here's what we're going to do, folks. I'm going to pretend none of this happened. I won't report it to my father or anyone else at headquarters. We'll keep this a secret. I'm sure Kai doesn't want this embarrassing moment spread around the office gossip mill once he sobers up.
I think it's best if we sweep this under the rug for now, but all of this is going to depend on both of you keeping your mouths shut. He points a finger at us both, while Kai slumps his head down on Mal's shoulder, snoring softly. If I find out otherwise, then I'll be back to do what needs to be done. Trust me when I say neither of you will like it. We both nod our heads in tandem and say, we promise. Mal drops the serious expression and grins at me. Also, thank you, by the way. This is the most entertaining evening I've had in quite a while. It's always fun to see my uptight brother let loose once in a while. Who would have thought pot brownies would make Kai dance around like a goofball? Mal arches an eyebrow at me. Oh, I don't think it's only the weed. You know that little number he was doing? I blink. The YMCA routine with his tentacles? He chuckles. Yeah, that one. It's not any old move. We call it the Tentacle Tango. It's part of our formal Mating Courtship Ritual. I stare at him, feeling my mouth slowly drop open. The what now? I realize my voice is a few octaves higher than normal. Did he say what I think he said? He grins, dimples on full display. Mating, courtship, ritual. That's what I thought you said. My words come out in a choked gasp. Santo cielo, this just got even more interesting, Evan says, grinning from ear to ear. What exactly is this ritual? I try not to hyperventilate with excitement. You'll have to talk to Kai about it, once he's sober. Sweet dreams, boys. He casts one last lingering glance at Benji before he drags my hunky and ridiculously high alien boo-to-be out the door. Benji waves goodbye, and once the door closes, he shakes his head regretfully. That other spaceman was seriously good-looking, but way too young for me. Evan eyes Benji up and down. Don't underestimate your mature sex appeal. You can get it. You're far from ready for the retirement home. Trust me, you've still got game, T.O. Benji chuckles. Thanks, but I think you guys were imagining things. He's not interested in me. He sounds like he's trying to convince himself. With one last shake of his head, he goes back to watching our neighbor, who's now singing Sex Bomb in my living room for the third time. Part of me wants to make Benji talk about this more, but I also know he hasn't had a boyfriend in a couple of years. His last serious relationship, about 5 years back, ended badly. Benji got burned, and he's been licking his wounds ever since. If Mal's really serious about him, then time will tell. He's going to come into contact with Benji more often now I'm working for the Alliance. I'll let this percolate for a bit. Pushing things would be a bad idea. For now, I'll wait to get a better sense of the vibe between these two. I can't even begin to think about how awkward it could be for us to be dating brothers and me dating the older one to boot. Besides, I have enough on my mind right now. After tonight, I have more questions than answers racing through my brain when it comes to Kai. I don't really understand all that happened between us, but I do know one thing for certain. I turn to Evan with a mischievous grin. I'm totally looking forward to some passionate tentacle moments soon. Iriron Mating Courtship Ritual. Step 4. My goodness, you're nearing the end of the ritual. Hopefully, things are going smoothly between you and your intended. Remember, courtship is not a one-way street. Make sure your partner is on board for every step of the journey. Your next demonstration of devotion involves the mystical tentacle tango. All Iriron children learn the intricate dance moves as children in preparation for this glorious day. When you and your partner perform the dance together, you are further cementing your commitment to one another. Choose a perfect time and location to make your tentacle tango special for you both so you can cherish the memory for a lifetime. Kai. Wakey, wakey, brother o' mine. I'm startled out of sleep by Mal's far too cheerful voice. I crack open an eye to find my annoying younger brother leaning over me with a huge grin on his face and a steaming mug of coffee in his hand. Sitting up, I blink blearily at him. What are you doing here? I smack my dry lips. My mouth feels as though I'd been chewing on the inside of my pillow all night. Mal hands me the mug of coffee, which I greedily accept and take a tentative sip. I crinkle my nose in disgust. It's black, the way he likes it. He notices my expression and laughs. Sorry, I guess I forgot to add your usual dump truck full of sugar and cream. You didn't forget. You just like messing with me in my hour of misery. I take another sip and swallow the bitter liquid, which does little to quench my parched throat. Why is my mouth so dry? Mao's lips twitch with amusement. It's called cottonmouth, bro. I regard him quizzically. What? He rolls his eyes. It tends to happen when you indulge in too much of the Mary Jane. For a moment, I stare at him, uncomprehending. Then, with a horrible kind of clarity, the events of the previous evening come rushing back to me. I feel the blood drain from my face. Son of a space squid, I moan. Mal reaches out and puts a bracing hand on my shoulder. It's going to be okay. I'm here to lend my moral support. He winces and looks over his shoulder at my bedroom door before glancing back at me. But just a heads up, Mom and Dad are here as well. I swallow past the dryness in my throat. What? How is this my life right now? He puts up his hands. Hey, I'm merely the messenger. Don't blame me. Why in the hypernova gosh did you bring them here? I demand in a fierce whisper. He arches an eyebrow. Dude, you're the one who decided to call them at 2 a.m. to tell them all about how you'd found your mate and done the courtship ritual with him and that he's accepted you. With shaky hands, I set the mug of coffee down on my nightstand, feeling my stomach roll as this news sinks in. I did what? Mal pats my shoulder. It probably wasn't the best way to go about it, but you effectively spilled your guts to Mom and Dad about your strong feelings for River, and the whole intimate ritual as well. I flop back down on the bed with a moan, covering my face with a pillow. Kill me now. Maybe I could escape out my bedroom window. Mal chuckles and grabs the pillow, tossing it aside, before taking my arm and dragging me out of bed. It's not so bad. You know, Mom and Dad are thrilled you found someone. Plus, they already know and like River, so that's a point in your favor. I'm feeling like a complete and utter idiot for how I acted in front of River last night. Sure, I'd had every intention of eventually taking the next step in our relationship with him one day, if things went well between us after dating for a while. But it certainly wouldn't have been while I was stoned, and it wouldn't have been before I'd had my much-needed conversation with River. Curse Benji and his far too tempting magic brownies. A part of me knows the brownies are an easy scapegoat, though. They merely lowered my inhibitions. They didn't make me do anything I didn't truly want to. Deep down, I know I wanted to deepen our connection. My tentacles shimmy in agreement, and I sigh. Mal drags me out of bed and gently pushes me in the direction of my bathroom. Take a shower. You'll feel a lot better, and more able to face the Inquisition.
With a final gleeful smirk, he beats a hasty retreat and closes the door behind him. I shuffle across the tiled floor and turn on the faucet. While I wait for the water to heat, I'm mentally preparing myself to meet my doom, the parental inquisition. Shuddering at my disheveled appearance and red-rimmed eyes in the mirror, I quickly answer the call of nature before jumping into the now piping hot shower. It does an excellent job of clearing the cobwebs from my post-brownie-induced high and helps fortify me to face my family. Finally, accepting I can't hide in the shower for the rest of the day, I turn off the tap and get out.
It takes me a scant 10 minutes to go through the rest of my morning routine before I have to face the music. Taking a deep, fortifying breath, I exit my bedroom and head toward the noise in my kitchen. My dad's at the stove cooking eggs, pancakes, and an imported delicacy from our homeworld, octo-beef sausages. My stomach rumbles at the divine smell. Mom's leaning against the counter, sipping from an enormous mug of coffee while Dad works the stove. He's always been the cook in our household. My mom is a grateful recipient of his culinary gifts, but has none of her own to speak of, and she makes no bones about it. As I step into the room, she playfully touched my dad, giving him a little squeeze and a slap. "Work your magic on those sausages, baby," she growls, and he blushes. "My eyes," I protest. The moment she sees me, her face lights up with a huge, mischievous grin, and I groan internally. Mom isn't going to let me get away until she's wrung every detail out of me. "Hi, Mom." I nod at my father. "Dad?" He smiles at me, his expression amused but warm. "Have a seat at the table. Brunch is about ready." I know this is only a temporary reprieve from what's about to come, but I clutch at it like a life raft. Once I'm seated, Mom hands me a fresh mug of coffee doctored the way I like, and I sip at it with gratitude. As she sits down beside me, my father and Mal come in carrying a platter loaded with the pancakes and sausages and a serving bowl full of scrambled eggs. We fix our plates and pass around the maple syrup, which Dad and I make liberal use of, before digging into our meal. For the first couple of minutes, brunch is blessedly silent, except for the noises of our appreciative eating. However, as the food on our plates begins to disappear, I can feel all eyes on me. I lean back and finish the dregs of my coffee, fortifying myself before facing my inquisitors. Mal tells me I made a rather unexpected phone call in the wee hours of the morning. My mother lets out a loud snort, mumbling around a mouthful of octo-beef sausage. "You can say that again." My father shoots her a gently quelling glance before looking back at me. "Is it true you deepened your connection with River through the Mating Courtship Ritual?" My tentacles try to do the wave inside me. "Yes? That wasn't supposed to come out like a question." "Very." Mouse snickers, and I scowl at him. "Fine, I admit it. Yes, I did." My father frowns. "Was this because you ingested an absurd amount of marijuana? Was it some kind of accident?" I sit up straighter in my chair and sigh. "No, it wasn't an accident. Not exactly. I'd already begun the ritual the first time I met River." I glance at my brother. Mal was the one to point this out to me. I hadn't realized my first encounter with River technically involved initiating the first step of the ritual. Mom leans back in her chair, a curious twinkle in her eyes as she sips her coffee, her dark hair pulled back in its usual high ponytail. "And you didn't stop the ritual at that point?" I hadn't planned to go any further with it. It's not as though River knew what had happened or the import of my actions. "But," Dad prods. I swallow. "But, along the way, I ended up deepening our connection through the next few steps without being consciously aware of it. Afterward, when I realized what I'd done, it wasn't something I wanted to undo either. Rather, I didn't want to admit to myself what it meant. Even as I say it, the words ring true inside me, and my tentacles shimmy with satisfaction. My dad nods in understanding. "So, what happened last night?" Here we go. I take a deep breath and begin. I decided to go over to River's house to talk to him and let him know how I feel. He's made his interest in me known from the beginning. Duh, Mom interrupts with a snort. My answering glower shuts her up, and I quickly relate what occurred to the best of my recollection. Things are a little hazy after I ate almost the entire pan of brownies. When I reach the end of my tale, Mom slaps a hand on the table. "Ha! You got the dad talk from River's uncle. Wish I could have seen that." I wince. Sort of. He was River's guardian until he grew up, but he's not the typical kind of parent figure. But in essence, yes, he wanted to determine my intentions toward his nephew. She chuckles. I wish I could have seen my serious son being goofy and high. It was beyond epic. Mal grins. I recorded some of it on my phone. I'll hook you up later, Mom. You will not. Delete the evidence now or I will choke you with one of your own tentacles. I'd like to see you try, he goads me. Dad raises his voice. Let's settle down, everyone. Mal, delete any footage you took of your brother or I'll tell him all about the incident that shall not be named when you were 16. Mal gasps. You wouldn't? Dad gives him a level stare. Try me. Grumbling, Mal takes out his phone and fiddles with it for a few moments. There, it's deleted. No fair, Mom whines, folding her arms over her chest. I cast my father a grateful smile, and he gives me a quick wink. He always has my back when I need him. But I'm not off the hook. You deepened your connection to step 4 so fast, I'm impressed, Mom says. Dad goes on alert. Who saw this? Mal gives me a quick warning glance before turning back to Dad. Only River, Benji, and their neighbor Tom Jones. He's one of ours? Yeah, Mal says. The idiot who let River follow him to our Valley of Fire base. Ah, Dad says with a nod of recognition. Meanwhile, Mom's eyes are glowing with mischief. I know that look far too well. Ooh, how bold of you. I never knew you were so adventurous, Kai. I groan, resting my forehead on the cool surface of the table. It's not like I planned it that way. I guess the mood sort of struck me. I'd seen River looking at me with adorable wide-eyed amazement, and my body had moved all on its own. And River joined in the ritual, Dad asks, getting to the heart of the matter. He totally did, Mal chimes in. Granted, he didn't actually know what he was doing, but he was mimicking the motions like a pro. He tries unsuccessfully to fight back a laugh. River thought Kai was doing the dance moves to the Village People's YMCA song. Mal and my mother dissolve into gales of laughter, and my face heats at the memory. Mom finally calms down, wiping tears away from her eyes. She smiles at me. My oldest boy's finally getting married. I gawk at her. What the freakin', Mom? She shrugs. Well, in essence, it's true. If you've chosen River as your mate, it's as good as being engaged. She rubs her hands together in glee. I'm finally going to get to plan a wedding. I need to stop this train of thought fast. In terms of our people, yes, but in human terms, I guess River and I have agreed to go steady, as they used to say. Aw, aren't you guys adorable? Mal's saccharine voice makes me want to smack him with one of my tentacles. I glare at him and continue. As I was saying, we still don't know each other very well. I want to date for a while. Yes, we're attracted to one another, but that's not enough to keep a relationship alive. I'm going into this with an eye toward a more long-term and potentially permanent commitment. River and I both want monogamy while we're dating anyway, so we're on the same page. I don't want to jump into an official sanctioning of a mating that would be binding in the same ways as a marriage until we're ready. Very sensible, a wise course of action. My father nods. After all, as you said, you and River don't know enough about one another yet to make that level of commitment. You still have yet to deepen your connection through the 5th step? I flush, thinking about that one. Yes. Dad relaxes. Even after that, you are not officially a mated couple until you complete the sanctioning ceremony. There's still plenty of time to work toward that, I agree. Mom shakes her head and heaves a disappointed sigh aimed at us both. Sometimes you've got to trust your instincts. When your gut knows, it knows. You have to stake your claim while you can, and don't let any other hyenas try to steal your prey. She gives my dad a raunchy leer. That's how I got your father. I didn't waste any time making my intentions clear and letting the world know he was mine. Mal and I groan in unison, "TM, Mom!" She ignores us as she leans over and grabs my dad's hand, giving it a kiss. Dad blushes. I do not want to think about what this is revealing about their relationship. Clearing his throat, Dad looks at me. Your mom makes some valid points. Regardless of your desire to wait for a more permanent sanctioning of your relationship, you'll still need to give River your amulet to at least establish your claim on him in the eyes of other extraterrestrials. Mal strokes his chin in contemplation. Yeah, but even if he does that, Kai could still be challenged by another suitor until the binding has been performed through the sanctioning ceremony, right? True, but I think it's a risk Kai's going to have to take for now. Dad turns his attention back to me. I'd hate to see you rush into a lifelong commitment too soon and regret it, son. I sigh in relief, grateful he understands me. Thanks, Dad, and believe me, I'll be taking this very seriously. You know what this means, though? Mal interjects. You're going to have to explain everything to River, and soon. Gosh, on a chromosphere cracker. He's right. The prospect sends my hearts racing while my tentacles move restlessly inside of me. Mom leans forward, brimming with enthusiasm. We're definitely going to have to introduce him to our ways so he can learn about our species. Yes, Dad agrees, but you also need to be prepared for the fact River will have a much shorter lifespan than you. A relationship with him over the long term will not be easy. You will both have to decide if that's something you can handle or not. My hearts ache at the very idea, and I swallow back a lump in my throat. I'm aware. Mom reaches out and grabs my hand. She glances at my father, a loving smile on her face before looking back at me. Even if you aren't able to have as long of a life together as you'd wish, if he's the one for you, don't waste what time you do have. Make the most out of every single moment with him in this lifetime. I regard her and my father a shining example of true loving mates who've always shared a deep connection and undeniable love for one another. My voice is hoarse when I say, "Thanks, Mom." She comes over and hugs me, her embrace warm and familiar. Kai, I haven't seen you smile so much since before you and Jonathan got together. 10 years is long enough to mourn and heal your hearts. Go get that boy tomorrow and make him yours. I expect to see your amulet around his neck ASA. I chuckle through watery eyes. Okay, I got the message, Mom. Now I need to see how River feels about all of this. She arches an eyebrow at me. Honey, if that boy doesn't have you naked by the end of the day tomorrow, then I've radically underestimated his abilities. I respond with an awkward smile, not particularly fond of my mom discussing my intimate life, but I have to admit, the idea of getting naked and horizontal with River soon holds vast appeal. River. I turn up the volume on my swanky company car stereo as my favorite extraterrestrial playlist lands on the classic Beastie Boys song, Intergalactic. I sing along, bouncing in my seat as I make my way to the office. Even though I barely managed 5 hours of sleep last night, I'm practically vibrating with anticipation to see Kai again. Stopping at a red light, I glance at my phone where I have a string of text messages back and forth between me and Mal from yesterday. Kai wasn't answering my texts, but his brother kept me informed on how he was doing. I'd been relieved to learn Kai was none the worse for his magic brownie overindulgence on Saturday night, but it was clear my sexy alien boo-to-be was embarrassed and avoiding me. Being the kind, generous soul I am, I let him have a full 24 hours to wallow. When I finally get to headquarters, I make a beeline for Kai's office and knock on the door. A moment passes before I hear a reluctant, "Come in." I paste on my brightest smile and saunter into the room with my peace offering. "Good morning," I say, knowing I probably sound chipper as can be, but I don't care. Kai flushes, and I have to restrain myself from jumping into his lap. He's too freaking adorable. I step forward and gently place my gift on his desk. Triple shot caramel latte with extra caramel and whip. He stares at the coffee cup with obvious longing, but says with a note of reluctance, "You didn't need to do that." I snort and sit down in a chair across from his desk, taking a hearty slurp of my own frappuccino. "Oh, go ahead. You can buy me coffee next time." He frowns and returns his gaze to the cup.
Eventually, temptation wins out, and he lifts it to take a swallow, groaning with obvious pleasure. It's at this moment I realize I may have miscalculated. Why does Kai have to be so really hot when he's enjoying a mouthful of caramel latte and whipped cream? I shift in my chair, trying to quell my immediate and enthusiastic reaction to his mini sugar coffee pleasure. Kai straightens in his seat and clears his throat. "I'm glad you came to see me first thing. Well, you see, I wanted to apologize for my behavior on Saturday. I don't normally partake in recreational drugs, or any drugs for that matter. What you witnessed was an anomaly." I grin and flap my hand. "Not a problem. It was really Benji's fault anyway. I don't hold it against you. After all, you were majorly cute. Pot definitely helped loosen you up, sweetheart." He clears his throat again, his cheeks flushing an even darker shade of red. "Obviously, some things happened during our encounter we need to discuss." My grin grows wider. "You bet we do." His mouth twitches, trying to repress a smile. "I'm afraid it's going to have to wait until after work hours. If we're going to embark on a romantic relationship together, we need to ensure we're maintaining appropriate professionalism in the workplace." I can agree to that. "So, does this mean you're going to take me on another dinner date after work tonight, and we can talk then?" He gives me a slow, sensual smile. "That's exactly what I mean." Huzzah, and all hail Benji's magic brownies. "Sweet, can't wait." Kai takes another sip of his coffee, licking his lips with evident relish. My desire grew, and I crossed my legs, hoping to conceal my reaction as I willed it to subside. Unfortunately, my body didn't care about professionalism at the moment. So what's on the docket today?" I ask, trying to shift to work matters and distract my libido. Kai's phone rings, and he frowns. "Sorry, I need to take this." I nod and begin playing my trusty reel of distracting images in my mind to tame my growing attraction. No worries. I sip my coffee while Kai listens to the person on the other end of the phone, his expression shifting from perplexed to serious. "Okay, well, we'll meet you down in the lab momentarily." He hangs up and regards me, a strange look on his face. "We need to go down to the med lab to get a blood and tissue sample from you." I blink. "What?" "You may remember after I first came to pick you up from your house and bring you back here for questioning?" "You mean when you kidnapped me?" I grin. "Ah, sweet memories." "When I brought you in for questioning," he corrects, "we'd planned to get samples from you then to see if there's any genetic explanation for your ability to resist alien mind alteration techniques, right?" He coughs. "Well, in the ensuing chaos from the Code Red situation we had to deal with." "You mean when I tased that evil little Teletubby jerk and rescued you?" I interject cheerily. Kai gives me the stink eye. "Sorry to interrupt. Please continue." "The doctor failed to follow up and get samples from you. Our medical personnel were all busy treating those sprayed with the paralytic slime and had bigger things to worry about." I think back and realize he's correct.
You're right. Honestly, I'd forgotten all about it until you mentioned it. I think in the midst of all the chaos, I was so relieved you were okay. I wasn't thinking of anything else. Then your mom and dad wanted to hire me, and I guess my mind was on other things. We don't blame you. It was an oversight on our part, but we do need to resolve it. I flutter my eyelashes at him. Does that mean you'll come with me to the lab and hold my hand while they poke and prod me? Kai flushes again, and my heart warms as he gives me a shy smile and says, "If you'd like." I jump up from my chair. "It's a date! Let's go!" Kai stares at me for a second, then chuckles. "All right." He picks up his coffee in one hand and guides me toward the door with the other. As we head to the elevators on our way to the lab, I reach out and take hold of his free hand. For a moment, he stiffens and then relaxes. "I hope you don't mind me holding your hand here." He looks at me, and the expression in his eyes is softer than I've ever seen before. "No, I don't mind. It'll take a little getting used to. It's been a while since I've had a partner." I arch an eyebrow. "Is that what we are?" He gives me this slow, sexy grin, and I can barely stop myself from swooning. It's a devastatingly handsome and knowing smile. I've managed to deactivate the lock, Mal calls out, and we turn our attention back to the spaceship. He fiddles with a panel on the exterior of the ship, and a hidden door opens, followed by a mechanized ramp extending down to the floor of the hangar we're in. I'm immediately itching to climb aboard, so I scurry over to follow Mal up the ramp like a kid racing to catch up to the ice cream truck. Before I get a foot on the ramp, Kai grabs my arm and pulls me back. "Hold up, River. Not so fast." "Why?" I whine. "I want to go check out the cool alien spaceship. Don't you understand? This is the moment of a sci-fi nerd's lifetime." His crossed arms don't bode well. "We don't know how your physiology will react to this alien ship. There are often different chemicals and other natural resources used from different planets to build spaceships. We're going to have to do more extensive scans before we can let you inside." My lip quivers as I bust out the puppy dog eyes. "Please, Kai, can't you make an exception this one time?" To my surprise, he reaches out and cups my face in his hand, and I shiver at the gentle touch of his warm skin. "I know how much you want to explore the ship, but it's my job to keep you and the members of this team safe. Mal's been inoculated against most of the critical dangers to our species, and he has experience with Groxel ship technology. He'll be fine going aboard, but we don't know if the same can be said for you. There's still a lot we need to figure out about your body chemistry. You're not any ordinary human. So for now, I need you to listen to me and accept this order to stay off the ship." The way he's looking at me with such tender affection and concern, there's no way I can go against him, no matter how much my inner sci-fi geek is gnashing his teeth to get on that spaceship and explore, to boldly go where no river's gone before. "Fine, you win. This time," I grumble, even though it hurts me on so many levels. "You'll get your chance to board an alien ship one day. Give it time." Kai gives me a slow, devastating grin that almost makes my sacrifice worth it. Almost. "Thank you. And don't worry, there'll be plenty of other opportunities for you to investigate spaceships now you're a part of our organization." I can't resist. I do a fist pump in the air. "Go Team Alpha!" Kai cringes. "I take it that hasn't gotten old yet?" I smirk. "I've barely gotten started." Precisely what I was afraid of. Mal strides back down the ramp, having evidently completed his brief investigation of the small vessel. "What did you find?" Kai asks. "Not much there, but I did uncover a large storage container packed with several kilos of what I'm assuming is our narcotic substance." Kai curses softly. He nods at Roxy and Zamir. "Good work, team." He turns back to us all. "It looks like we're going to have to interrogate our trespassing Groxel." Mal rubs his hands together. "Then it's awfully very convenient we have it under lock and key right here at this base, isn't it?" I'm surprised to hear this. "Really? I thought Slimer was back at City Center headquarters." Kai shakes his head. "No. It was transferred here after it managed to escape the holding room downtown. We needed to ensure it was as far away from humans as possible. We still haven't figured out how the Groxel managed to land on the planet undetected. Our efforts to interrogate the creature so far have been unsuccessful." Zamir cracks his knuckles. "Let me have a try." "Simmer down, big guy," Roxy says, and Zamir grunts. "Our time is running out," Kai explains. "The Groxel's home world has already sent us extradition orders. We have to comply with very soon. If we're going to get any information about who our prisoner is working with, it has to be now." I nod my head determinedly. Time to get some answers from Slimer one way or another. Lord Vardox. "I must hand it to you, my sweet captain. No man has ever been able to escape my custom-made xenothium-plated restraints. Until you. Captain Starblade. I'm full of tricks, and I'll use every one in my arsenal against you if I have to." Lord Vardox. "Now you're simply being a tease." River. "I'm super relieved to see Slimer is wearing the same mouthguard from when it was recaptured after I'd foiled whatever nefarious plans it had for Alpha HQ." The five of us enter the room where the pint-sized troublemaker is sitting at the table, a glint of fury in its big childlike eyes. Looks are deceiving, though. This little creep is mean as hell.
It's all kinds of really messed up that Slimer looks like a harmless Teletubby on the outside, but is full-on xenomorph on the inside. Zamir and Roxy flank the table on both sides, equally imposing in their own right. If I don't miss my guess, the Groxel swallows nervously, especially when it glances at Zamir's imposing form. Trying my best to fit in with the heavy hitters, I stand beside Kai and cross my arms over my chest, giving my full-on brooding face. "You're such a badass," I tell myself, and nod in agreement. Mal leans over and whispers in my ear, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm cool. Why? What's with the face you're making? You look constipated." "Really, man?" I jab him in the side with my index finger. "This is my intimidating face." Mal swallows back an aborted laugh. "Sure, if you say so." He leans over and whispers in my ear, "This conversation might get a little confusing, but just go along with it." I blink at him, no clue what he's on about, but nod. The Groxel looks at us with obvious disgust. I scowl. "Hey, Slimer, you're in no position to judge. Wipe that smirk off your face. See? I can be butch as hell when I need to be." The Groxel gives me a derisive sneer, and I glower. Kai sighs and steps forward. All business. "We found your ship, along with your cargo." The Groxel scowls, dark eyes focused on Kai as he opens a folder, plucking out a piece of paper he sets down on the table. "This is a formal extradition order for your return to your home planet. Apparently there are several outstanding warrants against you. The authorities were quite pleased to hear from us." Slimer is looking downright worried now, and I can't help but beam at my boo. I flash him a crazy grin and a double thumbs up. His left eyelid twitches before he ignores me entirely and turns his attention back to Slimer. Although the mouth guard restricts Slimer from spitting its nasty paralytic saliva at us, the little alien manages to speak around it in a strange hissing voice. "I want a deal. I will tell you everything I know about the one who hired me to bring the substance to Earth." Kai narrows his eyes. "Now, why would we want to make a deal? We have your ship and your stash. I'm confident we can track down your distributor on our own once we tear apart your vessel and uncover all your secrets."
"This is far bigger than you imagine," Slimer hisses at Kaiul. "You'll never find him without my intel." "The Alliance is made up of a bunch of fools," Zamir growls, and Slimer leans away from him. Kai maintains an impassive expression as he addresses the Groxel. "As I said, your homeworld was very pleased to have the support of the Alliance in sending you back to them. I'm sure they'd be willing to question you upon your return and let us know everything we want to hear." This time, Slimer goes pale. Even its bright green fur seems to fade in fright. "Big plans are afoot," Slimer says, with a notable tremble in its odd voice. "It won't be long before the foolish humans are able to see what has been right in front of them for years. You won't be able to stop it." Now it's my turn to be pissed. I step forward, hands on my hips. "Okay, jerkface, I think that's quite enough slandering of the Alliance, as well as the human race, thank you very much." After my proclamation, the room goes utterly silent. I look around. What? I can play bad cop too. Kai staring at me like I'm a freakazoid. Mao's mouth is hanging open, and Roxy and Zamir are gaping at me like I've suddenly sprouted a second head. What? I have no idea what's going on. Kai's expression is inscrutable as he asks me carefully, "How did you know what it said?" "You mean Slimer?" "My name isn't Slimer," the evil Teletubby replies in a sibilant voice. It then spews out some kind of long, garbled name I have no hope of repeating. "I think I'll stick with Slimer, thanks." Kai grabs my arm, searching my eyes with an intensity that leaves me breathless. "Answer me," he demands. "How did you know what it was saying?" I stare at Kai like he's an idiot. He might be my almost boo, but it's also my responsibility to let him know when he's making a fool of himself. I say very slowly, "Because I have ears and I was listening to what he was saying." Kai mutters a curse under his breath. Mal gawks at me. "River, You're a mystery wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a big red bow of twink cuteness, and one very surprise after another. At least one of these brothers understands my epic awesomeness, I preen. Why, thank you. He chuckles, and Roxy coughs, clearing her throat. What these two dolts are trying to say is you shouldn't be able to understand what this Groxel is saying. Say what now? Why not? Kai's gaze is penetrating and worried. River, the Groxel isn't speaking in any Earth language, and most certainly not English. Sure it is. Kai shakes his head slowly. No, it isn't. I frown. Well then, how the hell did you know what it was saying? They all eye one another, having a silent conversation I'm not privy to. Finally, Kai focuses on me. As members of the Alliance who've been stationed here on Earth for many years, we all have a special translator implant enabling us to communicate with all known species whose languages have been collected by the Alliance and our intergalactic partners. The translator chip ensures other languages are converted into our native tongue when we hear them. He pauses and stares at me with an expression I can't read. No ordinary human would be able to understand the Groxel language, not without a translator chip. Okay, but how do I understand what Slimer's saying if I don't have a translator chip thingy? Roxy says, that is the question now, isn't it? Mal and Kai frown at one another, seeming to communicate something in total silence again, before Kai turns back to me. River, this is the third ability you've shown that's not inherent in any human beings we've ever encountered before. Holy gosh, Batman! Am I a mutant? I brighten. OMG, am I an X-Man? Roxy laughs. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Kai says. Once we have your lab test results back, we'll know more. But at this point, it's clear you're different from the average human. I always knew I was one of a kind. Kai gives me a fond look before turning back to our interloper, all business. You're scheduled to be extradited to your home world at midnight tonight. You've been registered in the Alliance system as an outlawed traveler and won't be able to return to Earth in this lifetime. I suggest you think long and hard before you decide to get in league with a drug dealer again in the future. That is, of course, if your people allow you to live. Slimer growls ineffectually at Kai and tries to lunge at him, but Zamir grabs the evil little Teletubby around the scruff of the neck. With quick and efficient movements, he secures Slimer with the Alliance's version of zip-tie handcuffs, made of an oddly flexible metal substance, and restrains the creature in no time flat. Kai smiles gratefully at him. Thank you, my friend. Zamir grunts in acknowledgement, and I grin. That was seriously hot and totally amazing. I'm so glad you're on the team, Zamir. He blinks, and his mouth drops open. It's the first reaction I've gotten out of the guy. I beam at him. He frowns. Roxy wraps an arm around my shoulder. I really like this one, she tells the rest of our team. Zamir gives a dismissive huff and ignores me again as he hands Slimer off to the two guards who appear in the room to return the little miscreant to its holding cell prior to extradition later tonight. I think we got what we could out of it, Kai says with a sigh. Roxy frowns. What do you mean? We didn't really get anything from it. Are you sure you didn't want to make some kind of deal? The faster we catch this narcotics kingpin, the better. Kai runs a hand through his hair and winces. There was no option to make a deal. The Groxel's homeworld has outstanding warrants against it. When we ran its ship through the system, they contacted us almost immediately, demanding its extradition. They threatened bringing their own military force here to retrieve it if we didn't comply. Well, gosh, I couldn't agree with Roxy more. An idea strikes me. Can't you use your hypnosis mojo on this fool? Kai shakes his head. I told you before, I can't, not legally anyway. Besides, hypnosis doesn't work on Groxels. Remember their special horn? I gasp, recalling what he told me before. The psychic horn of mind protection. Too cool.
It's complicated, but my ability tends to work better in general on species more humanoid in their physiology, Kai adds. Ah, nuts. Mal looks pensive. The Groxel is only a distributor. We have confirmation it was working for someone else. It also told us there's more planned, but now we've cut off part of the drug supply here on Earth. I suspect the ringleader of this operation is going to have to come out of the shadows to execute the rest of his scheme. Kai smiles, his expression predatory. Exactly. I shiver before whispering in his ear. That was really hot. He turns molten eyes on me, and I'm caught in their amethyst depths. Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On starts playing on a loop in my brain. I felt a powerful attraction. The captain of my dreams takes charge once again. Let's head back to the office. We'll bring a larger sample of the narcotic for the lab to do additional testing on. I also want Zamir and Roxy to review some of the casino security footage we obtained. It's clear this Groxel has an accomplice here planetside. It must be working with some extraterrestrial who can pass for human and move freely among us, Mal suggests. There's no way it could have slipped the drug to other aliens here unless it had a partner who could pass as human. The security footage shows a humanoid accomplice. Kai's expression is grim but determined. We need to figure out who the man on the videotape is, and we need to figure it out fast. After we leave the base, the trip back to the office is sheer torture. Roxy's driving with Zamir in the front seat. Kai and I are seated together in the middle row, and Mal is taking a nap in the back. The sexual tension between me and Kai is practically suffocating. I stealthily reach across the empty seat between us to grasp his hand in mine. The heat in his eyes is scorching when, with tender deliberation, he entwines our fingers together.
My breathing picks up, and I shiver at the electric tingle racing through my body, starting from where we were holding hands and racing along my skin all the way to my core. Kai's touch is warm and strong, but his grasp is gentle. With him, I feel safer than with anyone else I know. We don't say anything, but stare in each other's eyes for the rest of the interminable journey back to work. The powerful attraction was palpable. After dropping off more drug samples to the lab, we converge with the others in one of the conference rooms. My intense physical reaction had finally subsided, but I swear I can still sense the faint thrum of electric energy from Kai's touch resonating in my body. My very sexy boo steps forward and pulls up the room's holoscreen after tapping some buttons on a wall panel. "So cool," I whisper, still amazed I get to work here. In the seat beside me, Mal chuckles. "You get used to it after a while." "Not anytime soon." I pause, a thought suddenly coming to me, and I inhale sharply. "Do you guys have a holodeck around here?" He snorts. "Sorry to disappoint, but that one hasn't been invented yet." "Very," I mutter. "Talk about disappointing." Kai clears his throat. "If we can get back to business." Mal and I slump down in our seats, expressions sheepish. Kai pulls up the security footage. "This is what I was able to retrieve from the Aria Hotel. The one who delivered doctored champagne to the Bellazoids and their bachelorette party is this guy." He pauses the footage, and we inspect it closely. The angle isn't great, and the man on screen seems to know where the cameras are at almost all times. The best we get is a side profile. Without warning, Roxy jumps out of her seat and yells, "That stupid, sneaky, sniveling supernova snot toad!" I stare at her wide-eyed. Supernova snot toad? Now probably isn't the right time to ask. Roxy's practically bristling with rage, and I watch in delighted shock as a ripple rolls over her body, once again revealing her gorgeous lavender form. She points a claw-tipped finger at the screen. "That's my no-good, downright stupid jerk of a twin brother." I startle. "Say what?" Mal winces, and Kai covers his face with his hand, giving a weary sigh. Zamir's expression is strained and unreadable. "You have a brother? Is he like you?
Is he an identical twin? Ooh, does that mean he's also a Mystique-type X-Men? I'm nearly hyperventilating with excitement again. She gives me a look I know all too well. It's the same one people give me when they think I'm the biggest dork ever. At least her version of the look is affectionate. He's my fraternal twin brother. Our appearance is similar, but not identical. We do share the same abilities. She points her dangerously sharp-looking, claw-tipped finger at the screen again. That's one of his human disguises. Kai frowns. How come I haven't seen it before? That one's reserved for when he's doing truly stupid mess that could get him killed. She lets out a feral growl, giving me goosebumps. Hell wish he was dead when I get a hold of him. She seems to run out of steam and sits again, slumping back in her chair. I can't really believe he would do this to me. Actually, why would he get involved in a sketchy operation, putting all aliens at risk, including himself, I ask. Is he part of some radical political group wanting to out alien existence on Earth to all of humanity? Wilder is basically an uncontrollable and unrepentant criminal. He goes where the money takes him. And he has a knack for getting himself into trouble, working for all the wrong people. Roxy sighs. In this case, it seems like he's made one of the worst decisions of his life. Before I can inquire further, an alarm sounds throughout the office, and the door to the conference room bursts open. Maddox strides in, his expression stormy. Suit up, folks. We've got a call about another likely narcotics incident at Hoover Dam. Holy gosh, what the hell's going on there? My mind is racing with possibilities. It seems we have some aliens who are high as a kite and base jumping off of the top of the dam. Kai curses. What species? Cetarians. Roxy groans. Well, at least they have wings and can fly. They're not jumping to their deaths like lemmings. Maddox rubs his forehead. The wings are a problem. It's broad daylight. Tourists are watching people suddenly sprouting wings and jumping off of Hoover Dam. Uh-oh, definitely no bueno, I agree. Maddox regards us all, the seriousness of the situation written all over his worried face. I need you to get out there right away. We already have humans filming and uploading footage of the event to streaming servers. We're doing our best to take down what we can, but it's all happening too fast. I need you to get a handle on the situation before things really get out of control. To assist you, I'll be sending along some extra security personnel. I perk up. I think I have an idea on how to handle this, boss. He gives me a sharp look. How? Hastily, I relate my plan, and despite the incredulous looks from my teammates, 10 minutes later, we're on our way to Hoover Dam, with everything I think we need to contain the situation. Iranian Mating Courtship Ritual. On the topic of sex. Iranians are known to be a lusty people with impressive stamina and longevity. That being said, sexual intercourse is not a required part of the mating courtship ritual. Prospective partners may elect to save sexual intimacy until after they have cemented their commitment upon completing the ritual. Others may not be able to wait and decide to jump in tentacles first. Communicate clearly with one another so you can know each other's needs and desires. Remember, sex should be fun, pleasurable, and 100% consensual. Kai. With so many of us piled into one vehicle, I'm squished up next to River, which is both a pleasure and a torture. He never sits still and constantly wriggles in his seat, pressing against me in all the most tantalizing ways. The warmth radiating from him, as well as his clean, masculine scent tinged with sweetness, is sending my libido into overdrive. Every few minutes, he turns to me, a knowing look in his sparkling eyes. My hearts flutter at the sight. The connection I feel to this man is unlike anything I've ever experienced with anyone else before. He calls to me on every level of my being. If it weren't for these fools causing problems at Hoover Dam, I'd have whisked River away to show him just how much I want him. Even with the emergency lights blaring on our vehicle, it takes an interminably long time to reach our destination.
We do have technologies to facilitate much faster means of travel, but they are severely restricted and rarely used because they are far beyond the current capabilities of humans on Earth. Although the current situation is urgent, my father assured me it did not warrant expedited travel to our destination. Too bad. River would have lost his mind. I grin to myself as I imagine the look on his face when he eventually learns about all we can do. We're introducing him to our secrets slowly. While we have all come to trust River in a short amount of time, caution is still warranted. When we finally arrive, we find ourselves in the midst of a throng of excited human tourists. Dozens of them are crowding around, phones out, recording the whole affair. Everyone's trying to get closer to the intoxicated fools base jumping off the dam. Goodness gracious on a helix nebula. This is the potentially catastrophic kind of situation I've always had nightmares about. A small group of humans are standing along the walkway, holding on to crosses and Bibles. They're angels from up on high, a portly middle-aged woman shouts. Hallelujah! Praise Jesus, another woman adds. The angels have come to lead us to Eden. It's a sign from the Lord, an older man adds in a twangy voice. The great rapture is upon us. The group starts nodding their heads in unison. One of the men in the group begins reading Bible verses aloud.
It's showtime, River says, flashing us all a megawatt smile. Aiden's lips twist in a sour grimace. Do I really have to do this? Mal smacks him on the shoulder. You're the only one in the group who looks douchey enough to be convincing. Really? You, Malik? Aiden snarls. Then he turns and gives River a fulminating glare. I can't believe Admiral Maddox lets you be in charge of leading this ridiculous fiasco of a mission. River grins and puts on his headset. Ah, come on, buddy. You get to use your stinky pheromones on people they'll actually work on. I thought you loved doing that. Aiden sniffs. I suppose I am rather integral to this whole operation. River nods. That's right. Get ready to crank up the B.O. Aiden's eyes narrow. How many times do I have to tell you I do not have B.O.? River ignores him and winks at me instead, before turning to Roxy. Are you ready, Madame Mystique? She gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up in her current form, which is more than a little uncanny. River turns to Zamir. You're sure you can handle rounding up our intoxicated base jumpers? We've brought several extra security personnel in a second van, and Zamir nods toward them. We'll have the situation under control momentarily. I just need you to divert the humans' attention for a few minutes. On it. River checks in with Mal last. You're still okay being our cameraman? Anything for you, gorgeous. He gives River a wink. I shoot him my best big brother glare. Mal flashes me an unrepentant grin in return. Okay, let's move out, people. Me and Kai will be monitoring things from the van. We can communicate via your earpieces. You know the plan. Follow my instructions, and we'll be home in time for dinner. He pauses and gives them a salute. And may the Force be with you. Everyone except Aiden gives him a thumbs up before they exit the vehicle. I admit, I sort of agreed with Aiden at first. River's ideas sounded outrageous, but I'm starting to think his crazy plan just might work. River touches his headset. Aiden, you're up. Remember what we talked about? Aiden sighs, straightens his suit tie, and runs a hand over his slicked back hair. I know what I'm supposed to do. He pulls out the bullhorn and plants his feet on the ground before the device crackles to life. Hello, folks. If I can have everyone's attention, please. The crowd startles and turns in his direction. Crank up the charm, Aiden, River urges. I know you can do it. Aiden smiles at the crowd, the sun glinting off his copper-colored hair and bright white teeth. Good afternoon. I hope you've been enjoying our little stunt here today. But he gives the signal, and Roxy steps forward. Mal moves alongside her, focusing the camera on her current form. I'm Ashton Kutcher, and you've all been punked. River praises her through the headset mic. Nice work, Roxy. Even I'm impressed at how fast she learned to mimic the actor's voice so convincingly. She spent the car ride over watching and re-watching YouTube clips from the old reality TV show.
People appear confused but excited to see a celebrity in their midst, exactly as River predicted. "I thought that show ended years ago," a man in the crowd shouts, scratching his head in confusion. Aiden grins, flashing his pearly whites again. "We're so glad we could demo our stunt with you folks today. Our studio is looking to do a revival of Punk'd and wanted to test the waters while we were here in Vegas with Mr. Kutcha discussing negotiations." He gestures smoothly at several of the security personnel we brought, now in civilian clothes, who begin passing out a fake survey. "We'd appreciate it if you'd take the time to fill out our brief survey to give us feedback on how convincing you thought our performers were." One of the angel believers steps forward. "You're telling us this was all some kind of stunt? Those people had wings, I tell you. We saw them. It's a sign from the Almighty Father." Aiden shakes his head pityingly. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but those were professional base jumpers we hired for our stunt. They're using some of the latest paragliding harnesses designed to resemble wings. Pretty realistic, aren't they?" People start murmuring, and it's easy to see the tide shifting now that a more logical explanation has been presented. Only a few of the angel believers are still frowning and grumbling away from the rest of the crowd. "Bring it home," River instructs. "Lure them with the autographs and freebies." With impeccable timing, Aiden says, "Mr. Kutcher would be happy to sign autographs for you folks for free. No pictures, though. This project is still top secret." He gives them a smarmy wink. "We'll have to delete any footage you may have recorded from our event, as we need to keep this from getting out to the public before we get approval to air our pilot reboot." People glance at one another in uncertainty until Aiden brings the final coup de grace. With a slick grin, he adds, "And my studio is going to comp everyone here with a free night stay in the casino hotel of your choice on the Strip, as well as provide you with vouchers for one of the amazing breakfast buffets." "Now tell them, Viva Las Vegas," River says. Aiden cringes and whispers back, "No." "Do it," River commands. Aiden sighs and raises his megaphone to his mouth. "Viva Las Vegas!" The crowd cheers, and we watch as happy humans begin eagerly lining up to get their autographs and vouchers. My dad had been more than willing to spend Alliance money if we could use it to defuse the situation. We've never tried a strategy quite like this before, but the situation illustrates River's understanding of humans exceeds our own at times. I tap my headset. "Zamir, how are things on your end?" "Good, Captain. We're rounding up the last of the Cetarians." While the humans are successfully distracted, Zamir and his team are able to evacuate the intoxicated aliens. When I get the signal through my earpiece they've cleared out and are transporting the base jumpers to headquarters, I turn to River and give him a nod. "All clear." The beaming smile he gives me sends both my hearts racing before he speaks into his earpiece again. "Okay, Team Alpha, good work. We're all clear. Let's wrap things up and dose these fine people with the stinky pheromones." As I sit there watching River, I can't help but admire him. He knows how to think outside the box, and today it proved to be invaluable. He was absolutely brilliant and so very capable. It gets me stupidly hot and bothered. "Aiden, it's time for the grand finale. Work your odiferous mojo." Aiden turns back to the group of now mostly pliant humans who have received their vouchers and hits them with a potent blanket of hypnosis pheromones. "Thank you so much for your time today. Mr. Kutcher and I need to head out. The television industry waits for no man. Enjoy the rest of your stay in Vegas and don't worry any more about what happened today. It was all a silly media stunt." People look a little dazed and confused, but clap and cheer nonetheless. The rest of our team returns to the van, and we clear out quickly, making our way back to the interstate. Roxy does a whole body ripple effect before transforming back to her usual blonde appearance. "That was so much fun." River high-fives her. "We pulled it off like pros." "I don't think we managed to sway the most zealous of the angel believers, though," Mal says from the driver's seat. In the back, Aiden scoffs. "My pheromones will take care of any doubts." "Probably," I agree. But our techniques don't always work when it comes to challenging a fervent belief connected to a deeply rooted ideology. Those people might not have been fully swayed. River shrugs, looking unconcerned. "Maybe not, but most people aren't going to give a lot of credence to religious zealots who claim they saw angels base jumping off of Hoover Dam, especially since we've taken away all of their potential evidence. If they carry on about it, then they might find themselves placed under a mandatory psych hold. I think we're good, as long as we can get rid of the footage online.
I nod. Our cybersecurity team is on it back at headquarters. Roxy crosses her legs and leans back in her seat, regarding River with a contemplative expression. That was some quick thinking about how to handle this situation. You really proved yourself today. He blushes and grins. Thanks. She huffs out a laugh. The media stunt idea was genius. Simple psychology. He waves a hand airily. People are easily convinced something isn't real, especially when it comes to the fantastical. They'd much rather believe some more rational explanation. This way, we planted the seed of reasonable doubt, and most will remember things the way we want them to. I can see that. She nods thoughtfully. The money was the real clincher, though. I mean, I was very good as Ashton Kutcher, but it was the vouchers that finally sold it. The vouchers satisfy the general human love of free things. People like to win stuff. It also makes them feel valued, like they weren't being used as part of a con, but actually in on the whole thing and rewarded for it. If we'd gone in looking like a group of government agents with badges and scary weapons, then it would have given more credence to what they thought they saw. I still don't know why I had to play the part of some obnoxious studio executive, Aiden grumbles. Mal lets out a loud snort of laughter from the front seat, and even I have trouble not smiling. River reaches back to clumsily pat him on the shoulder. Don't worry, you were great. Well, tell Maddox you worked your pheromone magic and saved the day. Slightly mollified, he relaxes in his seat with a smug smirk on his face. River covertly rolls his eyes at me, and my mouth twitches in a smile. Well, I had a lot of fun being Ashton Kutcher. Roxy looks at River in excitement. I can't wait to see who you're going to have me roleplay next time. You were amazing. River grins. I had no idea you could mimic voices as well as physical forms. It came in very handy. This opens up a world of possibilities in the future. She grins back. You don't even know half of what I can do, but you'll learn. Girl, we're going to have so much fun working together. I spend the rest of the journey back to headquarters quietly watching River, marveling at this unusual and constantly surprising young man. I'm forced to admit I underestimated him. At first, I didn't think he could be of any use to the Alliance, but today, he's shown without a shadow of a doubt he may one day become one of our most valuable assets. Seeing him take charge and handle a potentially catastrophic situation with skill and aplomb thrilled me to my very core. It made him even sexier in my eyes. A strong desire stirred within me, demanding I make River mine, and for once I have every intention of listening to it. Starblade's heaving chest glistened with manly sweat as he panted, desire and frustration written all over his rugged face. Let me reach my peak, you difficult person. A man can only be held back for so long. Very much. Vardox chuckled and shook his head. All in good time, dearest Captain. Before that, I think we can explore our intimacy further. Don't you agree? The Tentacular Tales of Captain Starblade, Chapter 119. River. Kai has been giving me the most sultry, sensual looks since we wrapped up the situation at Hoover Dam. It's more than a little irritating we have to fill out a cargo landing's worth of digital paperwork about the incident upon our return to the office. Thankfully, all my time in technical writing ensures I power through what I've been assigned, as if the reward awaiting me at the end of the day is a passionate encounter on a hot date, which is what I fully intend to make happen. Fortunately, Maddox assures us the cybersecurity team has a good handle on the footage issues from our intoxicated Cetarian base jumpers, all of whom are currently being treated by our medical staff. Our interviews with them confirmed they'd been approached by a man matching the description of Roxy's brother, who delivered a box of chocolates to them from an anonymous admirer. The group of clueless and far too trusting aliens had proceeded to eat the chocolates, not knowing they were laced with a narcotic. Apparently, giving gifts to visitors on their planet is a common practice, and they assumed the chocolates were a welcome gift. It's important information, but it doesn't get us any closer to the ringleader of this whole affair. In the meantime, poor Roxy is fuming because her brother isn't answering her calls and appears to have cleared out of the apartment he'd been renting. Another dead end, but we're hopeful he'll pop up sooner or later. I'm banking on Roxy's super-duper twin spidey sense leading us to our culprit before too much longer. We definitely need to have a long talk with Wilder. After what feels like ages, Maddox appears at the conference room door where we've all been hunkered down and pooling our resources on the case. Excellent work today, team. Let's wrap up for the evening. You've earned an early night off. For once, Kai doesn't disagree with him. Instead, he looks at me with enough heat in his gorgeous amethyst eyes to set the building on fire. Hubba hubba! A shiver of anticipation rushes down my spine, and a strong internal desire stirs. I'm so gonna experience intimacy tonight, I whisper to myself. Evidently not quietly enough, though, because Mal pats me on the shoulder as he passes, laughing. Go get 'em, Tiger. Everyone else clears out quickly, keen to take advantage of this opportunity to leave work early. I watch, heart racing like a bullet train on the way to a passionate encounter, as Kai comes over to me. All aboard, let's go to my place. His voice is deep and gravelly when he adds, follow me in your car. I nod so hard I hear my neck crack, and he gives me a grin that should definitely be illegal. We can order takeout. I did promise you dinner after all. What if I'm hungry for a different kind of connection? I ask breathily, licking my lips for emphasis. He chuckles, a wicked gleam in his eyes. All in good time. We have a lot to talk about, and much of it is sensitive. I'd prefer to be in a safe, quiet place alone together. You haven't seen my home yet. I think now is the perfect time. I reach over and grab his hand, my grip firm. Let's go, I declare, my enthusiasm dialed up to 11. I'm not going to really mess up this opportunity. Sure, I may not know Kai as well as I want to at the moment, but I do know I want him more than I've ever wanted anyone before. Even more than David Tennant is the doctor. Now I need to learn some things about him I can only discover when we're intimately connected and vulnerable with one another. The drive to his house only takes about 25 minutes, but it feels like it might as well be 2 hours. I'm eager and antsy as anything, shifting in my seat as I follow Kai in my own vehicle. When we finally arrive at his modest 2-story house, I could practically weep with relief. My body is filled with a painful, aching desire to escape the restrictive confines of my tight pants. It's been tormented repeatedly today. Hang in there, buddy. Kai pulls into the garage, and I park in the driveway on the opposite side, before jumping out of my new company car and following him in through the garage door entrance, which opens into a clean and spacious kitchen. From the gleaming white marble countertops and steel appliances I can see, it's clear Kai keeps his home as neat and tidy as I expected. I smile. My tightly wound alien boo needs me to help him let go. I can't wait to see what he's like when I help him relax and connect intimately. With hungry eyes, I track his every movement as he removes his suit jacket and tie, seeming to shed some of his seriousness along with the clothing. Would you like a tour of the house? I'm past being dishonest at this point. Only if it ends in a passionate encounter. The fire I'm starting to recognize is back in his eyes, and I thrill at the sight.
Feeling bold, I step forward, moving closer to him with a little swivel of my hips. He groans. We need to talk, River. There's a lot I have to tell you. I reach up and take his face into my hands, pulling him down for a soft kiss. The faintest hint of end-of-the-day stubble brushes against my skin. We can talk later. Right now, I really need to connect intimately with you. Now it's his turn to shiver at my suggestion. His arms come around me and he pulls me into him with a groan. The heat radiating off his larger body is nearly as intoxicating as his scent. I want it all over me. As our hips meet, I feel the press of his wonderfully firm body straining against my belly. We moan in unison. I don't think I can wait, I pant. Neither can I. He dives in for a deeper kiss, claiming my mouth, his lips soft but insistent. His skillful tongue is determined as it explores every inch of my mouth, probing and sucking as if trying to drink down my very essence. I'm a multitasker, so I manage to unbutton his shirt at the same time, baring his skin to my touch. With a triumphant gasp, I pull back and give him a lascivious grin as I stroke his chest, my fingers mapping the heavenly hard planes of muscle there. Is it true what they say about alien anatomy? He blinks at me, dazed. What? I seize my opportunity and unzip his pants in record time. Touch intimate, tension overwhelming. Oh, very. I channel my inner Madeline Kahn as I cry triumphantly, "It's two! It's two!" I was prepared for just about anything. I mean, who knows how alien forms differ? But Kai's form is entirely humanoid as far as I can tell, and uncut. Yummy. Kai arches a dark eyebrow and gives me another confused but slightly amused look. I ignore. He's seriously lacking when it comes to pop culture references, but I'll fix that in due time. For now, I plan to get down to sexy time business. I've waited long enough. We shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. "Oh, really?" Kai cries out, a satisfying note of ecstasy in his voice. I grin at him and rub my thumb across his skin, which begins to moisten. He growls, a flash of something dangerous in his eyes as he pushes my back against the wall, surprising me, but I'm totally down for him taking the lead. Me? Likey. I purr with pleasure. With one powerful arm, he holds my hips up while using his free hand to unzip my pants and release my own form. In his much larger hand, he brings our bodies together and we both moan at the sensation. We fit together nicely. Nonetheless, I'm already imagining the things I want to do with his impressive form. Touch intimate, tension overwhelming. My eyes flutter shut in appreciation, so I barely register when a stealthy purple tentacle suddenly appears between us, wrapping itself around us. Kai moves his hand away to hike my hits up, and I wrap my legs around his waist while he plants his hands on my all-too-eager body, my back pressed firmly against the kitchen wall. I reach out to boldly stroke the tentacle between us. "You finally let one of these bad boys out to play?" He hesitates, looking uncertain. "Too soon? Really? No. Show me what I've been missing with boring old human men." Kai's grin is cocky and self-assured once again. "As you wish." I stare at him in shock. "Did you just Princess Bride me? You sexy jerk. Come here," I order as I pull him in for another scorching hot round of competitive French kissing. The tentacle wrapped around us is deliciously smooth and firm but pliable. We groan into each other's mouths as the enthusiastic appendage moves with alternating pressure and speed, creating an intense connection. Meanwhile, one of Kai's hands begins to venture down the back of my pants. Touch intimate, tension overwhelming. I release a startled shout. "Really? Yeah." Kai's tentacle seems to be moving in time with his own tongue, which is once again ravaging my mouth with an intensity I've never experienced before. All I can hear are our panting moans. Extra appendages have exciting advantages. "More," I demand. Kai chuckles, and I can't have that. He may think he has the upper hand, but I know a thing or two to get a rise out of him. I reach down. Touch intimate, tension overwhelming. He lets out a startled gasp, eyes rolling back in his head. I greedily suck down the following breathy moan he lets out. "You wicked, wicked man," he whispers in my ear, nibbling on the lobe. "You ain't seen nothing yet. We're just getting started." He's studying me with an intensity that makes my heart flutter. The things this man does to me. I inhale sharply. Yes, I urge him on. Passion peaked. Came together intimately, deeply connected. I can't hold back as the pleasure begins to take over. "Oh really, oh really, oh really," I chant. "Look at me," Kai demands softly, his mesmerizing eyes luminescent with desire. I stare at him, overwhelmed with the realization this man is mine, my destiny. At this moment, I know with a certainty I've never experienced with another partner before, he's the one I was meant to find, and I'm not letting him get away. With a jolt, I feel the telltale tingle building at the base of my spine, warning me of imminent release.
I'm reaching my peak, I warn him in a gasp. Yes, he practically growls. Passion peaked. Came together intimately, deeply connected. We kiss again. Slower and less impatient now, we've begun to come down from our intense high. Kai gently removes his hand and unhooks my shaky legs from around his hips, gently setting me back down on the floor. His tentacle releases us before retracting back into his body, and we're left standing there with our bodies exposed. I can't help but giggle at how ridiculous we look. I think we might need to get cleaned up. How about a shower, handsome? He pulls me in for another kiss. You're on. Kai and I shed the last of our clothes as we head toward his bathroom, leaving a trail in our wake. By the time we reach his gleaming black and white tiled shower, we're both completely naked, and I take a moment to appreciate his gorgeous form while he turns on the water to warm it up. He catches me ogling him and returns the favor. Taking his time, he looks me up and down. His perusal is slow and intimate, almost like a caress. I put my hands on my hips. None of that now, sir. I need some time to recover. If you keep looking at me like that, my body is going to get other ideas. Kai chuckles and pulls me into him. His warm, naked skin against my own is like coming home. I peer up into those unearthly eyes I've come to love. You feel so good, I whisper, unable to keep the emotion from my voice. He tilts my chin up and leans down for another soft, slow kiss. Steam fills the bathroom and Kai pulls me into the large enclosure where a rain shower head streams gloriously hot water down on both of us. Come here, he murmurs, his voice deep and raspy. Ooh, is that your phone sex operator voice? He barks out a laugh. No, it's my I'm turned on voice. I waggle my eyebrows. Sexy. His eyes flash fire. I loved watching you today. What do you mean? With the whole debacle at Hoover Dam, you were so take charge and capable. He blushes. I liked being able to watch you come up with a plan and execute it so seamlessly, resolving the problem with ease and finesse. Leave it to Kai to have a kink for competency. Now it's my turn to laugh. Wow, I don't know about the easy part. I was lucky to have such a great group of people working with me and willing to go along with my harebrained scheme. My primary concern was Roxy. I wasn't sure if her disguise was going to be convincing or not, especially her voice, but she really pulled out all the stops and seriously impressed me. You have an amazing team. He pushes back the wet curls from my forehead. You're part of our amazing team too, and you're just as impressive as any other member. I feel a rush of warmth inside at this unexpected praise. Thanks, I can't help but add with a cheeky grin. Team for the win. Kai closes his eyes in resignation.
How did I know you were going to say that? I shrug, entirely unrepentant. Aw, see, you're getting to know me better already. I reach down and poke him in his side, and he yelps. I raise an eyebrow and waggle it at him. Ticklish, eh? He gives me a foreboding look. Don't even think about it. I reach for him again, and he whirls me around. Now it's my turn to yelp as I nearly go crashing to the floor when my foot slips out from under me. Thankfully, Kai grabs my arms and holds me up. His voice is a throaty rumble when he whispers in my ear, "Let me wash you now." I shiver at the demanding and possessive tone, immediately relaxing into a pliant and willing puddle of goo formerly known as River. Not content to remain silent, though, I decide to offer him words of encouragement. "Get to work, cabana boy." He snickers but gets down to business. Who knew a shower with another person could be so delightfully erotic? Most of my past sexual experiences were hookups, so I've never actually showered with a partner before. Already, I'm loving it. I moan in delight as Kai massages shampoo into my scalp, being incredibly thorough in his ministrations. The light and refreshing minty scent is invigorating. My scalp tingles from the sensation, but in a good way. He must be hitting some intense acupressure points because my whole body relaxes, all the tension and stress from earlier disappearing down the drain. With complete abandon, I close my eyes, leaning into him and letting Kai rinse the suds out of my hair. I revel in the sensation, his fingers tenderly combing through my hair and massaging my scalp as he washes it. Talk about glorious. I want him to do this for me every day. I'm startled out of my zen-like trance when I recognize a familiar scent as Kai begins to work conditioner into my curls. Sniffing, I blink up at him, utterly amazed. How did you know this is my favorite conditioner, and why do you have it in your shower? His cheeks flush a delightful shade of red. I may have snooped around in your bathroom when I was at your house, and then I may have bought the same conditioner for whenever you finally spent the night. What an adorable sneak. He planned for this. It's such a small gesture, but it means the world to me. It also eases the last of my uncertainty. He really wants to be with me and has been acting with a future for us in mind. My heart feels like it's about to explode like an epic glitter bomb. I can't contain my squee of delight as I turn around and jump up into his arms, wrapping my legs around him like a spider monkey. You're the most adorable man ever. I want to make you absolutely mine and mine alone. Kai cups his hands over my rear, giving it an enticing squeeze. I think that can be arranged. I shiver at the promise in his eyes. But then he sets me down and adopts the no-nonsense attitude I'm all too familiar with. Let me wash the rest of you. We need to eat some food and talk before we do anything else together tonight. I should have known I couldn't distract him from this talk he wants to have. I stick out my bottom lip in a pout, but he's unmoved. So I sigh in acceptance and turn around, allowing him to wash the rest of my body. He explores every inch of my skin, every crevice, nook, and cranny, paying particular attention to any spot he detects to be a sensitive zone. He's far too good at it for my sanity. Once I'm squeaky clean, he lets me rinse out the conditioner while he quickly shampoos his own hair. I grab the bar of soap and the washcloth to return the favor by washing his body. I marvel at the lean, muscular perfection of his physique. He has a light dusting of dark hair leading down to his sculpted abdominal muscles. When I reach the pouch low on his abdomen, I hesitate and glance up at him. Can I touch it? He's watching my face with a strange intensity. It doesn't, he clears his throat. It doesn't disgust you? I stare at him in shock. No, of course not. He shifts from foot to foot. Humans are often disturbed by this major difference in our anatomy. I smile softly. I was a little surprised at first, but I think it's really cool. Having tentacles must be awesome. You can touch me there, if you want to, that is. There's something both shyly eager but almost scared in the way he says this, and I can see him bracing himself for a possible rejection. I can't have that. With a smile, I reach out and boldly touched the buttery, soft, leathery skin of his tentacle pouch. The intimacy of the moment was overwhelming. Startled, I pull my hand back. Does it hurt? No, he rasps. It feels pleasant. Touch me more. Happily. I reach out again and touch a few fingers over the skin, marveling at the unusual texture. Kai reacted strongly to the touch. Is it a sensitive zone? It can be, he admits. When a potential mate touches it, one who is compatible with us, it can be quite impactful. Does that mean we're compatible? He swallows thickly. It does. As Mama Roo would say, Shantae, you stay. He scrunches his face in obvious confusion. Whamzam! I cut him off by pulling him in for a deep and passionate kiss. My hand trailed down his abdomen, but he grabs my wrist and gently pulls me away. No more distractions. We're going to eat dinner and have that conversation I promised you. Knowing I can't get out of this, I nod with resigned acceptance. Okay, but there better be Thai food in it for me. He laughs. I think that can be arranged. Iyaran Mating Courtship Ritual, on the topic of tentacles and interspecies relationships. Kai,
25 minutes later, we're both clean and dressed, and the Thai food I've ordered has arrived. We sit together at my breakfast table and dig into the food, each of us sharing the curries we ordered. Once we've sated our hunger, I make us some tea, and we head into the living room. We sit together on my plush gray sofa, and I muster up the courage to begin the conversation we need to have. River watches me for a few seconds, and then gives me a pointed stare. Let's get this show on the road. I have a lot of plans for you tonight, and they don't involve just conversation. My body certainly reacted to that idea, and I attempted to adjust myself discreetly in my sweatpants. River smirks, clearly noticing. Do you remember what happened at your house the other night? He tilts his head, considering. You mean when you were really high on Benji's brownies? I cringe. Yes. River grins. I'd never seen you so relaxed or so uninhibited before. It was adorable. You should really let loose a bit more often. I'm not the biggest fan of weed, but clearly edibles help you find your mellow, and that's not a bad thing. Maybe we could get you some smaller edible candies to try. You'd have to eat them in moderation, though. Thanks, but no thanks. Those brownies were plenty for me for one lifetime. River has an unnerving twinkle in his eye, clearly scheming some kind of plan. So I push forward. What I wanted to talk about was when we were dancing together. River chuckles in recollection. It was epic. He gives me a sly grin. You're not the smoothest dancer I've ever seen, but you've got some interesting moves, especially when you bust out the tentacles as part of the act. I wince. Yeah, about that. It wasn't random. River frowns. What do you mean? I swallow, more nervous than I realized. It was step 4 in what is known as the Mating Courtship Ritual of my people. River blinks several times. The what now? The Mating Courtship. His mouth drops open, the expression on his face dumbfounded. Oh gosh, Mal told me something about this. He said you'd explain. What exactly is this ritual? And if this was step number 4, what were the earlier steps, and how come I didn't know about them? I rub my forehead. You see, most of it was kind of accidental. He narrows his eyes. Accidental how? I force myself to hold his gaze. Well, the first step was initiated when I showed you my tentacles the first time we met. River stares. Really? Yes. Tentacles are a very private thing among my people. Not so much when you're trying to mind-whammy someone or you're really high on edible brownies. He giggles. I wince again. Both of those times were a bit of an anomaly. We typically don't show them around a lot of other people. River's eyes brighten with interest. Really? Why? Is there some kind of prohibition on it? Do they mean something special? Is it like another private part you shouldn't be waving around in public? OMG! Do your people think you're a total exhibitionist or something? I reach out a hand and cover his mouth mid-stream of consciousness. He's startled enough he stops talking, so it works. I file that away in my memory for future reference. Tentacles can have a role in intimacy, but my species developed them primarily for use on our home planet, which has a great number of bodies of water. I'm told older generations of my people were also born with gills in their neck, ensuring they could spend time equally underwater or on land. River bounces in his seat, clapping his hands together. Amazing! Do you think you might develop gills if you spent enough time in water? He sighs dreamily. That would be so cool. When I was a kid, I went through a phase when I really wanted to be Ariel in The Little Mermaid. I mean, who wouldn't want to be able to sing like a diva and live underwater and have all kinds of super cute, queer underwater friends like Sebastian? And of course, someday find my very own handsome prince? He gasps, his eyes widening. Don't tell me you're a secret prince too? I have to stop this runaway train of thought while I can. No, I'm not a secret prince. He deflates in obvious disappointment. And no, I don't think I would spontaneously develop gills underwater if I spent more time there. I do enjoy swimming, but I've only been able to let my tentacles out in very remote and private water sources. The risk of someone seeing is too great. He's immediately concerned. That's so sad. We have to find a place where you can swim safely. He nods with determination. Don't worry, I'll think of something. I smile softly at this sometimes ridiculous, but also tender-hearted human, my mate-to-be. It goes with the territory, River. My people need to be careful about concealing our true identities here on Earth. River's shoulders slump. It's too bad, but tentacles are definitely something that would make the average human freak out big time. I'm totally cool with them now, but even I was surprised when I first saw them. It's not something commonly seen on Earth, outside of like squids and octopi. Now, don't get me wrong, I've seen things that probably prepared me better than most, but that's a lot different, if you know what I mean. It's my turn to blink at him. Not really. River has a seductive look on his face that screams dirty thoughts. Oh, honey, then I'm going to have to introduce you. It might give you some fun ideas we could experiment with. In bed? I clear my throat and adjust myself once again. Right, let's leave that for now. We're getting off track. What I'm trying to say is, usually, my people only show our tentacles to a person we have decided is a possible or prospective mate. River tilts his head in consideration. Mate? What exactly does that mean? I think about this for a moment and decide to be totally honest. Swallowing back a nervous lump in my throat, I continue. It means someone we would consider as a long-term partner or potential spouse down the line. River inhales sharply and clutches a hand to his chest. So, even when you first met me, you thought I was husband material? His voice rises several excited octaves on the last few words. I'm not sure I'd put it quite like that, I hedge. I wasn't really thinking about it in those terms. You weren't responding to my usual methods for memory alteration, so I had to go with the fail-safe option. I'd never had to use it on a human before, so I hadn't really thought about the implications behind the action either. It was actually Mal who pointed it out to me after the fact, I admit. Because not only did I show you one of my tentacles, you also touched it in return, unknowingly completing the first step. I had no idea, River murmurs, his countenance turning thoughtful. Then he looks up at me. So what was the next step? I swallow. Kissing. Our makeout sesh in your car? Yes. I really enjoyed that one. I can't contain a smug smile of satisfaction. He laughs. Hey, I wasn't alone in my enjoyment, pal. There was mutual excitement when we were close. I raise a hand in concession. Fair enough. River leans closer. Okay, step 3 in this courting ritual? I flush with real embarrassment this time. I fed you food from my hand. River stares at me blankly for a moment, and then dawning comprehension blooms on his face. You mean the itty-bitty piece of Benji's magic brownie? I nod, watching him carefully. He considers this. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I was wondering why you were being so weird and formal about it. You kept asking me why I didn't want the food you were trying to feed me from your own hand. He shrugs. I just thought it was you being strange because you were high. Yeah, no. I cringe again. The formal wording was a part of the ritual, and you inadvertently accepted it. River digests this news. I suppose I did. As you say, I didn't know what I was doing. I was going with the flow. Also, you didn't exactly give me much choice when you shoved the brownie in my mouth. Sorry about that. He waves a hand. No worries. Okay, so step number 4 was the, what did you call it? The kill me now. Tentacle tango. River stares at me for a minute before dissolving into fits of laughter and falling back into the couch cushions. Oh my God, please tell me you came up with that name. I scowl. Of course not. I'd never come up with something so ridiculous. River wipes away tears. I really hope I get to meet whoever did. It has a different name on our home world, but it doesn't easily translate into English or any other human language. I sigh. My mother told me the closest equivalent would be to call it the Tentacle Tango. It's now been officially labeled as such by the Alliance.
River sits back up. Yet another reason to love your mother. Ellie's so kick-ass. Please don't encourage her, I beg. He chortles. Too late. Ellie and I are on a path toward a beautiful friendship. Galactic heavens help us, I mutter. Let's get back to this ritual thingy. What does all of this mean? In the eyes of my people, and most extraterrestrials, it would mean we're committed partners. Some might consider us the human equivalent of engaged. River's eyes go comically wide, and his mouth drops open. Engaged? I raise my hands to calm him. I know, it's too soon for such a commitment. For our purposes, we're dating and monogamous. If it leads to something more permanent, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Don't stress or freak out about this. I don't want you to feel any pressure. River nods slowly. Okay, I think I can deal with that. I swallow back a lump in my throat and manage to say, I need you to do something to ensure others know we're together. Like what? According to the customs of my people, now that we've completed the courtship ritual, you need to wear my amulet. It contains my family crest and acts as a sign we're bonded. We ask our partners to wear our amulet to ensure other aliens know they're taken. River inhales sharply. No freaking way! Is this an extraterrestrial engagement ring? I pale. No, not exactly. Although it's pretty very close. It's more a symbol of our current commitment to each other. I swallow back the sour taste in my mouth when I add, if we break up, then you'd simply return the amulet. River frowns, seemingly not liking that idea either. Then his expression brightens. So, this is more of like a promise ring dealio? Maybe. I still don't know enough about human rituals, despite living on Earth for most of my life. Why sure, Kai, I'll wear your ring and go steady with you.
You're simply dreamy, River says in a mock falsetto, fluttering his eyelashes at me. I close my eyes and groan. Show me this amulet, he demands, giving me grabby hands. I go over to my desk and pull out the jewelry box, bringing it back to him. My palms are sweating for some reason, and I'm stupidly nervous. He takes the box reverently when I hand it to him. Opening it, he stares at the amulet on a thin titanium chain in silence. The amulet itself is small, much like a locket, and sports our intricate family crest of tentacles carved from a rare purple gem on our homeworld, similar to amethyst. After a moment, he looks back at me, uncharacteristically serious. It's beautiful. Will you put it on me? My voice comes out in a raspy whisper. Yes. With slightly trembling hands, I carefully secure the chain around his neck, and a deep sensation of relief and satisfaction washes over me seeing it on him. River looks at it and then smiles at me. Don't worry, I'll get you your own promise ring, boo. I don't... He leans forward and cuts me off with a kiss, scattering all thoughts from my poor brain. Pulling back, he gently strokes a finger over the delicate necklace. Thank you. You look good wearing my amulet, I tell him as I nuzzle into the sensitive part of his neck right behind his ear. I pause. Are you ready for more fun? He moans. Hell yeah. I'm startled when River pulls out of my embrace and proceeds to shed his clothes so fast I think he breaks a land speed record. I'm still gawking when he gives me a saucy wink, then turns and races for my bedroom, his pert little form moving enticingly along the way. It takes me another moment to realize what's happening before I jump up and follow him, removing my clothes with alacrity. When I enter my bedroom, the sight of River laid out on my bed in wanton abandon, a welcoming grin on his face, takes me from a state of anticipation to full attention in no time. His body is smaller than mine and mostly devoid of hair, except for a sparse golden trail leading down to his lower body and a light dusting of golden hair on his legs. Propping his head up onto his hand, supported by his elbow, he lies on his side and gives me a thorough but leisurely perusal up and down. Well, hello there, sexy. I prowl toward him. You're not so bad yourself, I say as I return the favor, gazing appreciatively at his body. River flares his nostrils at me. Are you going to stand there and gawk at me all night, or are you going to bring your hot bod over here so we can be intimate? Just like that, and quite unexpectedly, I'm feeling uncertain. Unbidden memories of Jonathan begin intruding in my mind. Bloody really Neptunes. River must sense something from my expression because he sits up. What's wrong? I release a shaky breath and take a seat next to him on the edge of the bed, my desire flagging. I've only ever had a serious relationship with a human once before. I stare at the hands I'm clutching tightly in my lap. It didn't go well. River's expression softens with understanding, and he gently rests a hand on my shoulder. Do you want to tell me about it? I take a deep breath and release it. Not really, but I think I need to tell you some of it. River sits cross-legged and faces me. I'm here to listen. I won't judge. Amazingly, I believe him. Besides, this is something I need to get out there so he can understand where I'm coming from. It was about 10 years ago, when I was 25. Up to that point, Mal and I had occasionally dated a human here or there, but our parents had warned us about the challenges of trying to have a more serious relationship with them. We do have a protocol about what happens in those situations, but Mal and I hadn't ever been serious enough with anyone we dated to enact it. Being young and somewhat foolish, I never even thought too much about it. I was more interested in casual relationships, until I met Jonathan. How'd you meet? We were in grad school together. He was cute, and we'd been covertly eyeing one another for a week or two before he asked me out. It was casual at first, and we were compelled more by our mutual attraction toward one another than anything else. But after a couple of months, it began to turn into something much more serious with feelings involved. I started to think about a long-term or maybe permanent relationship with him. I wanted to be as open and honest with him as I could be. He was giving me his true self, and I wanted to be able to reciprocate. It was hard to do, however, when I had to keep a major part of who I am a secret from him. Didn't he notice your abdomen? I'm assuming he must have had some questions about it. At first, I tried to ensure we only got naked together in the dark. And he was accepting of what he thought was shyness initially, but as the relationship got more serious, he obviously wanted to know why I was so reluctant. Deciding I'd have to show him my body, I concocted a lie about a surgery and resulting scar tissue on my abdomen. I don't know if he fully bought it, but he was also obviously turned off by it and didn't like to see or touch it, let alone question me about it. River's eyes flare with outrage. Jonathan sounds like a really difficult person. I can't help but smile in response. In retrospect, I should have known. If he couldn't handle what he thought was scar tissue, then he wouldn't be able to handle the truth about me. But I was naive, and I fancied myself in love with him. Were you? River gulps. In love with him? I think about it for a moment. Not true love, I say slowly. I think I was more infatuated with him, and with the idea of having a romantic partner. I snort. I'm not going to lie, the sex was a big part of it. In my early 20s, I was easily aroused. Having an equally enthusiastic sex partner at the ready, and not having to deal with prowling nightclubs for a hookup was a huge plus in my book. I totally get that. River nods in understanding. I had a brief but wild period when I started college, and I went to clubs on the regular. Don't get me wrong, at first it was super fun. I thoroughly sampled the wares, so to speak. But after a while it got tiring and far too superficial for me. Me too. Jonathan and I were young and horny. We had undeniable chemistry, and that sustained us for a long while. Looking back, I realize it was merely puppy love on both our sides. We'd each done some experimenting before getting together. It's not like we were virgins when we met, but once we became a couple, we were monogamous and committed. River watches me carefully, his eyes clear and empathetic. I relax further and continue. We'd been dating nearly a year when my parents sat me down, and we talked about something I'd been avoiding the whole time. As I mentioned before, we have a protocol for dealing with interspecies relationships like this. In special circumstances, if we find a human lover we believe could be a mate,
a permanent partner to us, then we can request permission to reveal our true identity. River swallows, paling. I think I have an idea of where this is going. I smile, but can't keep the sadness from my expression. Like a naive fool, I petitioned to reveal the truth of my identity to Jonathan, and it was granted. Normally, these kinds of permissions can be difficult to acquire. It certainly helped that my father was the admiral of the Alliance outpost on Earth. River nods, his luminous eyes never leaving my face. Anyway, we scheduled a time, and I brought him to my home so I'd have my family there if things turned sour. Foolishly, I didn't even imagine that might happen. River reaches over and takes my hand in a silent gesture of support. I brought him to my room, and I had the necessary conversation with him. I explained I hadn't been completely honest about who I was, and I brought up the truth about the scar on my abdomen. Like most humans, he didn't believe me at first. He thought it was a great joke or a prank. Finally, I knew I was going to have to give him proof.
I close my eyes at the painful recollection. So I allowed him to see one of my tentacles. River bites his thumb, expression anxious. It didn't go well? I peer down at my clenched hands in my lap before bracing myself and looking up at him again. My voice is hoarse when I reply. He freaked out completely, started screaming and ran out of my room. My family intercepted him and wouldn't allow him to leave the house, which set him off further. It took quite a bit of time to calm him down. I obviously had to retract my tentacle and put on my shirt again because the sight of my pouch was only making him more upset. River grabs my hand and squeezes it in solidarity. He didn't want to listen to anything I had to say, called me a freak, a pervert. He said he'd been sleeping with a monster. By the end, it was clear he saw me as something disgusting and repulsive. I take a shuddery breath. He didn't want me anymore. "Oh, Kai," River whispers, his eyes watering. "There wasn't anything I could do. Everything I thought we had was lost in that moment, and I couldn't ever get it back." I close my eyes. I conferred with my parents when it became clear there wasn't going to be a way to salvage the situation, and I made the hard but necessary decision. River gasps, a fat tear rolling down his cheek. "Don't tell me you had to erase his memory." I swallow back the lump in my throat and nod. I did. "Oh, honey." Tears begin to stream down River's face as he strokes my hand. "I'm so sorry. Couldn't Mal or one of your parents do it for you?" I reach out and clasp my free hand over his, feeling stronger now I'm touching him too. They offered, but I believed I owed it to Jonathan to be the one to do it. I'd been the person he'd cared about up until then, and I didn't want to frighten him anymore. "You're such a good man, Kai," River sniffles. "I hope you know that. I merely did what I thought I had to do." Needless to say, after such a painful event, I was wary of ever getting involved with a human again. And, until now, I haven't dated another. River regards me with bright eyes full of sudden understanding. "So that's why you were so reluctant to get involved with me. I know I was probably a bit of a prick toward you at first, but I hope this helps you understand where I'm coming from to some extent." River lifts my hand and brings it to his mouth for a gentle kiss that gives me goosebumps. "Not a prick, but definitely a bit of a challenge." He grins. "I happen to like those." I snort. Why doesn't that surprise me? He chuckles and then sobers. "This explains a lot, and I'm glad you were willing to share your past with me." Then he adds tentatively, "I take it you've changed your mind about dating a human now?" I wasn't planning to at first, but this troublesome human wouldn't leave me alone. I arch an eyebrow. He sort of steamrolled over all of my objections with his smart mouth and relentless pursuit. River throws his head back and laughs. "I'm nothing if not sassy and persistent." "You can say that again." I take a deep breath and lay it all out. "I want to be with you, but I'm afraid." "Of what?" "I guess I'm worried about risking my heart again. Worried you might not be able to handle all of the reality that is me. I'm like you in many ways, but I'm also not human. Differences can sometimes be scary to people. River sits up straight. I totally know where you're coming from. I've had people who thought I was a freak and a weirdo, plenty of times in fact. Let's face it, I'm not the most conventional gay boy you'll ever meet. Not many people want to jump on board with a sci-fi geek who's convinced aliens are among us, even though I was totally right about that, by the way. In general, most people think I'm way too extra or downright weird. He brings his hand up to my face and gently caresses my cheek, his thumb grazing briefly over my lips, and I shiver. Kai, I can't promise I won't ever hurt you. That's impossible in any relationship. Sometimes we say or do things that can be unintentionally hurtful to one another, or we let our emotions get the better of us at the wrong times. But it's how we communicate with each other afterward that really matters. It's how we get past those kinds of moments, and how we're able to share our feelings with each other, both good and bad. One thing I can promise you is I'm not scared or turned off by anything about you that's different. I think your tentacles are really hot. Sure, they were a little surprising, shocking even at first, but I'm fully on board to get better acquainted with them, in every way possible. I want to learn all about you, and, if anything, your uniqueness makes you even hotter to me. The gleam in his eyes is wicked when he adds, "Have you forgotten the fact I basically write an online story with intimate themes involving tentacles that half of the universe seems to be following?" I squirm, strangely shy all of a sudden. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be okay with tentacles in real life, in real sexual situations. River scoffs. Oh, honey, I think you're underestimating me, as well as my sexual fantasies, greatly. Like I told you earlier, I've explored many stories with intimate themes involving tentacles, and believe me, I'm going to introduce you to some of that eventually, but there's no time today. We're going to connect deeply, and I'm going to prove to you how much I desire to explore every aspect of our relationship with Kai Gennaro. The emotions playing over his face are honest and utterly fierce. At the sight of it, something settles inside me, and I find the reassurance I need to believe him, to believe he'll accept all of me. My tentacles squirm with joy inside me. Okay, you're on. He wipes at some lingering tears in his eyes and grins. Good. Now get your attractive self over here and let's make with the intimate moments, sweetie pie. I'm laughing when he tackles me onto the bed, and I flop down with an oomph. Immediately, he attaches himself to me like a barnacle and claims my mouth in a passionate kiss. He starts out fierce, but eases back into something slower and more sensual once he senses me relax beneath him. I feel my body warming from his ministrations, and my desire perks up again. Finally, indulging in something I've wanted to do again since we first kissed in my car, I run my hands through River's drying golden curls. I know he's going to be miffed at the messy halo of hair around his head when we're done, but I can't curb the impulse. The curls spring from my fingers as I tug on them gently, before snapping back into place. "I love your hair," I murmur. He smirks. "Well, I'm glad one of us does. It's a real pain, I'll tell you that right now." I laugh, feeling a light, almost effervescent sensation bubbling up inside me. "Anytime you need help taming these curls, you let me know." He arches an eyebrow at me. "Be careful about promising stuff you may not want to deliver on. Anything I promise is the real deal. My word is my bond." He chuckles and then looks down at me, his eyes hooded and seductive. "Roger that. Now, when are you going to let some of those bad boy tentacles loose to play?" I flush. "Oh, well, He leans down and devours my mouth with fervor, his tongue eagerly exploring. When he draws back, his lips wet and swollen, I stare at him, panting. River flashes me a wicked grin before he sits up and scoots his delectable bare body down my body until it's firmly planted over my very interested body. I let out a whimper and shudder at the sensation of now being nestled close to him. The feeling is divine, but also not enough. With a groan, I bite my bottom lip as I struggle to hold back from moving against him.
"No secrets," he admonishes. "You're safe with me. You can show me the real you." He lifts himself up and reaches a hand down and touches my intensely aroused body, beginning to caress it leisurely before settling back on my thighs. Any thought of protest I might have had quickly evacuates my brain. Why do I get the feeling you're playing me here? River watches me with a shark-like grin. "I tend to be a wee bit of a bossy partner in intimate moments. You'll get used to it. I like to take charge when and where I want to." He gives me a firmer caress, bringing his thumbnail to graze against my aroused skin, and my eyes practically cross. "Your trouble," I agree. He hums in satisfaction. "Why, thank you, darling. I consider that a compliment. So, bossy receptive partner, eh? Are you exclusively a receptive partner, or are you versatile?" River's smile could rival the Cheshire Cat's. "I prefer being the receptive partner, but I certainly enjoy being the dominant partner on occasion, especially if I can drive my partner completely wild. I log that away in my memory. Noted. We'll have to try that sometime." He nods eagerly. While continuing to caress me with one hand, he reaches out his free hand to trail his fingers over the flap on my abdomen. As aroused as I already am, I can't stop a full-body shudder, complete with lusty moan. "Like that, do you?" The smirk on his face is far too smug. "You know I do." He caresses the flap again. "Don't be shy now. Come out wherever you are, little tentacles." My enthusiastic appendages press against my flap, demanding release. Taking a deep breath, I let go of my inhibitions and give him exactly what he wants. Like most of my species, I have 5 tentacles, but only opt to let out 2 at this moment. River's eyes widen as he watches them, all the while continuing to caress me. I pay close attention to his expression, but I see no disgust. Rather, there's an obvious air of curiosity and a glint of lust in his eyes. I relax. Can I touch them? I want it more than anything at this moment. Please. He reaches out his free hand, and one tentacle whips out to wrap around him, holding his questing hand immobile. Behave, I warn them, but they have a mind of their own, especially now I've let them out. Oh, wow! River inhales sharply, his eyes flashing with fire. That's so incredibly stimulating. I'm already starting to get ideas about some light DS dynamics we could enjoy. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not someone who engages in bondage of any kind, and I don't play on the scene, but a healthy dose of light kink is something I can get on board with. His eyes flutter, a faint flush to his cheeks. And being a prisoner to your tentacles is definitely going on my checklist of intimate adventures we need to have very soon. The idea makes my tentacles pulse and throb with enthusiasm. I'd be happy to oblige. Oh, goody! My tentacle releases him and decides to explore its way up his chest. The tip circles around one of his nipples, which responds at the touch, before flicking it. Oh, baby, do that again. So demanding, I murmur, secretly pleased. River bites his lip, and my hips arch up in response. You know you like it. Don't front, he admonishes. Now get back to work. My tentacle is only too happy to oblige him. The second one decides to join the festivities and moves up to give the same treatment to his other nipple. River's body is fully aroused, showing his intense desire. I reach out and touch him, giving him a preliminary caress, loving the feel of him warm and eager in my palm. Gosh, he wheezes, I'm beginning to see how having multiple appendages can be incredibly beneficial in intimate moments. I chuckle, you haven't seen anything yet. He grins and caresses my arousal again. Sorry, I was momentarily distracted. We moan under our mutual ministrations. Passion peaked. They came together intimately, deeply connected. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. After their night, they held each other close. I tighten my arms around River, overwhelmed with what I feel for him right now. I want to keep him safe always. Oblivious to the flurry of emotions inside me, he slumps against me boneless and with a grin of dazed contentment on his face. "That was a mess," he slurs. "Glad you liked it," he laughs weakly. Oh my gosh, if I'd liked it any more, my soul might have left my body. It was more epic than I even imagined, and believe me, I imagined quite a bit. I chuckle and stroke his cheek. "Kiss me," he orders, and I do. "Sweet Saint Gaga," I murmur, flopping down beside Kai, my body still twitching with the aftershocks of our epic intimacy. Freakin' A! Once you go extraterrestrial, you never go back. "Give me a sec," I wheeze. "I'll attend to you here in a moment." Also, so you know, I'm now officially a proud supporter of our unique connection. I glance over at Kai, noting his obvious desire. I've never left a partner hanging without achieving their own pleasure, and I don't mean to start now. The mere sight of Kai's intense arousal sends a jolt of electricity through me, and my own body responds. I need a few minutes, but then I think I can continue, I tell him confidently. I am 22 after all. "Let me see if I can help with that," he purrs, rolling on top of me. I squeak as he deftly manhandles me, positioning me for intimacy. He leans back and stares hungrily at me while I whimper with need. "I need to be with you now," he growls, the smoldering, intensely hot gleam in his eyes practically searing me with its intensity. And just like that, I'm raring to go again. Yes, let's connect deeply now. A man of far fewer words than me, Kai simply positions himself and begins to press closer. I'm already sufficiently prepared from our previous activities, but I inhale sharply at the sensation. He's substantial, and it's been a while since I've shared this kind of intimacy with a partner. He freezes. "Are you okay? Is this too much?" The sensation recedes after a moment, and my body relaxes, letting him deepen the connection. We share a soft sound in unison. "I'm good. Keep going." He leans down and lays a lip lock on me with enough passion to leave me breathless, while he slowly continues to deepen our connection until fully joined. Fully connected, Kai pauses, and we gaze into each other's eyes. I've never felt this complete before. It's almost too much. But then his lips brush my ear in a gentle kiss, and he breathes my name. River. The sweet ache in his voice melts any emotional barriers I may have had in place. This man can slay me with a simple word or a look. Evidently, he knows how to say my name in all the right ways to make me lose what little sense I have left. I whine, and my body heroically begins to respond. Kai pulls back slightly in a slow, slick glide before deepening the connection. I arch my back. "Gosh, yes!" Kai growls in a manner that thrills me to my core. I'm going to move with intensity. "Yes, make it so, number one," I gasp. He pauses mid-movement. "What?" I roll my eyes and wrap my legs around his hips, urging him on. "Never mind, continue. Make me feel this connection for days." Also, a Star Trek The Next Generation marathon is totally in our future. For a moment, he hesitates. Emboldened, I reach back and touch him, encouraging him to deepen our connection. That seems to light a fire in Kai. He grabs my hips in his powerful hands and takes control, moving with deliciously vicious abandon. When he shifts angles and finds a sensitive spot, I light up like a pinball machine. Ding, ding, ding. Kai! I practically screech out his name. That's the magic bullseye, baby. Focus there. He gives me a rakish grin. Your wish is my command. Yes, you sexy person, with all the very bells and whistles. Now, as Brittany would say, connect with me one more time. And he does. His pace is demanding and relentless, and I really love it. Sweat drips down Kai's chiseled chest and abdomen. I can't stop myself from leaning forward to taste some of that moisture. His pace momentarily falters, and he shivers with obvious pleasure. He stares down at me, his eyes focused on his amulet around my neck before he looks in my eyes. His voice is gruff and breathless when he says,
You're mine, River Sullivan. Something warm and bright explodes like confetti in my chest. That sounds mighty possessive, Captain Gennaro, I pant.
He makes a rumbling noise in his chest, and I gasp as he finds that sensitive spot again. It's hard to think straight, but I manage to get out the words I need to. If I'm yours, then you're mine. I narrow my eyes, and I don't share. He grins. Me either. Before I can say anything else, he promptly cuts off my train of thought when he leans forward and ravishes my mouth, sucking on my tongue and trying to devour me. He pulls needy, keening noises out of me with every intense movement and lusty sweep of his tongue in my mouth. I'm half crazy with the need for release when he pulls back to whisper in my ear in that very phone sex operator voice he busts out to torment me. One day soon, we're going to connect intimately with my body and my tentacle at the same time. I'm going to bring you to a new level of closeness. Holy, really, gosh, how on earth does he know my secret intimate fantasies? You want both my body and my tentacle connecting with you at the same time, don't you? His voice is dark and dangerous. Really, yes, I gasp. Bring on the intense intimacy, baby. Kai picks up his pace in response, his grunts sounding both guttural and primal. The bed's rocking, the wood headboard slamming into the wall as they came together passionately. With his unexpected words, he's painted an image in my mind that sends my libido into the stratosphere and possibly to a whole other dimension. At the exact right moment, Kai intuitively reaches a hand down and provides intimate touch. And after a few skillful movements, timed in unison with the perfect connection, I tip over the edge. My vision goes white for a moment, and I end up reaching my peak. My body responded intensely to Kai's presence, and with one more movement, that's all it takes for him to find his own peak with a shout. He gives a long, satisfied moan as he continues to hold me close, experiencing the rest of his release while softly chanting my name in a way that makes my heart do the Macarena. Curse you, Benji, for teaching me that 90s dance relic in my younger and highly impressionable years. I feel residual echoes of my own peak in my very tender and deeply satisfied body, which pulses with every movement. Eventually, Kai carefully disengages from me, takes off the condom, and ties it before tossing it in the wastebasket. He flops down next to me, sweaty but sated, and drapes an arm over my chest. Sweet heavenly chair, I whisper, that was out of this world. I also realized this was more than casual intimacy. We shared something deep and meaningful, something scary and thrilling at the same time. He chuckles. I'm glad I could deliver. Granted, I never had any doubts about that. I prop my head up on my hand, elbow resting on the pillow. Cocky, aren't you? His grin speaks volumes. Just confident. Good, because I'm going to hold you to it. He blinks at me. What? I lick my lips and thrill when I see he can't take his eyes away from my mouth. What you promised me. The intense, intimate action? Well, your tentacle technically isn't another body part, but just as good as one. I've never had that level of intimacy before, but I'm very willing to try it for Team Tentacle. His answering leer is seductive and sinful as, really? Oh, don't you worry. I have many more ideas about things we can do together that involve all of my extra special appendages. I can't stop myself from shivering at the very idea. All of them? I squeak. How many are we talking about? He smirks. Guess you'll have to wait to find out. It's my turn to grin back at him. Gosh, yeah, I'm in. His countenance turns serious, something vulnerable in his eyes he rarely shows. You're seriously okay with my tentacles? You're not forcing yourself, are you? I don't want to do anything you don't like or that makes you uncomfortable. I reach over and take his hand in my free one, lacing our fingers together. Kai, I'm not the kind of guy who would lie about something like this. I'm a sex-positive gay man who knows what he likes, and I don't shy away from telling my partner if something isn't working for me. If there's anything we do together I don't like or that makes me uncomfortable, I'll be the first one to tell you. And I have every confidence you're the kind of guy who'll respect me when I tell you to stop or when I say no.
Kai's expression turns sober. Absolutely. Consent is very important to me, in all things with a partner, but especially with sex. I lean forward and give him a tender kiss. See, I told you before, you're a good man, Kai. I know you had an awful experience in the past, but Jonathan wasn't the right guy for you. And I know I'm young, like he was, but I'm also not your typical 22-year-old gay man. Kai's snort of amusement gives me all the warm, fuzzy feels. You can say that again. I lightly smack him on the shoulder. You know what I mean. I grew up different from a lot of my peers. It changes you when you lose your parents so young, and living with Benji posed its own challenges sometimes. I love him dearly, but adult responsibility has never been his forte. There were plenty of times when I had to intervene and step up to take care of more complicated adult stuff he couldn't be bothered with or simply forgot about while working on his art. Kai frowns, reaching out to brush a curl off my forehead. I'm sorry you had to go through that, he whispers as he continues to pet my hair. The man clearly has a thing for my curls, and I'm loving it. It wasn't all bad. I still miss my parents, I really do. But it's been 12 years, and I'm in a better place about it all now. Benji got me excellent therapy when I was young, and I'll forever be grateful. Kai nuzzles my throat. I'm glad he was there for you during such a hard time. I pull his hand to my mouth and kiss the back of it. Benji's one of my closest friends. He's technically my uncle too, but I'm sure he's not like most people's uncles. It helped a lot that he also happens to be gay and was able to answer all the questions I had in my teenage years. Kai scrunches up his face. I can only begin to imagine what that must have been like. I chuckle. Well, you've probably figured out I'm a curious guy. I don't shy away from asking what's on my mind. More often than not, I blurted out what I was wondering without much forethought. And as a teenager with rampaging hormones at the forefront, I can definitively say any and every sexual question I had, I pretty much lobbed at him whenever it came to me. Kai starts to laugh, and I marvel at the sight. I don't think I've ever seen him so utterly relaxed in the whole time I've known him. Finally, he settles down and wipes wetness from his eyes, the mirth in them beautiful to behold. I'm going to have to get some of these teenage stories out of your uncle. Go for it, I shrug. Benji will tell you plenty of stuff. Well, the stories he remembers anyway. Pot does sometimes mess with his general memory or recollection of some events. Kai regards me contemplatively. Can I ask why he needs to use it so often? I snuggle into him with a sigh. Uncle Benji has some issues. He was always a hippie, but his marijuana habit became more regular after my parents died. He never quite got over the death of his brother. Sure, he did therapy with me as well, but his therapeutic outlets have always been his art and weed. They kind of go hand in hand for him. He often gets a lot of his inspiration for things he works on while high. Kai considers this. But you never adopted his behavior? Nah. I experimented with pot in my teenage years, both the tokable and edible varieties. It didn't give me the same kind of mellow and relaxed feeling Benji claims he gets, so after a couple of experiments with it, I decided that was one thing Benji and I weren't going to share in common. Kai's brow furrows. I will admit, I'm sort of glad. I chuckle. Yeah, I don't see a straight-laced guy like yourself being big into the recreational drug scene. I bat my eyelashes at him. Your accidental overindulgence in edible brownies was vastly entertaining, though.
Kai groans and covers his face with his free hand. I'm never going to live that down, am I? I can't believe I was such an idiot. I lay my head down on the pillow and regard him. Well, I don't think we want to make it a regular habit, but I'm thankful it happened. That startles him. Whatever for? I grin. Dude, you initiated the next step in your courtship thingy, and it led to us finally getting together. You'd been fighting your interest in me from the moment we met, but that night was when you showed your true feelings toward me. You made it very clear you were attracted to me as much as I was to you. For me, it's a good memory. Kai reaches out and cups my cheek. Then I guess it was worth it, wasn't it? I nod. He yawns, his eyelids drooping. Let's get some sleep before I have to go ensure our illegal visitor has a smooth extradition back to his home world in a few hours. He reaches over and sets an alarm on his phone. Okay, let's have a nap, and I'll come with you. Kai's expression softens. Really? I snuggle into him. I've got your back, boo. He pulls me into the comforting embrace of his arms, and I feel safer and more protected than I ever have in my life. Gradually, our breathing slows down, and we drift into the lull of sleep for a few hours. Irana Mating Courtship Ritual. Step 5. You've made it to the end of the ritual. Congratulations! The final step is both easy and hard. No, we're not being facetious. It's all about those 3 little words. Are you ready? It can be scary to utter them, especially when we aren't sure what our partner will say in response. Stay strong and be brave. Being cautious isn't always the best course of action. Sometimes it's all about ignoring what seems logical and taking an emotional leap of faith. Kai. The familiar ringtone of my alarm goes off, startling me out of a deep and contented sleep. I gaze at the alluring human snuggled up next to me and can't help to smile when I realize he's mine, my lover. A deeper part of my mind whispers, maybe one day he'll also be my life mate. But I brush the thought aside. It's too early. Sure, I may have nearly completed the mating courtship ritual with him, but we're nowhere near ready for the final sanctioning ceremony to bind us. Not yet. Hopefully, someday. But I'm not going to rush things, and we're not going to even consider the sanctioning ceremony until we're both ready. River blinks at me sleepily, looking happy and sated. My heart's flutter and pride swells in me once more at the sight of my amulet around his neck. Yawning, River stretches like a cat before running a hand down his chest, which is covered in crusty remnants from their earlier passionate moments. He wrinkles his nose. I think another round of cleanup is needed. I laugh and pull him up off the bed before shepherding him into the bathroom. Gosh, I love your shower, he moans far too sensually as we step under the rainfall spout. Down, boys, I tell my suddenly aroused body and tentacles. We take the time to wash each other with care, lathering one another's bodies in my citrus body wash. How are you feeling? Really fantastic. River arches his back and makes a rumbling noise of pleasure deep in his chest. Nothing quite like a couple of amazing rounds of spectacular intimacy to put the pep back in my step. My lips twitch as I fight back a grin, my hands moving down his backside. As I gently wash him, he lets out a faint gasp, and I pause. Are you sure you're okay? I didn't hurt you, did I? Now I'm worried I was too rough when I let myself lose control. I never do that. But with River, I couldn't seem to stop myself. He leans up on his tiptoes and kisses me softly. You didn't hurt me, you big softy. I'm a little tender, that's all. He smirks. It goes with the territory when you experience such intense intimacy in one night. I snort in amusement and relax. He cups my cheek. Kai, I don't think you'd ever hurt me, not on purpose. But if you accidentally did, I'd let you know, and we'd be more careful in the future. I know my body, and it can match you every step of the way. Honestly, a bit of tenderness is a bonus. His eyelids lower seductively. After all, I did tell you to be passionate, enough I'd feel it for days. I pull him closer, and we share a long, lingering kiss before I pull back with regret. Much as I'd like to continue this, I'm afraid we're on a bit of a deadline here. River sighs. Okay, but I fully expect more intimacy once we get back from the base. I pinch his backside and smack it lightly. It's a promise. He shrieks in mock outrage and pinches my nipple in retaliation. We both end up laughing as we hastily finish cleaning up and get dressed before heading out to my SUV. It takes us about 40 minutes to get to the Valley of Fire base. We arrive at the security clearance checkpoint, and the guard on duty startles when he sees me. I frown, worry growing in my gut. Hi, we're here to monitor the extradition process. For the prisoner? Sir? The guard asks, looking confused. I thought you were already inside. You came through this checkpoint about 20 minutes ago. My blood goes cold. What are you talking about? I haven't been here this evening. That's when a blaring alarm goes off throughout the base. I immediately turn back to the anxious guard, my tone sharp. What vehicle was I driving when you thought you saw me come through earlier? A blue pickup truck. It was kinda strange. I'd never seen you in that vehicle before. I slam a hand against the steering wheel and curse. Son of a saber-toothed snot weevil. The guard jumps.
What the hell is a saber-toothed snot weevil? River asks with wide eyes. Crap, I didn't mean to say that out loud. Later, I say, before turning my attention back to the now sweating guard. Why didn't you do a retinal scan? You know it's policy, very much. The guard pales. I followed protocol, sir. Whoever was posing as you was able to pass the retinal scan and clear the checkpoint. Very much. There's only one person who could do that. I'm guessing Roxy's evil twin is posing as you? River says in dawning realization. Unfortunately, he's mimicked me before and is well equipped to pull this off. I should have thought about this very possibility. It seems so. Wilder, what the hell have you gotten yourself mixed up in this time? Why would he want on the base? River starts to ask before inhaling sharply. OMG, he's trying to break our illegal alien visitor out. I grit my teeth, my thoughts exactly. The guard hastens to open the gate, and I slam my foot down on the gas, making a beeline toward the open hangar of the main building where we're storing the Groxel ship. Gosh, in other words, we could have an angry Groxel on the loose in the base? I would bet money that's what the alarm is all about. River hums in consideration. Do we have any weapons to deal with Slimer? In the console. He rummages around inside before giving a shout of triumph when he pulls out our modified phaser device. You've used that model before when you rescued me the first time. Do you think you can figure out how to use it again if you need to protect yourself? Absolutely. I'll taste the gosh out of that little Teletubby jerk if I have to. Don't worry. I bring the SUV to a screeching halt, and we jump out of the vehicle, racing for the interior of the base, where we are met with chaos. Staff are running in all directions, but I quickly spot a lieutenant commander I recognize. Lieutenant Commander Stein, sit rep, I demand. Her demeanor turns deadly, and she reaches for the weapon at her hip. Sir, you let the very prisoner free. Whoa, River says, stepping in front of me. That wasn't Kai. It was Roxy's younger brother disguised as Kai. He's a full-on Mystique X-Men dude with chameleon powers. I admit they're super cool, and I wish I had them too. But he's using his powers for evil. He clearly never learned the lessons of Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. Stein stares at River, appearing flummoxed for a moment.
That's when I spot myself, or rather, Wilder in me form. He's fiddling around with the Groxel's spaceship, presumably trying to get it ready for them to flee. I smile with grim satisfaction, knowing we've rendered the ship immobile. He won't be able to get it going without the proper access, which he no longer has. There he is, I tell Stein, pointing. She and River do a double take. Freaky, River says, shaking his head. It's majorly uncanny, but very. He's good. I grit my teeth in anger before bellowing at the top of my lungs. Wilder Ignatius Vadera! He jumps and turns toward me with an "oh, really?" look on his face. Go get him, River says. I can handle myself. Be careful. I'll be right back. I race after the now fleeing Wilder, who still has the audacity to be wearing my very appearance. Get back here, you stupid little gosh! I yell, chasing him through the base as colleagues stare at us in wide-eyed confusion. Someone tries to stop me along the way. Sir, the prisoner has escaped. Go find Lieutenant Commander Stein and round up all active duty personnel. Implement protocol procedures for recapture. Remember, it can shoot paralytic slime, so take all necessary precautions. The young man immediately dashes off, and I continue chasing my quarry. I've known Wilder for years, and although he's always been a bit of a rebel and troublemaker, I never thought he'd get involved in narcotics, something that could actually get him booted off the planet, too. Maybe I'd been deluding myself, thinking he'd finally find his way back to us and stop getting into trouble one day. Inside, feelings of anger and former loyalty war with each other. Why on earth would Wilder have gotten involved in such a nefarious venture to begin with? He's not inherently bad, but impulsive and morally gray at times. I can only hope he's being coerced into doing this. As we race through the corridors of the base, I steadily gain ground on him. Although Wilder has a gifted ability to morph into almost anyone he meets, he lacks the dedication to maintain a fitness regimen that members of the Alliance do. He isn't in the kind of shape I am, and when I finally manage to tackle him to the ground, he's panting and out of breath. "Wilder, you're in deep gosh now. Don't resist me." He glares at me with my own face for a minute, which is supremely awkward and more than a little disturbing. Then a ripple passes over his body as he lets go of my appearance, returning to his own lavender-skinned and silver-haired form. His glare fades, and he regards me with sober, opalescent eyes like his sister's. "I'm sorry, Kai." I frown. "Why are you doing this?" His gaze darts away. "I can't tell you." "You realize I'm going to have to take you in, don't you?" His expression becomes defiant and calculating. "You can, but are you really sure you want to waste time on me right now, when your new boyfriend could be in danger?" I haul him to his feet and slam him up against the wall. "Are you threatening River?" I demand, my voice dark and dangerous. "How the hell do you even know about him?" Wilder's eyes go wide with shock for a moment before his face becomes an expressionless mask. There's a very angry and desperate Groxel on the loose in this base, and it doesn't want to be extradited. It's done enough bad gosh, it's going to be imprisoned for life if sent to its homeworld. It's none too keen to go back and face the music. I shake my head. The Groxel's never going to be able to escape. Its ship's been locked down, and it won't be able to fly out of here. Wilder gives half a shrug as I hold him pinned to the wall. Desperate Groxels become even more deadly, especially when trapped. I push down the rising sense of dread at his words. "You do realize you've crossed a line you can't uncross by getting involved with a drug dealer, don't you? You're not going to be able to get out of this without any repercussions. Your best option is to come with me now and give us as much information as possible on your associates. It will go a long way toward helping in your defense." He looks away, biting his lip. "I can't. You wouldn't understand." My laugh is bitter even to my own ears. "You sound like a petulant child." His eyes flare with anger. "You know nothing about my life or my problems. You could have talked to me about whatever is going on. I'm your friend, or at least I thought I was. Everyone on the team is like family. You know this. You used to be one of us." He swallows hard but remains silent, so I go for the guaranteed hit. "You're breaking your sister's heart." His face turns a dark purple with anger. "Don't talk about my sister, jerk." I sneer in disgust. "I guess breaking hearts is what you do, right? We should have known when you broke Zamir's heart first." He inhales sharply, looking like I slapped him. I'm secretly relieved to see he still cares about his ex, my best friend, even after everything. Wilder gets over his momentary shock and begins shaking with rage. "How dare you?" He struggles in my grasp. "Really you, Kai?" I lean closer. "How dare I? How dare you? You're trampling all over the feelings of good people, people who care for you. And all for what?" I scoff. He continues to struggle in my hold to no avail. I lower my voice, becoming deadly serious. "You're treading on very thin ice. Your criminal behavior could warrant your own extradition from this planet. Are you really willing to leave behind your entire life here to help a scumbag drug dealer?" He stills, his mask of indifference slipping back into place. "I have nothing more to say to you." "Fine." I flip him around and hold him against the wall with one hand while my other reaches for a pair of Alliance-issued zip ties in my belt. "I'm going to have to take you in for interrogation." Before I've managed to secure the zip ties around his wrists, another ripple passes over his body, and he morphs into his sister, who is much smaller by comparison. I lose my grasp on him, and he manages to whirl away from me, using his moment of freedom to race down the corridor. Really, I should have known better. His species can be especially difficult to capture, particularly the ones who can morph forms so quickly. I begin to follow after him, but pause when terrified screaming in the direction of where I left River reaches my ears, sending my hearts racing with fear. With adrenaline pumping through my veins, I abandon my pursuit of Wilder and bolt for River. For the first time in my life, I'm listening to my hearts instead of my brain.
hoping with every fiber of my being he's all right and I won't be too late. One thing I will say for Lord Vardox, the man sure knows how to use those God's very tentacles of his. Captain Starblade, The Tentacular Tales of Captain Starblade, Chapter 129, River. When Kai races off after Wilder, I smile at the Lieutenant Commander. Hey, I'm River, newest member of Team Alpha. How can I help? She's a tall woman dressed in the unusual gray and black fatigues of the base. Her short brown hair is cut in a pixie style close to the head. She blinks for a moment, then looks me up and down with a healthy dose of skepticism. I can totally help. I puff out my chest and give her my best butch attempt at bravado. After all, I'm the one who tased that evil teletugging, really, when it was causing havoc at City Center headquarters. She arches an eyebrow at me. You're the mysterious River Sullivan, #1 celebrity romance writer across the galaxy? I shrug. It's hard work, but someone's got to do it. She chuckles, her voice a smooth alto. I'm Lieutenant Commander Gina Stein. I shake her hand, wincing a little at the strength in it. She clearly isn't someone to be really dealt with. So, what are we dealing with here? What's the situation? Our prisoner scheduled for deportation has escaped from the holding cell. The Groxel clearly had help. I wince. Yeah, Kai's rounding up the guilty party. Looks like it's Roxy's brother in disguise as Kai. She grimaces. What a real mess. I reach out and pat her very muscular arm. Don't worry.
Well, catch this little green monster. Her eyes scan around her. The prisoner's lurking somewhere on base, but it's a big facility. It's going to take time to find the Groxel, time we don't have. The one good thing is, its ship is effectively grounded. That little menace isn't going to be able to take off. Phew, that's a relief. Her countenance is still twisted with worry. Yeah, but we don't know what it's going to do when it realizes it can't escape. Groxels can be very dangerous when they're cornered. Could Slimer attempt to commandeer some other kind of transportation here? She shakes her head. The only option would be the extradition ship itself, but it uses technology a Groxel wouldn't be super familiar with, or at least that's what we think. In either case, the ship's on remote lockdown, and it would take quite a bit of time to figure out how to deactivate it without the code. What's your plan of action? I have units searching the base as we speak. Hopefully, if we can corner the creature and lead it toward the extradition ship, then we can force it into the cryostasis pod we've prepared for its journey home. My eyes widen, and I can't stop myself from bouncing on my feet in excitement. Cryostasis pod? Is this like when Han Solo gets frozen in carbonite? She stares at me for a moment, then tilts her head back, guffawing. It's probably more of a cross between that and those pods in Alien, where the crew members are in hibernation for their space journey. I can't contain a little shimmy of delight. So freaking cool! I pause, a new thought entering my mind. It won't kill Slimer if we throw it in there, right? I mean, I don't like the little creep, but I don't want to kill it. Granted, Slimer's kind of evil, and its slime is super disgusting, but I also think we should show some mercy to the prisoner. It only seems fair, especially since Slimer's getting extradited all the way back to its planet. Doesn't sound like they're going to be rolling out the red carpet. She regards me with an amused smile. Our objective is to recapture the prisoner alive and ensure the Groxel's put into the cryostasis pod to prepare for transportation. It needs to be extradited by the set time tonight. We're under pressure from the leadership on the home planet, and believe me when I say, the Groxels are not a diplomatic group. If they don't get what they've demanded, and soon, we could be facing a retaliatory response. Yikes! Got it. Okay, so we need to get this little jerk face into the cryopod thingy. Do you think there's a way we could lure it? What do you mean? Well, is there something Groxels are attracted to? Something they can't resist? Something we could use as bait, essentially. A slow grin spreads over her face, and the growing twinkle in her brown eyes as she stares at me has me immediately worried. Why, yes, there is. She turns to one of her assistants. The mess hall breakfast buffet should be getting set up right about now. I think they'll have just what we need. The assistant nods in understanding and scurries off. Are you willing to try something a little unconventional to capture this Groxel? I give her a mock salute, even though my stomach is roiling. Absolutely. I already took this little creep down once. I can do it again. Gina nods. I won't lie. The fact you seem to be naturally resistant to the Groxel's paralytic slime is an added advantage, but we're here to support you. Let's do this. A short time later, I'm wondering why I volunteered to be the sacrificial lamb. Or maybe pig would be more accurate. Did you really have to attach the bacon to my clothes? I call out. From behind a nearby stack of equipment boxes, Gina shouts back, "Quit whining! I smell like someone's hangover breakfast," I whine. Don't get me wrong, I like bacon. To eat, not to wear. I mean, props to Lady Gaga for her epically crazy meat dress, but that's a bit much, even for an open-minded gay boy like me. At least the bacon's cooked. It's not like we covered you in raw meat, Gina replies. The lack of sympathy in her voice makes me scowl. It's oily. It's absorbing into my skin even as we speak. I'm going to smell like bacon for days. Maybe Kai will find that sexy. I pause to consider this, momentarily intrigued. You think? Is this some bigger alien preference I don't know about? Lure your lover by covering yourself in strips of crispy bacon? I guess some people do like eating food off their lover's body, but I thought that was more of a chocolate and whipped cream deal. Maybe I need to expand my boundaries of interest. I just feel like bacon isn't sexy. I frown. You think Kai really likes it? I don't want to judge his preferences, but I don't know if I can deliver on this one. I could compromise with bacon-flavored something, perhaps. Gina and several of her underlings snicker behind the equipment crates, and I narrow my eyes. You're really messing with me, aren't you? I met with more snickering, and I sigh, shifting uncomfortably. They glued the bacon to my shirt and pants in several places, and the strips feel icky. The fat from the bacon has seeped through the fabric and is absorbing into my skin. I want to publicly state this officially is terrible, and I refuse to be bacon bait for xenomorph Teletubbies ever again. Also, you all very well better appreciate the lengths I go to for Team Alpha. I'm met with silence. Our quarry must be getting closer. One bacony smell to rule them all, and into the cryostasis pod shove them, I whisper in my best Gandalf voice. Channeling my inner cheerleader, based entirely on multiple viewings of the Bring It On movie franchise and no actual cheerleading experience, I grab some extra bacon pieces and begin to wave them around like imaginary pom-poms as I chant, B-A-C-O-N, I got your crispy pig, come and get some. B-A-C-O-N, crispy salty goodness, hurry up before it's gone. I do a mental victory dance as out of the corner of my eye, I see Slimer creep out of the shadows and move in my direction. Now I've really got to sell this. Working it like a pro, I shimmy and shake, pretending the bacon strips glued to my t-shirt are tassels on a Vegas showgirl. I twirl some bacon strips like batons and start humming the milkshake song, replacing milkshake with bacon strips. The Groxel seems oddly interested in my performance, swaying to the music as it creeps forward, so I keep singing and slowly inch my way closer to the cryostasis pod. Most disturbing, however, is the copious drool escaping its scary mouth, full of way too many freaking sharp teeth that could give a saber-toothed tiger a run for its money. I throw a strip of bacon at it, and Slimer scampers forward, gobbling it up before turning hungry eyes back on me. More, it demands in a garbled voice. I continue tossing pieces in front of me as I retreat toward the pod. I'm like the extraterrestrial Pied Piper, but with bacon and club tunes. However, as we get within a few feet of the cryostasis pod, Slimer freezes as if sensing danger, eyes moving away from me and narrowing as they focus on the pod behind me. I toss some more bacon as a distraction, but Slimer remains unmoved. Well, crap. Gina and several of her security team members jump out from behind the storage crates and form a semicircle around us, weapons drawn.
Slimer lets out an ear-splitting screech, sending most of us reeling. In that moment of confusion, it sends a spray of paralytic slime over half of Gina's crew before anyone can react. Gina and the remaining security team members who escaped the slime attack race back to the protective covering of the crates, taking up defensive positions, leaving me to face a pissed-off Groxel. Alone. Well, that went F-bar in a hurry. Slimer sets its sights on me, a look of pure rage in its creepy black eyes, green fur-covered body bristling. I let out an audible gulp. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Slimer charges me, moving at a speed I didn't expect from such a small body.
As it gets close, I toss a handful of bacon in one direction and dive in the other. Thankfully, it's momentarily distracted by the bacon, nose twitching before it dives on the tasty morsels, gobbling up the pork offering in one impressive gulp with its oversized maw. I reach for the phaser in my pocket and try to take aim, only to find it suddenly slipping from my bacon-greased fingers. Gosh darn it, I curse. We didn't think through this bacon enticement strategy fully. Slimer charges at me again. I screech, focused only on running away from it now. I run in circles in the enclosed area we've cordoned off. Gina, shoot this furry little creature. It's moving too fast. I can't get a lock on it. I might miss and hit you instead. She hollers back from her nice safe position behind the crates. I don't care. Save me. I shriek when a huge wad of nasty slime hits my back. Ew, you really slimed me. Again. Last time was more than enough. So really gross. Now I'm covered in congealing bacon grease, the more tenacious pieces of bacon still glued to my clothing, and my back is splattered with nasty Groxel slime. To say I'm getting a wee bit pissed off is an understatement. I feint left and fear right, heading straight toward my greasy phaser on the ground. Given the state of my clothing, I have no choice but to scrub my hands on the back pockets of my jeans, which are about the only clean part of me right now. Hands wipe free of grease as best as I can, I reach down and scoop up the phaser. I nearly lose it in my grasp again, shiny grease still covering its handle, but I somehow manage to get a firmer grip. I end up wiping the weapon on my jeans as well to get some of the residual grease off. Why are you trying to tase yourself? Gina sounds like she's holding back imminent laughter. Flipping her off, I continue trying to outrun Slimer. Screw you, I'm trying to wipe the bacon grease off this very thing. I suppose we didn't think about some of the inherent problems in using bacon to lure a Groxel. You think? I don't even attempt to keep the difficult note out of my voice. Unfortunately, we have another problem. I'm quickly tiring out. I'll be honest, I'm not remotely fit enough to be outrunning evil Teletubby aliens. Sure, I walk my dog every day and go swimming once or twice a week, but I'm no crazy runner or fitness junkie. I'm losing steam fast. In a desperate bid to save myself, I speed up and leap for one of the enormous crates, clambering up it with all the grace of a drunken elephant on roller skates. When I make it to the top, huzzah! I turn to aim the phaser at Slimer, only to find my arch nemesis airborne and flying right toward my face, its huge dripping maw far too reminiscent of a xenomorph for my liking. I screech at the top of my lungs and blindly kick out at Slimer with my foot, miraculously nailing it in what I assume is its groin. Oh yeah, he's a dude alien because he falls to the ground with a thud, little arms clamped over that spot, making a noise all men are far too familiar with. Take that, difficult person. I give a hoop of victory. That'll show you, fool. Scampering down off the crate, I aim my phaser at his prone form. Before I can let off a shot, Slimer's back on his feet and jumping away from me. I stare in complete shock as the green fur on his body begins to turn red while his frame morphs and expands. What in the gremlins gosh darn it is this? I turn toward my mostly useless backup. Gina, what really is happening? I quickly begin to retreat, moving as far away from Slimer as I can get. Gina peers around the side of the storage crates she's been hiding behind, and her face immediately goes pale in a way that sets off alarm bells in my brain. River, get out of there! He's going to… But her words are cut off as Slimer spews a huge wad of goo at her, freezing her in place. Not good, I mutter. Slimer 2.0 has now increased in size to nearly my height and become fire engine red. Lovely. A freaky tail descends and whips around his body, a deadly-looking stinger on the end. It's dripping an ominous black, viscous liquid. I'm no expert on groxels, but I have a horrifying suspicion that stuff's poisonous. I might be immune to his slime, but I don't want to take any chances with his scorpion-like tail. Now I'm on my own, since most of Gina's team have been incapacitated by the paralytic slime. Oh, for goodness sake. I raise my arm with the phaser to try to get off a shot, but Slimer's new tail whips in my direction with deadly speed. I duck and roll for cover, dropping the very phaser in the process. Again. Slimer reaches it first. He kicks it away into the mess of storage crates. Great, now I'm weaponless against a mutated Teletubby with a scary scorpion tail. I'm starting to question my life choices. Maybe joining the Alliance was a bad idea. If I survive this, I shout to anyone who can hear me, I expect a really big raise. Once again, I try to lure Slimer ever closer toward the cryostasis pod. He's lost interest in my bacon, unfortunately. Now he seems more determined in skewering me with his tail. He takes several terrifying stabs at me with the deadly new appendage, his movements lightning fast. By some stroke of luck, I dart out of the way each time before the stinger makes contact. Unarmed personnel lingering in the background scream in fright each time the tail gets close to me, but none of them are brave or perhaps foolish enough to try to help me. Sadly, I don't have an easy way of getting this deranged, gremlin-esque alien in the cryostasis pod without help. I'm feeling really in trouble right about now. I quickly scan my surroundings to see if I can spot anything to defend myself with, but come up short. That's when I hear Kai scream my name. River! I whip my head around in time to witness my man racing toward me, fear and determination written all over his face. Thank heavens, my boo to the rescue. The distraction is all Slimer needs to rush me. He hits me with the force of a military tank. I go flying and land in a painful heap on the cement floor. With the wind knocked out of me, I have barely a moment to react before the barb-tipped tail slashes toward me in a blur. Using the last of my strength, I manage to heave myself backward. I stare in horror as the wickedly sharp tail tip embeds itself in the concrete floor between my legs and scant centimeters away from me. I whimper, quickly scurrying away from the mutated Slimer as he tries to free himself. That's going to give me nightmares for weeks, I wheeze, still getting my breath back. Then, like a really badass, Kai's there, looking all dashing and dangerous as anything. He also looks as clean and put together as when we arrived at the base. I sort of want to strangle him for it, since I'm a bacon and grease-covered mess with a serving of groxel slime on top, because what a mess. With a look of grim satisfaction on his face, Kai dodges a failed slime attack before he deftly tases my Teletubby-turned-gremlin nemesis with enough voltage to leave him twitching on the ground, tail still embedded in the concrete floor. Other base personnel come rushing forward, now the threat is contained. A medic team immediately begins administering the anti-paralytic to Gina and her security team. Meanwhile, I stand there like an idiot, feeling dazed. I realize I'm shaking and most likely in mild shock, all while covered in a whole lot of grossness and smelling like a 3 a.m. Waffle House bender gone wrong. But then Kai's standing in front of me and everything else fades away. The very sight of him makes my heart swell like the orchestral climax of an epic film score. I grin up at him like a fool, my hero. He moves in for an embrace, and I hold up my hands. Wait, I'm covered in groxel slime. He pauses, taking in my bizarre appearance with obvious confusion. I need to hold you. Take off that disgusting shirt. I wrinkle my nose. Yeah, I'm probably pretty rank right now. With relief, I pull it off and fling the beyond wrecked t-shirt away.
Thankfully, the slime doesn't seem to have penetrated to my skin. Kai doesn't even bother to check. Instead, he engulfs me in his arms and clutches me so tightly I can barely breathe. I grunt and let out a squeak of surprise in response. He pulls back, something wild and wonderful in his mesmerizing eyes. Then, that smooth jerk lays the mother of all kisses on me right there in the middle of the base, in front of everyone, even though I'm a hot, bacony mess. Who could resist that?
I practically swoon in his arms, feeling I've more than earned this moment. When he pulls back, I stare up at him dreamily. That was seriously hot. He looks me over carefully, his expression tense. "You're okay? It didn't hurt you, right? With his freaky tail?" "No. Oh, and I'm fairly certain he's a dude, by the way. Thankfully, he just slimed me. Again." I cringe. You know, I think Douglas Adams got it right. I need to start carrying a towel whenever I'm around extraterrestrials. Kai tilts his head, giving me a mystified look. I roll my eyes. Dude, I'm so going to make you read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Or, at the very least, you'll have to watch the movie. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I promise to watch whatever movie you want after all this is over. The relief coming off him in waves is palpable. I smile so wide it hurts. I'm gonna hold you to it. You have so much to learn. I channel my inner Yoda. Teach you, I will. Gina approaches us, looking a little worse for wear. When she sees me, she winces. Sorry things went to hell in a handbasket back there, River. Kai's expression turns thunderous. You shouldn't have put him in such a dangerous situation in the first place. He has no training and barely knows how to use our phasers. I reach up and flick him on the nose. Hold up, I actually held my own pretty well back there, thank you very much. No one else could get close to Slimer anyway. My immunity to his slime was an advantage. I turned to Gina with a reproachful frown. But I had no idea he would go full-on gremlin and transform into something even more terrifying. Could have warned a guy. I honestly believed we could lure him into the pod with you and the bacon. I thought the Groxel Berserker mode was more of a myth than a reality. Her shoulders slump. I made a bad judgment call. I'm sorry. Kai's expression is stormy. I expect a full report on my desk in the morning. You'll also be assigned new ensign training for the next 3 months as punishment for putting River's life in danger. What? It wasn't her fault. I volunteered. Gina snaps to attention. Understood, sir. He nods. She grips my arm gently. Sorry, River. I'm glad you're okay. But... She shakes her head. He's right. I made a bad call. It was my fault. I never should have put you in that kind of danger. She walks away, and I turn back to Kai with a frown. Was that really necessary? His eyes darken. Yes. Something growly and possessive in his tone turns me on despite all that's happened. Am I in trouble too? I ask, my voice far too breathy to hide my arousal. Do I need to be punished? Pulling back, he stares intently into my eyes. I'm sorry too. I should have gotten here sooner. It's okay. We're both okay. I look around. Where's Roxy's brother? Kai shakes his head, frustration etched on his face. He got away. I blink in surprise. What happened? His eyes search mine with so much intensity it leaves me breathless. I almost had him, but he transformed and got out of my grasp. I could have followed him, but when I heard the screaming and thought you could be in danger, I had to come back to you. The need to keep you safe won out. A slow smile spreads across his lips. I'm glad I listened to my instincts, even if it meant letting Wilder get away. I gape at him. You picked me? Over duty and logic? You listened to your heart? I mean, hearts. Way to hit a guy in the feels. And I would do it again. He cups my face tenderly in his hand. The very thought of losing you terrified me. Okay, full-on swoon effect here. You have serious game, Kai Gennaro. He chuckles softly and then wrinkles his nose, pulling back and getting a better look at me. Why are you covered in bacon? I grimace. Long story, but it involved trying to lure Slimer into the cryostasis pod with crispy pork products. Well, after all that hard work, would you like to do the honors? What do you mean? He nods over at Slimer, who's still passed out, but has shrunk down to his 1.0 form, deadly tail nowhere in sight. I grin. You bet I do. The security team carry Slimer's inert form over to the cryostasis pod and set him down. Gina was right. It looks a lot more like the ones in Alien than Star Wars, but still cool. Once the lid is open, everyone steps back. Grabbing a limp arm, I heave the evil Teletubby into the pod, none too gently. Well, it most definitely hasn't been a pleasure to know you. Don't come back now, you hear? I shut the pod lid and it clicks into place. The buttons light up and a robotic voice intones, "Cryostasis hibernation process activating." I step back and pump a fist into the air. "Booyah! Really? You've been Sullivaned?" The pod computer voice chimes again. "Hibernation process complete. Cryostasis successful." Security personnel hasten to load the pod onto the small autopiloted vessel that will return Slimer to his home planet. I do a little victory dance, and Kai looks at me clearly amused. "Are you quite done?" I think about it for a moment and then nod. Yup. That's when he laughs. Like always, it's a beautiful sound. His warm eyes crinkle as he lets out a deep belly laugh, and it makes my heart go into a palpitating frenzy. My lip trembles as I watch him, and I'm overcome with a tidal wave of emotions. Before I know what's happening, I blurt out in a rush, "I love you!" Smooth, River, smooth. Kai stares at me for a moment before giving me a slow, devastating smirk. I know. My mouth drops open, eyes widening in recognition. "Did you just Han Solo me? I thought you hadn't seen Star Wars. Holy freaking gosh, you played dirty, sir." The self-satisfied grin on his face is proof enough. Wait, so I'm Princess Leia in this scenario? Okay, not gonna lie, I'm probably okay with that. Leia was a badass, all hail Queen Carrie Fisher, and when I was younger, I totally wanted to be her for a time. There might have even been a phase when I wore the Halloween Leia wig at home every day, but that's beside the point. Okay, I also might own a replica of the gold bikini outfit from Return of the Jedi that I look way hot in. Kai's eyes seem to glow. "You don't say?" I smile at him so hard my cheeks hurt. "You devious jerk. That was utterly epic and awesome." I practically swoon. "You hit me right in the nerd feels, you sexy jerk." Kai leans down and kisses me with enough passion to momentarily leave me more dazed and confused than one of Benji's magic brownies. Then he lets me go, only to turn and head back to the task at hand. I gape after him. "Wait, aren't you going to say it back?" He glances over his shoulder at me. "Maybe." Then he saunters away. "Tricky jerk," I mutter, impressed. I grin as I watch him stumble. Now we're even. Kai. I've spent the last couple of hours spooning River in his bed and stroking his irresistible curls while he continues to sleep peacefully, his face so innocent in slumber. After all the madness of the night before, by the time we'd left the base, it was well into the early hours of the morning. River had barely been able to keep his eyes open. I drove us to his house since he needed fresh clothes and wanted to check on his uncle. When he asked me to stay the night, I happily agreed. We managed yet another quick shower to wash all the bacon grease and any lingering dried groxel slime off of poor River before we both collapsed in his bed, too exhausted for anything more. My species, in contrast to humans, only needs about 5 hours of sleep each night.
I know River needs more, so I've been content to stay here in bed with him, watching as he slumbers. I can't keep the smile off my face, remembering the words he said to me last night. This strange and wonderful man loves me. It might be soon, it might even be a bit crazy, but I think it's meant to be. When I look at him, my heart swells with so much emotion, full to bursting with feelings I've never had before. Part of my mind cringes with the realization I never truly loved Jonathan. A youthful infatuation, but nothing more. With River, I already feel something different and so much bigger. Does he drive me absolutely crazy at times? Yes, but strangely, he's exactly what I need in my life. I'm still not ready to broach the subject of a permanent mating bond with him. We've barely known each other a week, and we've been dating all of 5 minutes. But deep down, I already know he's the one, my life mate, the one I want to be with always. We still have a long way to go and a lot of things to learn about each other. I mentally wince, knowing there are some aspects of my extraterrestrial identity and biology I haven't explained to River yet. It can wait for now, though. I stroke my hand down River's arm, and his eyelids flutter open. He stretches with the luxurious ease and abandon of a cat. Yawning, he regards me with a sleepy smile. "Good morning." My body stirred at the sound of his voice, still husky from sleep. I lean down and give him a soft kiss on the lips. "Morning." River presses back into me with a contented rumble. "Is that a salami in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?" He punctuates this question by wiggling his backside against my now very obvious and enthusiastic arousal. My desire for this man only seems to grow with each passing day. "You're definitely trouble." He wriggles some more, flashing me an unrepentant grin. "You know you like it." He's right, I do, but I'm not going to tell him that. He needs to keep him on his toes. He turns in my arms and reaches down, touching me intimately in a way that makes me gasp and then groan with pleasure. "I could help you with this." The promise in his voice makes my tentacles churn with excitement. My eyelids drop to half-mast as I regard him, and we shared an intimate touch. Maybe we can help each other? River shivers, his voice breathy with excitement. Yes to that. That's the precise moment we both hear the doorbell downstairs ring, echoing its chiming tune throughout the house. I glance at my watch and frown. It's barely 8 a.m. Who could that be? River yawns. I have no idea. He shrugs, then turns back to me with a sinful grin and gives me a delicious, firm touch. Ignore them, and they'll go away. But before we can get any further with our morning intimacy, the doorbell sounds yet again. This time, the bell is pressed repeatedly, several times in a row, by an obviously impatient and obnoxious caller. River growls in frustration and jumps out of bed. I need to go see who it is. Benji's probably out cold in his own room and won't hear it. He rummages around in his dresser drawer for underwear and jeans. As he begins dressing, I get out of bed and don my own clothes from the night before. You don't have to come with me. Stay here. He winks. I'll be right back. It's probably some Jehovah's Witness or something. I shake my head, buttoning my shirt. There's no way I'm letting you out of my sight right now. Plus, it's a little suspicious somebody would be at your house this early in the morning. River pulls on a t-shirt, a fond smile playing across his features. Your possessiveness is awfully cute. I return one of his favorite expressions. You know you like it. He laughs and kisses me. Clothed and semi-presentable, we both head downstairs. River yanks open the front door at the same time the bell sounds again. Okay, we get the point. What in the world is the matter, and who's on fire? We both come to a screeching halt when we see my parents, my brother, and River's best friend Evan clustered on the other side of the door. For a moment, both River and I stare at them, dumbfounded. I shake myself out of my stupor and demand, "What in the world are all of you doing here so early in the very morning?" My mom shoves her way past us, and everyone follows. "Oh, don't be so uptight, Kai. The early bird gets the worm and whatnot." "Not this morning, he doesn't," River snorts, his bright eyes filled with amusement. "Hi, Ellie. Do come in, why don't you?" He nods at the others. "Morning. Make yourselves comfortable. I'm going to get a pot of coffee started. I have a feeling caffeine will be necessary for whatever this is all about." He disappears into the kitchen, and I whirl on my family members, a scowl firmly in place. "You look awfully frustrated, bro. Did we interrupt something?" Mal's grin is far too delighted. I grit my teeth and give him my best intimidating older brother glare. "No." "Yes," River yells from the kitchen. "You all interrupted our morning intimacy." My mother and brother laugh while my father tries hard not to. Evan grins evilly. Mal reins in his laughter and smirks at me. "Sorry to interrupt your intimate time." I narrow my eyes at him, and he holds up his hands. "We actually have important business here." I tip my head toward Evan. "And what about him?" Evan lifts his chin in indignation. "I have a name, you jerk. Also, I'm standing right here." Mal shrugs. "We didn't come together. He happened to show up at the same time we did." "What are you doing here, Evan?" He crosses his arms over his chest. "I came to check on River. I texted him several times last night and he never responded. As his BFF, I got worried. I wanted to make sure he was okay and that you and your extraterrestrial cronies hadn't done something bad to him. I run a hand through my hair and sigh. Mal groans in disbelief, covering his face with his hand. My father aims a fulminating glare at both of us. Boys, care to explain how and why another human happens to know our business? Oops, Evan says, looking far from contrite. Mal and I both manage to say, not a very effective response based on the glare Dad is sending our way. River reappears from the kitchen. "Coffee's on," he says, before yawning loudly. My hearts flutter at the sight. Too very adorable. River's uncle comes padding into the room wearing an untied, ratty green bathrobe over a paint-stained t-shirt and boxer shorts, followed by River's strange-looking dog. Benji's long, thick brown hair, streaked with gray, is down around his shoulders in shiny waves, rather than in the bun he usually seems to wear. Mal makes a choking noise while staring at him with an odd look on him. I lean over and whisper, "Are you okay? You're acting weird." "Fine," he wheezes. I eye him skeptically. "You're being stranger than usual." "Whoa," Benji murmurs, rubbing at his eyes and yawning sleepily. "I thought I heard the doorbell. Why do we have so many guests this early in the morning?" He blinks a couple of times. "Oh, it's Spaceman and his space brother." Mal blushes for some strange reason. Benji turns to River's friend. "Hey, Evan, how you doing, my man?" Evan smiles. "Doing good, Tio. How about you?" Benji scratches at his beard. "Oh, you know, making art, smoking dope, staying cool." He glances at my parents. "And who are you fine folks?" Mom steps forward, hand extended. "Hi there, Benji. I'm Ellie, Kai's mom." She jerks her thumb toward my father. "And this is my husband, Maddox." Dad nods at him. "It's a pleasure to meet you. We're grateful to have your nephew on our team." Benji smiles and shakes Mom's hand. "So, are you a space lady too?" Mom throws back her head with a throaty laugh. "Yeah, you can say that. Me, Maddox, and our sons are all Illyrians. We've been on Earth, though, for most of the boys' lives. Wicked. We accept all species in this house, as long as you're cool." "Oh, we're definitely cool." Mom gives him a toothy grin. "In fact, I really want to get your magic brownie recipe Kai told me all about." Benji's eyes widen, and he grins, revealing one slightly crooked front tooth. Mal makes a strangled noise. "Sure thing, but you may want to ration them with Kai. I've never seen somebody scarf down so many in one sitting in my life. Your son's got an endless appetite for my brownies. Will the humiliation never end, I wonder aloud?" Mom snickers. "Nope, never." She turns her attention back to Benji. "My Kai's always had a crazy sweet tooth. I think it was the chocolate more than the marijuana that inspired him to eat quite so many." River snorts. He was vastly entertaining when he was very high on Benji's brownies. Mal, who's been standing there uncharacteristically mute, all of a sudden seems to revive himself and chuckles. I really wish we'd filmed more of it for posterity. A timer goes off in the kitchen, and River scurries off. A moment later, he yells back at us. "Who wants coffee?" Everyone agrees with the need for caffeine, so we all trail into the kitchen after River, and he pours us each a mug, pointing to sugar and milk he's laid out on the counter for us to fix our coffee however we'd like. Once everyone has their mug prepared, we head into the living room and sit down. The doorbell rings again, and everyone startles except River, who jumps up to answer it. I hastily rise to my feet. What in the world's going on? "Don't worry, hun. I ordered us some donuts via Uber Eats." My mouth immediately begins to water, and I can't keep the hopeful note out of my voice. "Donuts?" River winks at me. "Yes, I am the best boyfriend ever." He deals with the delivery driver before shutting the door and carrying over a large white box full of donuts. He sets it down on the coffee table and opens the lid with a flourish. The intoxicating, sweet smell of sugar and fried dough have me drooling instantly. River reaches into the box before ceremoniously handing me an enormous dark chocolate-covered Boston cream donut. I got this one for my boo. It's got thick, dark chocolate on the outside and creamy custard in the middle. He winks. I wanted to feed you food from my own hand, and it made me think of you. I flush at his use of the Mating Courtship Ritual language and have to shift surreptitiously. With appropriate deference, I take the donut. I accept your offering. It's one of my favorites. Thank you. River claps his hands in delight. Did you get my maple long john? Evan asks, legs bouncing in his seat. Of course. I got you, girl. I'd never forget your favorite. Evan does a little happy dance and takes the donut River offers him before settling into his armchair again, munching away contentedly between slurps of coffee. Benji reaches into the box and pulls out a powdered sugar-covered jelly donut and gives River a head tip. Thanks, Tigger. I knew you'd get my favorite. Course. Mal opens his mouth to say something again, but then Benji sits down right next to him on the couch, and my usually suave brother lets out a cross between a startled shriek and a gurgle before his cheeks flush bright red. He sits there frozen in place, eyes fixed on Benji, who seems utterly oblivious to anything odd going on as he munches on his donut with relish, getting powdered sugar all over his beard. I stare at my brother, open-mouthed and about to say something, when River pinches my side and hisses at me. Ignore it. Don't say anything. Ow, I whisper back. What do you mean? Mal's acting like a total weirdo. River sighs. I didn't want to admit it at first, but Evan was clearly right. Right about what? River leans closer and whispers quietly in my ear. Your brother has the hots for my uncle. What? River leans back, wincing. He reaches over and pokes me in my ticklish side. I jump, nearly dropping my amazing Boston cream donuts. Sit down and keep quiet. My mind is whirling as I sit on the bright orange love seat, and River grabs a glazed donut with rainbow sprinkles before coming and settling in next to me. It's a tight fit together on the love seat cushion, but it's almost as if he knew I wanted to be close to him like this. I'm temporarily distracted from the news about Mal and smirk at River with satisfaction before digging into my donut. I inhale it in a few ravenous, blissful bites. My mother perches on the other end of the burgundy sofa, bracketing my brother in the middle, while my father grabs a donut and seats himself in an armchair near Evan. He takes an appreciative bite and a healthy sip of coffee before addressing the room. Thank you for these delicious donuts and coffee, River. No problemo. I had a feeling you might have a bit of a sweet tooth, like your son. He might have inherited that from me. The faint flush on Dad's cheeks is telling. My mother snorts. You can say that again. She takes a healthy bite of her chocolate cake donut and says with a full mouth, plus, who doesn't like donuts? No one I'd trust, River agrees. Can I get an amen? Evan adds, licking sugar off his fingers. My father regards River and Evan, his expression serious. It seems we have a lot to talk about this morning. River winces. I guess the cat's out of the bag. Benji, of course, knows who you all are. Keeping it a secret from him wasn't ever very likely. Benji waves powdered sugar-covered fingers at us, mumbling around a mouthful of donut. Yo, no worries, my friends. Your extraterrestrial secret is safe with me. Mal stares at him with a dazed, open-mouthed expression on his face, his own donut forgotten in his hand. I've never seen him like this about anyone before. I'm not entirely sure what he sees in River's uncle. Sure, the man is attractive if you like older men. I know River's jealous of his uncle's hair. But at the moment, he looks a little ridiculous, especially as he seems blissfully unaware he has powdered sugar dusting half of his beard. My bigger concern is the age gap. He's closer to our dad's age than Mao's, and humans have a much shorter lifespan than ours. My brother might be setting himself up for some serious heartbreak. You see, Evan sort of found out about things when Kai was over here, River continues in a rush. Kai ended up doing a little performance for me and revealed his true form in front of everyone while he was high. It wasn't Evan's fault. You didn't mention this to us, son? My father gives me a reproachful look. I rub my forehead. Honestly, Dad, I forgot. That night is a bit of a blur to me anyway. In true brotherly fashion, I immediately shift the blame and point an accusing finger at Mal. He should have known better. He wasn't high at the time. All eyes turn toward my brother, who seems to break out of his reverie and scowls at me. "Thanks, bro," he says, dryly. I shrug. "You're welcome." "Is this true?" Dad asks. "Yes, but look at it this way. Evan is River's best friend. There was no way someone as mouthy as River was ever going to be able to keep it a secret from him." Mal shrugs, as if this were a foregone conclusion. "True dat," River concurs around a slurp of coffee before he and Evan high-five each other. "See?" Mal shrugs. "It doesn't make sense perpetually having to wipe his mind of any recollection of us. You know that can be dangerous." "But still," my father says, "you know there's protocol we need to follow." River interrupts. "Don't blame these guys. I'm the one who begged them not to do anything." "River, you know our secret isn't one to be shared with anyone and everyone." Dad's fallen back into his official work demeanor, which doesn't bode well. River faces him, a determined glint in his eyes. "I do. And truly, it's only Uncle Benji and Evan, the people closest to me, who know. I wouldn't tell anyone else. Benji's pretty much a hermit and doesn't really interact with a lot of people outside of the house. There's no way he's going to be spreading this information, and even if he did, there aren't a lot of people who are likely to believe a pot-smoking hippie artist when it comes to extraterrestrials on Earth." My mother snorts and takes a gulp of coffee to wash down the last of her donut. "He's got a point, Maddox." She turns to Benji. "No offense."
Benji licks the remainder of the powdered sugar off his fingers, and my younger brother watches him with a hungry look in his eyes. Benji doesn't seem to notice at all. "No worries, you're only speaking truth. I have no interest in exposing you fine folks. You all have been good to my nephew, and it's clear he's head over heels for your son. So it's very possible we're going to be family one of these days, and family sticks by family." My father rubs the bridge of his nose. "And what about River's friend?" Both River and Evan sit up straighter in their seats. Evan's one of the most trustworthy and reliable people I know. He would never expose the truth, and really, he couldn't easily do it even if he wanted to. It's not like he has any kind of evidence about your existence. You guys basically pass as human here on Earth. It would be hard for him, or anyone else, to prove otherwise. Exactly. Besides, Evan scoffs, "I have no interest in doing that. It's not like I'm a nutty alien conspiracy theorist like River." "Hey!" Evan rolls his eyes dramatically. "Girl, come on. Everybody knows you were kind of obsessed with finding evidence of alien life. That ain't me. I'm a dance instructor. I have no agenda here besides being River's friend and supporting him as best as I can. Trying to expose you guys would be harmful to River. I'd never do that." He pauses, considering. "Plus, couldn't it be advantageous for you guys too? Having some more trustworthy humans who are in the know about your existence? Hasn't River been a really big help to the Alliance already?" My mother taps her mouth thoughtfully before looking at my father. "He makes a good point, hon. River's brought some new and much-needed perspective. The way he handled the Hoover Dam business was inspired. Even though we've been here on Earth for years, we still aren't humans. There are many things about human life and human ways of thinking that remain far from intuitive for us and most of our colleagues. Psychology and customs that don't always come naturally to us." River's grin is huge. "We're on the same wavelength, Ellie darling." My mom winks at him and then regards Evan, her gaze assessing and shrewd. "A dance instructor, eh?" Evan gulps. "Yes, ma'am." I don't suppose you might be interested in coming to work for the Alliance?" River draws in a huge, excited gasp. "Oh my God, that would be amazing!" Ellie raises a finger in warning. "We would start on a contract basis. I'm not quite sure where we'd most benefit from your talents, Evan, but we'll let you know." Evan and River jump up and hug one another before they begin twirling around in a circle together, laughing with obvious joy and relief. It warms my hearts. "Ellie, are you sure this is wise?" Dad asks, a doubtful look on his face. She leans over and pats his hand. "Trust my intuition, love. You know it's never steered us wrong."
He returns the smile, deep love and affection in his eyes. All right, my mother is most definitely the shadow leader of the alliance. Turning his attention back to us, Dad sobers. Now we come to the real reason behind our visit this morning. It's my turn to sit up straight in my seat. I recognize that tone. My father has news, and it's serious. Firstly, the extradition was a success last night, and the Groxels are satisfied. They better be, River grumbles. I had to be the bacon-covered sacrificial lamb to nab that evil being. I still have the grease stains to prove it. Dad coughs. Yes, well, unfortunately, the Groxels' accomplices are in the wind. Wilder has vanished, and being unable to interrogate him, we still don't have a clue who he's really working for or why. We don't know what the end goal of this individual is either, Mom adds. Now we've cut off part of the supply chain and put a wrench in their plans, we have no idea how they'll respond. It might work in our favor, Mal suggests. It could draw them out into the open and make it easier for us to capture them. Perhaps, I agree, but we need to exercise caution. There's a great deal at stake here. We have to ensure the safety of the extraterrestrial peoples on Earth above all else. Kai's right, Dad says. But it's likely to take this ringleader time to regroup and reformulate their plan. He pauses. That's not the main reason I came here to talk with you, though. What is it? Now I'm worried. He looks at me for a moment, something inscrutable passing over his face, before he turns his gaze to River, and my hearts give a nervous flutter. River, the test results from the samples we took from you have come back. River cocks his head, looking as confused as I am. Okay? There were certain anomalies. I sit up straight, hearts hammering. What kind of anomalies? River slowly sinks down onto the love seat next to me and takes my hand, squeezing it for reassurance. What the actual? Really? Am I actually a mutant? Evan gasps. You're an X-Men. I wonder what my superpower is, River replies, evident excitement building as he instantly warms to this idea. He's practically vibrating next to me. Not exactly, my father hedges. Why isn't he getting straight to the point? It's not like Dad. My gut clenches. Is it bad? River clutches my hand tightly, going pale. Oh gosh, am I sick or something? My father darts a glance at my mother, who nods. You're not sick. In fact, you seem to be the picture of health. No, the issue is something quite a bit more unexpected. He clears his throat. You see, the truth is, you're not fully human. Benji's mouth drops open, and he stares at his nephew as if he's never seen him before. Then his expression clears, and he faces my dad with a frown. What do you mean River's not human? What the gosh are you talking about? From what we can tell, River's father was 100% human. His mother's DNA, however, is entirely extraterrestrial. She looks like my dad just sucker punched him. My brother sets a gentle hand on his shoulder, murmuring something to him softly. This thing he has for River's uncle is maybe more serious than I imagined. We'll have to talk, and very soon. But right now, I have more pressing concerns. No way, Benji whispers, drawing into himself. My father shakes his head. It's true. His mother was certainly a humanoid species in appearance, but not from this world. Evan gapes at River. You're part alien? Con madre, you're totally living an actual X-File adventure or something. River sits there, his face frozen and utterly silent for once. It's scaring the gosh out of me. Are you okay? I ask, my mind racing with the implications of this revelation. He shakes his head slowly, still uncharacteristically, and for him, unnervingly silent. Benji gets up and paces the room. River watches his uncle, his fingers clenching and twisting the fabric of his shirt. I grab his hand and lace our fingers together, trying to offer reassurance and support. Uncle Benji? River asks in a small voice I've never heard before. Are you angry? I swear I didn't know. I wouldn't lie to you. Benji stops his pacing and quickly comes over to River, kneeling down on the floor and taking his nephew's face in his hands. His expression is clear and full of fierce, unwavering love. I'm not angry. Not at you. And this doesn't change anything. You're still my nephew, my sweet, bouncy Tigger boy. I'll love you always, I promise. This doesn't change a thing. River sags with transparent relief. Letting out a shaky sigh, he sniffles, fighting back tears. And you really didn't know about Mom? Benji falls back on his heels. I had no idea about Melody. She was always pretty secretive about her background. But Chris reassured me she was good people, and we didn't need to worry about what might have been in her past. All I knew was her family wasn't a part of her life anymore. I didn't question it. How did they meet? Dad interjects. Maybe that could shed some light on the situation. Benji runs a hand through his hair. I don't really know all the details. Chris always said she'd been in Vegas on spring break.
They hooked up after meeting at a nightclub, but it quickly became something more serious, and she decided to stay. Benji gives a soft smile and chuckles. Theirs was a real whirlwind romance. Before you knew it, your mom was pregnant with you, and they were getting married. River wipes at his eyes. Do you think Dad knew? Benji takes a moment to think about this more seriously, but finally nods his head slowly. Most likely. I can't imagine him not knowing the truth. He frowns. I don't understand why he wouldn't tell me. OMG, River gasps. The stories? The what? I ask. He turns to me, excited. Mom always used to tell me stories about these aliens, a lot like humans on another planet. My father stares at him with laser-focused intensity. What were they called? Quintharians. He and my mom share another knowing look. It wasn't a story, River, Dad explains. Our genetic testing reveals your maternal DNA is, in fact, Quintharian. This is crazy. River's shoulders slump. Guess that proves my dad had to have known. He was always supportive of Mom telling me those stories. He even helped her. They probably didn't tell you the truth because you were too young, Dad offers gently. My mom nods, giving River a warm smile. They may have intended to tell you stories first, to better prepare you for when they would have to make the full truth known. Most likely when you would have become a teenager, as the onset of puberty can sometimes manifest certain behaviors or elements of our different biology. But they never had the chance, River says with a catch in his throat. They were killed in a car crash when I was 10. Benji shakes his head again. I still can't understand why my brother wouldn't have told me about this, especially in case anything ever happened to them. I should have been in on the truth. They probably weren't thinking that would ever be the case, Mom says, her tone gentle. They were young and likely didn't think they needed to worry about anything so serious for many years to come. In most cases, that would have been true. It's tragic, but I don't think they were deliberately trying to keep you in the dark so you would be unprepared in such a situation. I think they were waiting for the right time. Dad strokes his chin. There may have also been certain prohibitions on the part of her family or from her home planet. Each species that comes to Earth has their own rules and regulations while visiting. The thing is, she came from a planet in a distant galaxy none of us at the Alliance have any experience with. While Quintharians and their general DNA data are registered in the Alliance database of sentient species so they can travel in Alliance territories, Ellie and I have never even encountered a member of this race of people before. With River's test results, we're going to be able to start digging and doing some further research, but for the moment, we have more questions than answers. River's dog, Chewy, chooses that moment to amble over and sit on the floor in front of the love seat, gazing at River with a strangely aware expression on his odd furry face. He lets out an all-too-human-sounding sigh and rises up on his hind feet. Then, to my utter astonishment, he puts his front paws on his hips, opens his mouth, and says in a very deep voice, "Well, gosh, looks like there's no use maintaining my cover anymore." He waves at the room. "Hiya, folks. I'm Chewy, River's royal bodyguard." River. Everyone stares at Chewy in stunned silence. What in the Twilight Zone is happening right now?
My voice is about 3 octaves higher than normal, but I don't care. Chewy rolls his eyes and shakes his furry head. Give it a moment, kid. It'll start to sink in. I stare at him and blink my eyes several times, but the sight in front of me doesn't change. Far out, Benji intones, tilting his head and staring at Chewy like he's freaking E.T., which I suppose isn't entirely far off the mark. What in the actual really is happening right now? I'm part alien and Chewy is too? Am I high? I ask, feeling lightheaded. Benji, did you slip me one of your edibles? He shakes his head regretfully. Nah, dude, I'm seeing what you're seeing. Chewy huffs and scratches at his ear while still standing on his back feet, like it's completely normal. His furry paws now look more obviously like hands. What the really is happening? I ask the room, feeling panic bubble up in me. No mames. I mean, no really clue, Evan whispers, holding on to the arm of his chair with a white-knuckled grip. What do you mean, royal bodyguard? Kai rises to his feet to tower over Chewy's much smaller form. But you're supposed to be a dog. I sound like a broken record. My brain is practically imploding right now. Chewy sighs and reaches out a tiny paw-like hand to pat my knee. It's gonna be okay, kid. You'll catch up soon enough. You'll catch up soon enough. You've had a lot thrown at you today. Sorry to add to the pile, but it seemed like the right time now the truth about your identity is out. What in the really do you mean you're River's royal bodyguard? Kai demands again, his voice rising as his face turns red. Chewy purses his lips as he looks Kai up and down before arching a dismissive eyebrow at him. I stare on with a mix of horror and fascination. How had I missed the obvious intelligence and awareness in his eyes my whole life? How did he manage to keep this a secret from me for so long? And why didn't he tell me the truth before now? I'm an idiot. That's the only explanation. I was originally River's mom's bodyguard. Melody assigned me to her son when he was born, to protect him if anything ever happened to her. Say what? You were my mom's bodyguard? Wait, why did she need a freaking bodyguard in the first place? Chewy scratches his hairy side. Duh, she was a Quintharian princess. Hence the royal bodyguard. My eyes bug out and my mouth drops open. My mom was a freaking alien princess? I'm torn between excitement and disbelief. Everything I thought I knew about my parents is crumbling right before my eyes. Ay caramba, you're a full-on alien prince, Evan squeals, his eyes sparkling with barely contained glee. This could be a sci-fi telenovela in the making. Okay, that natural conclusion had not pinged in my brain until this very moment. If my mother was a princess, then that means I must be, gasp, a prince? My gay Disney fantasies aside, what in the actual really? Forget about it, Chewy says, sounding like frickin' Robert De Niro, and waves a furry little hand dismissively. You're so far down in the line of succession to the Quintharian throne, you'd have to go full-on Game of Thrones Red Wedding to even have a shot at it. Know what I mean? Anyway, let's just say your mother's people are a lusty species with strong reproductive genes. Capiche? He shrugs. You're low on the totem pole, kid, but royalty nonetheless. This is surprising information, to be sure, Maddox interjects, seeming to have recovered from the shock. But we know next to nothing about Quintharian culture. River's mother's home planet is outside of the boundaries of the Alliance's main networks. Chewy crosses his furry arms, which I realize for the first time looks strangely muscular. Quintharians don't tend to come this far away from the home world, especially those of royal descent. Melody was unusual. That girl was obsessed with human culture, especially the movies and music. For years, she'd been secretly accessing contraband media through the intergalactic web. When her parents decided to marry her off to some tool of a prince, she begged them for the destination bachelorette trip of a lifetime. They wanted bragging rights to say they'd sent their daughter to Earth, so they were happy to oblige, as long as she married the man of their choosing. We planned for weeks. Originally, we were going to Hollywood to see the sights, maybe meet some movie stars. But the friends she was able to convince to join her on the journey wanted to spend the first part of the trip in Las Vegas before going out to LA. He gives me a wry grin. Course, once we got to Vegas, Melody met your father, and the rest is history. She never made it to LA. She shacked up with your dad and defied her family, refusing to go home. There was no way she was following through with the arranged marriage after meeting Chris. So she sent them one final strong message and married your dad instead. What a badass. I'm nearly hyperventilating with awe. She was a totally kick-ass rebel. Chewie grins, flashing a canine, the sight still disorienting and hard to get used to. No gosh, Sherlock. She never gave a gosh about the Quintherian monarchy and the pompous nonsense that went along with it. It's part of what I loved about her. She was a real gem among vipers, and that's the truth. I would have gone to the ends of the universe with her to keep her safe. He sniffs back unexpected tears, his voice going hoarse. When she married your dad, we thought we were in the clear, you know? They disowned her, and she was okay with it. She only wanted to be happy. But disowning her wasn't enough for them. They put a really price on her head. Evan and I gasp in unison. My hackles rise. Those terrible people. Gosh. Evan nods his head in complete agreement. What jerks. Whoa, back up, Benji says, even slower than me to fully catch on to all Chewie's been saying. I still don't understand. Are you saying you're an alien who's been hiding your identity this whole time, and you've been secretly guarding River from potential royal alien mercenaries who might want to try to off him? Chewie gives my uncle a finger gun salute. Nailed it right on the head there, Benji. Always knew you were smarter than people give you credit for. Benji leans back in his chair with a pleased grin. Thanks, little dude. Kai frowns. What do you mean somebody might be trying to kill River? Is he in danger? Chewie leans against the coffee table, cocking his furry hip. It's possible, even though it's been 12 years since River's parents were murdered. Me and Melody tried to be careful no one back home learned about River's existence after he was born. I've been vigilant in guarding River from any and all threats from day one. Kai narrows his eyes. Then why did you let him follow his new neighbor to a secret alliance base out in the desert? Chewie huffs out a breath. Look, I didn't figure Tom was stupid enough not to notice he was being followed. These guys aren't exactly ninjas. I assumed Tom would be following Alliance protocol as a new immigrant. Boy, was I wrong. Fair enough. Kai gives an unhappy nod. Tom really messed up that night. But what about when we brought River into Alliance headquarters downtown to interrogate him? He had you with him then. Chewie snorts. No offense, but I wasn't particularly concerned the Alliance would do anything to River. Kai gapes at him. We were going to modify his very memories. Chewie gives him an even stare. Quintherians of royal blood are immune to mind alteration techniques. It don't work. No way, no how. It's a genetic ability specific to the royal bloodline. So I do have awesome superpowers? I demand, barely containing my glee. Chewie snorts again. Something like that, kid. Ooh, what else can I do? Wait, Maddox interrupts. You knew we were going to take blood and tissue samples from River when we brought you into headquarters. We would have found out who he was. But then one of our prisoners managed to escape his interrogation room. A look of dawning realization passes over Kai's face before his expression darkens in anger. You're the one who helped the Groxel get loose in headquarters that night. I gawk at him. Then what he said fully sinks in. What in the really? What are you talking about? I blink at Chewie. It couldn't have been you, right? He sighs. I needed to come up with a distraction and fast. My mind is racing. You distracted them so they couldn't take samples? Duh. It worked, didn't it? He shakes his head. I thought we were in the clear because they seemed to forget about it. But the Alliance eventually followed up when I wasn't around to conjure up another distraction. Kai watches Chewie warily. How did you do it? You were with us the whole time. He hesitates. Weren't you? Chewie crosses his arms.
I'm small and not at eye level when I'm posing as a dog. People don't notice me if I don't want them to. I do have training, you know. When River set me down, it wasn't hard to go on walkabout in Alliance HQ. It took me no time at all to find the Groxel in its holding cell. You're a furry little ninja, aren't you? I ask with breathy excitement. Chewie smirks. Something like that. Kai is red-faced and livid. How in the really did you open the cell? It was secured. Chewie arches a hairy eyebrow. With a flick of one of his claws, he gestures to the dog tag on his collar. Universal Network Neutralizing Crypto Card. Kai and the rest of his family gasp in unison. What the what now? I ask, still in the dark and trying to process everything. How in the really did you get your hands on one of those? Ellie demands, her brows furrowing and her mouth set in a grim line. I have my sources. Kai growls and takes a menacing step toward Chewie. Answer the question. Chewie snarls and flashes a fang. Fine. All royal bodyguards on Quintheria are given one to use in emergency situations to protect our charges. Happy? Sweet galactic gods, Mel mutters. There is much we need to learn about Quintheria and its peoples, Maddox says. His tone conveys the gravity of the situation. The Alliance will need to be informed. Quintherian royalty have access to such devices. They're considered contraband throughout most galaxies. I'm still confused, though. What is this crypto card thingy, and why are you all freaked out about it? My question cuts through the tense silence like a very dull knife. Chewie momentarily ends his stare-off with Kai and regards me for a moment before grinning. Think sonic screwdriver, kid. It can basically take control of most technology it comes into contact with. Unlock doors, start vehicles, shut down mainframe computer networks, etc. I stare at the blue dog tag with Chewie emblazoned in what I always thought were nifty rainbow rhinestones. Holy gosh, those aren't rhinestones, are they? He snorts. Nope, Quintherian cyber crystals, internal power source. Such devices are forbidden on this planet, let alone in most sectors of the galaxy. Well, we'll have to confiscate it and report it. Kai has his super stern expression firmly in place again. Over my dead body, jerk, Chewie says, putting his paws up, ready to brawl. My boo and my bodyguard, I'm still reeling about the latter, look ready to throw down right there in my living room. Kai, chill out, man. Chewie promises not to use his sonic screwdriver except to keep River safe, right? Benji gives him an encouraging smile. Chewie nods begrudgingly, and Kai eases back, but still looks mighty pissed off. My brain suddenly catches up to everything Chewie's told us so far, and I jump to my feet in alarm. Back up a sec. You said someone murdered my parents? What are you talking about? They died in a car accident. Benji turns as white as the powdered sugar flecking his beard. No way! Chewie cringes, and then braces himself before looking me in the eye. It was made to look like a car accident to the human authorities, but there was evidence at the scene that an intergalactic bounty hunter had orchestrated the whole thing. I'm sorry, kid. Are you telling me Boba Fett murdered my parents and might still be out there trying to kill me? In a nutshell, yeah. Evan turns wide eyes on me. This is some loco gosh up in here. Girl, your life is seriously turning into a sci-fi movie mixed with a telenovela. It's like Men in Black meets Star Wars meets The Princess Bride. In other circumstances, that would be super really cool, but right now, I'm quietly freaking out inside.
I still can't wrap my head around the idea my parents were murdered in cold blood by an intergalactic assassin, no less. If River and his mother weren't actually important to the monarchy on their home planet, then why send a bounty hunter after them? Ellie asks. I share her confusion. Chewie sighs, nose twitching in disgust. Melody's family were part of a royalist faction of purists. They believe Quintherians should only mate with other Quintherians, especially those of the royal line. Thought it would dilute the bloodline or some gosh for any of the royal family to procreate with other species. Maddox becomes strangely tense. Quintherians can procreate with other species? How many other species exactly? He and Ellie share a look I can't decipher. Chewie's expression turns unreadable. I'm afraid that's classified. It's like I'm in one of those alternate timeline universes from Doctor Who, I whisper, feeling lightheaded. Kai places a reassuring hand on my shoulder. It's going to be okay, River. I sway on my feet, and he takes me into his arms, the look in his eyes warming some of the chill inside me. I've got you, sweetheart. Why don't we sit down? I manage to nod, and he sits us back down on the love seat, cuddling me in his arms and stroking my unruly hair. I slowly relax, cocooned in his arms, safe and protected. My voice is only a tad shaky when I say, I'm okay. This is a lot to process all at once. Don't worry, I'm here and I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Safe in his arms, the shock starts to wear off. My brain, however, isn't ready to fully engage with the truth about my parents' death. Instead, I focus on the more exciting prospect of being part alien. Does this mean I have other super cool abilities I don't know about? Ooh, do you think I might have secret alien features hidden inside me somewhere too? I poke at my stomach, sad there's no evidence of a pouch like Kai's. For reals, I better have some kind of awesome ability associated with my Quintherian heritage, otherwise I'm gonna be seriously salty. Mal snorts. You've demonstrated some unusual abilities already. First of all, you're immune to mind manipulation techniques. Then, you took a face full of Groxel slime that should have paralyzed you on the spot and brushed it off like it was nothing. You also seem to be able to understand alien languages no human should be able to know. In retrospect, we should have considered the possibility you weren't fully human a while ago. Kai's nostrils flare. By the galactic gods, you're right. I stroke my chin. When you put it like that, I guess I do sound pretty freaking badass. I sigh. Still, I wish I could have some cool shape-shifting ability like Roxy. I want to be Mystique too, very. Kai tilts my chin up to look in his eyes, and I warm at his gentle touch. We'll research your mother's people. I promise we'll find out more about them. You may indeed have other undiscovered abilities. But I want you to remember, you're perfect the way you are. You don't need any special talents. I melt at his words. Way to hit a guy right in the romantic feels. But I swallow. What about this possible bounty hunter? He gazes into my eyes with an intensity that makes my desire grow. I love you, River Sullivan. I won't let anyone hurt you. He's so fiery and fierce, all smoldering eyes and possessiveness. I felt a strong attraction to him. Then I realize what he said. In front of everyone? I can't stop the enormous grin curving my lips. You finally said it! He parrots one of my expressions right back at me with a wicked gleam in his eyes. You bet I did. Mal starts clapping. I knew you had it in you, bro. Aw, isn't our son adorable? Maddox says, beaming. Yes, dear, he murmurs with a smile. You better take good care of my nephew, Benji orders. You hurt him, and I'll kick your extraterrestrial self. Entendiste? Evan mutters around a mouthful of his second donut. Kai gives them each a solemn nod. I'll protect him with my life. Whoa! I hold up my hands in protest. No one's risking their lives. Chewie says he hasn't seen signs of a bounty hunter in years. The people back on Mom's home planet probably don't even know about me. Kai and his father share a similar look of concern. What aren't you telling me? Maddox clears his throat. Remember we told you your online story has become very popular across several galaxies? Oh, yes? Well, your real identity has basically been shouted across the far reaches of the intergalactic web ever since you started working for the Alliance. It wouldn't be hard for someone to put two and two together, especially with your surname. Oh gosh. In other words, I could have a crazy alien bounty hunter coming after me because of my really adult story? Gosh, my life. Maddox and Ellie give me a slow nod of worried agreement. Chewie scowls. Really,
Evan covers his mouth with a trembling hand, his brown eyes on me. Dios mío, hermano! Benji pales, looking more frightened than I've ever seen him before. Mal's watching Benji, seeming unable to take his eyes off him. Kai clutches me close, unwilling to let me go. Well, gosh, I mutter. What now? I am ready.